Chapter 1. 5 million in gold. In the Dragon Empire, Jiang Province, Wuzhou City. City Square. A bustling crowd swarmed the area. A black bus emblazoned with the words First High School slowly rolled into the entrance of the square. The doors swung open, and a student, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, was the first to alight. Greetings, fellow student. Today marks the annual Awakening Day of the Dragon Empire. You are about to participate in the Awakening ceremony. Do you have any thoughts to share? As Lin Han steadied himself, a throng of sharply dressed individuals surrounded him, thrusting thick black microphones towards his lips. Lin Han offered a faint smile, extending his index fingers to form a cross over his chest. Fellow student, are you implying that you have a 10 out of 10 certainty of awakening today? A crisp female voice chimed in, belonging to a reporter from the Wuzhou Daily, her brow furrowed in confusion. No. Lin Han shook his head. What I mean is 100,000. Seeing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Han pondered for a moment before elaborating. As you can see, I am quite handsome, with a commendable physique and an excellent image, and I run exceedingly fast. I assure you, I will be the first to burst out once the ceremony concludes. Thus, I am inclined to offer a slot for an advertising interview, operating with integrity and fairness, at the price of 100,000 dragon coins. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the crowd. This student, how utterly absurd could he be? To seek personal gain on such a significant day? Lin, if there's a profitable opportunity, why not involve me? At that moment, a rotund figure shuffled up beside Lin Han, his face adorned with a lewd grin as he addressed the camera. Everyone, I am the second fastest runner from First High School, and I also wish to secure an ad slot. For just 30,000. The chubby boy, known as Long Tianjiao, was Lin Han's childhood friend, hailing from a wealthy family and undoubtedly his staunch ally. Upon hearing this, all the reporters regarded the two boys with an unusual gaze. It must be noted, First High School is the premier institution in the city, boasting an awakening rate that ranks among the top 10 in the entire Jiang province. How could two such money-hungry oddities emerge? Lin Han, you two good-for-nothings are indeed motivated by profit. Want to make money? There are plenty of ways you need not tarnish First High School's reputation. Kneel and call me grandfather now, and I shall gift you 10,000. An abrasive voice rang out from behind. Lin Han turned to see a flamboyantly dressed youth, flanked by 5 or 6 students, swaggering towards him. Well, after a few days' absence, are you feeling restless again? Lin Han's expression turned icy. The speaker was Feng Yong, a notorious bully at First High School who often leveraged his family's modest local influence to commit various misdeeds. Just days earlier, he had been thoroughly beaten by Lin Han and the chubby boy. Lin Han, I am merely offering you a suggestion. We shall see who is truly capable once the awakening occurs. Feng Yong scoffed, aware that the disparity in strength between individuals before awakening was not particularly vast. Despite being surrounded by numerous followers, he harbored psychological scars from their previous encounter, leading him to believe he could only confront Lin Han after the awakening. Sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, encircled by a group, Feng Yong mumbled incessantly, his companions wearing solemn expressions as if participating in a ritual. Ta-ta! Upon witnessing Feng Yong's antics, Lin Han and the chubby boy erupted into laughter. Hearing their mirth, Feng Yong sneered. What are you laughing at? Ignorance. Let me enlighten you. The reason I am forming a circle is that I recently acquired an ancient parchment. It states that if one forms a circle before the awakening ceremony and chants an incantation, they can gather more extraordinary power, enabling the person in the center to awaken a more potent profession. Good-for-nothings remain good-for-nothings, clueless and merely grinning. Upon hearing this, Lin Han and the chubby boy laughed even harder, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. In reality, that ancient parchment had originated from none other than Lin Han himself. His initial intention was to leverage the awakening event to earn some money, never anticipating that Feng Yong would be the one to fall victim to it. Go ahead and laugh once I awaken a hidden profession You will no longer find laughter in your hearts. Seeing the two mock him, Feng Yong could not help but retort once more. In profession? You amuse me to no end. Feng Yong, have you not noticed that the words on that parchment are printed? I made it all up. You actually believed it? Ah ha ha. At the sight of Feng Yong's arrogant demeanor, Lin Han could no longer contain himself, laughing uproariously. Damn! Feng Yong instantly fumed, his anger boiling over as if 1,000 beasts were rampaging within him. He had been duped. It was worth noting that he had spent over 20 dragon coins purchasing that parchment from someone else. Tick-tock, tick-tock, you are that tick-tock. Shut your mouth. Get the hell away from me. Lin Han, you deceitful scoundrel. I will have my revenge. As the surrounding students continued chanting, Feng Yong, in a fit of rage, shoved them aside and lunged at Lin Han. Stop. Suddenly, from the entrance of the square, a striking figure emerged from the crowd. She possessed an outstanding physique, her professional skirt suit accentuating her long, slender legs, and her high heels ensured she turned heads wherever she went. Her name was Bai Bing, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, her exquisite features perpetually adorned with an air of aloofness, earning her the moniker Ice Beauty. Bai Bing gritted her teeth, striding towards the group. Although she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Wuzhou City, captivating all with her stunning looks and enviable figure, the reporters present immediately distanced themselves from Lin Han upon her arrival. This was due to Bai Bing being the daughter of the president of the largest pharmaceutical group in Jiang Province, her innate aura of nobility instilling a fear that deterred anyone from meeting her gaze. By the heavens, our teacher! The moment Bai Bing appeared, Feng Yong and his companions were on the verge of tears. Wasn't it said that the Ice Beauty would be late today? How did they encounter her? Bai Bing was known for her strict demeanor. If caught fighting before the awakening ceremony, punishment would be severe. I shall state this for the final time. Do not engage in any activities unrelated to the awakening before the ceremony begins. If you wish to avoid participating, you may leave now. Bai Bing spoke earnestly, her imposing aura sending shivers through those around her. Lin Han, wait for me. With Bai Bing's words hanging in the air, Feng Yong dared not act against Lin Han. He shot Lin Han a glare, sneering, "Do not think I possess only one method of awakening. Yesterday, I ingested an extraordinary potion purchased at great expense by my family. It is nearly certain I will awaken a profession. But you..." Feng Yong's expression suddenly turned frigid. "You better awaken a profession if you fail. Given your prior actions, I shall ensure you understand why flowers bloom so red." With that, Feng Yong departed, flanked by his minions. Lin Han merely scoffed, shrugged, and raised his middle finger at him. "Suit yourself. Let him out of here." Bai Bing's imposing presence was too intimidating. The chubby boy promptly chose to abandon Lin Han, making a hasty exit. "Wait for me, let's go together." Before he could finish, Lin Han heard Bai Bing command, "Lin Han, stay behind." In an instant, the chubby boy vanished, fleeing with remarkable swiftness. "Bing Jie, would you like to hear my explanation?" Lin Han opened his mouth, astonishingly bold. In truth, the relationship between Lin Han and Bai Bing extended beyond that of student and teacher. Their families had been close for generations, with Lin Han having grown up under Bai Bing's care. However, ever since the Lin family was annihilated during a beast tide 3 years ago, leaving only Lin Han alive, the two had gradually drifted apart. "Lin Han, I've told you before, whatever you need, you can come to me. There is no need for other methods. I have plenty of money." Her tone was serious, commanding, and unassailable. This was Lin Han's most immediate impression of Bai Bing. "However, my dear teacher, please do not remind me I understand these rules, but I truly need the money. Could you let me off this once? I finally thought of a way to earn some cash." Lin Han spoke helplessly. "How much do you need?" A hint of amusement flickered across Bai Bing's face. 100,000. Bai Bing tossed Lin Han a black card. "There are 200,000 inside. If that is insufficient, just ask for more." Lin Han fell silent. Wealthy sisters are perpetually so extravagant. "I might not be able to repay you in the short term." Before he could finish, Bai Bing turned and strode towards the square. "No worries. Your earlier address of Ice Jie delighted me immensely." As the silhouette of Bai Bing completely vanished, a flicker of emotion flickered in Lin Han's eyes. After a moment, he took a deep breath and murmured, "System." With this 100,000, you should finally be able to activate it, right? Lin Han silently contemplated within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully investing 5 million Tianlong coins. The system activation level has risen from 98 to 100. Upon awakening, the host will automatically match with a suitable system. Please awaken as soon as possible. Listening to the crisp voice echoing endlessly in his mind, Lin Han felt an overwhelming urge to shed tears. Oh heavens! It has been 3 long years. As a traveler from another realm, he finally possessed a golden finger. Chapter 2. The Anomalies of Heaven and Earth. Indeed, Lin Han is a transmigrator. This world is called Blue Star. A millennium ago, the game space merged with Blue Star, altering the fundamental rules of the world. At the age of 16, humans have a certain probability of gaining extraordinary powers and becoming professionals, leveling up by slaying monsters and accumulating experience to grow stronger. The arrival of the game space not only expanded the world's landmass 100-fold, but also unleashed countless ferocious beasts. Much of Blue Star's land and oceans have turned into zones of life prohibition. However, through the extraordinary powers of professionals, and after a prolonged period of development, humanity has re-established a magnificent professional civilization. The levels of professions are categorized into 1 to 10 transfers, with each transfer carrying a specific title: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starry Glory, Supreme Throne, Supreme Sacred Seat, Immortal Divine Seat. In Blue Star, being a professional symbolizes status and class. All else is deemed inferior, with only the profession standing tall above all. Successfully awakening during the awakening ceremony and becoming a professional is the dream of every human being. 3 years ago, the Lin family was obliterated in a beast tide, and Lin Han was transported to this world. As a transmigrator, Lin Han naturally acquired his own system. However, the system was quite the burden, requiring an investment of 5 million to activate. After the destruction of his family, Lin Han lost his financial support and could only rely on himself to earn money. 5 million. For a high school student, that was an astronomical figure. Thus, since entering high school 3 years ago, Lin Han dedicated all his energy to incessantly making money. Running a convenience store, selling exam answers, and betting on test questions, she spared no effort, focusing solely on profit. Gradually, Lin Han became viewed by everyone as an annoying underachiever, a bottom-tier student. Now that the system was about to activate, Lin Han finally glimpsed the dawn of happiness. Regaining his focus, Lin Han directly entered the city square. In the center of the square stood a massive stone known as the Awakening Stone, through which students could acquire extraordinary powers and embark on their professional journeys. At this moment, tens of thousands of students sat cross-legged around the Awakening Stone. Lin Han arrived too late and could only find a spot at the back of his class to sit down cross-legged. A few minutes later, an elderly man appeared in the sky, stepping through the air. Immediately, a booming voice resonated throughout the entire square. The awakening ceremony is about to commence. The entire ceremony will last for 30 minutes. During this time, everyone can sense the existence of extraordinary powers through the Awakening Stone. When the time is up, the ceremony will conclude. A stir spread across the square. It's the old principal. To think the ceremony is being presided over by the old principal. I didn't expect to see him before leaving the academy. This awakening ceremony is already a win. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin Han's heart. The elderly figure in the sky was Si Kong Chung, the former principal of Wuzhou First High School. Profession: Demon Exterminator. 5 transfers. Level: 56, Brilliant Diamond. He once executed a high-tier diamond beast with a lightning strike, making him one of the 3 top-tier powerhouses in Wuzhou City. The formation is now active. With a command from Si Kong Chung, the awakening formation was initiated. The awakening stone began to glow, its radiance cascading down, enveloping the entire square in its brilliance. Seeing this, Si Kong Chung nodded in approval and retreated to the teacher's seat. There, the homeroom teachers from dozens of classes were observing the awakening ceremony, with Bai Bing seated to the left of the old principal. Class 3, Zhang Tiniu, profession, blacksmith. Soon, a student awakened. and their professional information appeared above their head. Ah, how did I end up as a blacksmith? Zhang Tiniu expressed disappointment. Though a profession, a blacksmith was classified as a lifestyle profession. In Blue Star, awakened professions fall into three categories: combat, support, and lifestyle. Combat professions, as the name suggests, possess powerful combat skills and attributes, making them the most sought-after professions. Support professions generally focus on healing, crowd control, and providing buffs or debuffs. While support professions may not match the strength of combat professions, they are indispensable on the battlefield. Whether in beast battles or exploring dungeons and secret realms, many prefer to have a support character. Among the three categories, lifestyle professions are the most unfortunate. Lifestyle professions possess almost no combat skills. Their talents and skills are primarily geared towards crafting and production. Yet, as the most populous profession, lifestyle jobs hold a certain standing in the world. And once they reach the pinnacle, lifestyle professions can exhibit astonishing capabilities. For instance, centuries ago, there was a legendary blacksmith named Wang Keili, who forged 10 sacred artifacts during her career. Following the first student's awakening, many more students quickly sensed the presence of extraordinary powers and awakened their own professions. However, the majority of them were lifestyle and support professions, with combat professions being exceedingly rare. Class 6, Feng Yong, profession, Greatsword Warrior. Suddenly, information appeared above Feng Yong's head in the Class 6 group. The Greatsword Warrior excels in wielding colossal swords, boasting strong attack, power, a high-level combat profession. Haha, I've successfully awakened. Feng Yong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Simultaneously, the chubby Long Tianjiao also had a line of large characters appear above his head. Class 6, Long Tianjiao, combat profession, Berserker. The Berserker is also a combat profession, proficient in various bladed weapons and entering a frenzied state upon injury, making them formidable. Two high-level professions. White Teacher's class has indeed produced a few talents. At this moment, Principal Si Kong Cheng noticed the professions of Feng Yong and the chubby boy and turned to Bai Bing with a smile. Besides lifestyle professions, combat and support professions are further subdivided into low, intermediate, high, and rare levels. To have two high-level professions appear at once, the old principal was quite pleased with Bai Bing's teaching. Bai Bing nodded slightly, yet her gaze couldn't help but drift towards Lin Han, who was nearby. Lin Han, what profession will you awaken to? She looked at him with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, murmuring in her heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the entire square, causing the temperature to plummet instantaneously. The biting cold wind carried a restless rumble of thunder, spreading rapidly throughout the square. It was an anomaly of heaven and earth. Someone's class transition had triggered a cosmic phenomenon. The crowd turned to see a girl with an icy expression, and a line of text appeared above her head. Class 6, Lung Lingxue, rare profession, Storm Mage. Oh my, it's actually a Storm Mage. This profession possesses abilities in wind, ice, and lightning, boasting tremendous attack power, one of the strongest among mages. Bai Bing, has your class hit the jackpot this year? Surrounding teachers looked at Bai Bing, their expressions shifting. It's crucial to note that a homeroom teacher's yearly rating is tied to their students' awakening rates and the strength of the professions awakened. The strength of the profession far outweighs the awakening rate. With two high-level and one rare profession emerging from Bai Bing's class, other homeroom teachers were filled with envy. This year's title of Outstanding Teacher at First High School could only belong to Bai Bing. Indeed, Lung Lingxue is known as one of the two prodigies of First High. Si Kong Cheng's gaze was piercing. She is very likely to enter the Qing Sheng Academy. She must be cultivated vigorously. Rare professions are nearly the pinnacle within the profession hierarchy, with places like Wuzhou not seeing one for years. Si Kong Cheng valued Lung Lingxue highly. Casting a glance at Bai Bing, Si Kong Cheng was about to praise her for her excellent teaching when he noticed her gaze fixed on a specific spot in the square. The old principal followed her gaze to discover it was Lin Han. Ha! I once thought that the two prodigies of First High would both become professionals. Little did I expect only one would make it. 3 years ago, Lin Han and Lung Lingxue entered First High with the first and second highest scores in their academic subjects, respectively, and they were hailed as the two prodigies of First High. Unfortunately, Lin Han had never focused on the right path. At this moment, half of the awakening time had elapsed, and according to convention, most of the remaining students would likely be eliminated. It seemed that not all geniuses could achieve success. Sikong Chung shook his head. Meanwhile, noticing that Lin Han had yet to awaken, the chubby boy approached him and said, "Lin, my brother, I'm heading out now. Wait until you awaken an impressive profession and make a grand return." Upon hearing this, Feng Yong immediately mocked. "Still hoping for a rare profession? I think it's more likely to be no profession at all. Look at him, sitting there all pretentiously. I dare wager he hasn't even sensed a trace of extraordinary power. Trash is simply trash. For a moment, it's trash, and for a lifetime, it remains trash. Stop dreaming." In the next instant, brilliance erupted from Lin Han's body. A radiant aura swiftly enveloped the entire square, faster than the storm unleashed by Lung Lingxue moments ago. As the light subsided, an astonishing phenomenon manifested above Lin Han. It was the ethereal silhouette of a deity, surrounded by 10 luminous orbs, each encasing an invincible ferocious beast, an aura of malevolence permeating the entire square. All present were rendered speechless. Merely gazing upon the divine apparition sent waves of agitation through their hearts, breeding fear. At that moment, everyone felt a profound sensation arise within them. Lin Han's awakening phenomenon, how could it seem even more formidable than Lung Ling's? What profession could this possibly be? Chapter 3. The Divine Beast Master System. The Hidden Profession. It is indeed a hidden profession. At this moment, Sikong Chung rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Heaven shows pity. After 300 years, we have finally witnessed the emergence of another hidden profession at Yizhong. In fact, above the rare professions, there exists a tier known as hidden professions. Hidden professions are even more elusive than rare ones. In the entire Tianlong Empire, among the tens of millions of students each year, only a handful might appear. Historically, the vast majority of hidden professions have been super professions, capable of single-handedly overcoming 10 adversaries once they mature. 300 years ago, Yizhong produced a hidden profession known as the Time Serpent, which could manipulate the forces of time and space. This individual had once annihilated 2 formidable beasts single-handedly and was revered as one of the 9 great guardians of the Tianlong Empire. The Empire's protector, heaven shows pity. Yizhong is about to usher in another glorious epoch. Sikong Chung was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly wept. All the teachers at Yizhong wore expressions of uncontained joy. A hidden profession, such a rarity for Yizhong over the past few centuries. This year, their school has produced a hidden profession. Upon reporting to the Ministry of Education of the Empire, it is certain that these teachers will receive commendations. This is a momentous occasion for the entire school. How could this be? Lin Han, a mere waste, how could he possibly be a hidden profession? Beside him, Feng Yong, who had initially been exuberant, was left dumbfounded. He truly could not believe that Lin Han had awakened a profession even stronger than his own. 6th class, Lin Han, hidden profession, Beast Master. However, when the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated and Lin Han's profession information appeared, the expression on the old Principal Sikong Chung's face changed drastically, and he slumped back down, his face paling. Meanwhile, those who had been rendered speechless by the celestial phenomenon exhibited a hint of something unusual in their gazes. It was as though they had witnessed an absurd joke. It turns out to be a beast master. Ha ha, this is utterly laughable. Lin Han, you have awakened the most trivial of hidden professions. Feng Yong could not suppress his laughter upon seeing Lin Han's profession name. Alas, how unbelievable. Such a powerful celestial phenomenon, and it culminated in a beast master. Even a beast rider would have sufficed. This is just too unfortunate. On the teacher's platform, Sikong Chung lamented that I end this world, even if the professions are the same. The celestial phenomena differ vastly. However, there exists an unspoken rule. The stronger the phenomenon, the more formidable the awakened profession. Yet no one had anticipated that Lin Han, with such a potent phenomenon, would awaken as a beast master. It is not to say that beast masters are weak. Quite the opposite. Theoretically, a matured Beast Master possesses nearly limitless strength, with their potential being the highest among all hidden professions. However, their baseline is also the lowest among all hidden professions. The reason is simple. The strength of a Beast Master is determined by the beasts they command. A first-tier Beast Master can only bond with one beast. If the first beast they bond with is an ordinary one, their strength may even be inferior to that of a common combat profession. Yet, to sign a powerful beast, a Beast Master must possess the ability to subdue and complete the contract. This is no easy feat. This leads to the initial weakness of Beast Masters. Additionally, beasts require resources for cultivation, and these resources often include rare treasures and even the blood and flesh of other beasts. Such investments can far exceed those of most primary combat professions. If the cultivation falls behind, even with powerful beasts, their full potential cannot be realized. This results in mid-tier Beast Masters still falling short in strength. Moreover, even if they manage to survive the early to mid-stages, should their beasts be drawn away, the Beast Master's frailty becomes their greatest disadvantage, rendering them susceptible to being overwhelmed and eliminated. Consequently, the number of perfectly matured Beast Masters is exceedingly rare. Throughout history, the profession of Beast Master has emerged only a few dozen times, with fewer than 3 ultimately succeeding and maturing. Those who did were all scions of powerful factions, given Lin Han's current family circumstances. How could he possibly find a formidable beast, let alone have sufficient resources for cultivation? A Beast Master, you say? Quite decent. However, in contrast to Xikong Cheng's lamentations, Bai Bing considered the Beast Master profession to be promising. If her memory served her right, there seemed to be a diamond-level secret realm outside of Wuzhou City. It was rumored that a void beast resided there. Principal, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Bai Bing rose from her seat at the teacher's table. Xikong Cheng watched her depart, letting out a long sigh, mistakenly believing that Bai Bing was disheartened due to Lin Han's profession. After all, the emergence of a hidden profession in his class should have been a momentous occasion, but the outcome was merely a Beast Master. Ding! Congratulations, host, awakening successful. The Divine Beast Master system has been activated. A friendly reminder, due to the completion of the host's monetization task, the system has activated the ultra-simplified mode, featuring streamlined operations and powerful enhancements, aimed at transforming the host into the foremost Beast Master across the realms. Please provide a 5-star rating. The host has completed the profession transition and may choose one talent. Would you like to make a selection now? At this moment, a voice resonated in Lin Han's mind. Yes, Lin Han silently affirmed to himself. Ding. Please choose one talent from the following options. Friendly reminder. This is a single-choice selection. Once chosen, it cannot be reverted. Fusion enables merging with beasts, unleashing multiple times the base strength. B.Bloodline Reversion allows the beast's bloodline to revert to its ancestral form. C.Telepathic Bond facilitates communication with fierce beasts, enhancing their affection and increasing the success rate of contract signing. Lin Han furrowed his brow. He immediately called up his profession panel. Name: Lin Han Profession, Beast Master First Transition, Hidden Profession Level, LV1 Strength, 70 Agility, 50 Spirit, 110 Constitution, 60 Equipment. None Skills, Spirit Contract Level 1. Beast Space Level 1, Summon Beast Level 1. Upon becoming a professional, individuals automatically receive a profession panel displaying their basic attributes. In Blue Star, every 10 levels constitute a transition, and each transition requires a promotion quest. As for his profession, aside from the spirit attribute, all other attributes were rather weak. All aspects were alarmingly low. Is this truly a hidden profession? Lin Han sighed. However, he understood that a Beast Master's strength is closely tied to the beast they command. Once he acquires a powerful beast, it will naturally compensate for his shortcomings. Furthermore, the beast could even enhance the Beast Master's attributes significantly. After reviewing the panel, Lin Han focused on the 3 talents provided by the system. The fusion with beasts could at most only amplify his attributes, but given his low base attributes, if he could not find a suitable beast, even an increase would be minimal. As for communicating with fierce beasts, that seemed even more ludicrous. It merely increased the probability, and should he fail, wouldn't he be torn to shreds? After pondering for a moment, Lin Han ultimately chose Bloodline Reversion. The reason was simple. Beasts are the starting point for a Beast Master and the benchmark for determining their strength. As the ritual concluded, just as Lin Han finalized his talent choice, the awakening stone at the center of the square dimmed, signaling the withdrawal of the extraordinary power. The entire awakening ceremony had come to an end. Ahem, the awakening has concluded that I trust everyone has witnessed the results to a T this moment. Sikong Cheng's voice resonated as he leaped onto the stage, clearing his throat. For those who did not awaken a profession, do not be disheartened. Life can be splendid even without becoming a professional. Ordinary individuals have their own vibrancy. Though Sikong Cheng's words were comforting, everyone understood that henceforth, the lives of those who became professionals would be worlds apart from those of ordinary people. Students who have awakened a profession, please gather at the entrance of the square and board the bus. Next, your class mentors will lead you to the secret realm for your first leveling session. The meeting was adjourned. Soon, all 9 awakened students from 6th class gathered on the bus. The dramatic turn of events surrounding Lin Han today even elicited a sense of schadenfreude from the surrounding students who had awakened to life professions. After all, people are often more fascinated by witnessing the fall of a genius than by celebrating their rise. Not far away, even Lung Lingxue cast a distant glance at Lin Han and shook her head slightly. At the beginning of the school year, she had felt overshadowed by Lin Han. There had always been an underlying resentment. Yet now, it seemed Lin Han had ultimately descended into mediocrity, while she had emerged as Yi Zhong's strongest genius. Among everyone, only the chubby boy patted Lin Han on the shoulder, saying, "Lindsay, don't worry. So what if you're a beast master? Whatever resources you need for cultivation, I've got your back." In response to the chubby boy's concern, Lin Han merely smiled slightly. Thanks, in truth, regarding the schadenfreude of others, Lin Han felt utterly unfazed. Perhaps others deemed his profession trivial and useless, but he did not share that sentiment. With the system in place, he was essentially invincible. Why worry about the future? Haha, can a profession like Beast Master support him for a moment, let alone a lifetime? Lin Han, a waste is a waste. Awakening won't change your fate. At that moment, Feng Yong had activated his mockery mode towards Lin Han, basking in the limelight following his awakening and eager to teach Lin Han a lesson. Chapter 4. The Ancient 10 Fiends, the Celestial Ant. Feng Yong, are you looking for a fight? If you're not convinced, let us settle this with a one-on-one practice match. Lin Han spoke coldly, before we even begin leveling up our skills. There isn't much difference in individual strength. He truly didn't mind teaching Feng Yong a lesson. Feng Yong could only let out a cold snort. Although he was a high-ranking warrior, Lin Han was, after all, a hidden class, and his attributes might not be inferior to his own. Moreover, he had a high-ranking main combat class companion by his side, while none of his underlings had successfully awakened. All things considered, he truly was certain he could best Lin Han. Lin Han, don't you usually enjoy making bets? How about we wager on who levels up faster? However, with a glimmer in his eyes, Feng Yong suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Oh, what shall we bet on? Let us wager on who levels up the quickest. According to school regulations, the first time entering the secret realm is limited to 3 hours. If you lose, you'll have to kneel and call me Grandpa today. And if you lose, I'll give you 100,000 Tianlong coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Han immediately shot a glance at Feng Yong. 100,000 Tianlong coins is no small sum. With debts owed to Bai Bing, Feng Yong's proposal was indeed quite enticing. All right, I'd accept, Lin Han replied. Haha, Lin Han, you truly are brave. You're bound to lose. Seeing Lin Han's agreement, Feng Yong laughed even more arrogantly. I am the face of his greatsword warrior prowess. Lin Han's class was nothing more than trash. How could he possibly compare to himself? Silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man with triangular eyes stepped onto the bus. Uncle Chow. Upon seeing the man, Feng Yong's expression brightened. He was the head of the senior year, named Chao Chong, and a distant cousin of Feng Yong. Feng Yong's ability to assert dominance at school was partly due to his influence. Teacher, I had to leave early. I'll be leading the team today, Chao Chong stated, when he looked at Feng Yong. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. A high-ranking main combat class was certainly a considerable asset for his advancement within the school's administration. However, upon seeing Lin Han, his expression darkened. Chao Chong had always held a fondness for Bai Bing, even having pursued her, believing her to be his forbidden fruit. Yet, Lin Han had previously instigated some sort of gambling, convinced that he would never catch up to Bai Bing. As expected, Bai Bing had outright rejected him. Instead, she always seemed to care for Lin Han. Chao Chong believed that Lin Han was the one speaking ill of him behind his back, leading to Bai Bing's refusal. Thus, he had always harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Han. However, as a guardian of the students, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "Let us depart." With a command from Chao Chong, the bus slowly began to move. To the north of Wuzhou City, the Shadow Mountain Range. This was a golden-level secret realm in Wuzhou City. However, the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the Shadow Mountain Range were mostly bronze level. As long as one didn't venture into the central area, there would be no danger. For a long time, this place had been the best leveling spot for newly awakened professionals. Many schools would send their students here after the awakening ceremony to hunt monsters and level up their skills. An hour later, the bus halted at the entrance of the Shadow Mountain Range. Beast Forest, silver level leveling area, recommended level 11-20. That a wooden sign bore this information. The members of Class 6 poured out one after another. Lin Han, just wait and see. Feng Yong made a gesture across his throat towards Lin Han before swiftly entering the secret realm to level up. Lin Zi, let us level up together. If I lead you, your speed might improve. The chubby boy said to Lin Han that in a week, the Imperial Academies will come to Wuzhou City to recruit. Lin Han, being a hidden class, was quite significant to the school. His leveling area wasn't here, and I will personally take him there. Chao Chong suddenly interjected. Lindsay, be careful. Since Chao Chong had spoken, the chubby boy could only nod and head into the secret realm to level up. Afterwards, Chao Chong took Lin Han onto the bus. A few minutes later, Lin Han disembarked. Gale Wolf Living Area, Silver Level Leveling Area, Recommended Level 11-20. Warning. Entry of first transition professionals into this area is strictly prohibited. 11th level, Silver Level. Lin Han, this place is suitable for you. You can level up here properly. Before Lin Han could react, the bus drove away. Lin Han frowned. The Silver Level area was already perilously close to the center of the Shadow Mountain Range. If he didn't want to die, he could not possibly venture inside. Damn it. Lin Han was truly furious. That dog Chao Chong. This guy must have secretly communicated with Feng Yong, ensuring that he wouldn't level up even one level, making him absolutely certain to lose the bet. Damn it. While the Silver Level area was not entirely composed of silver ferocious beasts, as long as he was cautious and avoided entering the territory of the Gale Wolves, he should be fine. Resolute, Lin Han decided to enter the secret realm. If he was careful, he might even encounter a suitable bronze-level beast to bind as his familiar, to prevent his skills from becoming unpracticed. I need to practice a bit. With this thought in mind, Lin Han pointed to the ground and said in a somewhat dramatic tone, "You shall be my familiar." Ding. Binding familiar successful. What the hell? How did I bind a familiar? Lin Han's face darkened immediately, that he trembled as he opened the system panel, tightly closing his eyes, cautiously opening a slit to take a peek, nearly fainting upon seeing the result. On his profession panel, a familiar panel had appeared. Lin Han trembled as he clicked it open. Black Ant Race. Black Iron Ghost Face Ant Branch. Level 0. Strength 1. Agility 1. Spirit 1. Constitution 1. Skills. None. All 4 attributes are 1. Lin Han nearly fainted. What the hell? Where did this black ant come from? How did I bind it? Damn it. After all my effort to feel excited, you made me lose so utterly. Lin Han hurriedly released his summoning ability. Before him, a fist-sized black ant emerged from the ground. Dumb. I actually signed a contract with an ant. Lin Han confirmed 10 times, ultimately concluding that there was no mistake. This ant must have just been hiding beneath the nearby, decaying leaves. Accidentally contracted when he practiced his binding ability. Damn it. Lin Han was frantic. Once a Beastmaster binds a familiar, it cannot be undone, and if the familiar dies, it will backlash against the Beastmaster. Therefore, Lin Han didn't dare to entertain thoughts of crushing this ant to replace it. He was on the verge of tears. How could an ant serve as a familiar? Should I have the monster borrow money and then bombard it with debt collection calls to make it repay? Return to Ancestry. Quickly return to Ancestry. I'm exhausted. Lin Han trembled as he spoke. Luckily, he still possessed the Bloodline Return ability, but this black ant could only revert to the Black Iron Ghost Face Ant at most. What a waste of my talent. Ding. Bloodline Return of the Black Ant commencing. A prompt sound echoed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the black ant was enveloped in a cloud of black mist, which rapidly expanded. When the black mist completely covered Lin Han's feet, a golden light suddenly erupted from within the mist. Before Lin Han stood an ant the size of an arm, golden in color, about the length of an arm, with two enormous forelegs resembling two horizontal mountains. Its entire body was covered in golden armor, and on either side of its abdomen were 6 pairs of wings. With 6 sharp, powerful legs resembling 6 pillars supporting the heavens to the center of its forehead, a single horn jutted skyward, and its crimson eyes instilled a profound sense of dread in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Its mandibles were ferocious, each adorned with a black-red tusk resembling a long spear, while its tail vertebrae extended into a long, spiked tail. Hiss roar, the golden ant's mandibles trembled, producing a deep, resonant growl, unleashing an overwhelming ferocity that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Skyhorn ant race. Ancient 10 fiends. Level 10. Strength 800. Agility 700. Spirit 600. Constitution 900. Skills. Frenzy, level 10, increases all base attributes by 30. Titan Strength, level 10, increases strength attribute by 50. What is this? Lin Han's breath caught in his throat. The familiar attribute panel displayed that after his familiar return to ancestry, it had transformed into the ancient 10 fiend Skyhorn ant. Level 10. All 4 attributes exceeded 500 points and possessed 2 skills. This was a tremendous gain. At that moment, Lin Han's heart brimmed with joy. Generally speaking, even for main combat class professionals, leveling up to 10 usually took at least 3 days. Yet now, with his familiar awakening as the Skyhorn ant, its powerful bloodline instantly elevated its level to 10, and with the use of its skills, its base attributes would increase by 30. Thus, with the Skyhorn ant by his side, he needn't worry too much even in the silver-level secret realm. He could confidently enter and hunt ferocious beasts. Next, Lin Han, accompanied by the Skyhorn ant, ventured into the silver-level leveling area, although this area was called the Gale Wolf living area. The Gale Wolf merely stood at the apex of the food chain. The region was home to a diverse range of species, including many other ferocious beasts. Hiss, shortly after entering, Lin Han encountered a ferocious beast. Before him lay a colossal python, its body extending an impressive 4 meters in length, adorned in a rich brown hue, with scales intricately covering its skin. Its tail culminated in a rounded, mace-like structure, bristling with sharp spikes that gleamed menacingly. This was the LV-5 mace-tailed python. Upon becoming a practitioner, Lin Han could effortlessly discern the levels of ferocious beasts the moment the mace-tailed python set its eyes on Lin Han. It swiftly coiled its body and slithered towards him, intent on hunting down this human. The Skyhorn ant, ever protective of its master, instinctively bent its 6 black legs, and in the next instant, it propelled itself forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh! A gaping hole appeared on the python's head. The mace-tailed python was successfully slain, granting Lin Han 100 experience points. You have leveled up to LV2, with all attributes increased by 20 points. Additionally, you have received an extra 30 free attribute points. At that moment, several notifications flashed before Lin Han's eyes. Was this truly an upgrade? Lin Han was momentarily stunned. My goodness, the leveling up process is astonishingly simple. Truly, the ancient 10 fiends live up to their reputation. With the Skyhorn ant by my side, my rate of advancement will undoubtedly surpass that of Feng Yong. 100,000 Tianlong coins. I've made up my mind. Subsequently, Lin Han pressed on into the depths of the training area without hesitation. Chapter 5, The First Battle Task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the first battle task. Task details. Slay 10 ferocious beasts. Current progress. 0. Task reward. 100 beast master points, as Lin Han traversed the training zone. A concise mechanical voice resonated in his mind, causing his already taut nerves to twitch momentarily. Yet in the next instant, Lin Han realized this was the system issuing a task. Slay 10 ferocious beasts. Lin Han murmured. This he could comprehend. However, the reward of beast master points was unfamiliar to him. Thus, harboring a sense of skepticism, Lin Han clicked the exclamation mark beside the beast master points to gain a brief understanding. In no time, Lin Han grasped the true purpose of the beast master points. These points could be utilized to unlock beast master talent skills, enhance the levels of beast skills, and improve beast attributes. What a marvelous asset! Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. To be frank, aside from leveling up, he couldn't fathom any means to bolster his strength, and the emergence of Beast Master Points alleviated many of his concerns. Although he was unsure how much 100 Beast Master Points could enhance his capabilities, having them was undoubtedly better than lacking them. With this excitement in his heart, Lin Han swiftly delved deeper into the silver-level training zone. However, Lin Han did not recklessly charge through the training area. Instead, he advanced with utmost caution. Although he now possessed the ancient 10 Fiend Skyhorn Ant, he was only at LV2, and as a Beast Master. His combat prowess was not significantly superior to that of a novice. Even though the Skyhorn Ant was at level 10, encountering a formidable foe like the Gale Wolf King could lead to serious complications. One must bear in mind that the Wolf King was akin to a human in their second transformation. Furthermore, wolves are inherently pack animals, and Gale Wolves also operate in groups. He wasn't foolish enough to think that his Skyhorn Ant could confront an entire pack of Gale Wolves. As Lin Han and the Skyhorn Ant ventured deeper, the Skyhorn Ant suddenly halted its movements. "What's wrong?" Lin Han inquired, puzzled. Yet he understood that Beast Masters possess a unique perception that ordinary individuals lack. So he refrained from acting impulsively to AT that moment. The formidable horn atop the Skyhorn Ant pointed in a specific direction. Lin Han followed its gaze and soon spotted 7 pig-like monsters resting ahead. Iron Spike Wild Boars. Almost instantly, Lin Han recognized the ferocious beasts before him. LV5 Iron Spike Wild Boar. The wild boars were enveloped in a pitch-black hue, yet they emitted a faint glimmer, resembling iron. Their skin appeared thorny. Akin to brambles, these ferocious beasts inherently possess a high degree of self-protection, especially with their iron spikes, which possess considerable offensive power. Among lower-level ferocious beasts, Iron Spike Wild Boars can be deemed quite formidable. Now, with a total of 7 before Lin Han, did he possess the confidence to deal with them? Hiding behind a nearby tree, Lin Han quietly inquired of the Skyhorn Ant, which stood tall, its black exoskeleton shimmering in the sunlight. Its blood-red gaze vividly expressed its desire for battle. It was the Skyhorn Ant, one of the ancient 10 fiends. How could it possibly harbor fear? Although you may not fear them, it is wise to employ some strategy. The enemy's numbers are considerable, and any misstep could result in injury. One cannot afford to falter in the face of such creatures. Skyhorn Ant, burrow underground and strike from below as covertly as possible. Remember, a single decisive blow is paramount. Their defense is somewhat elevated, so we must avoid allowing them to retaliate. Swift and decisive action is key. The Skyhorn Ant nodded, and with a surge of strength, it burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. Lin Han concealed himself, keenly observing the unfolding situation. In truth, he believed that in a direct confrontation, the Skyhorn Ant could undoubtedly overpower them. However, he felt it necessary to exemplify the collaboration between a beast master and their beast, serving as a means to sharpen his tactical thinking in combat. After all, the adversaries he would encounter in the future may not always be of a lower caliber, and he must not expect a smooth journey. At that moment, the Iron Spike Wild Boars remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger, continuing to slumber soundly, completely oblivious to the peril lurking beneath the ground. Suddenly, from Lin Han's perspective, an Iron Spike Wild Boar was swiftly pulled into the earth. The Skyhorn Ant had made its move. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. A notification appeared before Lin Han. What incredible speed! However, reflecting on the Skyhorn Ant's encounter with the mace-tailed python, this was indeed reasonable. What surprised him was how deftly the Skyhorn Ant executed its attack, leaving no time for the Iron Spike Wild Boar to react. It had not emitted a single cry of distress before its demise. It was as if nothing had transpired. In the next moment, another Iron Spike Wild Boar vanished from Lin Han's view. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. You have leveled up to LV3, with all attributes increased by 40 points. You have additionally received 30 free attribute points. A notification flashed before Lin Han's eyes once more, and the Skyhorn Ant executed the same maneuver with precision, as the remaining 5 Iron Spike Wild Boars remained blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. You have leveled up to LV4, with all attributes increased by 40 points. You have additionally received 30 free attribute points. successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar. 100 experience points. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. You have leveled up to LV5, with all attributes increased by 40 points. You have additionally received 30 free attribute points. Good heavens! Lin Han was taken aback by this frenzied leveling. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the ancient 10 fiends, that if he could acquire a few more beasts of such caliber in the future, wouldn't he reign supreme across the world? The notification still persisted. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. Soon, only one Iron Spike Wild Boar remained on the field, and just as the Skyhorn ant dragged the previous Iron Spike Wild Boar underground, this one seemed to sense something amiss, slowly opening its eyes. Yet upon witnessing the surrounding circumstances, it let out a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the area. The Skyhorn ant emerged from the earth with remarkable speed. Its aim precise, sinking its mandibles into the Iron Spike Wild Boar's throat, silencing it forever. After accomplishing this, the Skyhorn ant turned to Lin Han, its face brimming with pride. Though fierce in appearance, a hint of smugness was evident, as if it were showcasing its prowess to its master. Successfully slaying the Iron Spike Wild Boar, 100 experience points. You have leveled up to LV6, with all attributes increased by 50 points. You have additionally received 30 free attribute points. As the final notification flashed, it signified the triumphant conclusion of this battle. One could say that aside from the duration, this encounter was nothing short of flawless. Lin Han, the Beast Master, sustained no losses. Not even a scratch. This instilled in Lin Han the realization that sometimes employing strategy proves exceedingly beneficial. After all, had he engaged in a direct confrontation, who could predict the outcome? Task progress: slay 10 ferocious beasts. Current progress: 70 Chapter 6, Ice Poison Mountain Cat. This task does not appear to be as daunting as anticipated. Lin Han declared triumphantly. Initially, he had expected to expend a considerable amount of time. Now, in just a few short minutes, he had already achieved 70 of the task's progress. Next, he simply needed to handle 3 more monsters to complete the task perfectly. At this moment, the Skyhorn ant was preparing to return to Lin Han's side. But in the next instant, its expression grew fiercely aggressive as it emitted a hissing noise towards a specific direction. An enemy. Lin Han's senses sharpened, but he then scrutinized his surroundings. The Skyhorn ant's perceptive abilities had already demonstrated their effectiveness. Just a second later, a shadow of ethereal blue appeared on a tree nearby, and upon Lin Han's gaze falling upon it, he beheld a cat with a mouth full of fangs. LV10 Ice Poison Mountain Cat. A level 10 ferocious beast. Lin Han's heart raced. He never could have anticipated this. To my astonishment, I have encountered such a formidable creature so swiftly, although it pales in comparison to the dominant ruler of this leveling area. The Gale Wolf King, the level 10 Ice Toxin Lynx, is nonetheless a being of considerable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the bronze tier. Such a creature of this caliber, should any other novice cross paths with it, their fate would be sealed. Only death awaits. However, Lin Han possesses the Tianjiao ant, one of the 10 ancient fiends. Despite the overwhelming shock within, he does not feel incapable of engaging in battle. We are both at level 10. Who fears whom? Tianjiao ant eliminated. Upon regaining his composure, Lin Han swiftly issued his command. Responding to the order, the Tianjiao ant anchored its forelimbs to the ground, gathering power, and in an instant, it launched forth, targeting the Ice Toxin Lynx perched upon a tree. The moment the Tianjiao ant surged forward, the lynx exhibited no hesitation, leaping to another tree with fluid grace. As it vacated its perch, the Tianjiao ant collided with the trunk, causing the tree to topple in an instant. Hissing in fury, the Tianjiao ant glared at the lynx, who merely regarded it with a mocking expression. Brimming with provocation, this blatant act of derision incensed the Tianjiao ant. As one of the 10 ancient beasts, it had never before endured such humiliation, especially from a mere Ice Toxin Lynx. Even considering it as a meal would require careful deliberation. The Tianjiao ant charged forth once more, this time at an even greater velocity, nearly reaching the limits of its current capabilities. Yet, the Ice Toxin Lynx did not evade. Instead, it emitted a piercing cry directed at the Tianjiao ant. The latter staggered. Its previously gathered speed significantly diminished, which consequently meant its power was also weakened. Ultimately, The Tianjiao ant came to a halt, stabilizing its form as it fixed its predatory gaze upon the adversary. What just transpired? Lin Han, standing at a considerable distance from the battlefield, was minimally affected by the sound he had just heard. Yet he felt a peculiar sensation, as though someone had tapped him on the head. Initially, he believed it to be a mere figment of his imagination, but upon witnessing the Tianjiao ant's reaction, he became utterly convinced that it was no illusion. The ice toxin lynx's cry must have contained a unique force that influenced the Tianjiao ant. Most likely, it was a form of mental assault. Lin Han possessed some knowledge regarding mental attacks. As one of the top students at his academy, he was well-versed in academic subjects and could recite all necessary information with ease, even retaining some extracurricular knowledge. Mental attacks directly affect one's psyche. Among human professions, the most representative of mental abilities is the hypnotist. Legends speak of a hypnotist of saintly caliber who once hypnotized an entire city in an instant. Hypnosis, it is the most renowned method of mental attack. Understanding all this, Lin Han felt a throbbing headache when faced with the ice toxin lynx. While the lynx's strength was not particularly formidable, it would be impossible for it to stand against the Tianjiao ant in a direct confrontation. However, due to this mental attack, it became unrealistic for the Tianjiao ant to swiftly dispatch it. Nevertheless, mental attacks require energy as well, and Lin Han knew that if this dragged on, the Tianjiao ant would assuredly emerge victorious. Yet, Lin Han's greatest concern was not losing to the ice toxin lynx, but rather that this battle would attract other ferocious beasts, such as the Gale Wolf pack. If he truly drew the ruler of this leveling area over, it would spell disaster. Therefore, he could not afford to prolong this encounter. A swift resolution was imperative, followed by a change of location. Even if he did not attract the Gale Wolves, summoning other beast packs would still be troublesome enough. Tianjiao ant, enter a frenzy. Lin Han exhaled deeply, proclaiming. As soon as Lin Han's command fell, a faint red glow enveloped the Tianjiao ant, its already blood-red eyes becoming even more sinister, as crimson patterns slowly emerged across its 6 pairs of wings. Intricate markings, indecipherable to Lin Han, appeared on its golden exoskeleton. In Lin Han's eyes, the Tianjiao ant now truly embodied the title of one of the 10 ancient fiends. Presently, the Tianjiao ant at level 10 exuded such dominance. What terrors would it unleash at level 70, 80, or even 90? Once the transformation was complete, the Tianjiao ant charged towards the ice toxin lynx. The lynx sensed the transformation of the Tianjiao ant and trembled slightly. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it continued to shriek at the Tianjiao ant. However, this time, the Tianjiao ant was undeterred, its speed escalating as it reached the lynx's vicinity within seconds. The lynx attempted to evade, but the Tianjiao ant offered no opportunity, its massive horn piercing cleanly through the lynx, efficient and decisive. With its prize in tow, the Tianjiao ant let out a triumphant roar, as if declaring its unstoppable nature. Observing his beast's prowess, Lin Han was filled with myriad emotions. Marveling at its majestic appearance, scarcely able to believe that not long ago it was merely an ordinary black ant. Upon successfully slaying the ice toxin lynx, he received 300 experience points. You have leveled up to LV5 with an overall attribute increase of 60 points. You have additionally gained 70 points in free attributes. The Tianjiao ant brought the ice toxin lynx to Lin Han's side, as if showcasing its accomplishment. Lin Han looked at the accrued experience points with satisfaction, reaching out to pat the Tianjiao ant's head in commendation. The latter, upon receiving such affection, nuzzled closer to Lin Han, reveling in the moment. Who would have imagined that this now gentle beast was once one of the 10 ancient fiends, the Tianjiao ant? Just as Lin Han prepared to depart with the Tianjiao ant, a soft blue light emanated from the ice toxin lynx, gradually coalescing into the shape of a staff in midair. What is this? An equipment drop? Lin Han's heart surged with joy. He never anticipated such fortune. Chapter 7. The Ice Staff. Lin Han had learned from textbooks that ferocious beasts drop equipment upon being slain, though the probability was not particularly high. Generally, only the kings of beast clusters would yield such rewards. And even then, the odds were not guaranteed. Yet now, he had obtained equipment during his very first leveling session after awakening his profession. Lin Han reached out to grasp the equipment, excitement evident in his eyes. Ice Staff, Category, Weapon, Level Requirement, Level 10. Effect. Magic 50. Durability. 50/50. Additional effect. Freeze, passive, with a 30 chance to freeze the target for 1 second upon each attack. Although this staff holds limited utility for Lin Han. As it is intended for mages, he understood that it could fetch a handsome price at the marketplace. While his knowledge of equipment pricing was not extensive, he recognized the inherent value of each piece of equipment. And with this, he could repay by paying the 200,000 he owed. He detested being in debt to others. The black card he had borrowed from Bai Bing was solely to awaken his system. A necessity rather than a choice. The Lin and Bai families had indeed grown estranged over the years, possibly due to the Lin family's downfall, leading the Bai family to be unwilling to maintain ties with them. Lin Han comprehended all of this. He exhaled deeply, the exhilaration on his face lingering, that he never expected his life to become so comfortable. Subsequently, Lin Han began to examine his attribute panel, discovering that he had now reached level 6. Name: Lin Han. Profession: Beast Master, First Transition, Hidden Profession. Level: LV6. Strength: 280. Agility: 260. Spirit: 320. Constitution: 270. Equipment: Ice Staff. Skills: Spirit Contract Level 1, Beast Space Level 1, Summon Beast Level 1. Compared to before, Lin Han's attributes had seen a significant enhancement. Although they paled in comparison to the Tian Jiao ants, Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly at this thought, that he then glanced at the Tian Jiao ant, affectionately patting its head, and remarked, "I must be quite idle to have you. A being among the 10 ancient fiends as my companion. I doubt there are many among ferocious beasts that can rival you." As if understanding Lin Han's praise, the Tian Jiao ant proudly shook its head. "Let us proceed. There remains 20% of the progress in our primary mission. Once completed, I shall grow even stronger," Lin Han said with a beaming smile. The Tian Jiao ant, hearing this, became excited, its visage filled with eagerness for battle. Yet suddenly, the Tian Jiao ant darted backward, pouncing towards a specific direction. Lin Han's vigilance heightened once more. Glancing towards that direction, he could not help but curse in exasperation. "While I am undoubtedly charming, must you target me so specifically? The iron-spiked wild boar has been slain, the ice-toxin lynx seamlessly transitioning. How is it that 2 gale wolves have appeared now? Have you conspired to wear me down with a relentless onslaught?" Although Lin Han's words were filled with frustration, his body obediently sought refuge in the shadows. Level 11 Gale Wolf. Level 11 Gale Wolf. His current strength was still insufficiently formidable. He certainly would not be foolish enough to charge in a battle alongside the Tian Jiao ant. While he yearned to showcase his prowess on the battlefield, his lack of strength prevented him from doing so, leaving him to wait for another opportunity. However, Lin Han was not entirely idle. The moment the 2 gale wolves emerged, he began to meticulously observe his surroundings that as he had previously considered wolves are pack animals. The emergence of 2 gale wolves here indicated the likelihood of encountering a pack of gale wolves looms ominously around Lin Han, who prepares himself for the worst, that if the previous battle indeed attracted the pack, even the formidable Sky Ant might struggle to contend with them. Fortunately, upon surveying his surroundings, Lin Han notes that only 2 gale wolves are present. He is acutely aware of the strict discipline within wolf packs, suggesting that these 2 may merely have been dispatched to scout the area. However, even with just 2, the situation poses a considerable challenge. As both gale wolves have reached the formidable level of 11, that the difference between level 10 and 11, though seemingly slight, represents a substantial chasm in power, a monumental disparity between the first and second transformations. The 2 gale wolves swiftly launch their assault at this juncture. The Sky Ant finds itself somewhat overwhelmed, as the gale wolf's speed is astonishing, leaving the Sky Ant with little recourse. Initially, it displayed some resilience, but it quickly fell into a passive state. Lin Han dares not approach. Should one of the gale wolves abandon its pursuit of the Sky Ant to turn its attention to him, the Sky Ant may not be able to provide adequate protection, that if the Sky Ant were to perish, Lin Han would only suffer severe injury, but if he were to die, all would be lost. Nevertheless, Lin Han does not abandon hope for victory. As one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts, the Sky Ant is not easily subdued. While the gale wolves possess remarkable speed, they do not exert absolute dominance over the bronze-tier Sky Ant. The presence of 2 gale wolves complicates the battle, but it is not insurmountable. The Sky Ant activates its giant strength talent. Lin Han bellows, and in that moment, the Sky Ant's form expands dramatically. Its already substantial forelimbs nearly doubling in size, while its massive horn also swells. The giant strength talent boosts the Sky Ant's power by 50%. At this moment, the Sky Ant's power value reaches an impressive 1,006. This figure is beyond the capability of even many Silver Tier beasts, let alone the two Gale Wolves who have just entered the Silver Tier. That fleeting moment of transformation. One Gale Wolf charges forward once more. But the Sky Ant thrusts forward, leaving a gruesome gash on the creature's flank. Lin Han feels a surge of anxiety. The Sky Ant's horn merely grazed the Gale Wolf's skin. Had it struck with precision, it could have easily pierced through. With the enhancement of its giant strength, the battlefield gradually falls under the Sky Ant's control. In the face of overwhelming power, speed becomes irrelevant, and the Gale Wolves, despite their swiftness, cannot hope to outpace the amplified Sky Ant. The Sky Ant possesses two rather formidable talent skills. Although its current level is low, reflecting only the bronze stage, once it attains a significantly higher level, the benefits of the giant strength enhancement will become exceedingly pronounced. Currently, it can augment its power into the thousands. But what if the Sky Ant's power value were to reach 10,000, or even 1,000,000? Such a 50% enhancement would translate into millions, or even tens of millions, or even billions of increases. This is the source of Lin Han's astonishment. With the successful slaying of a Gale Wolf, he gains 500 experience points. You have leveled up to LV7. With a comprehensive increase of 80 attribute points, you have additionally received 70 free attribute points. Just as Lin Han ponders this, a notification flashes before his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the Sky Ant has brutally torn one of the Gale Wolves asunder. Chapter 8. The Gale Wolf Pack. The speed of their actions is astonishing. Lin Han had just been absorbed in contemplating the Sky Ant's transformation when, in mere moments, the Sky Ant has dispatched one of its foes. The remaining Gale Wolf, the one previously injured by the Sky Ant, is now filled with terror upon witnessing the dismemberment of its companion. It senses an overwhelming fear emanating from the Sky Ant, as if it were an instinctual dread ingrained in its very genes. Without a moment's hesitation, the Gale Wolf turns to flee. Seeing this, Lin Han feels a sense of urgency and shouts, "Sky Ant, it's trying to return to warn the pack. We cannot allow it to escape." However, the Sky Ant is already in motion, refusing to let its quarry slip away. As one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts, it cannot allow its potential meal to elude capture. The Gale Wolf's most notable trait is its exceptional speed among beasts of the same tier. But how could it possibly outrun the Sky Ant? Even if their speeds were comparable, the Gale Wolf is currently wounded and stands no chance against the fully revitalized Sky Ant in an instant. The Sky Ant outpaces the fleeing Gale Wolf. Yet, instead of immediately killing it, the Sky Ant observes it with a mocking gaze. Witnessing this, Lin Han exclaims in irritation, "Finish it off quickly. We'll be in trouble if the pack arrives." Responding to Lin Han's command, the Sky Ant ceases its hesitation and lunges at the Gale Wolf. The Gale Wolf attempts to dodge the Sky Ant's assault, but its injuries and fear have already disoriented it. The Sky Ant pounces upon the Gale Wolf, its horn piercing through with lethal precision. With the Gale Wolf slain, Lin Han receives another 500 experience points. "Come back," he calls softly to AT. This moment, he senses an unsettling change in the atmosphere. As the ground beneath him trembles slightly, something is approaching, either a formidable creature or a multitude of them. The Sky Ant drags the Gale Wolf's corpse back to Lin Han's side. "What are you bringing this here for?" Lin Han asks, exasperated. The Sky Ant, appearing somewhat aggrieved, shifts back and discards the corpse. Lin Han scans the area. Thanks to his awakening, his vision has sharpened, allowing him to see further and more clearly. However, the enhancement is not particularly remarkable. This is bad. The Gale Wolf pack is indeed coming. Lin Han furrows his brow, for the very scenario he had feared is unfolding. The location is easily discoverable by the Gale Wolf pack. And without a contingency plan, it won't be long before he and the Sky Ant confront the Gale Wolf King head-on. Ding. Task completed. First battle mission to slay 10 beasts. Current progress at 100%. Task reward of 100 beast master points successfully acquired. Upon receiving the system notification, Lin Han's previously tense demeanor relaxes somewhat, but he promptly opens the usage panel for the beast master points. The ways to utilize these points are primarily divided into 3 categories: awakening beast master talent skills, upgrading Beast Master skill levels, and increasing Beast Master attributes. Upon opening the Beast Master talent skill section, one skill catches his eye, Furious Strike. Upon awakening this skill, it inflicts damage equal to 100 of the user's power on the target. With a cooldown of 5 minutes, Lin Han decisively chooses to awaken this Furious Strike, as the costs for the other talent skills are comparatively high, and he lacks sufficient Beast Master points to unlock them. Furthermore, upgrading the Sky Ant's other skills requires more than 100 points that he knows that he must soon face the Gale Wolf King. Thus, the Furious Strike represents the most cost-effective choice available to him at this time. As Lin Han awakens this new skill for the Sky Ant, the familiar mechanical voice resonates in his mind once more. Ding! Boss-level task. Task content. Eliminate the Gale Wolf King. Task reward. 200 Beast Master points. A surge of delight fills Lin Han's heart. His earlier inclination to flee with the Sky Ant dissipates instantly. While there is some risk involved, the 200 Beast Master points are indeed a significant boon for him at this juncture. Sky Ant, bring over the corpse of that Gale Wolf you tore in half. Lin Han commands immediately. The Sky Ant, responding promptly to the order, races back to the site of their recent battle and retrieves the Gale Wolf's corpse. Subsequently, Lin Han whispers something into the Sky Ant's ear, and it burrows into the ground. Lin Han keeps a vigilant watch on the direction from which the Gale Wolf pack approaches, moments later. Dozens of Gale Wolves converge just a few hundred meters away from Lin Han. With ease, he carries the Gale Wolf's corpse and moves to the opposite side, as his physical prowess has significantly improved, making the task of carrying 200-pound corpses feel remarkably effortless. As the Gale Wolves arrive, Lin Han provocatively grips the neck of one of the slain creatures, taunting the pack. Trash, send one at me, and I shall slay it. Send a horde, and I shall eliminate them all. Upon witnessing this, the Gale Wolves roar in fury, yet they do not rush forward. Instead, they seem to be awaiting something. Lin Han realizes they are waiting for the command of the Gale Wolf King, who resides at the rear to LV-15 Gale Wolf King. Lin Han has spotted the Gale Wolf King's location. Even without the prompt of a professional panel, the distinction between the Gale Wolf King and the others is unmistakable. The King's fur is notably more vibrant than that of the common Gale Wolves. Moreover, he exuded an aura of a sovereign that permeated his entire being. This essence was beyond direct description. It was the innate charisma of a ruler, whether among powerful clans or weaker ones. The same held true for humanity. The Gale Wolf King glared furiously at Lin Han, then let out a howl that pierced the heavens. Upon hearing the sound, the rest of the Gale Wolf pack surged towards Lin Han with alarming swiftness. Lin Han felt a pang of trepidation. They were truly charging at him. He promptly turned to flee. At present, the majority of the Gale Wolves boasted a formidable level of 10. Though some were of lower ranks, their presence within the pack did not diminish its impact. The Gale Wolf King, as a ruler, merely stood at the rear, observing the unfolding battle. Though Lin Han's speed was commendable, reaching 340 points, it paled in comparison to the Gale Wolves, yet it sufficed for him to evade them for a while. That was his intention. Engaging them head-on was certainly not an option. He did not consider himself capable of slaying an enemy commander amidst a throng of foes. Thus, he had to employ a modicum of strategy. While he lacked this ability, it did not imply that the Sky Horn Ant was devoid of such tactics. The distance was nearly sufficient. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Han's mouth. His gaze hardened with determination. Chapter 9. Slay the Gale Wolf King. Sky Horn Ant attack. Lin Han bellowed with fierce intensity. Suddenly, the ground beneath the Gale Wolf King trembled violently, and in an instant, a golden figure erupted from the earth, soaring into the air with its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. The Gale Wolf King was momentarily taken aback. It clearly struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events following this. It let out a furious roar directed at the Sky Horn Ant and charged forward. Lin Han, of course, would not grant the Gale Wolf King even a fleeting opportunity. The moment the Sky Horn Ant emerged, he shouted once more, Raging Strike. A blood-red glow enveloped the Sky Horn Ant, and Raging Strike inflicted damage equal to 100% of its own power upon the target. The Sky Horn Ant lunged forth to bite. The Gale Wolf, unwilling to yield, charged in response. The collision was fierce. The encounter between the two ferocious beasts lasted no more than 3 seconds. Yet, the outcome was already evident. The Gale Wolf King lay on the ground, A grotesque wound torn into its side, blood oozing from the irregular gash. Warm entrails slipped from the jagged opening. The Sky Horn Ant stood triumphantly atop the Gale Wolf King, roaring defiantly at the remaining Gale Wolves. In an instant, the pack scattered in disarray. Previously, they had relentlessly pursued Lin Han, but at that moment, their eyes reflected nothing but panic and fear. With their king slain, how could they remain united at this juncture? Lin Han also paused his flight. He had exerted himself to divert the Gale Wolves, granting the Sky Horn Ant the space needed to vanquish its foe, yet it had thoroughly exhausted him. After all, he had faced an entire pack of Gale Wolves, an immense pressure indeed that on several occasions, the pack had nearly caught up to him, launching their attacks. Were it not for his agility, he would have long since perished beneath their razor-sharp fangs. Now, with the Gale Wolves in disarray and without a leader, Lin Han released a deep sigh of relief. From the outset, he had gambled on the task of slaying the Gale Wolf King. Textbooks indicated that the primary reason for the cohesion among various species was the presence of a powerful ruler, and the Gale Wolf pack was no exception. Although wolves are social creatures, they require a central figure to unite them. Lin Han had seized upon this insight. While diverting the Gale Wolves alone was perilous, it was a risk he had to take. This was his finest opportunity. He could not remain concealed behind the Sky Horn Ant indefinitely. He needed to hone his own capabilities. Evidently, he had succeeded. He had successfully slain the Gale Wolf King, earning 1,000 experience points. You have leveled up to LV8, with all attributes increasing by 100 points. You have additionally gained 100 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV9, with all attributes increasing by 110 points. You have additionally gained 100 free attribute points, 2 levels gained in rapid succession. Lin Han couldn't help but laugh. Truly, the Gale Wolf King was a treasure trove of experience. He was now but a step away from level 10. Once successful, Feng Yong would owe him 100,000 Tianlong coins. With that, he could repay Sister Bai. At this moment, Lin Han felt a profound sense of elation. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the corpse of the Gale Wolf King. Coalescing into the shape of a blade, another piece of equipment had dropped. This stroke of fortune sent Lin Han into a euphoric state. Weapon: Fang of the Wolf. Category: Weapon level requirement. Level 11 effect. Strength 50. Agility 80. Durability 80. Additional effect. Grants a temporary berserk effect. If injured, all attributes increase by 5%. Silver grade equipment. This was unequivocally genuine silver grade equipment. Lin Han was so exhilarated he could hardly contain himself. The weapon he had obtained from slaying the Ice Venom Lynx was merely bronze grade, the lowest tier of equipment, and thus of far lesser value. Now, this Fang of the Wolf was silver grade. His luck seemed almost too good to be true. Wasn't it said that equipment was exceedingly difficult to obtain? Lin Han examined this piece of equipment with pride, then placed it into his inventory that he had no intention of using it. After leveling up, he would sell it at the trading post for a tidy sum. After all, his current level was indeed insufficient to wield such equipment. In truth, even if he could use it, he wouldn't, with the Sky Horn Ant by his side. There was no need to claim the equipment for himself. Presently, it would be wiser to secure a good price for it. Lin Han glanced at his attribute panel. Level: LV9 Strength, 570 Agility, 550 Spirit, 610 Constitution, 560 Equipment. Ice Staff. Fang of the Wolf. Skills: Beast Pact Level 1, Beast Space Level 1, Summon Beast Level 1. Free attribute points. 440. Lin Han marveled at his swift progression, finding it almost surreal. Just as he prepared to allocate his free attribute points, a system prompt chimed in. The boss level quest has been completed. Quest objective: Slay the Gale Wolf King. Quest progress: 100%. Quest reward: 200 beast points successfully claimed. Delightful. At this moment, Lin Han's mood transcended mere joy. Nothing could compare to the exhilaration of swiftly enhancing one's power. Currently, he possessed a staggering 440 free attribute points, along with 200 points to bolster his beast strength. This would greatly enhance his combat prowess in the battles to come. Wait! Lin Han's body trembled. He noticed that unbeknownst to him, a scroll had appeared beside the Gale Wolf King's remains. Upon picking up the scroll, Lin Han could scarcely believe his eyes. Category: Skill Book. Level requirement: Level 11. Skill description: Unleashes a slash that manifests as crescent-shaped wind blades. Blade width: 1 meter. Additional effect. Increases user's slashing speed by 20%. A skill book. It was indeed a skill book. Lin Han's breath quickened. Did I end this world? The drop rate for equipment was already low, but the drop rate for skill books was even lower. Truly, the Gale Wolf King was a formidable adversary, and its loot drop rate was thrilling. Lin Han held the skill book tightly, storing it away with elation. His excitement was beyond expression. This moment, he had acquired 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book. One could only wonder how many newly awakened individuals could boast such a feat. The combined value of these 3 treasures was likely in the millions. Skyhorn Ant. Let us proceed. With the Gale Wolf King defeated, this silver-grade leveling zone poses no further threat to us. Level up. Today, we must reach level 10 and show Feng Yong what it truly means to be outclassed. Chapter 10. Comprehensive Amplification, Level 10. Subsequently, Lin Han and the Skyhorn Ant carved a path through the silver-grade leveling zone, effortlessly dispatching their foes. Successfully slaying a Gale Wolf. Experience 500. Successfully slaying a Gale Wolf. Experience 500. Successfully slaying a Gale Wolf. Experience 500. You have leveled up to LV10, with all attributes increasing by 150 points. You have additionally gained 100 free attribute points. Successfully slaying a Gale Wolf. Experience 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit for a first transition. You must undertake a job change quest, or you will be unable to surpass this limit. Until the second transition, you cannot continue to gain experience. Level 10. Lin Han gazed at the notifications from his profession panel, utterly astonished by the rapid pace of his progress. Level. LV10 Strength, 720 Agility, 700 Spirit, 760 Constitution, 710 Equipment. Ice Staff, Fang of the Wolf, Skills, Beast Pact, Level 1. Beast Space, Level 1. Summon Beast, Level 1. Gale/Unlearned. Freely allocated attributes. 540. Although Lin Han's attributes upon reaching level 10 are not as exaggerated as those of the Tianjiao Ant, they are nonetheless commendable for him. The reason his values are so impressively high is directly related to his contract with the Tianjiao Ant. This is precisely why the limits of beast tamers can be exceedingly high on both ends. Binding with one of the ancient 10 fiends, the Tianjiao Ant, naturally results in exceptionally high feedback values. Had he not reverted to his ancestral state, it's likely that his values at level 10 could have reached 500. And that would have been a considerable achievement. It might even have hovered around 300. Following this, Lin Han meticulously allocated his freely distributed attributes. Level. LV10 Strength, 1000 Agility, 900 Spirit, 800 Constitution, 730 Equipment. Ice Staff. Blades. Wolf Fang Grip. Skills. Creature Pact Level 1. Beast Space Level 1. Summon Beast Level 1. Gale/Unlearned. Freely allocated attributes. 0 at this moment. Lin Han's strength already stands at 1000. Such a power value is likely to exceed that of many main combat professions at the same level, igniting a thrill within him. Next, he utilized the remaining 200 beast points to enhance the Tianjiao Ant, at which point he noticed that the Tianjiao Ant's attribute panel had also been elevated. Tianjiao Ant Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level. 13 Strength, 1700 Agility, 1600 Spirit, 1500 Constitution, 1800 Skills. Frenzy LV2, Level 10. Increases all basic attributes by 50. Herculean Strength LV2, Level 10. Increases strength attribute by 60. The attributes of the Tianjiao Ant have become exceedingly remarkable, having more than doubled from the initial values of around 800. Initially, Lin Han thought that after using his freely allocated points, he might surpass the Tianjiao Ant in numerical values. But now, it appears that such a notion was quite immature. Is one of the ancient 10 fiends. The power of the Tianjiao Ant will always manifest significantly in the later stages. The further one progresses, the more exaggerated the Tianjiao Ant's attributes will become. Lin Han does not believe that when he reaches level 13, his strength value can reach 1007. And as for Constitution, 1008 is truly enviable. Currently, both the Frenzy and Herculean Strength skills of the Tianjiao Ant have been elevated to level 2, significantly enhancing its attributes, especially the Frenzy skill, which directly boosts attribute values by 20%. Should the Tianjiao Ant activate Frenzy during combat, its overall values would surge by 50%, meaning its total attributes could exceed 2000. Such is the terrifying potential. Lin Han has thoroughly grasped the fearsome nature of the ancient Ten Fiends that if the Tianjiao ant were his adversary, he fears he would have perished countless times by now. Next, Lin Han checked the time. It had been quite a while since he entered the secret realm, and soon it would be time to return. Currently, he is unable to continue leveling up, so he must lead the Tianjiao ant back. Upon returning to the location where he first entered, he recalled the Tianjiao ant into the beast space and sat quietly, waiting for Chao Chong to come retrieve him. Before long, the time for the first entry into the secret realm came to an end. However, since Lin Han was not in the same location as the others, he would have to wait until the other students gathered before Chao Chong could possibly come for him. That as time passed. 10 minutes later, a bus slowly approached. Lin Han cast a glance and clearly saw that the one sitting in the passenger seat was none other than that scoundrel, Chao Chong. This fellow had left Lin Han here with the intent of making a fool of him. Little did he know that Lin Han had long since transformed into someone entirely different. Now, he could be said to have truly undergone a metamorphosis. Ultimately, Lin Han genuinely wished to thank Chao Chong. Were it not for him, he would not have been able to contract with one of the ancient Ten Fiends, the Tianjiao ant, nor achieve his current success. The bus gradually came to a halt beside Lin Han. Chao Chong stepped out with a serious expression, followed closely by Feng Yong, who wore a look of schadenfreude. It was evident that Feng Yong had already been informed of the situation. Soon, not just Feng Yong, but other students also began to disembark, eager to see what remarkable qualities Lin Han, this so-called hidden profession, possessed that if he proved to be inferior, many were looking forward to mocking him. Lindsay, how is your leveling? The rotund Long Tianjiao scampered over to Lin Han's side. Not bad, should be on par with you guys. Lin Han smiled and replied that he regarded Long Tianjiao as perhaps the only one among the crowd genuinely wishing him well. Subsequently, Lin Han noticed Lung Lingshu standing at the back of the group, resembling a white lotus. However, Lin Han held no interest in her. Lin Han, you seem quite arrogant. I wonder how you plan to pay me the 100,000 Tianlong coins. Feng Yong approached Lin Han, exuding arrogance and mockery. Xiao Yong, how can you speak like that? Chao Chong feigned a reprimand before amiably walking over to Lin Han, saying with warmth, Lin Han, this leveling area is indeed quite suitable for someone of your hidden profession, isn't it? Yes, I appreciate the support from Director Chao and the school. This leveling area is indeed excellent. Lin Han replied candidly. Lin Han, I'm already level 3 now, although I'm slightly behind the level 5 Lung Lingshu. There is no one here stronger than me. Come on, tell everyone what level your hidden profession is at. Chapter 11, Winning the Bet. Feng Yong, everyone is a classmate. You should tone it down a bit. What is the big deal about being level 3? I'm going to reach level 3 too. How about we have a practice match? At this moment, the rotund fellow stood in front of Lin Han. You fat fool. What qualifications do you have to practice with me? This is a bet between me and Lin Han. You should go play in the mud for a while. Feng Yong sneered. Have you forgotten how pathetic you looked when we thrashed you before? Faced with Feng Yong's provocation, the fat boy's temper flared immediately. Hearing this, Feng Yong involuntarily stepped back, the previous shadows haunting his mind. But upon careful consideration, Chao Chong was right next to him. He did not believe the fat boy would dare to act against him in front of Chao Chong, so he steeled his resolve. You fat fool, if you want to practice, then let us do it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? That's what you said, the fat boy declared, ready to make a move at this moment. Chao Chong suddenly spoke sternly. Long Tianjiao, classmates should treat each other with kindness. How can you engage in a brawl? Director. He asked the one who provoked Lin Han. The fat boy halted his steps. With Chao Chong present, he truly could not engage Feng Yong in a fight. I'm aware of what transpired. Since Lin Han and Feng Yong have made a bet, we must uphold our word. Our school has always valued such integrity. Chao Chong stated earnestly. Does Director Chao mean that this bet is recognized by the school? Lin Han interjected that of course. Chao Chong nodded, saying, rest assured, even if Feng Yong loses, I will not show him any favoritism. Good, I truly trust the character of the director. Lin Han smiled. Initially, he was worried that Feng Yong might refuse to acknowledge his loss, but with Chao Chong here to guarantee it, he felt no further concern. Xiao Yong, show your level. Let Lin Han be convinced by your loss. Chao Chong smiled brightly, clearly favoring Feng Yong. All right. Feng Yong sneered, and his level information appeared above his head. LV3 Great Sword Warrior. Lin Han, it's your turn. Lin Han smiled slightly and then displayed his own level. LV-10 Beast Tamer. What? Upon seeing this, Feng Yong was visibly shaken. How did you accomplish this? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you reach level 10? Even Lung Lingxue is only level 5. Feng Yong exclaimed in terror. He had always believed Lin Han was at level 0, for this leveling area was fraught with danger, far beyond what a newly awakened profession could explore. Yet now, Lin Han had actually reached level 10. He would rather believe Lin Han had cheated through some special means than accept that this was Lin Han's true strength. Just because you can't achieve something, does that mean others can't either? Do you understand what a hidden profession is? Lin Han taunted at this moment. Not only Feng Yong, but also the others present cast astonished glances at him. They all anticipated witnessing Lin Han's disgrace. However, they were utterly unprepared for the extraordinary strength he displayed, which far surpassed that of any of them. In that moment, even Lung Lingxue found herself momentarily stunned. Though she had remained silent, deep down she had believed Lin Han would falter, doubting his potential for success in any capacity. Yet now, witnessing Lin Han's prowess, the chasm of her expectations was no less than that of Feng Yong's. Lindsay, impressive. To have ascended to level 10 in such a brief span, the chubby boy exclaimed excitedly. Just luck, Lin Han replied with a smile that he chose not to disclose the matter of the Tianjiao ant, as some trump cards are best kept concealed. Director Chow, you see that my level surpasses Feng Yong's, so it stands to reason that the wager of this match is mine to claim. Correct? Thereafter, Lin Han directly shifted the conversation to Chao Chong. Since that scoundrel Chao Chong was so keen on meddling, Lin Han decided to let him do just that today. It was worth noting that Chao Chong had just acknowledged the validity of the wager. Now, it was too late for him to backtrack. At this moment, Chao Chong had not anticipated Lin Han's rapid advancement. A flicker of doubt crept into his mind, wondering if Lin Han had stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps the first secret realm had propelled him to the pinnacle of his first transformation. To be candid, even the historically renowned hidden profession from the first high school had not exhibited such an abnormality. Regret flooded Chao Chong. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from agreeing to the wager, especially under the banner of the first high school. After all, had he remained silent, he could have used other excuses, such as advising the students against reckless gambling. But now he found himself in an inextricable predicament. Director Chow? What is the matter? Are you perhaps considering altering the esteemed tradition of integrity upheld by the first high school? Lin Han pressed. Chao Chong swallowed hard and said, Xiao Yong, Lin Han has won. Please arrange for the transfer of 100,000 Tianlong coins to him. One must honor their bets. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong seethed with resentment. Lin Han, you shall pay for your actions. Yes, please expedite the transfer. Otherwise, I might genuinely believe that the illustrious young Master Feng would withhold the funds from a mere commoner like myself. Should such words be uttered, it would surely tarnish your reputation. That wouldn't you agree that the esteemed young Master Feng will honor our wager? Lin Han replied with a grin that I will. Feng Yong gritted through his teeth, acutely aware of the situation. Even his distant cousin Chao Chong was powerless to intervene, leaving him no choice but to concede the wager to Lin Han. I knew you wouldn't resort to trickery, Lin Han remarked, surveying the surroundings. Look at young Master Feng, honoring his bet like a true man. I have long admired his character. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, the chubby boy joined in, exclaiming, Lindsay, young Master Feng is a figure of grandeur. How could he possibly be perturbed by a trifling sum like this? Indeed, I have misjudged young Master Feng. Next, Feng Yong busily operated his phone, and shortly thereafter, he presented Lin Han with the transaction record. When Lin Han felt the vibration on his phone, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. 100,000 Tianlong coins is no trifling sum for a high school student. Without lifting a finger, he had made a tidy profit. This time, it was merely fortuitous for you, Lin Han. The upcoming academy competition may not be so kind. If we cross paths, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Feng Yong snarled through clenched teeth. Chapter 12. The trading post, all right. I shall await your challenge. Lin Han replied cheerfully, unperturbed by Feng Yong's threats. Who would not be thrilled to have such a wealthy patron? If only Feng Yong would propose another wager. It was precisely the influx of funds he required. This 100,000 would merely suffice to settle his debt to buy Bing. Following this, Feng Yong, seething with indignation, was the first to board the vehicle, while the other students, having not witnessed Lin Han's downfall, were equally displeased. Once all the students were aboard, the bus retraced its route back to the city square. "Lindsay, I shall contact you tomorrow." Upon disembarking, the chubby boy remarked. "Yes, do hurry home and share the good news of your awakened profession with Uncle Long. He will surely be overjoyed," Lin Han encouraged. The chubby boy, slightly bashful, scratched his head and replied, "Indeed, if my father were to learn of this, he would be ecstatic. I must extract some funds from that old miser." "All right, off you go," Lin Han chuckled. After parting ways, Lin Han did not rush home immediately, alone, with no one awaiting him. He took his time. His first destination was the trading post. "Hello, I would like to sell 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book," Lin Han announced upon arriving at the trading post. The front desk was manned by a stunningly beautiful woman, who appeared momentarily taken aback before stating, "I apologize, sir, but I do not possess the authority for that. Please hold on. I will contact the manager for assistance." "Very well." Lin Han nodded, surveying his surroundings. The trading post was not particularly large. Although Wuzhou had once seen top-tier warriors, the average level of practitioners remained quite low, meaning that the equipment traded here was predominantly around the golden tier. Lin Han had yet to spot any high-tier gear. After all, high-tier equipment commanded exorbitant prices, far beyond his means. Frankly, there were scarcely a handful of individuals in Wuzhou who could afford platinum or even diamond-tier equipment. Thus, Lin Han understood the situation well. Before long, a tall man clad in a suit approached, escorted by the front desk staff. "Sir, this is our manager Tian." "Manager Tian, greetings." Lin Han politely extended his hand. Manager Tian appraised Lin Han from head to toe. Smiling as he said, "Sir, I have heard you wish to sell 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book." "Indeed," Lin Han affirmed with a nod. Manager Tian exuded a unique charm, his demeanor exuding warmth and approachability, making Lin Han feel at ease. Lin Han was 100% certain he had never met this person before, yet the sense of familiarity was strikingly genuine. "Shall we step into the VIP room? Let us enjoy some tea and converse leisurely," Manager Tian suggested, gesturing invitingly. "Certainly." Subsequently, Lin Han followed Manager Tian into a VIP room, and once seated, Manager Tian inquired, "May I ask your surname?" "Lin," Lin Han replied modestly. "Ah, Lin, sir, would you kindly present the equipment and skill book for my inspection? I need to ascertain their quality," Manager Tian said with gentle insistence. Lin Han promptly produced the ice staff, Wolf Fang grip. And Gale/.is that the Wolf Fang grip? Manager Tian's eyes lit up upon seeing the items, that he donned a white glove and began his inspection. And after a brief moment, he remarked, "Excellent, the durability is intact. And it is indeed silver-tier equipment. May I inquire where you acquired these items?" Lin Han answered truthfully, "In the silver-tier leveling zone of the Shadow Mountains. I obtained this gear by defeating a level 15 Gale Wolf King." There was no need for concealment on such matters. "That makes sense." Manager Tian nodded in agreement, continuing, "Currently, only the Gale Wolf King in the Shadow Mountains can drop such equipment. The quality appears to be impeccable." "May I ask, what level are you, Lin, sir?" "You need not answer if it feels intrusive." Manager Tian's tone was exceedingly gentle. Lin Han casually replied, "I just awakened my profession today. I am only level 10. "What? Level 10? Manager Tian gasped in disbelief. "You managed to defeat a level 15 Gale Wolf King at just level 10? And you reached level 10 in a single day? You truly are a youthful hero." "Merely luck," Lin Han replied nonchalantly. "You are indeed modest," Manager Tian chuckled. "May I inquire as to your profession?" "Beast Master." "Ah, a hidden profession." Manager Tian was taken aback. He scrutinized Lin Han's appearance, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. "Lin, in Wuzhou, there is only one prominent family with the Lin surname, and that family was wiped out a few years ago. Could it be that you are the surviving young master of the Lin family?" The resemblance was uncanny. This young man bore a striking resemblance to the former Lin patriarch. "Are you Lin Han?" Lin Han was taken aback, astonished as he asked, "How do you know?" "Indeed, I recognized you the moment you walked in." "I never imagined it to be true." Manager Tun beamed. "I was once acquainted with your father. What a fortuitous encounter. Witnessing your current achievements, I am certain you will one day revitalize the Lin family. Your father can now rest in peace that a friend of his father's?" Lin Han was skeptical. However, he pondered that given the Lin family's former standing, it was plausible that many would seek to curry favor. Before him, Manager Tian clearly only knew his father and could not be considered familiar with him, that if they were truly close, how could he have remained unaware of this person's existence over the years? Therefore, Manager Tian's current statements were merely superficial pleasantries. It was improbable that he genuinely knew the Lin family well. Manager Tian, let's be clear. Though you know my father, I cannot ask you for more money. Just look at how much these items are worth. Lin Han said with a cheerful smile, unwilling to entangle himself further with this individual. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, the most valuable is this knife, the Wolf Fong grip, and this wind slash. Manager Tian stated that I know your father, and for the 3 items combined, how does 5 million Tianlong coins sound? You can rest assured there will be no deceit involved here. If you have any concerns, feel free to inquire outside. I assure you I am fair, especially given the connection we have through your father. Despite the connection, there was no reason to offer more. However, based on Lin Han's observations during his journey, 5 million was not an insignificant amount, but it was certainly not exorbitant, merely reasonable. Alright, since Manager Tian has said so, we have a deal at 5 million. Ultimately, Lin Han considered it and decided to sell. Chapter 13. The VIP card to Mr. Lin. You are indeed generous, embodying the spirit of the old Lin family. Manager Tian said with a grin. The primary reason for the smooth transaction lay in Manager Tian's fair pricing. Otherwise, it would not have proceeded so effortlessly. After exchanging pleasantries, Manager Tian continued, Mr. Lin, please provide me with your card number, and I will transfer the 5 million to your account right away. Very well. After some time spent on the transaction, Lin Han's phone buzzed with a notification of 5 million being deposited. Thank you, Manager Tian, that I shall take my leave now. Lin Han beamed as he spoke. Please hold on, Mr. Lin. Manager Tian produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Han. What is this? Lin Han inquired, puzzled as he accepted the card to Mr. Lin. This is our trading firm's VIP black card that IT allows for an overdraft of 3 million Tianlong coins. Manager Tian explained that I in the future. If you come across any good equipment, do consider bringing it to our trading firm. Of course, if you have any needs, you can come to me as well. Lin Han pocketed the card and nodded, saying, Thank you, Manager Tian. Subsequently, Manager Tian escorted Lin Han out of the trading firm. This young man is destined for greatness. He has already reached level 10 on his first day. IT is indeed wise to leave a good impression on him. Perhaps there would come a time when he could be of assistance. After leaving the trading firm, Lin Han immediately transferred 200,000 to buy Bing's black card. Next, he made his way to the Job Change Temple, as he had now reached level 10 and needed to change jobs to continue leveling up. However, upon arriving at the Job Change Temple, he found the doors firmly shut and the staff had apparently gone on break. Lin Han felt a twinge of disappointment. He would have to wait until the next day for his second job change. Returning home, Lin Han resided in a dilapidated area, primarily due to its affordability. His living space was a mere 10 square meters. Nevertheless, this did not matter to Lin Han. He had spent years amassing wealth in anticipation of the system's arrival. Now, he had finally begun to reap the rewards he deserved. Once at home, Lin Han had a quick bite before preparing for sleep. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door and he was puzzled. It had been years since anyone had knocked. Even his friend, the chubby one, only arranged to meet at designated spots. Who is it? Lin Han called as he got out of bed to open the door. Upon opening it, he was met with a familiar face. Manager Lu. What brings you here? Lin Han's expression shifted, feeling a hint of apprehension. According to the memories of his former self, this seemingly benevolent man was the steward of the Bai family. However, since the Lin family had been destroyed, no one from the Bai family, except Bai Bing, had come to offer assistance. Lin Han bore no ill will toward the Bai family. After all, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down, and it was only natural for them to distance themselves. Yet the arrival of Manager Lu today stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Young Master Lin, it has been quite some time, Manager Lu said with a smile from the threshold. Indeed, it has been a while. I believe we haven't crossed paths since the fall of the Lin family. Lin Han replied with a light chuckle, stepping aside to allow Manager Lu entry. Once inside, Manager Lu's expression briefly showed disdain, before quickly reverting to his usual demeanor. Although it was a fleeting moment, Lin Han keenly sensed it. How did Manager Lu come to know my exact address? He wondered casually, taking a seat on his bed without a trace of unease. You should be aware that it is quite easy for the Bai family to locate someone in Wuzhou, Manager Lu replied with a grin. Indeed, your family's influence is impressive. But may I ask why you are here today? Lin Han inquired, his expression neutral, harboring no envy for the Bai family's status. I am here on behalf of our young lady, Manager Lu explained. Bai Bing? Lin Han paused, recalling that Bai Bing had left shortly after his awakening today. And then it was Chao Chong who took them to level up. Could it be that Bai Bing has come to demand repayment? Our young lady is aware of your awakening as a hidden profession. Beastmaster, given the close ties between our families, she has taken it upon herself to procure a void beast for you. With this void beast, young Master Lin, you will find it much easier to tackle lower-level dungeons. Manager Lu smiled. This void beast was personally captured by our young lady from a diamond-level secret realm. However, his demeanor shifted as he continued. Of course, there are conditions attached to this assistance. Conditions? Pray tell. Lin Han was not particularly interested in the void beast. After all, he already possessed the legendary ant of the ancient 10 fiends. Such a trivial beast would hardly impress him. Yet he was somewhat moved by the fact that Bai Bing had personally ventured into a diamond-level secret realm to aid him. It was known that even the old principal, Si Kong Chung, would find it perilous to enter. The Bai family has already extended generous support to the Lin family. Once you receive this void beast, our family shall no longer be connected in any manner, Manager Lu stated with a smile. Whose idea is this? Bai Bing's. Lin Han's eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness emerging. This is the directive of our family head. If you accept this void beast, we shall sever all ties moving forward. Henceforth, the Lin and Bai families shall no longer be allies. We request that you maintain a suitable distance from our young lady. Manager Lu maintained a smiling facade, yet there was something unsettling about it that made Lin Han uncomfortable. Humph. Lin Han scoffed, declaring, I have no interest in that void beast, and you should understand that I have never had any ties to your Bai family. After the downfall of the Lin family, did I ever set foot in your Bai household? Did I ever seek Bai Shu for assistance? You certainly went out of your way to avoid me back then. Didn't you? With a gentle sigh, Lin Han continued. Rest assured, I am not so desperate as to covet your assistance. Take the void beast back with you, and please convey to Bai Bing that I do not require her generosity. By the way, this is the card Bai Bing lent me, totaling 300,000. Consider the excess 100,000 as interest. Take it back with you as well. Please thank her for her kindness. I am aware of it, but I do not need it. Lin Han retrieved Bai Bing's black card and tossed it into Manager Lu's arms. Manager Lu stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rejection. He had turned down a void beast. Moreover, what right did he have to refuse it? What are you thinking? Just take the card and leave. I have fought all day and need to rest. Furthermore, do not attempt to investigate me again, but if you do not blame me for being unkind. With that, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Manager Lu was taken aback, unable to believe that this was the same Lin Han he had known, the frail, bookish child of the Lin family. The transformation in Lin Han's demeanor was something he had not anticipated. Chapter 14. Please return this gift. In the steward's eyes, Lin Han was still merely the child of the Lin family. However, after the Lin family's demise, Lin Han had become nothing more than a commoner. He had never envisioned that the current Lin Han would possess such a spirit of defiance. However, he merely trembled slightly. Weakness is ultimately weakness in comparison to the colossal White family. Even if Lin Han underwent some changes, he was no longer the young master of the Lin family. He once was that he regarded Lin Han's actions as nothing more than a feeble attempt to project an air of dignity. Not taking it too seriously, since young Master Lin was unwilling, then this matter was settled. I shall return to report to the young lady and the head of the family, Lu the steward respectfully stated. Very well. You may go, Lin Han replied dismissively, reclining on the bed and adding, do remember to close the door behind you. Subsequently, Lu the steward departed and shut the door. Humph, a weasel offering New Year greetings is hardly sincere. Lin Han muttered under his breath, gradually drifting into slumber. After Lu the steward left, he took a carriage to a grand estate, eventually stopping at the entrance of the White family. This was one of the two illustrious families. The White family, the Lin family had perished in the beast tide, while the White family thrived. Lu the steward entered the estate and soon arrived at a door. Miss, Lu the steward said respectfully. A moment later, a voice emerged from within. Is that you, Steward Lu? Come in. Lu the steward then pushed the door open. Miss, I have returned from young Master Lin. he announced. Bai Bing replied softly, then inquired, how did it go? Was Lin Han happy to see the Void Beast? Lu the steward replied truthfully. Young Master Lin declined the Void Beast. Why? Bai Bing was taken aback. Her hand that had been writing paused. Young Master Lin said he does not wish to rely on others. Hence he instructed me to bring it back. Lu the steward concealed the head of the family's directive to sever ties with the White family from Bai Bing. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Bai Bing said somewhat dejectedly. Miss, please rest early. Lu the steward bowed respectfully and then exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. After Lu the steward departed, Bai Bing whispered to herself, Why? Why is this happening? Lin Han, the profession of Beast Master demands a high level of prowess. With your current abilities and influence, it is utterly impossible to obtain a powerful beast. Could it be that you still harbor resentment towards the White family for not aiding the Lin family during its downfall, thus seeking to distance yourself from me? The following day, Lin Han rose early from his bed. After a quick meal, he left his home. There was much to be accomplished on this day. First, he arrived at the Job Change Temple. Since the temple had been closed the previous day, Lin Han had not received a job change task, which is why he had come so early today. Upon entering the Job Change Temple, Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. Compared to the trading hall, the opulence of the Job Change Temple was beyond compare, epitomizing the very essence of a temple. Hello, I am here to apply for a job change task. Lin Han approached an available front desk and stated, Greetings, please present your identification, replied a beautiful young lady at the front desk, her demeanor warm and inviting. Lin Han handed over his identification card, and the lady quickly scanned it, retrieving his information. Name, Lin Han. Gender, male. Nation, Tianlong Empire. Occupation, Beast Master. First transition. Lin Han's occupational information had been recorded in the Imperial system since his awakening yesterday. Facilitating the job change process for students. Mr. Lin, I have already reserved a room for you in the system. You may proceed directly there, the young lady informed him. Thank you, Lin Han replied, pocketing his identification and following the number provided to him. In stark contrast to the lavishness outside, this room was rather simple, with a job change stone situated at its center. Following the instructions given by the front desk, by placing his hand above the job change stone and meeting the level requirements, Lin Han's consciousness would be directed to display his occupational task. He stepped forward and placed his hand atop the stone. Suddenly, beams of light enveloped his body, and an exclamation mark appeared on his occupational panel, followed by the display of task information. Task name, The Thunder of a Fallen Nation. Task level, 5 stars. Task content, eliminate the Thunder Beast in the ancient ruins and obtain at least 7 energy stones. Task location, Shattered Ruins. 5-star difficulty. Lin Han rolled his eyes that he was well aware of what 5-star difficulty entailed from his studies at school. Generally, in such low-level situations, completing a 5-star task without hiring a mercenary group was exceedingly challenging, bordering on impossible. He never anticipated that his first job change task would be of 5-star difficulty. However, it was too late to back down. He had to brace himself and prepare accordingly. After exiting the room, Lin Han intended to leave directly. At that moment, the largest screen in the job change temple displayed the activation of a 5-star task, prompting numerous discussions among the onlookers. What the hell? Who triggered a 5-star task? This is the first time I've seen someone activate a 5-star task. To trigger such a high-level task, the individual must possess remarkable skills. But even if their profession is impressive, what does it matter? It's a 5-star task. Without hiring a mercenary group, they probably stand no chance. I'm so curious about who it is. Listening to their murmurs, Lin Han remained silent. Thankfully, it was merely the activation of a 5-star task. If his identity information were to be exposed, that would present the greatest issue. Otherwise, he would become well known throughout Wuzhou City, attracting unnecessary trouble. With that thought, Lin Han walked out of the job change temple without looking back. Meanwhile, the front desk attendant, who had just assisted Lin Han, was momentarily stunned when she saw the task information on the temple's highest screen. Having worked there for quite some time, she had only encountered 4-star tasks at most. Now, a 5-star task had emerged. Could it be that boy from earlier? A Beast Master. Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. If it truly was him, she hoped he could successfully complete this task, not long after leaving the job change temple. Lin Han headed straight to the trading hall, needing to bolster his combat capabilities for the upcoming job change task. Chapter 15. a frenzied shopping spree. Upon arriving at the trading hall, Lin Han immediately instructed the front desk to contact Manager Tian. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here today? Please let me know if you need anything." Manager Tian greeted Lin Han with a beaming smile upon learning of his return, that I would like to purchase some magical scrolls. Lin Han replied, "Magical scrolls?" Manager Tian's eyes lit up. These scrolls were indeed luxurious items. "Please hold on. I will retrieve our inventory list right away." With that, Manager Tian left the room, returning a few minutes later with a list in hand. "Mr. Lin, here is the complete list of magical scrolls available in our trading hall. Please let me know which ones you would like, and I will fetch them for you," Manager Tian said, his smile wide. Knowing the commission he would earn from a single magical scroll was substantial, Lin Han took the list and carefully flipped through several pages before pointing to 2 golden-level magical scrolls, stating, "I just earned 5 million. I want these 2 lightning-type golden scrolls. Use the remaining funds to acquire silver-level scrolls, prioritizing fire-type scrolls that if those are insufficient, then lightning-type scrolls will suffice." "All of them?" Manager Tian asked. Somewhat incredulous. "Yes, prepare them based on a budget of 5 million Tianlong coins," Lin Han reiterated. "Please wait a moment. I will prepare everything," Manager Tian responded. That a short while later, Manager Tian returned, cradling numerous scrolls in his arms. "Mr. Lin, the silver-level fire-type scrolls are just enough to cover your payment. You've effectively emptied our trading hall," Manager Tian exclaimed with a radiant smile. With a transaction of 5 million Tianlong coins, his commission was already significant. Lin Han then transferred the required funds and collected all the scrolls. Manager Tian, "I will take my leave now. Of course, allow me to see you off, Mr. Lin." After Lin Han exited the trading hall, he made his way to the shattered ruins, fully prepared for the challenges ahead. The magical scrolls he purchased contained various magical skills and were much more affordable than skill books, being one-time use items. However, the creation of such scrolls was time-consuming, resulting in a predominance of low-level magical scrolls on the market. The magical scrolls Lin Han acquired, primarily fire-type skills, possessed high damage potential, with the 2 golden-level scrolls kept as trump cards for his expedition into the ruins. The inherent dangers are quite substantial. If one does not come adequately prepared, risking one's life would be utterly unwise. That it did not take long for Lin Han to arrive at the shattered ruins, a rather popular secret realm located in Shuiyun City, where a considerable number of individuals had gathered. After all, the shattered ruins primarily attract local practitioners from Wuzhou, most of whom possess abilities around the silver and gold tiers, making this realm ideally suited for their leveling endeavors. Upon entering, Lin Han was suddenly approached by several individuals. "Hey there, young man, are you here to undertake a task? How about hiring our mercenary group to team up with you? As a friendly gesture, we can waive 20 of our commission since you are a newcomer." One of the women in the group inquired. "Oh." Lin Han responded briefly, then chose to ignore them and continued walking forward. "Wait, young man, how about we waive 40 instead?" Seeing Lin Han's disinterest in hiring them, the woman became anxious. "That I do not require mercenaries. Thank you." Lin Han reiterated his refusal, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Did this woman truly consider him a naive rookie? In this era of advanced information networks, Lin Han had encountered numerous posts online discussing mercenary groups eager to team up with newcomers outside various secret realms. They touted their offers of waived commissions, but in reality, these mercenary groups were often nothing more than fraudulent or nefarious organizations. Their true intention was to threaten or kidnap newcomers in the secret realms to seize their resources or those of their families. Such stories of newcomers being abducted, or worse, were not uncommon on the internet. Lin Han had no desire to engage with such a mercenary group, thus he quickened his pace. Suddenly, a burly bald man stepped into Lin Han's path. Snorting derisively, "Young man, venturing into the shattered ruins alone at such a tender age. If you lack companionship, your journey may not be as smooth as you hope. That if you were to lose your life in there, your parents would surely weep." The man's tone dripped with mockery, clearly viewing Lin Han not as a peer but rather as a target for bullying. "Step aside. I have no interest in entangling myself with you. Nor do I wish to join your group." Lin Han's voice was resolute. "That you've got quite the bravado." The bald man retorted, "Do you even know who I am, speaking to me in such a manner? Do you realize that in this ruin, everyone gives us a modicum of respect? Judging by your appearance, You must have awakened only in the past couple of years and haven't even surpassed the silver tier here. If you venture inside alone, danger awaits. Why not join our team? We are here to assist individuals like you. The bald man laughed, pointing at Lin Han. Get lost. I've already stated that I'm not interested in you. Lin Han's voice grew darker, as if poised to explode at any moment. Arrogant. You truly are a fool to refuse a cordial invitation. The bald man cursed, his expression turning menacing. You dare speak to me like that? You clearly have no regard for my authority. Since you choose to disregard my kindness, do not blame me for being uncivilized. I hardly consider your intentions kind. Lin Han scoffed. Do you think me a fool unaware of your usual dealings? If you do not leave, do not be surprised if I contact the local authorities. They will not be as amicable towards your nefarious mercenary activities as I am. Perhaps you would like to test that theory. It sounds rather amusing to me. At this moment, Lin Han's demeanor had turned decidedly grim, and he felt a strong urge to smash the bald man with a golden tier magic scroll. Little brother, you have crossed the line. The bald man, taken aback by Lin Han's words, felt a pang of anxiety, but he had initially gambled that Lin Han would lack the courage to oppose them, as this tactic had always proven successful in the past. Yet he had unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent in Lin Han. Get lost. If you have the guts, confront me right here and see who comes out worse. Lin Han's tone was icy, leaving no room for rebuttal. Fine, you are indeed tough, but be cautious when you leave the safety zone that do not let me catch you. Otherwise, you will be unaware of your impending demise. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Lin Han dismissed the threat and continued forward. At this juncture, the wicked mercenaries did not pursue him further. The so-called safety zone was an area with strict security. Engaging in violence here was tantamount to courting death, as law enforcement would intervene immediately. This was the very confidence that Lin Han possessed in his words that as Lin Han walked further away, the mercenaries turned to their leader. Boss, are we just going to let that kid go? The woman asked, somewhat discontented. Let him go? Never. No one who provokes us in the shattered ruins ever leaves unscathed. The bald man snarled. Since this brat is so ungrateful, we cannot allow him to have an easy time. He likely has a specific target in mind, so we shall follow him from a distance. Once he has succeeded, he will be far from the safety zone, and no one will be able to protect him. Upon hearing this, the members of the wicked mercenary group were visibly excited, knowing their leader would not relinquish such a chance easily. After entering the ruins, Lin Han summoned the Tianjiao ant. Upon seeing Lin Han, the ant eagerly approached him, eager to please. Good. Today you shall have a splendid fight. With the Tianjiao ant by his side, Lin Han felt reassured, as many of his battles relied on its prowess. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, the host has triggered a leader-level quest. Quest title: Heart of Thunder. Quest content: Hunt the Thunder Apostle and obtain the Heart of Thunder. Quest reward: 300 Beast Master Points. Lin Han was overjoyed. After experiencing the benefits of Beast Master Points previously, he yearned for every action to trigger more points, allowing for swift enhancement of his abilities. However, that was merely a wish. Everything depended on the system's whims. Currently, Lin Han was very close to the location of his class change task. There was no need to divert his attention to the system quest midway, especially since he had no idea where the Thunder Apostle resided. Thus, his immediate priority was to complete the class change task. That as he continued forward, a sound akin to thunder crackling reached his ears. Thunder Beast. Before long, Lin Han spotted his target. A group of over 10 level 15 Thunder Beasts. Indeed, this is a 5-star task. Who among those undertaking a class change task could possibly handle such a challenge? Lin Han couldn't help but feel exasperated. Had he not possessed sufficient resources to purchase skill books and the Tianjiao ant, he would have been unable to survive such a task, facing over 10 level 15 Thunder Beasts. The difficulty was palpable. Tianjiao ant, it seems we must fight side by side this time. Lin Han exhaled deeply. The Tianjiao ant stood tall, brimming with anticipation in Lin Han's eyes. No opponent instilled fear in the ant. The bloodline of the ancient 10 fiends naturally carried a combative spirit, exerting pressure over other beasts of the same level. Otherwise, they would not have earned the title of the ancient 10 fiends. Although the ant was fearless, Lin Han was not immune to fear. Let us strike swiftly and decisively, he instructed, and no sooner had he spoken than the Tianjiao ant let out a hissing sound and propelled itself forward like a released arrow. Lin Han followed closely behind, retrieving several silver tier magic scrolls from his inventory. Upon noticing the commotion, the Thunder Beast roared and charged at the Tianjiao ant. The initial Thunder Beast was pierced by the ant's massive horn. And with a swift flick, the ant discarded the carcass, its ferocity unabated as it pressed forward, swiftly taking down two more beasts. Experience gained. 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum experience limit for your current tier. You must undertake the class change quest, or you will be unable to surpass this limit. Until you reach the second tier, you cannot continue to increase your experience. Experience gained. 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum experience limit for your current tier. You must undertake the class change quest, or you will be unable to surpass this limit. Until you reach the second tier, you cannot continue to increase your experience. Lin Han gazed at the information that sprang forth from the professional panel. Feeling a pang of sorrow, this was indeed a level 15 ferocious beast. Had it not been for his level being capped, he would have been able to add this to his repertoire. However, what was done was done. Lin Han could only endure that moment. After slaying several level 15 ferocious beasts, the heavenly horn ant began to show signs of strain. Lin Han understood that he could no longer remain a passive observer. He hurled a magical scroll, and in an instant, a fireball hurtled towards the Thunder Beast ahead. This was a fire-type fireball spell scroll, capable of unleashing a blazing orb. Upon striking one of the Thunder Beasts, it was instantly engulfed in flames, but the fire was extinguished shortly thereafter, leaving the Thunder Beast's aura weakened somewhat. After all, it was merely a silver-level scroll, and its power was rather unimpressive. Yet for Lin Han, it was of little consequence, as he possessed many silver-level scrolls. Without further hesitation, Lin Han began to frantically toss magical scrolls into the fray. Fireball, Celestial Fire, Fire Missile. Instantly, the gathering place of the Thunder Beasts was inundated with countless flames. Though they were silver-level magical scrolls, the sheer volume became quite formidable. Meanwhile, members of the evil mercenary group also arrived at Lin Han's location, their expressions filled with astonishment at the scene before them. "That kid is throwing out silver-level scrolls, isn't he?" one woman in the mercenary group said, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle. The bald man beside her was equally taken aback that he had seen others use magical scrolls before. But never had he witnessed someone expend so many disposable scrolls at once. This kid is quite the spendthrift. The scrolls he has thrown out must be worth tens of thousands. The mercenary woman struggled to find the right words to describe the scene. In her eyes, others used magical scrolls judiciously, ensuring maximum effectiveness, while this child seemed to use them haphazardly, akin to setting off firecrackers. Such wastefulness was truly staggering. The bald man stared blankly at the unfolding scene. This boy's extravagant use of magical scrolls indicated he was undoubtedly a wealthy individual. It seemed that heaven had taken pity on their recent hardships and sent them a juicy target. "Boss, should we make our move now?" Those around him were eager, having gone many days without a decent meal, eagerly waiting for a plump lamb like Lin Han to fall into their hands. "Not yet. Let us wait for the right moment. The Thunder Beast can drop energy stones as well, so let this boy help us accumulate some wealth. Besides, that ant beside him doesn't appear easy to handle. We shall strike when they are sufficiently worn down." The bald man cast a sinister glance in Lin Han's direction, already envisioning everything Lin Han possessed as his own. Boss is brilliant. Chapter 17. Purchasing information on the Apostle. On Lin Han's side, with the assistance of the fire-type silver magical scrolls and the heavenly horn ant's prowess, it took little time to eliminate the swarm of Thunder Beasts. Ultimately, the more than 10 Thunder Beasts yielded 9 energy stones. "Come back," Lin Han called as the heavenly horn ant scampered back to his side, but he then carefully reviewed the task issued by the system. Thunder Apostle. This Thunder Apostle was an exceedingly rare ferocious beast, and Lin Han had no idea where he might find one. Thus, he resolved to return in the direction of the town to seek out an information broker for news about the Thunder Apostle. Otherwise, searching through the vast ruins would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After stowing away the energy stones, Lin Han also recalled the heavenly horn ant, as roaming about with such a ferocious beast would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It was wiser to maintain a low profile. That moment, the mercenaries following Lin Han began to stir. They noticed he was heading toward a nearby safe zone rather than the direction from which he had come. So they placed their bets. Lin Han was definitely not returning. They continued to trail him, convinced they had a fat lamb in their sights, upon reaching a safe zone town near the ruins. Lin Han inquired extensively until he finally located an information broker. "What can I get for you, boss?" The broker smiled, showing no signs of leniency due to Lin Han's youth that in their eyes, anyone willing to pay for information was a boss. And there was no distinction between them. "I want information on the Thunder Apostle," Lin Han stated decisively. "The Thunder Apostle, you say?" The broker rummaged in the back and moments later produced a rolled-up piece of paper. Grinning, "This is the information I just acquired last night. You truly are fortunate. How much?" Lin Han cut to the chase, uninterested in small talk. "Not a penny less than 3,000 Tianlong coins." The broker raised a finger. Maintaining his cheerful demeanor, 3,000 Tianlong coins was not a trivial sum. Lin Han was no fool. 3,000 Tianlong coins was nearly equivalent to a third of many families' monthly income. How could this fellow demand such an exorbitant price? "Boss, the Thunder Apostle's whereabouts in the shattered ruins are quite erratic, changing locations every few days. Therefore, this price is truly not unreasonable. There are risks involved in acquiring such information that if no one seeks news about the Thunder Apostle in the next few days, I stand to incur a loss. So, this price is genuinely fair, that if you are not in a hurry, you may return in a few days, and I can sell it to you for 1,000. The broker smiled. Hearing the broker's reasoning, Lin Han found some merit in it and waved his hand. "I'll pay by card." "Excellent. Boss is straightforward and generous." The broker beamed, retrieving a card reader from behind him. Though Lin Han felt a pang of regret, he knew he had to part with his wealth for this 300 beast master points. At present, he was utterly broke, having spent all 500,000 on magical scrolls in the trading hall. Now, he could only use the black card that Manager Tian had given him yesterday. Using the black card meant he was embarking on a debt-laden journey. According to Manager Tian, the black card allowed for an overdraft of 3 million. It should work without issue. This is the trading hall's black card. Yet upon seeing the black card, the broker paused momentarily, beginning to doubt Lin Han's identity, but he quickly regained composure and accepted the card to process the payment. "Boss, I've received the funds. Here is the map." The broker handed over the map regarding the Thunder Apostle. Continuing, "Boss, the Thunder Apostle currently resides in a particularly perilous area that I am unsure of your strength. But if you are below a second-tier level 15, I would advise against venturing there alone." "Thank you for the warning," Lin Han replied, though he paid little heed, with the Heavenly Horn Ant by his side. He felt secure, even if he had not reached level 15 in the second tier. There was little cause for concern. The strength of the Heavenly Horn Ant far surpassed that of a level 15 ferocious beast. Coupled with its various innate enhancements, it was uncertain whether the Thunder Apostle would pose a threat. After receiving the map, Lin Han made his way according to its directions. Along the journey, he indeed encountered numerous ferocious beasts, but he was unable to level up any further. Thus, he avoided confrontation wherever possible, only allowing the Heavenly Horn Ant to act when escape was impossible. However, seeing the message on his professional panel indicating he could not level up made his heart ache. All that experience was going to waste. After approximately half an hour of travel through a desolate area, Lin Han spotted a colossal figure. LV-17 Thunder Apostle, a level 17 ferocious beast. This creature was even stronger than the thunder beasts he had encountered previously. Yet, the Heavenly Horn Ant showed no signs of trepidation. Following the recent battle, the Heavenly Horn Ant's attributes had improved significantly, having taken down most of the 10 thunder beasts itself. Heavenly Horn Ant race. One of the ancient 10 fiends level. 15 strength, 2,000 agility, 1,800 spirit, 1,700 constitution, 2,100 skills. Frenzy LV2. Level 10. Increases all base attributes by 50. Colossal Strength LV2, level 10. Increases strength attribute by 60. Such statistics could only be described as extraordinary, though the Heavenly Horn Ant was merely 5 levels below him. Its strength was a staggering double that of Lin Han's. Truly, one of the ancient 10 fiends lived up to its reputation. "Go, Heavenly Horn Ant, eliminate it!" Lin Han bellowed, and the Heavenly Horn Ant shot forth with incredible speed. The Thunder Apostle, having sensed the commotion, swiftly turned to confront its challenger. The Heavenly Horn Ant was exceedingly agile, deftly evading the bolts of lightning unleashed by the Thunder Apostle, although the two ferocious beasts were separated by 2 levels. The Heavenly Horn Ant's attributes far exceeded those of the Thunder Apostle. Thus, in battle, it held the upper hand. After a brief struggle, the heavenly horn ant clamped down on one of the Thunder Apostle's limbs, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the latter. The Thunder Apostle, unwilling to yield, retaliated despite the pain, attempting to bite back in retribution. However, the heavenly horn ant would not grant it such an opportunity. It had always been the one to bite. Anticipating the Thunder Apostle's move, it sprang back, driving its massive horn directly into the Thunder Apostle's maw. Blood gushed forth in an instant. The fierce beast had only been clashing for a few minutes. Yet the ultimate victory was claimed by the Skyhorn ant. Having successfully slain the Thunder Apostle, experience points increased by 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit that the first transition can bear. You must undertake a job change quest, or you will be unable to surpass this limit. Until you reach the second transition, you cannot continue to gain experience points. Ding! Quest completed. Boss level character Thunder Apostle. Current progress at 100%. Quest reward of 300 Beast Master Points has been successfully acquired. Chapter 18. Reverse Plunder. Gazing at the system prompt, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. If only there were more system tasks of this caliber. Just as Lin Han was about to enhance the Skyhorn ant with his Beast Master Points, suddenly, several figures emerged from the nearby jungle. Lin Han looked over and saw the group of mercenaries who had invited him to form a team at the entrance of the shattered ruins. As expected, they had tracked him down. He had long anticipated that these individuals would not let the matter rest, especially after threatening him earlier, asserting that they would take action once they were outside the safety zone. However, Lin Han remained unfazed. For him, this could very well be an opportunity. "Kid, we meet again," the bald man said with a sinister grin plastered across his face, while the others crowded around him. "What's this? Can't resist taking action against me?" Lin Han scoffed disdainfully. "Ha! I told you before, once we leave the safety zone, you'll have it coming." The bald man sneered, continuing, "Previously, we extended an invitation for you to join our team, which you declined that I end this shattered ruin. No one can refuse our goodwill. In these times, is it really so difficult to seek out a mercenary group?" Lin Han remained unimpressed. Meanwhile, the Skyhorn ant glared furiously at the bald man and his companions. At Lin Han's command, it would charge forth without hesitation. "It's certainly not wrong to seek out a mercenary group, but you have no reason to refuse our invitation," the bald man persisted. "Now, I offer you a chance. If you obediently hand over all your treasures, perhaps I might show you some leniency, but if you do not cooperate, we would not hesitate to remove a leg. You are breaking the law." Lin Han scoffed coldly. Truly, the audacity of the young and naive. The members of the evil mercenary group burst into laughter. "Law?" The bald man retorted with a harsh laugh. "Kid, do you not understand why the outside is called the safety zone, and why this place is not? Even if we kill you, no one will come after us. Dying in the ruins will simply be deemed as being killed by fierce beasts. Do you think we would be concerned? After all, we are already wicked, so we don't mind extending this time limit a bit more." Hearing this, Lin Han coolly replied, "It seems there is no longer a need for further discussion." Indeed, at that moment, a woman beside him chimed in, "Little brother, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong people. Stop wasting time with him. Take him down, and all the magical scrolls on him will be ours." "My brothers will enjoy a good time for a while," the bald man bellowed, and the others surged forward. Lin Han let out a faint sigh. Calmly, he produced a golden-level lightning magic scroll, his expression darkening. "If it must be so, then do not blame me. If it is a passive counterattack, I recall that it should not carry any wicked implications." The bald man froze. He was well aware of the nature of his dealings in this place. And the moment Lin Han revealed the scroll, he sensed something was amiss. "What this kid holds, it seems to be a golden-level scroll," the bald man shouted. "At least you have some discernment. I had thought I could save a bit. But it seems that is no longer necessary." Lin Han scoffed coldly. With that, he crushed the lightning magic scroll in his hand. In an instant, thunder roared, "Run!" The bald man's face turned pale, realizing they were merely at the second transition, with the highest among them barely at level 13. They had assumed they could fight against a silver-level scroll, but who could have anticipated that this young man possessed a golden-level magic scroll? One must understand that a golden scroll is akin to a full-powered strike from a golden mage. The power of this magic scroll, if unleashed upon any one of them, would either result in death or severe injury. And from the initial display of the magic scroll, it was evident that it was one of the most destructive lightning magic spells. Think you can escape? Too late. Lin Han unleashed the thunder. He evenly distributed the lightning across each individual present, that in an instant. Brilliant arcs of electricity surged through the ranks of the evil mercenary group, powerful bolts of lightning washing over the surroundings. Within less than a minute, over half of the evil mercenary group had collapsed. Lin Han deliberately controlled the amount of damage each person could endure, opting not to channel it all into a single individual. Although these evil mercenaries were detestable, Lin Han did not wish to kill them all. A lesson would suffice. Then, Lin Han produced another golden-level lightning magic scroll, grinning as he said, "What is the matter? Get up and continue fighting. Why are you lying on the ground?" "He still has a golden scroll." The bald man gulped nervously, pleading, "My lord, we were merely ignorant and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us. We will never dare to lay a hand on you again." At that moment, the losses of the entire evil mercenary group were minimal. After all, it was just one lightning magic scroll. And when shared among all, the damage was not too severe. However, it was undeniable that Lin Han still had another golden-level scroll. How could they possibly contend against that? Continuing to act tough in front of Lin Han was akin to moths to a flame. To be honest, had they known Lin Han possessed a golden-level magic scroll, they would not have dared to provoke him even if given 1,000 times the courage. Who was it that said one must bear the consequences of provoking him? Lin Han said, savoring the moment. The Skyhorn ant glared angrily at the group. "Just now, we were merely dreaming. My lord, please do not take it to heart. We truly did not mean to provoke you." The bald man continued, "Did you not mean to provoke me?" Lin Han nodded, saying, "So you are admitting that you deliberately provoked me?" With that, Lin Han prepared to crush the magic scroll in his hand. "My lord, do not waste your magic scrolls. We truly understand our mistakes." Witnessing this scene, the bald man was so frightened he nearly wet himself, kneeling on the ground as he pleaded, "Understanding our mistakes is not enough." "I see no sincerity in you." Lin Han clicked his tongue, expressing his displeasure. "Sincerity?" The bald man quickly realized, pulling out an item in desperation. "My lord, this is something we borrowed from a few days ago. If you like it, it is yours now. Just this." Lin Han was somewhat displeased. "Is this what you offer to test my patience? My hands are itching a bit." Thinking of this, Lin Han squeezed the magic scroll in his hand. Stating, "My lord," the bald man quickly took out another piece of equipment, clearly pained, saying, "This piece of equipment just dropped the other day. It happens to be good for scratching that itch. Chapter 19. I want all of this." Lin Han took the equipment, examined it, and found nothing particularly wrong. Even its durability was intact. This was somewhat interesting, but not enough. Lin Han continued with a smile, "If I am not mistaken, you should have more valuable items on you. Hand over your equipment, skill books, and energy stones." As he spoke, Lin Han urged them on. "My lord, I truly have no more equipment." The bald man pleaded, this moment. Lin Han appeared as a greedy demon in the bald man's eyes. If there was anything he regretted in this life, it was the initial idea of kidnapping this youth. "If you have no equipment, I will have a difficult time." Lin Han sighed slightly, feigning great difficulty. His hands itching. "My lord, I truly have nothing left," the bald man exclaimed. "Then I shall truly squeeze. Wait. If you give us a moment to search, we should be able to find something that might help relieve your itch." The bald man said hurriedly, not daring to hesitate. He could hardly fathom why this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old youth was so impervious to persuasion. If he continued to claim he had nothing, wouldn't that lead to his immediate demise? "Hurry up, I am pressed for time," Lin Han urged once more. Subsequently, the bald man gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to bring out all the equipment they were currently wearing. Every last skill book and energy stone they had. "My lord, this time I truly have nothing left. Please spare me," the bald man lamented. Lin Han sensed that if he pressed further, this man might actually start to cry. "Given this, I shall take my leave." However, Lin Han did not wish to see him in such a pitiful state and waved his hand as he said, "Take care, my lord." The members of the evil mercenary corps echoed in unison. Lin Han was quite pleased. He gathered all the belongings of the evil mercenary corps and turned to lead the heavenly ant towards the entrance of the ruined relic. Upon witnessing Lin Han's departure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "How much do you have left?" inquired the bald-headed man. Not a single item remains. The others responded in unison, that can't you at least be a little considerate? Are you all tigers? Taking everything for yourselves? The bald-headed man was taken aback and then cursed. The good items are all with you, big brother. We thought you would keep some. Keep what? The bald-headed man retorted. Did you not see how that fellow threatened me? Do you think I dare to keep anything? Boss, does that mean we have nothing left? They had truly infuriated him. Damn it. Next time I see that guy, I'll make sure he suffers 1,000 cuts. The bald-headed man fumed in place. What did you say? At that moment, Lin Han's voice once again reached his ears. The bald-headed man was startled. When did you come back? Lin Han stood right before him, causing him to kneel on the ground in fear. My lord, do you have something to attend to? Nothing much, just heard you calling for me. Lin Han replied with a smile, then turned to leave, stating, this time, I truly am leaving. Take care, my lord, they all said in unison once more. This time, Lin Han paid them no mind. He stretched and let out a sigh of relief. What a fruitful day. As he walked towards the ruined relic, Lin Han opened the system options, intending to spend the 300 Beast Master Points earned from the task. After much contemplation, he decided to awaken the Heavenly Ant's innate skill. Upon clicking confirm, a chime echoed, successfully awakened the innate skill Iron Bones of the Heavenly Ant, one of the ancient 10 fiends. Increases defense by 20%. Heavenly Ant race. Ancient 10 fiends level. 15 strength. 2,000 agility. 1,800 spirit. 1,700 constitution. 2,100 skills. Berserk LV2 10 levels. Boosts all basic attributes by 50. Giant Strength LV2 10 levels. Boosts strength attribute by 60. Raging Strike LV1 deals damage equal to 100 of own strength to the target. Iron Bones LV1 10 levels. Boosts defense attribute by 20. Unbeknownst to him, the Heavenly Ant had already leveled up from 2 skills to 4 at this point. The combat power of the Heavenly Ant was significantly superior to others of the same realm. Lin Han felt that if all 4 skills were activated simultaneously, challenging a golden level monster would not be without its chances. Since the Heavenly Ant had become so formidable, he could not allow himself to fall behind. Lin Han felt a surge of combat desire. After exiting the ruined relic, he plunged headlong into the Job Change Temple. Having completed the job change task, it was only natural to undergo the second job change immediately. This would allow him to continue leveling up. As he pondered, he quickly arrived at the job change temple and found the front desk he had been to before. Mr. Lin, is there something you need? The receptionist asked warmly. She held a favorable impression of Lin Han, but suspected that his task might have been a 5-star mission and that he had returned too soon, likely having encountered trouble. Yes, I just completed the job change task, so I'm back to change jobs, Lin Han replied. You mean to say you completed the job change task? The receptionist was stunned, unable to believe it. Mr. Lin, I remember you just accepted the task this morning. It's barely past noon. Is it really that fast? Well, it was relatively easy, Lin Han chuckled. All right, I'll reserve a room for you. The receptionist didn't press further, as they were prohibited from asking too many questions about clients. After a few operations on the computer, she handed Lin Han an address. Mr. Lin, there is an available spot now. You can head over right away. The operation is the same as when you accepted the task. Okay, thank you. Lin Han expressed his gratitude and proceeded to the room number the receptionist had given him. Upon entering, the room was similar to where he had accepted the task, with only the hexagram array on the floor being somewhat different. Placing his hand on the job change stone, the light released from his consciousness instantly connected to his job panel. The next moment, Lin Han felt warm currents flooding his body. This sensation was incredibly pleasant, as if the very structure of his being was being rearranged. Is this the feeling of a job change? Lin Han gently exhaled. Job change task completed. You have successfully achieved the second job change. Second job, Beast Master Scholar. Successfully achieved the second job change. As the warm currents in Lin Han's body gradually dissipated, the job panel indicated that he had succeeded. He checked his job panel. And at that moment, the name had changed. Beast Master Scholar second job change successful. Unlocking job talent skills. Lightning Wings. Can fly for 10 minutes. Cooldown time 1 hour. Skill copy. Can copy all skills of the beast for a brief usage lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown time 2 hours. Flying. Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. He had dreamed of flying since he was a child, although he had merely thought of it. Generally, unless one possessed a special profession, few could meet the requirements for flight. Yet here he was, achieving flight during his second job change. How could he not be thrilled? The second awakened talent skill also excited him. The ability to copy all skills of ferocious beasts for a short time. This meant he could use the skills possessed by the heavenly ant. Although it was only for 5 minutes, that duration was crucial in a battle. At this moment, he comprehensively understood why others said the disparity between the first and second job changes was not trivial. It was a chasm. Ding! Host has successfully achieved the second job change. Triggering system rewards. The host can choose one skill from the following options. A. Fusion. Confuse with the beast, unleashing multiple times the base strength. B. Telepathy. Can communicate with ferocious beasts, enhancing their favorability and increasing the success rate of contract signing. C. Malice Wave. Can detect malicious beings, including humans, within a certain range without cooldown. Lin Han pondered seriously over the 3 skills proposed by the system. While fusion might seem somewhat impressive, its practical utility was indeed lacking. At such a critical moment, he could not let aesthetics dictate his choice. As for telepathy, it would certainly prove useful in battle. But he felt it paled in comparison to Malice Wave. Although Malice Wave appeared unremarkable, its utility was immense. For instance, if he had possessed Malice Wave today, he could have detected the evil mercenary corps following him from a distance, allowing ample time to devise countermeasures. Today, it could be said that it was the golden level magic scroll that saved him. Relying solely on the heavenly ant would have made things significantly more challenging. Lin Han decided without further contemplation and decisively chose Malice Wave. Name: Lin Han. Profession: Beast Master Scholar. Second job: Hidden Profession. Level: LV 10 Strength, 1000 Agility, 900 Spirit, 800 Constitution, 730 Equipment. Tiger Bend Sword. Howling Vine Armor. Blade. Agile Blade. Wooden Langya. List skills: Spirit Contract, Level 1. Beast Master Space, Level 1. Summon Beast, Level 1. Malice Wave, Level 1. Lightning Wings, Level 1. Skill Copy, Level 1. Cross Slash, Not Learned. Fire Blade, Not Learned. Freely allocated attributes. 0. Lin Han gazed at his panel. He had completely transformed from a Beast Master into a Beast Master Scholar. Moreover, his equipment and skill book had expanded considerably. All the equipment and unlearned skill books were acquired from the evil mercenary corps, a test they devised for him, which he had unfortunately failed. Ding. Host has completed the second job change to Beast Master Scholar. Triggering the task to bind a second beast. Task reward: 500 Beast Master Points. Bind a second beast. Indeed, he had now reached the second job change as a Beast Master Scholar and was eligible to bind another beast. However, he currently had no suitable options. His first beast was already one of the ancient 10 fiends, the Heavenly Ant. Thus, the second beast could not be weak. Lin Han was absolutely unwilling to bind a random beast. Although 500 Beast Master Points were enticing, he did not wish to rush. From his battle today, with the evil mercenary corps, the destructive and intimidating power of the lightning element was indeed formidable. This led Lin Han to consider binding a lightning-type beast as a second. While the Heavenly Ant was powerful, it was limited to single-target attacks that if he could have a lightning-type beast, it might compensate for this limitation. After much thought, Lin Han ultimately resolved to bind a lightning-type beast. Following this decision, Lin Han exited the room, and the 5-star task on the big screen announced its successful completion. This phenomenon has once again captured the attention of the entire Transmigration Temple. A 5-star quest has been successfully completed. Goodness, I had not heard that any mercenary group was assisting with 5-star tasks. Could it possibly be accomplished solo? If it were truly achieved alone, wouldn't that be rather extraordinary? Extraordinary! It's downright unbelievable. Who could it be? I am genuinely curious as to when such an individual emerged in Wuzhou. This is simply outrageous. Without pause, Lin Han lowered his head and exited. The receptionist, upon seeing the large screen, was momentarily stunned. Could it really be Mr. Lin? Just this morning, Mr. Lin had taken on a transmigration task, and now he has appeared once more. What a coincidence! After leaving the Transmigration Temple, Lin Han proceeded to the trading hall, needing to sell the equipment he had acquired to Mr. Lin. You're back so soon. Manager Tian greeted with a beaming smile. Each of Lin Han's previous visits had brought him considerable surprises, and he had been pondering when Lin Han would return, never expecting it to be so soon. Subsequently, Lin Han followed Manager Tian into the VIP room. As soon as he entered, Lin Han laid out the equipment. Skill books and energy stones from the evil mercenary group as trials. completely filling the table. Manager Tian was completely stunned by this sight. Had Lin Han just cleared a tomb with a magical scroll? What are you standing there for? Count them up and calculate the value. All right. Manager Tian swallowed hard. This surprise was indeed overwhelming. He began to meticulously tally the items on the table, and after a moment, he was drenched in sweat, saying, Mr. Lin, the total value of your equipment, skill books, and energy stones amounts to 13 million Tianlong coins. Would you like us to prepare a detailed list of the items and their prices for your convenience? No need, I trust Manager Tian's integrity, Lin Han replied with a smile. Although Manager Tian had his own agenda, Lin Han still believed in his way of conducting business. The large trading hall would not quibble over such a small sum. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Lin. Shall I proceed with the transfer? Not yet. Lin Han continued, I just used your trading hall S black card, so please assist me in replenishing it shortly. Of course, that is a minor request. Manager Tian readily agreed, having already received the information about Lin Han's use of the black card, which was only 3,000 Xinglong coins for Lin Han. That was hardly significant, and for the trading hall, it was likewise inconsequential. By the way, does your trading hall sell intelligence? Lin Han suddenly inquired. Certainly, Manager Tian replied with a smile. Our trading hall deals in everything. What information do you seek? Given your recent transactions and expenditures, I can offer Mr. Lin some news at no charge. Lin Han did not refuse and then said, I am looking for a Thunder Attribute beast. Do you have any recommendations? Thunder Attribute. Manager Tian pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Indeed. We have one. Please elaborate. Lin Han's interest was piqued. Initially, he had approached this with a casual attitude, but it seemed the other party truly had knowledge. Recently, someone in the neighboring Yuzhou encountered a Thunderbird, which is of high quality and likely a descendant of an ancient lineage. However, it was too far to see clearly. The individual ultimately acquired a feather from the Thunderbird, which is currently in our trading hall. Sell it to me. Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. The Thunderbird is a rare and formidable flying beast of the thunder element, and the chance to encounter it was too good to pass up. Mr. Lin, while the Thunderbird feather may not have immediate utility, it glows with electricity when within a certain range of the Thunderbird. Therefore, it can be used to sense the Thunderbird's presence, giving it a certain value. Are you truly certain you want it? This feather is worth 1 million. Manager Tian hesitated to ask. What? 1 million for a single feather? Lin Han was taken aback by the price, his brow furrowed. This price was indeed exorbitant. However, upon further reflection, possessing the Thunderbird feather would effectively grant him a sensing device for locating the Thunderbird. Without it, even if he knew where the Thunderbird had appeared, it could take him 10 days to half a month to find it. With the feather, he might locate it in just a few days. Time is money. Ultimately, Lin Han resolutely declared, 1 million it is. Deduct it from my account. Since Mr. Lin is so determined, I can only sell it to you. Manager Tian then stepped out. Moments later, he returned with a delicate box. Upon opening the box, a blue feather lay in the center. Lin Han reached out to touch it, but Manager Tian stopped him, leaving Lin Han somewhat puzzled. That Mr. Lin, please observe closely. There is still electricity surging through this feather. This box serves to preserve it as perfectly as possible. Manager Tian explained, It is precisely because of this feather that we can ascertain the accuracy of the intelligence. Lin Han nodded. He found this method quite reasonable, and thanks to Manager Tian's reminder, he could faintly see the electricity coursing through the feather. Just keep it safe, Mr. Lin, that if this feather is taken out again, the electricity will dissipate. With Manager Tian's prompt, Lin Han agreed and proceeded to stow the entire box away. Manager Tian smiled and said, Your 12 million has been transferred to your previous account, and I have also replenished your black card funds. The intelligence I provided is a gift. The Thunderbird's location is in the neighboring Yuzhou's Thunder Forest. Additionally, if you wish to travel to Yuzhou, you may choose a nearby teleportation point for convenience. Listening to Manager Tian, Lin Han nodded repeatedly. In this regard, he realized he knew too little, and he was grateful for Manager Tian's guidance. By the way, not everyone can use the teleportation array, can they? Lin Han asked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, but the black card I previously provided you signifies that you possess this qualification. Manager Tian's smile was warm and reassuring, making Lin Han feel at ease. Thank you, I shall take my leave now, Lin Han said, cupping his hands in farewell. Safe travels, Mr. Lin. Accompanied by Manager Tian, Lin Han exited the trading hall, upon checking the SMS notification on his phone. He discovered that the funds from the black card had not been deducted from his account. Logically, he should have received 1,199,700, yet he had instead received 12 million. Manager Tian truly is quite principled. Lin Han couldn't help but reflect. However, he dismissed further thoughts, for it was still afternoon, and his time was ample, that if he headed to Yuzhou now, he might just make it in time. Although it might be dangerous at night, the Thunder Forest S level should be manageable for the Tianjiao ant. With that in mind, Lin Han followed the navigation to the Wuzhou Teleportation Center. Indeed, as Manager Tian had indicated, possessing the Trading Hall S black card allowed him smooth passage, even prioritizing his arrangement. This made Lin Han feel quite pleased. Indeed, the life of the affluent is enviable. Back when the Lin family was still around, the original owner never had to worry about such matters. The family would handle everything for him, so he had never experienced discomfort in his memories. Yet after years of his own efforts, Lin Han realized that the Lin family's previous existence was truly akin to paradise. Under the arrangement of the staff, Lin Han arrived at the teleportation array. "Mr. Lin, the journey will be swift. Please confirm your destination. Yuzhou, Thunder Forest, correct?" "Yes," Lin Han nodded. "All right, activating the teleportation array. Destination: Yuzhou, Thunder Forest. Wishing you a pleasant journey." In the next moment, bright light filled Lin Han's vision. Yet he felt no discomfort. When he regained awareness, he found himself at the entrance of a forest. Thunder Leopard living area, bronze and silver level training zone, recommended level 0-20 warning. Caution is advised for first transformation practitioners. Such a high difficulty coefficient. Though Lin Han voiced his concerns, his body was quite honest as he stepped inside. With the attributes of the Tianjiao ant combined with his own, unless he encountered a third transformation, he could practically push through effortlessly. Though it had only been a day since he awakened his profession, he was no longer the same individual from a day prior. He found this level of training zone hardly intimidating. Lin Han strode purposefully into the depths of the forest, his mind already wandering in fanciful imaginings of capturing the Thunderbird. This time, he bore no worries about his skills. He dismissed the thought of potentially binding another bizarre and fearsome creature. Chapter 22. Su Nianwei. The moment Lin Han entered the Thunder Forest, he summoned the Skyhorn Ant without hesitation, that in critical moments, he relied on the Skyhorn Ant for reassurance. Just as Lin Han pondered his next move, he heard the rustling of foliage ahead, suggesting either a person or a ferocious beast was charging forth. He concealed himself, keenly observing the source of the noise, and soon beheld a girl being pursued by a ferocious beast. From her expression and movements, it was clear that she was at a disadvantage, that a level 19 Thunder Leopard. Lin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the overlord of this leveling area so swiftly. The girl was clearly exhausted, and it would not be long before she succumbed to her fate. Su Nianwei was frantically fleeing, with the Thunder Leopard hot on her heels. At this rate, it would not be long before she was caught. Su Nianwei was engulfed in panic, never expecting to encounter such a creature so soon after entering the Thunder Forest. This was beyond mere bad luck. Was she destined to perish here today? At that moment, the Thunder Leopard roared ferociously, quickening its pace and lunging directly at Su Nianwei. Oh no! Su Nianwei's heart raced. She collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly powerless against such a colossal beast. Was this how it would end? In that instant, her spirit felt extinguished, and she replayed the events of her 16 years in her mind. Unless a divine being intervened, she saw no way out. Suddenly, a roar erupted from beside her. In the next moment, a shadow, dark yet shimmering with golden light, shot past Lin Han, pouncing on the suspended Thunder Leopard. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, sinking its teeth into the Thunder Leopard's neck, causing blood to spray in all directions. "Are you all right?" Lin Han approached Su Nianwei, helping her to her feet. Only then did he get a good look at her. Delicate features, waist-length hair, and a casual outfit that radiated youthful vitality. Presenting a stark contrast to "By Bing, that I'm fine," Su Nianwei responded instinctively, still a bit dazed. "That's good to hear." Lin Han nodded. "Why now?" The Skyhorn Ant was engaged in a fierce battle with the Thunder Leopard. However, despite the disparity in their levels, the Skyhorn Ant held its ground, exhibiting an overwhelming superiority. Ancient 10 fiends. In the same realm, it is invincible. Before long, the Skyhorn Ant seized an opportunity and bit down on the Thunder Leopard's neck, swiftly ending the encounter. Experience gained. 1653. After defeating the Thunder Leopard, the Skyhorn Ant strutted over to Lin Han, exuding an air of triumph. Witnessing this spectacle, Sun Yinwei gasped in awe. The ferocious beast had dispatched the Thunder Leopard with such ease. It must have been a third-tier creature. We should flee, she urged, taking cover behind Lin Han. Lin Han was momentarily stunned, but he soon realized that Sun Yinwei had misunderstood the situation, mistaking the recent battle for a conflict between two beasts. After all, such events were commonplace in leveling zones or the habitats of wild beasts. Skyhorn Ant, come here, Lin Han called with a smile, and the Skyhorn Ant sped over to his side. This time. However, it did not nuzzle against him as before. Instead, it stood proudly beside him. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Are you being coy because there's a girl around? He rolled his eyes in amusement. At this moment, Sun Yinwei peeked out from behind Lin Han, her entire form concealed as she gazed cautiously at the Skyhorn Ant. My profession is beast tamer, and this is my beast. You need not worry. Lin Han explained, albeit reluctantly. What? You are a beast tamer. Sun Yinwei was taken aback, then added, Isn't that the legendary hidden profession? Lin Han smiled faintly. It seems to be the one you are referring to. Ah, I see. Sun Yinwei nodded, then turned to the Skyhorn Ant. Are you sure it won't harm me? Rest assured, it is quite gentle. Why not try petting it? Pet it? Perhaps not. Sun Yinwei cautiously inched forward. But just as she reached Lin Han's side, the Skyhorn Ant approached her, nuzzling against her in a gesture of goodwill. Seeing this, Sun Yinwei instinctively wanted to flee, but recalling how the Skyhorn Ant had just saved her, she mustered the courage to tentatively stroke its head. The Skyhorn Ant appeared to relish the attention, which greatly reassured Sun Yinwei. How selfish. Don't you think to share? I'd like a turn too. Lin Han grumbled to himself that by the way, how did you end up alone in such a perilous forest? Your level can't be very high, Lin Han inquired, regaining his composure. Well, I just reached level 10. I came here to complete a second-tier task, but before I could find my target, the Thunder Leopard set its sights on me. Sun Yinwei explained that's why you were here for a second-tier task. Lin Han understood the situation. But even for a second-tier task, you shouldn't be taking such risks. The leveling area clearly states that first-tier players should exercise caution. You could have easily found someone to guide you. If I hadn't been here, it could have ended badly for you. Sun Yinwei lowered her head. Speaking softly, we common folk can't afford to hire someone to help us level up. I was fortunate enough to draw a 4-star task, and the various academies will soon begin their admissions that I wish to get into a good school, so I had to take the risk. Otherwise, I could be left with no opportunities for a lifetime. Listening to Sun Yinwei's words, Lin Han naturally understood her plight, that he could relate. After all, he was on a 5-star task himself. If not for the Skyhorn Ant, his plight might have been even more precarious than hers. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it, Sun Yinwei said gratefully. Are you here to level up? Lin Han replied honestly. I came here to bind my second beast, that I heard tales of the Thunderbird appearing in the Thunder Forest, which is why I ventured here, that I see that my name is Sun Yinwei. May I ask for yours? Chapter 23. Profession Tracker Master. My name is Lin Han, from the nearby Wuzhou City, that I am also a student of this year's cohort. Lin Han briefly introduced himself. Lin Han, Sun Yinwei repeated, nodding before adding, I just heard you mention looking for the Thunderbird. Indeed, my purpose in the Thunder Forest is to seek out the Thunderbird. However, I currently have no leads, so I intend to scour the forest until I find some trace of it. Lin Han was resolute in his mission. That is unnecessary. Sun Yinwei interjected suddenly. Do you have a better plan? Lin Han asked, intrigued. Well, my profession is Tracker Master, and I can assist you in locating the Thunderbird's traces. However, with my current abilities, I can only provide a general direction that if I had an item from the Thunderbird, like a feather, I could pinpoint its location more accurately. Sun Yinwei spoke softly, feeling that helping Lin Han would repay her debt of gratitude for saving her. A Tracker Master. Lin Han's eyes lit up. This profession was a remarkable boon for him. He had been struggling with where to begin his search for the Thunderbird, and unexpectedly encountering Sun Yinwei at this moment felt like a divine opportunity. He promptly retrieved a Thunderbird feather he had purchased from Manager Tian and said, I happen to have a feather right here. Perhaps it can help. Thunderbird feather. Sun Yinwei opened the box, and she could even hear the faint crackling of electricity dancing across its surface. I can't believe you have this. It's perfectly preserved, and I should be able to easily lock onto the Thunderbird's traces with it. Sun Yinwei exclaimed, "Really?" Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. This development would indeed save him a considerable amount of time. Although he had not extensively utilized the tracking skill, he believed that the potential issues would not be insurmountable. However, there was still a chance of failure. Lin Han, he pondered, if I do decide to employ the tracking skill, the remaining lightning energy within this feather might be depleted, that IT would be wise to consider this. Should we fail, the value of the feather would certainly vanish. Consequently, if you wish to sell it later, the price may not be favorable. Truth be told, Sun Yinwei felt a twinge of anxiety within her heart. She feared the possibility of failure. Lin Han, perceiving her trepidation, reassured her, "You need not worry. Proceed with confidence that I have no intention of selling this feather. I originally purchased it solely to locate the Thunderbird. Should it be damaged, the loss is mine." Lin Han understood the adage that time is money. Initially, with only the feather in hand, it could take him 3 to 5 days to find the Thunderbird. Now, with Sun Yinwei's assistance, he surmised that they could locate it within a single day, even if there was a chance of failure. Nevertheless, as a master tracker, he believed that even without the feather, the time taken with Sun Yinwei would not exceed his solo efforts. Let us do it. Onward. With that, Sun Yinwei stopped hesitating and activated her skill. During the process, Lin Han noticed a faint golden hue emerge in her eyes, followed by her retrieving the lightning feather from its container. In the next moment, her eyes were filled with a brilliant golden light, and before her appeared a device resembling a weather vane, indicating the direction of the Thunderbird. "I've found it," Sun Yinwei exclaimed, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she pointed in a specific direction. "That I can now confirm that the Thunderbird lies that way. Let us set forth to capture it." Observing Sun Yinwei's fervor, Lin Han found himself momentarily perplexed about who was truly pursuing the Thunderbird. Was it Sun Yinwei, or was it he? With Sun Yinwei, a master tracker by his side, the journey had indeed become significantly easier. As they traversed the lightning forest, Lin Han abruptly halted. "What is it?" Sun Yinwei inquired, puzzled. "There are fierce beasts ahead." After advancing to the second tier, Lin Han had acquired the system's reward of malicious perception, enabling him to sense the malevolent fluctuations in his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had felt an intense discomfort in his heart, but he understood that this was the effect of the malicious wave. Confirming that the beasts had already detected their presence and were likely scrutinizing them, that they're really something. Sun Yinwei scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing unusual. "That I am a beast master, and my sensitivity to fierce beasts surpasses that of many other professions." Lin Han offered a brief explanation before pretending as if nothing was amiss, and continued leading Sun Yinwei forward. That a few breaths later, Lin Han whispered, "The heaven horn ant is to our left. We should circumvent it and take it down." As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven horn ant darted into the nearby foliage unnoticed. The next moment, a ferocious roar, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat, echoed from their left. "Indeed, there are fierce beasts. You are truly remarkable." Sun Yinwei marveled at Lin Han. The fact that a beast master could possess the ability to perceive fierce beasts was astonishing. Sun Yinwei found it difficult to describe her feelings toward Lin Han. Admiration had transformed into outright reverence. That in all honesty, Lin Han's overall capabilities far exceeded those of any peer she had encountered. Most significantly, he possessed a level of composure and temperament that was utterly inconceivable for someone his age. This left Sun Yinwei profoundly impressed. That it was worth noting that yesterday marked the awakening day for all practitioners of the Tianlong Empire. And naturally, Sun Yinwei had awakened on that very day as well. However, her achievement of reaching the first tier's maximum level was largely due to her tracking skills, which had led her to stumble upon battles between fierce beasts, allowing her to unexpectedly defeat several severely injured ones. Her rise had been a matter of sheer luck. The ASA support profession, the tracker's combat abilities were not particularly strong, making it challenging to achieve significant results in solo battles. Thus, their leveling speed was generally slow. Yet, based on Lin Han's performance, Sun Yinwei felt certain that he could reach the second tier in a single day, a feat that was nothing short of extraordinary. She had never heard of anyone becoming a second-tier powerhouse in just one day. While luck played a role, her own shortcomings had become glaringly evident during the transition. Just as Sun Yinwei was deep in thought, the heaven horn ant appeared before them, carrying the remains of 2 fierce beasts. Successfully defeated the thunder armor bug. Experience gained 984. Successfully defeated the Thunder Armor Bug. Experience gain 984. You have leveled up to LV11, with all attributes increased by 160 points. You have also gained an additional 120 free attribute points. Lin Han rejoiced at the sight of his profession panel, despite having slain numerous high-level fierce beasts while stuck at level 10. He had always received the notification that he had reached the level cap. Now, he could finally level up again by defeating 2 fierce beasts in one go. Your beast mastery is simply superb, Su Nianwei exclaimed, covering her mouth in envy as she gazed at the Heaven Horn. To be honest, I even questioned the accuracy of what I had learned from textbooks. Is the beast master truly a hidden profession of little merit? Indeed, those thunder armor bugs are quite cunning. They have learned to hide, presumably waiting for us to pass before launching a surprise attack. Lin Han speculated. It is no wonder this area is a restricted training ground for first-tier practitioners. It is indeed perilous. Realizing this, Su Nianwei felt a wave of regret for her earlier reckless behavior. All right, let us continue onward. That if you wish to accompany me, stay close by my side, that I fear I may not be able to protect you should we encounter a formidable beast, Lin Han cautioned. Understood. Su Nianwei nodded firmly. She was not foolish enough to rush ahead. She recognized her own limitations. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous fierce beasts, yet under the protection of Lin Han and the Heaven Horn Ant. Su Nianwei did not need to lift a finger. The combat prowess of this duo left her in awe. Successfully defeated the Thunder Armor Bug. Experience gain 984. Successfully defeated the Electro Pattern B. Experience gain 1284. Successfully defeated the Electro Pattern B. Experience gain 1284. Successfully defeated the Electro Pattern B. Experience gain 1284. Successfully defeated the Thunder Steel Boar. Experience gain 1284. Successfully defeated the Thunder Steel Boar. Experience gain 1284. Lin Han leveled up to LV12, with all attributes increased by 160 points, and gained an additional 120 free attribute points. He leveled up to LV13, with all attributes increased by 160 points, and gained another 120 free attribute points. He leveled up to LV14, with all attributes increased by 170 points, and gained 120 free attribute points. He leveled up to LV15, with all attributes increased by 170 points, and gained 140 free attribute points. Lin Han had progressed to level 15 before even locating the Thunderbird. He was quite pleased with his leveling speed and glanced at his profession panel. Name: Lin Han Profession, Beast Scholar. Second tier, Hidden Profession, Level, LV15 Strength, 1820 Agility, 1720 Spirit, 1620 Constitution, 1150 Equipment. None Skills. Spirit Contract, Level 1. Beast Space, Level 1. Summon Beast, Level 1. Malicious Wave, Level 1. Lightning Wings, Level 1. Skill Copy, Level 1. Free Attribute Points, 620. Not only Lin Han, but the Heaven Horn Ant had also reached an astounding Level 18. Heaven Horn Ant Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level. 18 Strength, 2700 Agility, 2300 Spirit, 2200 Constitution, 3000 Wow. How terrifying! Lin Han gasped in astonishment, marveling at the Heaven Horn Ant's attributes. That it was truly worthy of its status as one of the Ancient 10 Fiends. In terms of attributes, even upon reaching level 18 himself, he would still fall short compared to the Heaven Horn Ant. The disparity was simply insurmountable. However, Lin Han felt content. He was leveling up at such a rapid pace that it was not unreasonable to believe he could one day surpass the Heaven Horn Ant's level, though that was a goal that could not be rushed, requiring patience. Moreover, since the Heaven Horn Ant was his beast, its strength was tantamount to his own. With this thought, Lin Han's mood lightened considerably. Suddenly, Su Nianwei spoke up. What? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. The Thunderbird you seek lies just ahead. Although I cannot pinpoint its exact location, it is undoubtedly in that direction. Su Nianwei hastily exclaimed. As her words fell, the feathers of the Thunderbird began to glow incessantly, clearly indicating that Su Nianwei had indeed found the creature's trail. Have we found it so soon? Lin Han's heart swelled with joy. He had not anticipated that merely stepping into the Thunder Forest for half a day would lead him to his target. Truly, a master tracker. This is simply magnificent. Let us proceed cautiously. Regardless of its whereabouts, we shall surely uncover the Thunderbird's trail step by step, Lin Han declared, moving to the forefront alongside the Sky Ant, while Su Nianwei followed closely by his side. After all, her combat prowess was limited, making it safest for her to remain behind. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts lurking behind had already been substantially dealt with by Lin Han and the Sky Ant. Alleviating any concerns of danger from the rear, as Lin Han and Su Nianwei delved deeper, he suddenly spotted a blue bird perched on a tree ahead, resting peacefully. The Thunderbird. Lin Han had found his objective. And an overwhelming sense of elation surged within him that he began contemplating the best approach to capture to Tob Frank. Lin Han had little experience in contracting beasts. His encounter with the Sky Ant had been entirely serendipitous. Back when the Sky Ant was merely a black ant, it had possessed no capacity to resist contracting. However, the Thunderbird was no lowly beast like the black ant. A level 13 Thunderbird. Surely, it would possess a bit of temperament. Yet Lin Han believed that the contracting process might not be exceedingly difficult. If the Thunderbird proved uncooperative, he could simply subdue it. Just as they inched closer, the Thunderbird suddenly awoke, and upon spotting the group, it did not immediately attack, but instead flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. It's trying to escape, Su Nianwei exclaimed urgently. However, it was too late. The Thunderbird had already soared high above, clearly intent on evading the trio. What should we do now, Lin Han? The Thunderbird is in the air. How can you contract it now? Su Nianwei expressed her concern. We are not flying-type professions. Capturing this Thunderbird will be exceedingly difficult. The only solution is for you to fly as well. Listening to Su Nianwei's lament, Lin Han remained remarkably composed. If it is taken to the skies, then I shall ascend as well. Fly. Lin Han. You. Before Su Nianwei could finish, two wings composed of lightning suddenly emerged behind Lin Han. You possess flying skills? Su Nianwei gazed at Lin Han with astonishment. To be honest, ever since meeting Lin Han, every action he took had shattered her previous understanding of this world. How could a newcomer, who had only recently awakened, possess such terrifying power? The mere fact that Lin Han had flying capabilities left her questioning the very reality of her existence. Surely this must be a dream. Lin Han offered no response. He crouched down, leaped into the air, and in an instant he was soaring above. This was his first time utilizing the lightning wings. He was initially somewhat unaccustomed, but within moments he grasped the nuances of flight. He had only 10 minutes. The effect of the lightning wings would last a mere 10 minutes. Thus he needed to capture the Thunderbird within that time frame. Otherwise, he had no idea when he would have another chance to seize it. Don't run. Lin Han bellowed, accelerating his speed, in the blink of an eye. He resembled a bullet, reaching the Thunderbird's position above in an instant. What is this? You don't wish to become my contracted beast. Fear not, you shall not suffer in my company. The Thunderbird, however, paid no heed to his words. It realized that the human before was faster than it, prompting it to abandon its escape and instead confront Lin Han with a fierce glare. It was prepared for a battle to the death. To the victor belongs the spoils, and to the vanquished only shame. This suits me perfectly. Lin Han flexed his muscles. This would be his first true solo engagement without relying on the Sky Ant. At this moment, Lin Han's heart raced with excitement that he had longed to face a challenge on his own. The previous day's experience of binding the Sky Ant had lacked any sense of thrill. Now, as he prepared to contract the Thunderbird, he felt an exhilarating rush. The Thunderbird crackled with arcs of lightning, charging straight at Lin Han with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Yet Lin Han remained utterly composed in the face of the Thunderbird's assault. As it lunged forward, he activated his skill copy. In an instant, all the abilities of the Sky Ant were replicated. Furious Strike. Lin Han delivered a powerful punch that connected squarely with the Thunderbird's head, sending the creature crashing down from the sky. This blow not only harnessed all of Lin Han's level 15 strength, but also inflicted damage equivalent to 100 of his power. The level 13 Thunderbird, unable to utilize its full potential, was swiftly incapacitated by Lin Han's overwhelming strike. Lin Han then descended back to the ground, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Still want to fight? At that moment, Su Nianwei and the Sky Ant arrived at the site where the Thunderbird had fallen. The Sky Ant let out a roar, showcasing the ferocity of the ancient 10 fierce beasts. The Thunderbird curled up on the ground, showing no inclination to make a move. Seeing that the Thunderbird had lost all will to resist, Lin Han approached it. Clearing his throat, he felt a hint of embarrassment, yet he gritted his teeth and proclaimed the somewhat juvenile phrase, "It is decided." You shall be my contracted beast. Sun Yinwei listened from the side, cringing at the awkwardness of the moment, but she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Ding, contracting beast successful. Lin Han's heart leaped with joy. This time, he was far more elated than when he had inadvertently bound the black ant. The previous instance had nearly brought him to tears. Without hesitation, Lin Han opened the beast panel. Thunderbird species, Azure Thunderbird level, 13 strength, 523 agility, 768 spirit, 622 constitution, 502 clearly compared to the sky ant. The Thunderbird stats were dismal. The disparity was stark. When compared to the sky ant at level 10, these values were rather similar, illustrating how a powerful lineage could create such a significant gap among beasts. Before the sky ant, the Thunderbird was hardly more than mere prey. In fact, it might not even qualify as food in the presence of the sky ant. Such was the might of the ancient 10 fierce beasts. Reversion, Lin Han declared, no longer hesitating. His voice lowed in an instant. Arcs of lightning erupted around the Thunderbird, enveloping it in swirling smoke. Initially, the lightning shimmered blue, akin to the bird itself, but gradually it transformed into a blue-purple hue. Lin Han could distinctly feel an increase in its ferocity. Under the refining power of the lightning, the Thunderbird's previously frail feathers now appeared as sharp as metal, adorned with purple streaks. Its form began to expand. The once feeble gaze transformed into one of vigor, as if its eyes had been replaced by lightning itself. Its brows darkened to a deep purple, exuding an aura of dominance. The Thunderbird's claws elongated and sharpened, while its calves swelled with muscle, radiating strength. Upon completing the reversion, the Thunderbird let out a fierce cry directed at the sky ant before unfurling its massive wings, crackling with latent electricity. This action seemed to challenge the earlier intimidation it had faced from the sky ant. The sky ant, being one of the ancient 10 fierce beasts, naturally refused to back down in the face of this display. The two beasts locked eyes, neither willing to yield an inch, observing the standoff. Lin Han interjected, "If you continue to clash, do not blame me for being unkind." As his words echoed, both beasts hurriedly approached Lin Han, adopting a subservient demeanor. Lin Han, in turn, patted each of them symbolically. Then he turned his attention to the Thunderbird's panel. Thunder Emperor species, ancient 10 fierce beasts level, 18 strength, 1900 agility, 3000 spirit, 2400 constitution, 2600 skills. Thunderstorm, level 10, unleashes random lightning strikes within a 1 kilometer radius. Dash, level 10, increases agility by 40. Wow! One of the ancient 10 fierce beasts, and the bloodline has elevated the Thunder Emperor to level 18. This places it on par with the sky ant. Lin Han was utterly astonished. Moreover, the Thunder Emperor's agility was astonishingly high. With a value of 3,000, it could rival even the formidable constitution of the sky ant. In this day and age, he has astonishingly mastered 2 ancient beasts of the 10 fiends. Moreover, the skills of the Thunder Emperor are exceedingly terrifying. Unpredictable lightning strikes within a kilometer radius. If it were to be upgraded further, it might extend to 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, or even potentially reach hundreds of kilometers. At that moment, a single strike of thunderstorm could, Lin Han believes, obliterate an entire city. Such horror. In the realm of area damage, the Celestial Ant is utterly incomparable to the Thunder Emperor, of course, when it comes to single target damage. The Emperor is no match for the Celestial Ant. However, both beasts are among the ancient 10 fiends. Once they join forces, the scene would undoubtedly be one of absolute terror. What has transpired to lead to this transformation? Sun Yinwei gazed at the Thunder Emperor's change, her expression shifting as she realized how she had forgotten her. Lin Han, in his earlier excitement, had directly reverted in front of Sun Yinwei. After some contemplation, he could only devise a suitable explanation. This is a process of completing a contract with a beast. You are not a beast master, so you wouldn't understand that I see. Sun Yinwei nodded, acknowledging her ignorance in this matter, thus harboring no doubts about Lin Han. Subsequently, she stated, "Since you have obtained the Thunderbird, let us depart, and aren't you on a mission?" Lin Han inquired. "Let it go," Sun Yinwei replied with a wry smile. "This forest is beyond my capacity to conquer alone. We can discuss it another time. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life here. No need to worry, for I am here." Lin Han reassured her with a smile. You help me find the Thunderbird, and I will assist you in completing your second transition task. It is only fair." Upon hearing this, Su Nianwei hesitated, saying, "Is that appropriate? I sought the Thunderbird to repay you for saving my life." She flustered, quickly adding, "How can I trouble you further? It's no trouble at all. As a tracking master, you should be able to locate your task target." Lin Han remarked, glancing at the sun, "But we need to move quickly. I hope we can return to Wuzhou before nightfall. This is quite troublesome." Su Nianwei still felt somewhat embarrassed. "Very well, it is settled then." With a deep sigh, she pointed in a direction, saying, "It is that way. My task target is to hunt a barbarian chief. As long as I eliminate the chief, the task will be complete. Then let us set forth." Chapter 26. The Hunt for the Barbarian Chief. Thereafter, Lin Han and Su Nianwei charged forth, like deities slaying gods and Buddhas. With the Thunder Emperor at their side, the combined might of the two ancient beasts saved them a great deal of time. Faced with this silver-tier dungeon, it was as if Lin Han could reach into his pocket and take whatever he desired. He felt that even without these two ferocious beasts, with his current capabilities, he could dominate the silver-tier leveling area. It's just ahead. At that moment, Su Nianwei halted, crouching beside a tree to observe the area ahead. Lin Han looked over. There lay a small settlement resembling a tribe. Yet its inhabitants possessed bizarre forms, somewhat akin to orcs. Level 7 barbarians. Level 7 barbarians. Level 7 barbarians. Level 9 barbarian chief. The entire tribe of barbarians was not numerous, with only a handful of them scattered about. And the barbarian chief was merely level 9. For Lin Han, this posed little challenge. One might even say it was entirely devoid of difficulty. However, for Su Nianwei, as a tracking master, this task was exceptionally daunting. In Lin Han's eyes, the difficulty of this task was nearly comparable to the 5-star missions he had previously undertaken. Even without the Thunder Emperor pursuing Su Nianwei, Lin Han believed she would struggle to complete this task. "Should we devise a plan?" Su Nianwei inquired, "And no need." Lin Han replied, stroking the Thunder Emperor's head and commanding, "Go forth. I desire their chief. Eliminate the rest." The Thunder Emperor nodded symbolically, its wings unfurling to cast a shadow over the land. In the next instant, it soared into action, as if transforming into the very essence of thunder. The Thunder Emperor ascended above the barbarian settlement, exuding an air of supremacy. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, it began to flap its wings, unleashing a bolt of lightning from below. In but an instant, the barbarian ranks were decimated. At that moment, the barbarian chief, seemingly from nowhere, produced a longbow crafted from bone and aimed it at the Thunder Emperor. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth, targeting the Thunder Emperor. Yet such a primitive weapon posed no threat to the Thunder Emperor, akin to a child's plaything. With a mere flap of its wings, the arrow was struck down by a bolt of lightning. Reduced to ashes, the Thunder Emperor, uninterested in further skirmishes with the barbarians, swooped down, grasping the barbarian chief in its beak while dispatching the remaining barbarians with electric fury before returning to Lin Han's side. Upon landing gracefully, the Thunder Emperor tossed the barbarian chief at Lin Han's feet. Quick as a flash, Lin Han secured the chief by the neck, rendering him incapable of further resistance, should he have been left unchecked. Significant trouble would have ensued. Success. Su Nianwei could not help but marvel at Lin Han's decisiveness. Through such a straightforward and brutal method, he had effortlessly assisted her in capturing the barbarian chief, leaving her in a state of disbelief. This is nothing difficult. Swiftly eliminate him, and your second transition task will thus be completed, Lin Han urged softly. All right, thank you, Su Nianwei replied, no longer hesitating, drawing a small dagger from her possession. She skillfully and decisively severed the barbarian's head. This act confirmed that she had indeed accomplished her second transition task. Kill the barbarian chief. Obtain the barbarian skull. Thanks to you, had it not been for your assistance, I would not have managed to complete this task so smoothly. Thank you. Su Nianwei expressed her gratitude earnestly, and no need for thanks. Since we have crossed paths, it is only right that we help one another. Lin Han responded nonchalantly. Now that your second transition task is complete, shall we return the way we came? Agreed. Throughout their journey back, both were absorbed in their respective joys, exchanging little else, upon reaching the entrance of the Thunder Forest. They prepared to part ways. Lin Han, I truly appreciate your help today, that if I ever have the chance to visit Wuzhou, I will definitely seek you out. And of course, if you happen to come to Wuzhou, Do not hesitate to contact me. Certainly. Lin Han did not decline, and they exchanged contact information. To him, it all felt like destiny. You should take your leave now. I will linger a bit longer. All right. Lin Han acknowledged, then proceeded to the local teleportation array. After registering and confirming his status as a VIP, he departed without a hitch. As Sun Yinwei watched Lin Han's figure gradually fade from view. She couldn't help but reflect. Lin Han, who would have thought such a prodigy could emerge from Wuzhou? With his strength, he is likely destined for admission into prestigious institutions like Qing Sheng and Baitian. Indeed, only such a prodigy and genius could gain entry to top-tier academies like Qing Sheng and Baitian. She mused, feeling a twinge of envy, that if I were to compare myself to this prodigy, it seems he could defeat me without even summoning his beasts. At that moment, Sun Yinwei's admiration for Lin Han deepened. Truthfully, there was not a single individual in the Yuzhou Academy who could rival him. Lin Han, I shall remember your name, that I hope we can meet again someday. With a soft sigh, Sun Yinwei turned towards the urban area of Yuzhou, eager to complete her second transition task. Thus, she felt an exhilarating anticipation for the upcoming enrollment tests. With her task accomplished, her chances of gaining admission to a prestigious school had significantly increased. Upon returning home, Lin Han tidied up briefly before collapsing onto his bed. He deemed the day quite fulfilling. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, his phone rang. Lin Han opened his eyes to find it was his good friend, the plump Long Tianjiao, Lin Zi. As soon as he answered, the voice of his friend boomed through the line. Why are you calling so late? Lin Han replied comfortably that if you're inviting me out for a meal, I'll get dressed and head out right now. Speaking with the plump one, Lin Han felt quite at ease. What meal? Long Tianjiao retorted with exasperation, before adding, I called you because there's something very important to discuss, far more significant than a meal. An important matter? Do tell. Lin Han sat up, his expression growing serious, as he recognized that his friend rarely spoke with such gravity. Lin Zi, do you know about the Mirage Realm? Long Tianjiao inquired. The Mirage Realm? What is that? Lin Han admitted he had never heard of such a place, feeling somewhat puzzled. The Mirage Realm is an extraordinary opportunity. I had to exert considerable effort to gain eligibility. Chapter 27, Mirage Realm. Beast Assault. Lin Zi, this so-called illusory realm is actually a virtual environment established by the Imperial military. However, do not underestimate it. This virtual illusion can replicate the abilities of its user, although experience will not increase within it. One can become familiar with their skills, and upon meeting certain requirements, may even receive rewards. The fatty introduced. Lin Han, lost in thought, remarked. You telling me this isn't just a show-off, is it? Of course not. How could I not think of my brother when such good fortune arises? Fatty laughed on the other end of the line, adding, I've asked my dad to secure you a qualification as well. That seems rather inconvenient for your uncle, Lin Han replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Over the years, Fatty's family had helped him with many matters. What are brothers for? What concerns you is my concern too. Fatty chuckled. Just don't forget your brother when you strike it rich. By the way, you can choose your trial based on levels, and I've already registered your information, that I'll send you the address shortly. You can go whenever you have time, that I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. Before Lin Han could respond, Fatty hung up. Lin Han didn't dwell on it further and soon fell asleep in bed. The next morning, Lin Han awoke early and made his way to the address Fatty had sent him the night before. After the security personnel at the entrance verified his identity, they allowed him to enter. The so-called illusory realm experience utilizes a high-precision machine to integrate the user's abilities into the system. In essence, it generates a virtual version of oneself within a game world, where the ferocious beasts are composed entirely of data. This machine is primarily used for training skills and techniques, making it particularly useful for novices. Had it not been for Fatty's explanation, Lin Han would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a device. However, given his current status, a simple request to Manager Tian should suffice. Nonetheless, he couldn't extinguish Fatty's enthusiasm. After all, between brothers, there's no need for excessive words. One day, when the opportunity arises, he would certainly repay Fatty. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Han arrived before a machine resembling a stasis pod. Following the staff's instructions, he lay down inside, and as the machine slowly closed, his vision faded into darkness. User detected. Real name authentication successful. Name, Lin Han. Profession, Beastmaster Scholar. Second transition level, 15. Recommended dungeon level. Silver. Would you like to enter the silver dungeon? You may select another silver dungeon. Lin Han complied with the system's suggestion. For him, the difficulty of the silver dungeon was not particularly daunting. He was merely here to indulge in a novel experience. His skills were still limited, yet he had a firm grasp on beast mastery techniques, requiring minimal training. Why is the upper limit for beast masters so high? Because once one selects a powerful beast, there is no need to toil like many other professions honing their skills. You have successfully selected the silver dungeon. Loading dungeon 30, 50, 80, 99, 100. Dungeon loaded successfully. Wishing you a pleasant journey. As the electronic voice faded, Lin Han found himself staring at a vast arena, approximately the size of a football field. Has technology developed to such an extent? Lin Han mused that he had previously focused solely on making money, leaving him with little understanding of the outside world. Standing in the center of the arena, he quickly realized that this virtual device could perfectly replicate his sense of touch. Impressive. Lin Han was overjoyed. He readied himself as the first wave of ferocious beasts was about to strike. The prompt from the illusory realm echoed once more. Lin Han was eager to engage. He summoned the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor. Initially, he thought this device wouldn't allow for summoning beasts, but it appeared he had underestimated it. However, the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor's presence here was likely due to the same principle. Their corporeal forms remained in the Beastmaster space. After all, this was merely a virtual environment. At that moment, two ferocious beasts charged toward him. LV-11 Gale Wolf. LV-11 Gale Wolf. Ah, old friends. Lin Han chuckled softly, waving his hand as his two summoned beasts dashed out. Each selecting their target, in an instant. The two Gale Wolves were torn asunder by the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor. The first wave of beasts had fallen, and the second wave was on the way. Next, 5 Gale Wolves appeared out of thin air. LV-13 Gale Wolf. LV-13 Gale Wolf. LV-13 Gale Wolf. This time, without waiting for Lin Han's command, the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor charged headlong into the 5 Gale Wolves without hesitation. For them, these beasts were hardly an appetizer. Given the right conditions, the two could even take down a golden grade beast together. This exemplified the overwhelming power of absolute strength. The mere change in stats from the Thunderbird to the Thunder Emperor was enough to illustrate this. In Lin Han's eyes, there existed only two categories of ferocious beasts, the ancient 10 fiends and all others. As before, within mere seconds, the system's prompt sounded again. Second wave of ferocious beasts defeated. Third wave approaching. This time, 10 beasts appeared at once. LV-15 Gale Wolf. LV-15 Gale Wolf. As time passed, not only did the number of ferocious beasts increase, but their levels did as well. Facing 10 level 15 beasts. Unless one were a top-tier main combat profession, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure this third wave. However, to Lin Han, they were merely a group of insignificant creatures. Kill! Lin Han shouted, and the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor roared in response. The 10 Gale Wolves, witnessing this, also howled defiantly. Were it not for the knowledge that this was an illusion, Lin Han might have struggled to discern the reality. The depiction was strikingly vivid. He could not help but commend the designer of this illusory realm. In a swift and decisive manner, the joint assault of the Thunder Emperor and Skyhorn Ant concluded the battle once more. Third wave of ferocious beasts defeated. Fourth wave approaching. Warning, warning! The fourth wave of ferocious beasts will be closer to the level of third transition beasts. Please proceed with caution. Chapter 28. Rapid Progress. Breaking Records. This machine does not inflict physical harm on the user, yet the pain will be transferred one-to-one to your consciousness. Users will vividly feel the pain in their bodies. Should you find it difficult to continue, please shout "Give up" to end the training session. A friendly reminder. This scenario presents a high level of difficulty. Please plan accordingly. The fourth wave of ferocious beasts is upon us. Listening to the machine's electronic chorus, Lin Han's excitement grew. Just in time, he could use this wave to test the limits of the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor. LV-18 Gale Wolf. LV-18 Gale Wolf. LV-18 Gale Wolf. 15 level 18 Gale Wolves. To be honest, Lin Han felt somewhat shaken. Level 18 had already matched the levels of his two summoned beasts. If the device's indications were accurate, the difficulty of the fourth wave was indeed exceedingly high. Even some rare main combat professions might struggle to clear it. However, he had no intention of backing down. Skyhorn Ant, activate Frenzy. Thunder Emperor, activate Swift Movement. I wish to see whether your strength can surpass the Skyhorn Ant or if your speed can outpace the Thunder Emperor. Lin Han chuckled softly. In the next moment, his two summoned beasts seemed to transcend their limits. Under Lin Han's gaze, the two beasts deftly maneuvered through the Gale Wolf pack. The Skyhorn Ant, with enhanced attributes, seized the opportunity to strike. Its movements were agile and ruthless, with virtually no room for error. Each action was a lethal blow. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor's combat style was far more refined. The Gale Wolf's once prized agility paled in comparison to the Thunder Emperor's prowess. This illustrated the absolute dominance of the ancient Ten Fiends in all aspects. Total annihilation. The speed was astounding. Lin Han had anticipated this outcome. Yet the velocity exceeded his expectations. Warning, warning. You are about to enter the final stage of this trial. The difficulty of the final stage is extremely high. Non-main combat professions should proceed with caution. Caution, caution. Lin Han gazed at the numerous red screens filled with flashing warning exclamation marks. The final stage. He hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Lin Han nodded gently, pressing his joints, which cracked in response. Upon seeing the prompt for the last stage, excitement surged within him. Though he knew this was merely a simulation, it felt much like a game, igniting his competitive spirit. LV-20 Gale Wolf King. LV-20 Gale Wolf King. Just as Lin Han awaited, Gale Wolf Kings appeared around him. Each one had reached the pinnacle level of the second transition, surpassing the levels of both the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor. With a deep exhale, Lin Han felt a surge of tension coursing through him. Tio claimed that he felt no anxiety would be a falsehood, although he had faced high-ranking ferocious beasts before. The innate fear that humanity harbors towards these creatures is not something that dissipates easily. It requires time to alter. After all, he had only recently awakened just 2 days prior. It appeared that holding back was no longer an option. The Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor had returned to his side, and Lin Han affectionately patted the heads of his two beasts. This battle would not be so easily won, while the physical harm was absent. The sensation of pain was undeniably real. At that moment, a Storm Wolf King charged towards Lin Han's position with ferocity. Almost simultaneously, Lin Han opened his class panel and allocated all freely distributable attributes to strength. In that instant, his power surged to an astonishing 2440. With a steely gaze, he strode forward and unleashed a punch. The oncoming Storm Wolf King, oblivious to the slightest hint of danger, seemed to wonder why this feeble human had suddenly charged at it. Boom! Lin Han's fist connected squarely with the Storm Wolf King's face. The moment of impact twisted the creature's visage, its fangs clattering to the ground as its massive body was sent hurtling away. At this moment, the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor seemed to be invigorated by Lin Han's display, unleashing roars of their own that a swift resolution was in order. Lin Han exuded an overwhelming aura. That punch had imbued him with renewed confidence. Lin Han's voice faded. The Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor sprang into action, instantly surpassing Lin Han's position and charging into the pack of Storm Wolf Kings. Lin Han did not remain idle either. He too plunged into the fray. The notion of honing his skills, in his view, was a valid approach to refining his close combat techniques. It is crucial to recognize that beast masters are most apprehensive about being engaged in close quarters, as their combat prowess is decidedly feeble. However, the values that the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor imparted were exceedingly high, particularly the freely distributable attributes. Now at level 15, Lin Han's strength had already reached an extraordinary 2,440. Therefore, should he manage to elevate his physical skills, this shortcoming would diminish significantly. Subsequently, the trio, one human and two beasts, grew increasingly valiant amidst the onslaught of the Storm Wolf Kings. Lin Han bore several wounds upon his body. Despite possessing absolute strength, his agility remained insufficient. Faced with creatures that had thrived in packs since childhood, he lacked that primal ferocity. Yet even so, Lin Han exhibited no signs of retreat. Within the illusory realm, he was free from excessive contemplation. Even the pain he endured was merely a burden he could endure. Minutes later, only 5 Storm Wolf Kings remained in the illusory realm. Not only Lin Han, but also the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor bore faint scratches upon their bodies. They too had suffered under the relentless assault of the wolf pack. However, these injuries were nearly negligible, a testament to the pride stemming from their ancient bloodlines and innate battle instincts. In the next moment, the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor surged forward once more, swiftly dispatching 4 additional foes. At this juncture, the lone remaining Stormwolf King disregarded everything and barreled towards Lin Han. Lin Han sidestepped the creature's attack, seizing the opportunity to land a punch to the Stormwolf King's abdomen. "Die for me!" Lin Han roared, his eyes glinting a crimson hue. That punch pierced through the Wolf King, with a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Han knew that this battle had reached its conclusion. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the silver level trial. Congratulations, you are the new record holder. Record, 9 minutes 8 seconds. Record holder, Lin Han. The road ahead is still long. May you continue to strive for excellence. In 30 seconds, your consciousness will automatically return, though we look forward to your next visit." With that, Lin Han recalled the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor into the Beast Master space, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. This illusory realm held some intrigue. Next time, he would attempt the gold level trial. Chapter 29. The Wuzhou Transfer Association. Lin Han's consciousness returned to his corporeal form, and the machine encasing him gradually opened, revealing a ceiling imbued with a futuristic aesthetic. Although the illusory realm did not enhance his experience points, the information regarding the voodoo spike had already been transmitted to his class panel. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the illusory realm experience hall. "The record for the silver level dungeon has been refreshed. Latest record, 9 minutes 8 seconds. Record holder, Lin Han." A sense of resignation washed over Lin Han. He noticed that this world, regardless of the location, seemed to revel in announcing such information. It had been the same when he accepted a 5-star mission at the Transfer Temple. Upon completion, an announcement had been made as well. However, back then, his name had not been disclosed. This time, however, his name was explicitly mentioned. Yet Lin Han understood. Public announcements of such achievements could be seen as an honor, perhaps intended to motivate others to strive harder. Not wishing to linger on these thoughts, Lin Han decided that since he had completed the illusory realm, there was no need to remain any longer. It was best to depart. However, the individuals present in the illusory realm began to engage in animated discussions. "I recall that the record holder for the silver level illusory realm was maintained by the president of our Wuzhou Transfer Association, wasn't it? Who is this Lin Han? How could he have surpassed our association president's record? Is he really that formidable? It's quite outrageous. The record held by the president has stood for many years without being broken, and suddenly a newcomer appears. Could he be a scion of some prominent family secretly training him?" Lin Han, a student from Wuzhou No. 1 High School, Su Ting, murmured to herself. "Could it be that beast master Lin Han from our school? No way. He has only recently awakened for 2 days. Could he truly possess such terrifying strength? Perhaps it's merely a coincidence of names." Just as Su Ting dismissed the thought, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure making his way towards the exit of the illusory realm experience center. It was Lin Han. "It really is him," Su Ting exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Lin Han's reputation within their school was quite significant. Nearly everyone was aware of his prowess. Naturally, she was no exception. However, witnessing Lin Han in person left her utterly astonished. "Hello, it's time for you to enter the illusory realm," a nearby staff member reminded her. Regaining her composure, Su Ting settled into the illusory realm experience device. Lin Han returned home, initially intending to grind levels in a dungeon. However, although he had emerged unscathed physically from the illusory realm, the psychological toll was undeniable. He needed time to recuperate and properly process the battle he had just endured. Meanwhile, at the Wuzhou Transfer Association, President, this is a grave matter." A man burst through the door, shouting at the man seated in the executive chair. "Zhang Qing, how many times must I remind you not to create such a ruckus over every little thing? If something occurs, simply resolve it. Your behavior is utterly unbecoming." Lin Zhe replied, frowning slightly. "President, I have something urgent to report," Zhang Qing said, calming his tone. "Just now, news from the illusory realm indicated that the silver-level dungeon record you set years ago has been broken." "Broken?" Lin Zhe was taken aback. His record had been exceptionally high, nearly impossible to surpass, especially within Wuzhou. What was the record? 9 minutes and 8 seconds, Zhang Qing replied slowly. Say that again. Lin Zhe was struggling to maintain his composure, his demeanor shifting as he became alert. The record is indeed 9 minutes and 8 seconds. Lin Zhe leaned back against his chair, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? 9 minutes and 8 seconds is utterly implausible. Even I took 20 minutes to achieve my record. How could anyone manage that? Did the illusory realm system detect any signs of cheating? Lin Zhe found it difficult to accept this reality. No, Zhang Qing replied. President, the illusory realm is managed by the military. Who would be foolish enough to employ cheating methods there? Well, to gain access to the silver-level illusory realm indicates that one's strength is at least at the 5th wave of the second-class silver-level trial, which involves facing 20 level 20 Stormwolf Kings. It took me quite a while to overcome that. 9 minutes and 8 seconds. How could that even be possible? There's a rule in the illusory realm. If the dungeon is of a lower level than the user, it will not be counted on the leaderboard. Only dungeons that match one's strength can be recorded. That's why I've always taken pride in this matter. The 5th wave of the silver level dungeon is exceedingly difficult. Unless one possesses a rare class in the main battle, even clearing it is a daunting task. Most records in the silver level illusory realm are from the 3rd and 4th waves. Very few manage to clear the 5th wave, especially against 20 level 20 Stormwolf Kings. So, how could I not be astonished upon learning that my record has been surpassed? Is there any information about this person? Lin Zhe inquired hastily. Yes. Zhang Qing promptly handed over a personal information sheet. Lin Han? A Beastmaster scholar? He has just awakened his profession in this session. Upon reviewing Lin Han's personal details, Lin Zhe couldn't help but swallow hard. What a remarkable talent. And he is a Beastmaster. President, although the Beastmaster is a hidden profession, it is not particularly powerful. The lower limit of this profession is rather low. He might have just been fortunate when he first contracted a decent beast. But he is not to be feared. Zhang Qing held Lin Han in low regard. Sometimes, luck does not determine everything. Lin Zhe stated earnestly to go find him and see if he is interested in joining our Wuzhou Transfiguration Association. We should try to recruit him. Perhaps we have stumbled upon a treasure this time. President, should we reconsider? I feel it is unnecessary. We don't need to cultivate a beast master. Zhang Qing hesitated. Whether or not to cultivate is not for you to decide. I have instructed you to go, Lin Zhe said sternly. Understood. Seeing Lin Zhe's determination, Zhang Qing ceased his objections. He bowed and turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. After Zhang Qing departed, Lin Zhe held Lin Han's identity information and murmured, he must be a buried genius that if we can cultivate him, he might lead the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association to new heights. I hope we can recruit such a talent. Chapter 30. Joining? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Han languidly reclined on his bed, relishing a rare day of rest. To be honest, the recent flurry of activity, coupled with the battle in the illusory realm today, had left him feeling utterly exhausted. He resolved to visit the gold-level dungeon tomorrow morning to level up, aiming to achieve a 3rd transition before the upcoming major examination in a few days. This would enhance his chances of entering a prestigious school. Lin Han took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Did I ask anyone there? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? Lin Han queried, perplexed by the unfamiliar voice. Who could it be? Though he felt some unease. He proceeded to open the door, as he had no real enemies, except perhaps Feng Yong, who posed no threat. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a stranger's face. Who are you? Lin Han asked, bewildered, confirming his initial judgment that he had never encountered this person before. Why had they come to seek him? Humph, Zhang Qing replied, exuding an air of superiority. It's only natural that you don't recognize me. In the past, someone like you wouldn't even have had the chance to meet me. Oh, what a lunatic. Lin Han rolled his eyes, preparing to shut the door. What kind of fool are you? Seeing Lin Han's intent to close the door, Zhang Qing quickly blocked it, irritated. You ungrateful wretch, remember this. I am a 4th transition powerhouse of the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association. My name is Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing? Never heard of you. Lin Han rolled his eyes again, determined to shut the door. He couldn't recall ever having any dealings with the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association, and given the individual's attitude, he had no desire to be cordial. Knocking at someone's door late at night and presenting oneself in such a manner, were it not for the claim of being associated with the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association, Lin Han might have reported him for being part of a cult. I've already told you my identity, so why do you insist on closing the door? Zhang Qing pushed his body against it. Exasperated at this moment, his gaze toward Lin Han grew, increasingly hostile. He couldn't fathom why this young man was so unyielding. Typically, upon learning of his affiliation with the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association, people would be courteous. Yet this brat had repeatedly tried to dismiss him. How could he tolerate such disrespect? I thought you were here to introduce yourself, that if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Han replied with a hint of resignation. I truly don't understand how such an unruly individual like you managed to break the illusory realm record maintained by our president, that you're not humble at all. Zhang Qing scoffed. Your president? Lin Han pondered why the other party had suddenly sought him out. It turned out to be due to the illusory realm record that as he departed, he had vaguely heard someone mention the title of the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association as president. But at the time, he hadn't paid it much heed. That to his surprise, someone had come to seek him out. Indeed, the visitor bore ill intentions. Our president is a dignified fifth transition powerhouse, a terrifying being on the verge of entering the sixth transition. You may never encounter a fifth transition powerhouse in your lifetime. Zhang Qing boasted. Lin Han was unimpressed that if this was retaliation for breaking the record, he was prepared to fight. Although a fourth transition powerhouse was formidable, if he took to the skies, Zhang Qing would be powerless against him. At worst, he could make a beeline for the school. Surely, even the Transfiguration Association wouldn't dare attack him in front of a crowd. Oh, is that all you have to say? Zhang Qing was thoroughly displeased with Lin Han's demeanor. This young man didn't play by the rules at all. Why would I have anything else to say? Praise you. Lin Han regarded him as if he were a fool and coldly stated, if you have nothing further to discuss, I'm going to rest. You little brat. Zhang Qing huffed. I am here representing our president to invite you to join our Wuzhou Transfiguration Association. Join you? Lin Han was taken aback, initially believing the other party was merely looking for trouble. Indeed, join us. Zhang Qing replied cheerfully, Do you know how many people are eager to join our Transfiguration Association? They would give anything for the opportunity, yet you have caught the eye of our president. This is your honor. And what benefits do I receive? Lin Han inquired, feeling averse to joining such an organization without any incentives. Benefits? Do you not realize that joining the Transfiguration Association is a tremendous advantage for you? It's one thing to be ungrateful. It's another to demand benefits. At this point, Zhang Qing was on the verge of cursing. He had never encountered someone so resistant to persuasion that I truly am ungrateful. Then, you expect me to work for you without any compensation? The esteemed Wuzhou Transfiguration Association. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Lin Han scoffed. All right. Zhang Qing nodded emphatically, continuing, if you join our Wuzhou Transfiguration Association, we will naturally provide you with resources. As a beastmaster, you require numerous resources, and with your financial situation, you likely want to be able to obtain them. Zhang Qing surveyed Lin Han's modest abode, forming a judgment about his economic capabilities in his eyes. Once he mentioned this condition, Lin Han would be unable to refuse. He knew all too well how impoverished students could be lured in with a mere hint of benefits, requiring minimal effort to ensnare them. Lin Han found the situation laughable. It seemed they truly regarded him as a fool. Are you not satisfied? It appears we have no further need to continue this discussion. Lin Han was about to close the door when Zhang Qing stepped forward, having learned from previous encounters not to give Lin Han an opportunity. We will indeed provide you with ample resources. Even training. I am here on the president's behalf. If you join us, you will only need to share 50% of your earnings with us, and we will assign you some tasks as well. You'll be under our lifelong guidance. Zhang Qing hurriedly relayed their terms in one breath. Not interested. Lin Han rolled his eyes. These demands were undoubtedly akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had no concept of the benefits he would receive. Not to mention, surrendering 50% of his hard-earned income was simply absurd. Even a fool wouldn't agree to such terms. Lin Han. Don't push your luck. At this point, Zhang Qing's frustration boiled over. Chapter 31. My apologies. I decline. Leave quickly. I have no interest in your Transfiguration Association. If you linger any longer, don't blame me for calling the authorities. The peacekeepers won't tolerate your Transfiguration Association. Having realized that the other party bore no ill will, Lin Han was not concerned about a physical confrontation. After all, they represented a significant force and were unlikely to act impulsively. Don't call them. I'll leave. Zhang Qing said. Flustered, he represented the Wuzhou Transfiguration Association. If the peacekeepers were summoned, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Lin Han, you will regret this. Zhang Qing exited Lin Han's room, leaving with a huff. Regret joining you? Now that would indeed be a true regret. Lin Han, devoid of any mercy, slammed the door shut with a resounding thud and collapsed onto his bed. I end this day and age. Truly, there are all sorts of individuals. Such a large association dares to treat me as free labor. Dio, they have no sense of shame. Outrageous. Zhang Qing, left outside, felt the biting cold wind and angrily departed. Heading straight for the Job Transition Association. Lin Han, originally, I had no intention of inviting you to join. Since you lack interest, it aligns perfectly with my wishes. The Job Transition Association of Wuzhou. President, I have returned. Lin Zhe sat in his office, attending to paperwork when a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Zhang Qing entered and respectfully stated, President, I have sought out Lin Han. What did he say upon hearing this? Lin Zhe, who had previously appeared fatigued, instantly perked up. Captain, that Lin Han fellow is utterly ungrateful that I made my intentions clear, yet he looks down upon our Job Transition Association. My words are nearly worn out, and he remains disinterested in joining. It seems he will not be a part of our association. Zhang Qing said with a bitter expression. Not interested in joining? Lin Zhe felt a pang of disappointment. He steadied himself and continued. In that case, everyone has their own aspirations. We need not dwell on it. Should Lin Han wish to join in the future, we can collaborate then. Despite feeling a tinge of regret, Lin Zhe was not inclined to coerce him into joining. After all, some matters should not be forced, as it could easily sour the relationship between both parties. This point was clearly understood by Lin Zhe. Very well, President. You should also rest early. Zhang Qing slightly lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips to go on. Lin Zhe paid him no further mind as Zhang Qing slowly exited the room. Lin Han, do not hold it against me that if you were to join our Job Transition Association, given the President's regard for you, you might jeopardize my position. Therefore, it is best you do not enter. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, everyone was clad in immaculate military uniforms, exuding an air of vitality. Commander, there is a discrepancy in the data within the illusory realm. Suddenly, a military technician seated at the control panel spoke up. What seems to be amiss? A tall soldier approached, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled a sense of suffocation merely by his presence. Commander, look here at in Wuzhou City. There is a second-tier beast master who single-handedly cleared a silver-level illusory realm dungeon. Is that so unusual? The commander crossed his arms, standing behind the technician, perplexed. Commander, under normal circumstances, solo clearing wouldn't raise any issues. Although the Beastmaster profession has a high lower limit, one can still succeed with a decent beast. However, the real concern lies in the absurdity of his solo clearing time. Commander, observe, it took less than 4 minutes to eliminate the first 4 waves of beasts. This duration is sufficient to prove one thing. These monsters were obliterated the moment they appeared. Averaging the first 4 waves, each took less than a minute. This speed is something even some third-tier professionals would struggle to achieve. Moreover, all his time was concentrated on the 5th wave, which, despite this, took only a little over 5 minutes. If we calculate the optimal scenario, if he is indeed a peak second-tier Beastmaster, his physical attributes wouldn't be impressive. However, if he possesses 2 formidable beasts that have surpassed level 20, then it becomes plausible. Yet the difficulty is immense. Upon hearing this, the commander, who had initially been indifferent, adopted a serious expression. Investigate this individual thoroughly. I want all his information by tomorrow morning. Understood? Understood, the technician saluted. The commander's gaze remained fixed on the data displayed on the screen. The following day, Lin Han stretched lazily, having enjoyed a restful night devoid of the previous night's battles, which eased his burdens considerably. While he relished this feeling, he managed to restrain his impulses. This was not the time for indulgence. After tidying up his personal hygiene, he set out in search of a golden-level dungeon in Lin Han's memory, the deepest part of the Shadow Mountains, which he had visited on the day of his awakening, seemed to be the golden leveling zone. That is, he would have to traverse the territory of the Gale Wolf King. However, he had already vanquished the Gale Wolf King. He was uncertain who now reigned supreme. Perhaps another Gale Wolf, or a different species altogether. Lin Han swiftly arrived at the northern part of Wuzhou City, the Shadow Mountains. This second visit found him having grown strong enough to solo the area, a stark contrast to his previous bewilderment. The moment he stepped into the Shadow Mountains, he summoned the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor from his Beastmaster space. With one person and two beasts, they strode majestically through the Shadow Mountains, causing lower-tier beasts of lesser bloodlines and levels to tremble in fear. Some were so frightened they lost the will to fight. "Surely not," Lin Han remarked, somewhat helpless. However, he was not one to show mercy. Any beast that was too paralyzed by fear would not escape his clutches. Nevertheless, Lin Han's primary goal was not these creatures, and he did not wish to waste too much time here. After crossing into the Silver Zone, he soon spotted the sign indicating the Golden Level leveling area. Warning, warning, recommended level 20 to 30 ahead. Lower levels should proceed with caution. Saber-toothed tiger territory. Caution, caution, saber-toothed tiger, you say? Lin Han inquired with keen interest before striding boldly into the zone. The Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor closely followed behind. Lin Han's decision to enter the Golden Level dungeon was not without reason. Although perilous, the rewards were exceedingly high. At this moment, he was merely 5 levels away from accepting the third-tier quest. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. This principle was well understood by him. Chapter 32. Learning Voodoo's Sting. The Skyhorn Ant boldly drew the fire, while the Thunder Emperor launched aerial assaults with astonishing speed. At this moment, Lin Han had led the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor into the dungeon. Luck was not on his side. He encountered a colony of poison-pattern lizards. LV-21 Poison-Pattern Lizard. LV-21 Poison-Pattern Lizard. The colony was not small, consisting of around 8 poison-pattern lizards. Faced with these formidable beasts that had already reached the third tier in human terms, Lin Han naturally did not dare let his guard down. Thus, upon spotting the poison-pattern lizards, he quickly issued his attack commands. The Skyhorn Ant charged forward without fear, responding to Lin Han's orders with determination. Simultaneously, the Thunder Emperor ascended rapidly, its enormous wings blocking out the sun, each flap accompanied by the sound of thunder. Originally, when it was still a Thunderbird, it was imbued with the power of lightning. After successfully evolving into the Thunder Emperor, its electrical might had undergone a qualitative leap. Though the poison-pattern lizards did not match the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor in terms of bloodline, once the battle commenced, they would not concern themselves with such distinctions. Bloodline power is most advantageous when the levels are similar or when the opponent possesses a significantly inferior bloodline. Alternatively, it holds sway among similar species. Many beasts experience physiological discomfort when faced with a superior bloodline. However, the poison-pattern lizards were of a higher level and not of the same species as these two ancient beasts, rendering the bloodline suppression nearly negligible. In fact, for them, hunting ancient beasts like the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor would be quite exhilarating. The Skyhorn Ant, incredibly fierce, charged into the midst of the lizard colony, drawing the attention of all the poison-pattern lizards. Hisses! 8 poison-pattern lizards immediately launched an assault on the Skyhorn Ant. Skyhorn Ant, physical constitution -80, toxic paralysis, continuous damage, duration 1 minute. Toxins, Lin Han's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that the Skyhorn Ant would suffer an attack even before making contact with the poison-pattern lizards. The poison-pattern lizards could utilize their unique skin to expand their pores and expel toxins from their bodies. This allowed surrounding beasts to be silently paralyzed by the toxins. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. The Skyhorn Ant's greatest asset was its physical constitution. Currently, the level 18 Skyhorn Ant had already reached the upper limit of 3,000 in physical constitution, while the Thunder Emperor, also an ancient beast, only boasted a maximum constitution of 2,006. That though the apparent difference seemed minor, it could become a chasm in the future. Lin Han even had a premonition that if the Skyhorn Ant reached levels 80 or 90, it could transform into a true terror solely based on its constitution. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Lin Han regained his focus. Although it was true that the Tianjiao Ant was currently paralyzed by the venomous-patterned lizard, the paralysis merely deducted health points without imposing any other detrimental effects on its attributes. Moreover, it seemed that the toxin from the venomous-patterned lizard did not have a cumulative effect. In other words, it would only continue to inflict damage if the battle persisted beyond 1 minute without retreating. Based on the rate of health deduction, the toxin would drain 900 health points in a minute. If the opponent could not be dealt with within that time frame, the Tianjiao ant would indeed suffer greatly, that if the battle were to last 3 minutes, there was a real possibility that the Tianjiao ant could succumb here. A thought crossed Lin Han's mind. Thankfully, the Thunder Emperor was able to unleash lightning strikes from the air, allowing him to escape the reach of the toxins. This meant that he only needed to eliminate the venomous patterned lizard within 3 minutes. The battle was indeed winnable. In fact, Lin Han had also noticed some good news. After witnessing the recent skirmish, he could distinctly sense that the combat prowess of the venomous patterned lizard was not particularly formidable. Their strength lay in their ability to unleash paralyzing toxins. Thus, once Lin Han recognized that something was amiss with the Tianjiao ant, he immediately distanced himself from the battlefield. His physical constitution was not on par with that of the Tianjiao ant and the Thunder Emperor. If he were not careful, he could easily be the first to succumb to the poison. A swift resolution was imperative. Prolonging the conflict would yield no benefits and could even lead to dire consequences. Thunder Emperor, unleash a thunderstorm. Tianjiao ant, retreat. Upon issuing his command, the Thunder Emperor unfurled its enormous wings, obscuring the sky, its entire form radiating blue-violet lightning, and a series of thunderous roars erupted across the heavens. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in the cacophony of thunder. Almost immediately, bolts of blue-violet lightning cascaded from above, each strike creating a crater upon impact. However, Lin Han soon discerned an issue. The Thunder Emperor's thunderstorm ability was random in nature, and the venomous patterned lizard was not particularly large. Without any constraints, it was not impossible for them to evade the thunderstorm. Lin Han realized that he needed to impose some movement restrictions on the venomous patterned lizard. Suddenly, he recalled that he had obtained a skill book called Voodoo Spike in the illusory realm. He promptly opened his class panel and confirmed that the skill book was indeed recorded. Voodoo Spike category, skill book quality. Intermediate. Using Voodoo Spike will cause thorny vines to erupt from the ground within 100 meters of the user, binding designated enemy targets in the vicinity. With the vines possessing paralyzing attributes, skill duration, 5 minutes skill cooldown, 20 minutes skill status. Not learned. Without hesitation, Lin Han recognized the utility of this skill. In fact, he had intended to learn it the previous day, but was momentarily distracted when Zhang Qing sought him out. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Learn. The moment he spoke, a notification appeared on his class panel. You have successfully learned Voodoo Spike. Voodoo Spike. Lin Han bellowed, and in the next instant, the soil within 100 meters around him began to tremble. As thorny vines erupted from below Lin Han's perception, the venomous patterned lizard had been designated as the target for attack. Consequently, as the thorns emerged, they immediately ensnared the creature, their very nature imbued with a paralyzing attribute. Although the venomous patterned lizard, being a fierce beast of the poison attribute, had a degree of immunity to Voodoo Spike, Lin Han's true intention was simply to entangle it, thereby increasing the accuracy of the thunderstorm. That was his primary aim. As anticipated, after Lin Han employed Voodoo Spike, the accuracy of the thunderstorm indeed increased significantly. Merely a few minutes later, only 2 venomous patterned lizards in good condition remained in the tribe. The others had been rendered incapacitated by the lightning, with several already on the brink of death. At that moment, the Tianjiao ant seized the opportunity, locking onto one of the remaining healthy venomous patterned lizards the instant the thunderstorm dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, the Tianjiao ant drove its enormous horn through the creature. In that very instant of piercing, the Tianjiao ant pivoted and launched an assault on the second lizard. The Thunder Emperor, too, was not idle. As the thunderstorm's duration concluded, it swooped down to unleash a flurry of attacks on the critically weakened venomous patterned lizards, leaving them little chance to recover. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han merely stood aside, refraining from intervening. Chapter 33. Third Transition Quest, another 5-star? The battle concluded swiftly. The speed at which the 2 ancient beasts cleared the battlefield was nothing short of terrifying. Successfully defeated venomous patterned lizard, experience points 1789. Successfully defeated venomous patterned lizard, experience points 1789. Successfully defeated venomous patterned lizard, experience points 1789. You have leveled up to LV16, all attributes increased by 170 points. You have also gained an additional 140 points of free attributes. You have leveled up to LV17, all attributes increased by 170 points. You have also gained an additional 140 points of free attributes. You have leveled up to LV18. All attributes increased by 170 points. You have also gained an additional 140 points of free attributes. 3 levels gained in succession. Lin Han felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This sensation was immensely pleasing, although the experience required for leveling up increased with each ascent in level. He was confident he could reach the level 20 threshold today. Subsequently, he did not linger any longer in the area but continued deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, Lin Han encountered only a few scattered ferocious beasts, avoiding any swarms, which made the battles relatively manageable. He even encountered 2 higher-level saber-toothed tigers, but they were swiftly dispatched by the coordinated efforts of the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor. Successfully defeated saber-toothed tiger, experience points 2666. Successfully defeated saber-toothed tiger, experience points 2666. You have leveled up to LV19. All attributes increased by 170 points. You have also gained an additional 140 points of free attributes. You have leveled up to LV20. All attributes increased by 170 points. You have also gained an additional 140 points of free attributes. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit for the second transition. You must undertake a job change quest, or you will be unable to exceed this limit. You cannot continue to gain experience points until you reach your third transition, AT level 20. Lin Han exhaled deeply. For some reason, upon seeing this notification, he felt a peculiar sensation. Having fought here for an entire day, he considered himself fortunate this time. He had encountered only 2 saber-toothed tigers and had not even come across the saber-toothed Tiger King. Honestly, Lin Han had been prepared to seek out the saber-toothed Tiger King himself if his leveling process had been too slow. However, having successfully reached level 20, he felt no need to create unnecessary trouble. He would simply go with the flow. Name: Lin Han. Profession: Beast Master. Second transition: Hidden Profession. Level: LV20. Strength: 3290. Agility: 2570. Spirit: 2470. Constitution: 2000. Equipment: None. Skills: Beast Pact. Level 2. Beast Space. Level 2. Summon Beast. Level 2. Malicious Wave. Level 1. Lightning Wings. Level 1. Skill Copy. Level 1. Voodoo Spike. Level 1. Available free attribute points: 700 at this point. Lin Han's overall attributes had surged past 2,000, with his strength even exceeding 3,000. The attribute typically considered the weakest for Beast Masters, Constitution, had also nearly reached the 2,000 threshold. Furthermore, he still possessed 700 free attribute points. If he utilized them all, he could immediately elevate one of his attributes to 3,000. Achieving 2,002 attributes at level 20 was indeed astounding. It is worth noting that he was a Beast Master, one of the weakest professions among all. Yet his current stats were such that even some primary combat classes would find themselves envious. Without hesitation, Lin Han raised his agility to 3,000, allocating the remaining points to his constitution. After completing this, he departed from the ruins. The sky was still relatively bright. Upon returning to the city, Lin Han headed directly towards the Job Transition Temple. Upon reaching the temple, he was greeted once more by the same front desk attendant. She was visibly astonished upon seeing Lin Han, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here this time?" "I would like to apply for the third transition quest." "Third transition quest?" The front desk attendant gasped in disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment. She remembered vividly that Lin Han had only taken on a job transition quest a couple of days prior. How could he have leveled up so quickly in such a short span? As someone with a background in the profession, she was well aware of the progress recorded in their system, and thus she was utterly shocked. She had seen some individuals level up quickly from first to second transition, but this rapid advancement from second to third was something she had never encountered before. Moreover, Lin Han had also leveled up quite swiftly during his first transition. Had he truly not taken any breaks? "All right, Mr. Lin, I will help you register." This time, Lin Han had become thoroughly acquainted with the process, allowing his subsequent actions to unfold with remarkable swiftness. Once the receptionist assigned him a position, he proceeded to select his class advancement quest. Although it was a second to third class transition, the procedures and steps remained unchanged. Were it not for the differing room numbers, he might have suspected that the class advancement Divine Stone he was using this time was the same as the one he had previously employed. He couldn't help but think, it can't possibly be another 5-star quest, can it? Lin Han chuckled self-deprecatingly. His last 5-star quest had been quite the predicament, had it not been for encountering that mercenary group of bald heads. Borrowing their equipment to recover some health, he would have found himself utterly destitute by now. Following the familiar steps, a cascade of divine light connected to his class panel, and as an exclamation mark appeared, the quest information materialized before him. Quest title: Whisper of the Ghost Ship. Quest level: 5-star. Quest objectives: 1. To board the ghost ship and hunt down the ghosts. 2. To acquire materials: Fire Dragon Flame, Essence of Grass, Eye of the Wind. Quest location: Ghost Ship Crimson Flame Forest. This time, the class advancement quest actually required materials. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by this task. Yet, according to the quest stipulations, it was indeed the case. From an initial single task, it had now evolved into 2 distinct missions. This was no mere exaggeration. Oh heavens! Another 5-star quest. Do you derive pleasure from putting me through the ringer? Lin Han sighed deeply. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that regardless of his inner reluctance, once he had selected the quest, it was beyond his power to alter the outcome. To be frank, he felt this quest was rather cumbersome. Even if the ghost ship presented a higher degree of difficulty, it wouldn't have bothered him as much. However, the necessity to venture into the Crimson Flame Forest for those 3 materials following the ghost ship mission felt like a sheer waste of his time. Fortunately, the quest information on his class panel had already illustrated the shapes of the materials. Otherwise, he might have spent a lifetime searching for those 3 items. What a hassle! Lin Han sighed again, and then exited the small room. Unsurprisingly, just as before, the entire class advancement sanctuary was abuzz with fervent discussion. The 5-star quests were a rarity, making them a popular topic among the crowd. As for Lin Han, after his previous experience, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 34. The Ghost Ship. Upon seeing the announcement of the 5-star quest, the receptionist immediately associated it with Lin Han. Once again at the same time, she pondered, what kind of person is Mr. Lin? Why is it that every time he undertakes a class advancement quest, it is a 5-star one? Is heaven envious of him? After leaving the class advancement sanctuary, Lin Han immediately began to gather information about the ghost ship based on the details provided on his class panel. The ghost ship was said to appear at a seaside location in Mist City at 7 o'clock in the evening. Initially, Lin Han had planned to return home for a good rest that night, preparing himself to tackle the class advancement quest with full vigor the following day. However, those plans were now dashed. The ghost ship only emerged at night, and its intended destination was the Crimson Flame Forest. Although it was labeled as the ghost ship's destination, it was not the only route leading to the Crimson Flame Forest. However, Lin Han's quest had intertwined these 2 locations, leaving him no choice but to first undertake the ghost ship's mission. After completing the ghost ship quest, he would conveniently head to the Crimson Flame Forest to collect the required materials for his class advancement task. Lin Han hastened his pace. The BY 6:30, he had finally arrived at the seaside of Mist City, all the while checking his information as he rushed. The last time he had visited this place was a long time ago, during which it had been the original owner of this body who came here. Thus his connection to it was minimal. His memories of this place were rather vague, though he vaguely recalled coming here with Bai Bing, where they playfully bickered, creating a sense of familial closeness. However, due to the passage of time, those memories had become too hazy to recall distinctly. 7 o'clock arrived. Lin Han kept a vigilant eye on his watch. The moment the hour hand struck 7, a thick mist began to swirl around the seaside, and the silhouette of a colossal ship emerged from the fog. Without needing to think twice, it was the ghost ship. The atmosphere it exuded was undeniably eerie. As the ghost ship docked, Lin Han climbed aboard, and the moment he stepped on, the ghost ship began to move once more, as if it had been waiting for him all along. How bizarre! Walking along the deck of the ghost ship, Lin Han felt a chill creeping down his spine, akin to being blasted by air conditioning directly at his back, which was rather uncomfortable. The vast ghost ship was devoid of any living beings, save for a few scattered wooden crates and remnants of wood presumably left over from repairs. Yet, Lin Han could unmistakably detect a pervasive scent of blood on this ghost ship, an odor that rain could never wash away. Long ago, he recalled a classmate mentioning tales of ghost ships, claiming that they were vessels birthed centuries ago by a young man aspiring to become the Pirate King, only to be beset by misfortune along the way, thereby giving rise to this vessel of resentment. When Lin Han had first traversed into this world, he had been naive enough to believe such tales. Now, however, he realized that the ghost ship was essentially a dungeon. and ghosts could not possibly exist here. Moreover, the strategies for this dungeon were extensively documented online. According to the available information, the ghost ship had consistently been a highly popular dungeon, attracting many young men eager to challenge it. Though most had fled in terror. How unfortunate. Just as Lin Han was reminiscing about the information he had previously gathered, a transparent apparition floated past him from above. What the hell? There really are ghosts. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. Yet he was not truly frightened. It was merely the ghost's sudden appearance that caught him off guard. Level 20 ghost. It was indeed a ghost. In truth, Lin Han felt a surge of excitement within. After all, he had quickly located his quest target. Just as he prepared to deliver a punch to incapacitate the ghost, it floated up towards the mast, wearing a mocking expression as it gazed down at him. A blatant provocation. Lin Han never imagined that one day he would be taunted by a ghost. This was an utter humiliation. He chuckled sinisterly. Do you think I can't reach you just because you can fly? Who says I can't get to you? Lin Han grinned malevolently. Even the ghosts aboard the ghost ship seemed taken aback by his laughter, the apparition hovering above looking puzzled as if Lin Han's words had bewildered it. With such a wicked smile, who was truly the ghost here? Today, I shall show you that not just anyone can take liberties with me. Just because you can fly doesn't make you special. As his words fell, the lightning wings erupted behind him, propelling him upward at the fastest speed he could muster. The ghost was completely unprepared for a human to fly, and Lin Han's fist landed heavily upon the ghost's face. Successfully slaying the ghost. Experience point 0. Warning. You have reached the maximum limit of experience points for the second class transition. You must complete the class advancement quest, or you will not be able to surpass this limit. Until you reach the third class transition, you cannot continue to gain experience points. Damn it. Lin Han was infuriated. Earlier that afternoon, he had been elated to reach level 20, but now, remembering that during both of his recent quests, he could only watch helplessly as experience points were wasted due to reaching the cap, he felt a deep pang of regret. Experience points were a precious commodity. Each time he squandered them felt like a grievous loss. At that moment, whoosh, a chilling wind swept through. Suddenly, numerous ghosts coalesced upon the ship. They were not dissimilar to the previous ghost, some even reaching level 21. However, for Lin Han, they posed no threat whatsoever. Were it not for the fact that the class panel did not indicate he had completed the quest, he wouldn't have even considered engaging them. Damn this wretched fate. Without experience, there was no motivation. However, he had no choice but to eliminate all these ghosts. Facing such a multitude of apparitions, Lin Han felt no fear. His only concern was the possibility of encountering an even stronger foe aboard the ghost ship. Nonetheless, even if he couldn't defeat them, it mattered little. He could always rely on his summoned beast. Raider, come forth. As his command was issued, Raider emerged from the beast's summoning space. Upon appearing, Raider immediately unfurled its wings, producing a thunderous roar as it soared above the ghost ship. The sheer sound of its thunderous wings seemed to challenge the ghosts, while simultaneously exuding a sense of camaraderie towards Lin Han. Annihilate them all. Lin Han found a place to sit down, after which he had no further involvement. The formidable Thunder Emperor would inform them. Even in the guise of a ghost, some entities were simply not to be trifled with. Responding to Lin Han's command, the Thunder Emperor let out a piercing shriek, and a bolt of lightning struck directly into the horde of ghosts. In an instant, several of the apparitions were obliterated. Lightning was particularly effective against soul-type beasts, and ghosts fell into that category, rendering them utterly vulnerable to such an assault. This was also the reason Lin Han chose not to summon the Skyhorn Ant. In his estimation, the Thunder Emperor alone sufficed for this task. With one ghost vanquished, the remaining apparitions erupted into a frenzy, charging madly toward the direction of the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 35. Annihilation, the Ghost Captain. The Thunder Emperor observed the multitude of ghosts with indifference, unleashing bolts of thunder that struck among them. Most of the ghosts, even before reaching the Thunder Emperor, were completely eradicated. Those few that managed to close in would be swiftly dispatched by the Emperor's razor-sharp feathers. The outcome of this battle had already become a foregone conclusion that in less than 5 minutes, every ghost aboard the spectral ship had vanished, just as Lin Han prepared to enjoy a peaceful journey. Unexpectedly, the ghosts that had been scattered and on the verge of disappearance reappeared, coalescing once more in a specific direction. Simultaneously, one ghost began to take on a distinct outline. Ultimately, a ghost clad in pirate attire, bearing a fierce countenance, stood before Lin Han, level 25 ghost captain. So that's how it is. Lin Han cautiously rose to his feet. To be frank, judging by the intensity displayed earlier, he felt this task was somewhat misaligned with a 5-star rating. It could only be deemed a solid 4-star challenge. After all, the majority of those ghosts were level 20 beasts, and level 20 was already the pinnacle for a second-tier professional. For a novice professional to confront such a multitude of ghosts posed a considerable challenge. However, the emergence of the ghost captain piqued Lin Han's interest. Although the captain was level 25, Lin Han had the Thunder Emperor and the Skyhorn Ant, which afforded him a distinct advantage in undertaking this task. He did not perceive this challenge as insurmountable. Skyhorn Ant. Responding to Lin Han's summons, the Skyhorn Ant emerged from the beast master space and, upon seeing the ghost captain, began to roar. It sensed a threat. Following their previous battle, both the Thunder Emperor and the Skyhorn Ant had reached level 20, their combat prowess achieving a qualitative leap. However, the ghost captain before them had already attained level 25, a significant 5-level disparity that should not be underestimated. Upon materializing, the ghost captain charged at the Skyhorn Ant, wielding a curved dagger with ruthless intent. Yet, as one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts, the Skyhorn Ant exhibited no signs of fear and boldly met the attack head-on, its massive horn colliding forcefully with the captain's dagger. In a pure contest of strength, the Skyhorn Ant had never backed down. Its formidable horn held great power, effortlessly withstanding the dagger's strike. A tremendous force erupted, with the Skyhorn Ant pushing forward, bearing the dagger as it continued to advance toward the ghost captain. The ghost captain's expression momentarily faltered, perhaps caught off guard by this turn of events. Despite his higher level, he found himself unable to counter. Meanwhile, the Thunder Emperor, witnessing this, did not remain idle. Even after having just emerged from battle, it soared toward the low sky. In an instant, the Thunder Emperor, utilizing its remarkable speed, seized the ghost captain's shoulder with its claws, securing a firm grip. However, the ghost captain was not one to be easily subdued. While restraining the Skyhorn Ant with his dagger, he attempted to counterattack the Thunder Emperor with a clawed hand. Yet, if he were only facing the Skyhorn Ant, he might have had a fighting chance. But against two ancient ferocious beasts, it was a different story altogether. At the moment the ghost captain launched his counter against the Thunder Emperor, the Skyhorn Ant seized the opportunity, thrusting its massive horn upward with sudden force. At that moment, the ghost captain's feet had already left the ground, his balance compromised as he was still preoccupied with the Thunder Emperor. Consequently, he was unprepared to withstand the Skyhorn Ant's assault. The Skyhorn Ant's movements were remarkably agile, and its horn pierced through the ghost captain. With the Skyhorn Ant's decisive action, the Thunder Emperor, too, was unwilling to be outdone. Its body crackled with electricity as it flapped its wings. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, the Thunder Emperor delivered a fatal blow to the ghost captain, successfully slaying him. Experience gained. 0. Attention. You have reached the maximum threshold for the second tier. You must undertake a promotion quest, or you cannot surpass this limit. Until you reach the third tier, you cannot continue to gain experience. Battle concluded. At this moment, Lin Han's professional panel illuminated with golden text indicating the whisper of the ghost ship, signifying that the ghost ship quest had come to an end. The Thunder Emperor and the Skyhorn Ant approached Lin Han, seeking his approval, and he affectionately patted the two beasts that he was quite satisfied with this battle, as it marked their first true collaboration. Subsequently, the ghost ship sailed through the mist for another half-hour before arriving at the edge of the Crimson Flame Forest. Lin Han jumped off the ship, followed closely by the Skyhorn Ant and the Thunder Emperor. Once they disembarked, the ghost ship gradually vanished, and the sea returned to its former tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. It was as though the ghost ship had never existed in this world at all. However, Lin Han was not interested in such matters. His current objective was to seek out the 3 materials required for his third-tier promotion. The approximate locations of these materials were indicated on his promotion panel, so he merely needed to search for them. With the Skyhorn Ant and the Thunder Emperor accompanying him, Lin Han ventured deeper into the Crimson Flame Forest. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted some research. The highest level beasts in the Crimson Flame Forest were the fire lizards. This species of lizard belonged to the same family as the poison pattern lizard he had encountered before, differing only in their elemental attributes. However, The population of these lizards here was notably higher, and one of the materials he sought, fire dragon flame, was guarded by a large group of fire lizards. To be candid, if he were facing a solitary foe, Lin Han would have no fear. The issue lay in the fact that fire lizards represented a golden race. In terms of classification, a golden race signified that this species had reached its utmost limit, unable to ascend any further. Similarly, Lin Han had read in textbooks about platinum races, diamond races, and even higher classifications. The textbooks even recorded the possibility of divine races existing within the beast factions. A tribe of such creatures would undoubtedly embody a true terror. Returning to the matter at hand, despite Lin Han feeling capable of combat, he recognized that engaging in a fight against the Fire Lizard clan would not yield any advantages for him. To be frank, he was reluctant to provoke a conflict with the Fire Lizards. After all, according to other sources, the remaining two materials required for his promotion were similarly guarded by grass lizards and wind lizards. However, based on online information, while these two were also golden races, their numbers and combat strength were significantly inferior to that of the fire lizards. Thus, Lin Han believed that in order to acquire these three materials, it would be best to use his wits whenever possible. After all, he had already reached the maximum level for the second tier, and further combat would only waste valuable experience, an unwise endeavor. Nevertheless, once he successfully attained the third tier, he would not be opposed to returning to the Crimson Flame Forest to grind for levels. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han set out on the quest for materials. After several minutes of searching, he suddenly stumbled upon a group of lizards resting ahead, and at the center of this cluster of green lizards lay a green fruit. Could it be the essence of grass? Chapter 36, Gathering Eye of the Wind. Lin Han meticulously compared the item with the illustrations on his task panel and quickly confirmed that this was undoubtedly the essence of grass. To his delight, he had encountered one of the materials so swiftly. However, surrounding the essence of grass were numerous level 20 grass lizards, making it far from simple to acquire it. Fortunately, these grass lizards were all fast asleep. Skyhorn Ant burrow underground and stealthily retrieve that item for me. Ultimately, Lin Han resolved to leverage his intelligence to the fullest. Avoiding combat whenever possible was paramount. After all, he still had two other materials to locate. Engaging in a fight now would only create unnecessary complications and squander precious time. The Skyhorn Ant, naturally combative, had initially prepared to charge forward for a grand battle alongside the Thunder Emperor. But Lin Han's command caught it off guard. Nevertheless, as it was the command of the Beast Master, the Skyhorn Ant, despite its reluctance, had no choice but to comply. Thus, it burrowed underground without hesitation. Moments later, a cavern was excavated in the center of the grass lizard, and the Skyhorn Ant emerged directly from the ground, fixating its gaze upon the essence of grass before seizing it in its jaws. Having acquired what it sought, the Skyhorn Ant promptly burrowed back through the previously dug tunnel. Upon retracing its path, the Skyhorn Ant delivered the essence of grass into Lin Han's hands. Good child, Lin Han remarked with satisfaction as he affectionately patted the ant's head, subsequently stowing away the essence of grass. That if only the subsequent materials could be obtained as effortlessly, he muttered, after acquiring the essence of grass. He swiftly departed the area. That moment, a thought struck Lin Han. Since the grass lizard was now at rest, did it not imply that the other two varieties of lizards were also in slumber? If he could stealthily procure materials while they rested, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Thus, Lin Han, accompanied by the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor, dashed rapidly through the Crimson Flame Forest. He harbored no fears of being discovered by ferocious beasts, for his malevolent perception could detect the positions of foes that as long as he was not besieged by an entire race. He had no qualms about engaging in skirmishes. Even if he encountered some formidable predators, as long as he instructed the Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor to deal with them before they could react, it would suffice. Of course, the sole downside of this approach was the lack of experience gained. After approximately half an hour, Lin Han located his second target, the Eye of Wind. It was undoubtedly the Eye of Wind. Overjoyed, Lin Han thought, "This is astonishingly easy." Just as I anticipated, the wind lizards surrounding the Eye of Wind are also in repose, indicating that this period is indeed the resting time for the golden species of lizards. With this realization, Lin Han surmised that the fire lizards were likely resting too. Delighted, Lin Han prepared to employ the same tactic once more. The Eye of Wind was not a fruit, but rather a flower. Skyhorn ant go. Upon receiving the command, the skyhorn ant immediately burrowed into the earth, its instinctive ability to excavate ingrained in its very essence. Before long, a passage was cleared. This maneuver had become second nature to the skyhorn ant, which grasped the eye of wind and prepared to retreat. However, the moment the eye of wind was plucked, a tempest erupted, emanating from the eye of wind and radiating outward, instantly awakening all the blue-striped wind lizards. Upon awakening, they beheld the skyhorn ant clutching the eye of wind. "Not good. Skyhorn ant, return," Lin Han shouted urgently. The skyhorn ant, realizing it had been discovered, let out a couple of defiant cries before swiftly retreating into the tunnel it had just excavated. Yet, the wind lizards had no intention of letting the skyhorn ant escape and pursued it into the tunnel. "Damn it," Lin Han cursed under his breath, "did I it really necessary to pursue me so relentlessly over just one eye of wind?" Once the skyhorn ant emerged from the ground, Lin Han seized the eye of wind and, without a moment's hesitation, fled alongside the skyhorn ant and Thunder Emperor. He had no desire to engage in combat. It was not that he could not defeat the wind lizards. Rather, even if he annihilated the entire race, he would gain no experience from it. Thus, it was far more prudent to simply escape. Lin Han sprinted through the Crimson Flame Forest with his two beasts, covering several kilometers before finally shaking off the wind lizards. They were merely upset over losing a single eye of wind. "Is it truly necessary to pursue me so fervently?" Lin Han panted, exasperated. "If I hadn't temporarily summoned the skyhorn ant back and had Thunder Emperor use its swift movement to carry me, it would not have been so easy to escape." Nevertheless, they had successfully evaded capture. "Come forth." Skyhorn ant leaning against a tree, Lin Han called the skyhorn ant out from the beast space to be vigilant of your surroundings. "If you detect any ferocious beasts, eliminate them immediately. That if it is a group, lead me away." Although Lin Han felt no fear, he was keen to avoid unnecessary conflict. The Crimson Flame Forest was distinct from other forests. Here, the ferocious beasts predominantly belonged to cohesive races that, if besieged, it could indeed become troublesome. Lin Han's greatest concern was attracting the grass lizards and wind lizards. He was currently at odds with both races. And should they encounter him, it would be a fight to the death. "Why is it so hot here?" Unbeknownst to him, Lin Han's sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments, beads of perspiration cascading down his temples. Night had fallen, and by normal geographical standards, there was no reason for such sweltering heat that in fact, upon first entering the Crimson Flame Forest, Lin Han had felt a slight chill, maintaining a spirit of exploration. Lin Han ventured further, only to find that the heat diminished the deeper he went. After merely a few paces, he felt significantly cooler. What on earth could be the reason for this? Suddenly, a bold notion took root in Lin Han's mind. The so-called Crimson Flame Forest was named after the fire dragon flame, which was safeguarded by the fire lizard race, representing the most vital and valuable element within this forest. The soaring temperature suggested a high probability that the fire dragon flame was nearby. Determining the direction from whence the heat emanated, Lin Han, accompanied by Thunder Emperor and Skyhorn Ant, proceeded onward. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, he spotted a gleam in the distance. It was a particularly radiant light in the darkness. The fire dragon flame. Comparing it with the fire dragon flame in his profession panel, Lin Han reached a conclusion. The essence of grass was a fruit, the eye of wind was a flower, and the fire dragon flame consisted of leaves. Before Lin Han stood a towering tree, adorned with several scattered leaves that emitted a dazzling glow. The leaves appeared to shimmer, as if lava flowed over them. Captivatingly radiant, surrounding the great tree were throngs of fire lizards, akin to the other two golden species, also in a state of slumber. However, Lin Han observed that in their efforts to guard the fire dragon flame, numerous fire lizards were perched atop the tree. No wonder the fire lizards were the sovereigns of the Crimson Flame Forest. Their numbers far surpassed those of the wind lizards and grass lizards combined. This time, the Skyhorn Ant could not be deployed, Lin Han reflected. Even if the Skyhorn Ant dug a tunnel, it would be utterly impossible to evade all the fire lizards resting atop the tree to obtain the fire dragon flame. At this height, it was evident that Thunder Emperor was the most suitable choice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random quest. Quest title: Awakening. Quest objective: Awaken the slumbering fire lizard chief. Quest duration: 1 hour. Quest reward, 1,000 beast points. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Han felt momentarily numb. System, are you kidding me? Who concocts such a torturous quest? My class transition is already a 5-star task, and now you throw this at me. It's as if you're deliberately increasing my difficulty. If the system were a humanoid entity, Lin Han would have seriously considered twisting its head off. So many fire lizards. Was this really necessary? If you wanted me dead, just say so. There is no need for such roundabout methods. 1 hour would be ample time for Lin Han to awaken the fire lizard chief. Yet once awakened, he would undoubtedly face a siege. However, the rewards offered by the quest were exceedingly generous. An impressive 1,000 beast points. Lin Han grappled with internal conflict. Nevertheless, the system quest merely required him to awaken the fire lizard chief and did not stipulate exterminating the fire lizards. The difficulty was not particularly high. In fact, merely shouting could suffice to complete the task. Yet the question remained, could he escape amidst such a multitude of fire lizards? Moreover, Thunder Emperor's swift movement ability was still on cooldown. Regardless, Lin Han felt he still had time. He set the system quest aside for now, as he had an hour to ponder it. First and foremost, he needed to secure the fire dragon flame. Thunder Emperor, fly over and retrieve the most radiant leaf for me, Lin Han instructed softly. Thunder Emperor nodded in acknowledgement and soared into the sky, soaring above the throngs of fire lizards, swiftly snatching the fire dragon flame. With the fire dragon flame in hand, Lin Han quickly stowed it away. This completed the task required for his third-class transition. He merely needed to return to the transition shrine to finalize it. However, there remained one more task to undertake, awakening the fire lizard chief. Had it not been for the enticing 1,000 beast points, he would never have contemplated such a perilous task at that moment. Lin Han suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. The sensation of malice reverberated, warning him of an approaching threat. He realized he was likely being targeted by something. However, the malevolent aura was not overwhelming, indicating that he could handle it. As Lin Han pondered, figures emerged from the shadows, encircling him. Who are you? A number of individuals adorned in uniforms featuring long robes emblazoned with symbols of the 5 elements, flames, rocks, trees, and others, caught Lin Han's attention. The insignia appeared somewhat familiar. It belonged to the Magic Association of Mist City. Indeed, this was unmistakably the emblem of the Magic Association. I am Lei Dong of the Magic Association, and I suggest you hand over the fire dragon flame without further ado. Why should I? Lin Han regarded the adversary with a playful smirk. During this recent period, he had only engaged with ferocious beasts and had yet to confront anyone from the human race, presenting him with a unique opportunity. Meanwhile, a daring notion crept into Lin Han's mind. Why should I? Simply because we are members of the Magic Association, that if you refuse to comply, you're showing disrespect to our organization. Lei Dong retorted with disdain, "Da-da. The Magic Association truly is formidable, resorting to coercion. The fire dragon flame I possess rightfully belongs to me. Your actions are no different from those of a bandit." Observing your youthful appearance, I assume you are a freshman from this year's intake. Lei Dong raised an eyebrow and continued, "If you willingly surrender the fire dragon flame, I assure you that I, the illustrious Lei, will look after you in the future." In the next moment, Lei Dong crackled with electricity. "Behold, I am a thunder mage, with a future that knows no bounds. Adhere to my guidance, and you shall undoubtedly enjoy a life of luxury." Indeed, Lin Han acknowledged that thunder mages were considered quite prestigious among sorcerers. Typically, such individuals are nurtured as prodigies, given their formidable lightning-based offensive capabilities, and cultivating a thunder mage greatly benefits any organization as future. However, I shall not surrender. Lin Han gently patted the head of the Sky Ant, his gaze devoid of any fear. With the Thunder Emperor and the Sky Ant by his side, these insignificant creatures posed no threat. "Youngster, if you choose to disregard my offer, do not blame us for our lack of civility. Exactly, be sensible and kneel to my brother Lei to apologize." At that moment, the band of Lei Dong's underlings surrounding Lin Han began to urge him to comply. Encountering such a pack of sycophants truly broadens one's horizons. Lin Han mused. "Who are you insulting?" Lei Dong's subordinates glared at him in fury, as if ready to pounce and tear Lin Han apart. "Who are you calling names?" Lin Han retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lei Dong's underlings could no longer tolerate the humiliation and were about to charge at Lin Han, only to be stopped by Lei Dong. You brought this upon yourself, so do not expect us to show mercy. You refuse to relinquish the fire dragon flame. That is not up to you. Do you truly believe that you can defeat us with this foolish ant? Do you overestimate your own significance? Lei Dong chuckled ominously. Then, in an instant, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. However, Lin Han showed no inclination to evade it. As the thunder approached, the Thunder Emperor spread its wings, shielding Lin Han from harm. The lightning struck the Thunder Emperor as if merely scratching an itch, dissipating harmlessly. As one of the ancient 10 fiends, the Thunder Emperor was unparalleled in its mastery of lightning. How dare anyone attempt to showcase their skills before it? Sky Ant, eliminate them, but leave one alive. Lin Han commanded, casually leaning against a nearby tree. Upon receiving the command, the Sky Ant charged forth like a wild stallion, emitting a fierce battle cry that enveloped the surroundings with an aura of dread. The Sky Ant was a creature of immense ferocity. Seeing this, some of Lei Dong's lower-ranked subordinates instinctively retreated. To be honest, Lei Dong had initially dismissed the Sky Ant's threat, but upon feeling its menacing aura, he found himself frozen in place, his throat involuntarily constricting. Chapter 38. The Bait. How is this possible? A mere ant beast exudes such a terrifying presence. Lei Dong felt a surge of panic within, his feet trembling, momentarily forgetting what he ought to do. The Sky Ant, unconcerned with his trepidation, advanced menacingly, buzzing with an ominous hum. If you come any closer, I will be forced to take action. Lei Dong retreated frantically. He had encountered numerous beasts before, but he had never faced one as vicious as the Sky Ant. In this moment, he was utterly at a loss. Is it really that frightening? Lin Han found himself somewhat exasperated that he had not anticipated Lei Dong's cowardice. The mere approach of the Sky Ant had left him in such a state. If it were to bite him, it would surely terrify them to death. After all, humans and beasts are not the same, so he could somewhat understand that in the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot from Lei Dong's hand, striking the Sky Ant. Yet the lightning merely transformed into smoke, leaving only faint traces upon the Sky Ant's exterior. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing Lei Dong daring to attack, the Sky Ant roared in anger and lunged forward. You intend to wait until I am dead before making your move? Lei Dong retreated in a panic, while the rest of his subordinates rushed forward, attempting to restrain the Sky Ant, but the creature effortlessly dispatched them. In mere seconds, the remaining subordinates lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Han had previously advised the Sky Ant to spare lives, as he had his own plans for these individuals. Thus, the Sky Ant had refrained from applying excessive force, merely incapacitating them temporarily. Witnessing this scene, Lei Dong had long since collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Stay back, stay back. At this point, Lei Dong's voice had grown hoarse, fear stripping away his usual composure. Why must he encounter such a savage creature? Why? Do you still desire the fire dragon flame? Lin Han asked with a smile, having achieved his objective that no. At this moment, even if Lei Dong had 1,000 desires, facing this youth extinguished any interest he had. Since you no longer want it, I shall take my leave. Lin Han snapped his fingers, cheerfully preparing to depart. Upon seeing the Sky Ant return, a weight lifted from Lei Dong's heart. I still have a favor to ask of you. Lin Han suddenly turned back, startling the others. What is it? You need not do anything, merely cooperate with me. Lin Han maintained a constant smile. Voodoo thorns. In the next instant, vines erupted from the ground, binding the members of the Magic Association together. Farewell. Lin Han waved his hand, and then quietly instructed the Thunder Emperor, who was hovering above him, strike the fire lizard nest with a bolt of lightning. The Thunder Emperor complied, soaring into the sky, unleashing a bolt of lightning that crashed into the heart of the fire lizard nest. Boom! The deafening thunder reverberated, awakening many fire lizards, including the leader, the Fire Lizard King. The fire lizard nest erupted into chaos as they flocked toward the fire dragon flame. At that moment, the Fire Lizard King noticed the absence of a portion of the flame and let out an enraged roar, producing a cacophony of insect-like cries. Subsequently, it turned its attention to Lei Dong and his companions. In the next moment, the fire lizard swarm surged towards Lei Dong and the members of the Magic Association like a tide. Seeing this, Lei Dong and his companions attempted to flee, but the voodoo thorns held them firmly in place. Compounded by the suppressive effects of the poison, they found it impossible to break free from the bindings. Stay back, stay back. Confronted by the horde of fire lizards, Lei Dong and his companions plunged into despair. Before long, the fire lizard swarm engulfed them. What began as screams gradually faded into silence. This time, Lin Han had already utilized the wings of lightning to make his escape. Ding, task completed. Awaken the slumbering fire lizard king. Task progress at 100%. Task reward of 1,000 Beast Master points successfully acquired. How delightful. Upon meeting with Lei Dong and his companions, Lin Han had devised this plan. These individuals were hardly virtuous. If that were the case, why not make good use of them? In truth, had Lin Han directly awakened the Fire Lizard King, even with the Thunder Emperor's swift movements or the wings of lightning, escaping would have been quite challenging. Thus, utilizing these members of the Magic Association as meat shields and bait was the most advantageous strategy. Lin Han did not consider himself cold-hearted or ruthless. After all, he could not possibly cater to others in every situation. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle. The opposition was hardly virtuous. Should he treat them with any semblance of courtesy? Their actions of seizing others' resources bore an uncanny resemblance to those of ferocious beasts. Lin Han perceived this reality with remarkable clarity. After departing from the Crimson Flame Forest, Lin Han made a brief visit to the Transmutation Temple, only to find it closed. The time wasted with Lei Dong and his companions had been excessive. However, as Lin Han has already completed the third transfer task, he felt no rush and subsequently returned home to rest. He understood that some matters cannot be hurried. By noon the following day, Lin Han finally arose from his bed. After tidying himself up briefly, he made his way to the transfer shrine. Upon arriving at the shrine, Lin Han instinctively sought out the front desk. After a round of appointment consultations, he discovered that he would need to wait for a while before he could proceed with his transfer. The transfer shrine had limited rooms, accommodating only 10 individuals at a time for task acceptance. During this period, students from various schools in Mist City had begun their transfers, and with the upcoming entrance examinations, Hu Wunti wished to attend the most prestigious academies. Many were striving diligently, resulting in high utilization of the transfer rooms. Once they awakened their professions, everyone concentrated on leveling up frantically during the first few days to gain an advantage. For as long as one could enter the silver-level grinding area earlier than others, it would significantly solidify their position. In comparison to others, Lin Han's life was relatively compact yet quite pleasant. After all, his competitive edge in the secret realms was minimal compared to many who were still at their first transfer. He had consistently been in the silver and even gold-level grinding areas. Thus, no one was competing with him for monsters. This was one of the advantages of living in a small city like Mist City. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Lin Han finally secured a spot in an available room. Chapter 39. Third Transfer, Beastmaster Elite. According to the information provided by the front desk, Lin Han located the room he needed to enter. Drawing from his previous experience, he quickly entered the state of transfer. The process of the third transfer was fundamentally similar to the last, but this time, the 3 fragments of materials transformed into warm currents that flowed into Lin Han's body. That moment, Lin Han found himself somewhat enamored with this sensation. Each transfer filled him with immense comfort. Transfer task completed. You have successfully achieved the third transfer. The third transfer profession, Beastmaster Elite. After completing this transfer, Lin Han no longer experienced the same excitement as during his first transfer. Aside from feeling incredibly comfortable, everything else felt rather mundane. Third transfer, Beastmaster Elite. Lin Han took a deep breath, for he was undoubtedly the fastest leveler in all of Mist City. In fact, he might even be the fastest in history. Of course, Lin Han was not arrogant enough to believe he was the quickest in the entire Tianlong Empire, for there are always those who surpass others. And there are greater worlds beyond. Lin Han speculated that there might be individuals in some large factions who level up even faster than he does. However, whether their strength could rival his was another matter entirely. With the success of the third transfer, he unlocked the professional innate skills. Eagle Eye increases visual range and motion detection. Listening enhances auditory limits. Lin Han gasped in astonishment. The awakening of these 2 innate skills significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Although they merely amplified 2 of the 5 senses in battle, vision and hearing are among the most crucial aspects. Moreover, while the skill Eagle Eye improved visual range, Its motion detection aspect was simply extraordinary. As for listening, it meant that even if he encountered foes outside his line of sight, he could still sense their movements in advance. That if these two skills were combined with his malicious perception, it could hardly be described as anything less than monstrous. At that moment, having acquired these two skills, Lin Han felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. If his profession were not that of a Beastmaster but rather a primary combat class, obtaining these two skills would make him nearly invincible. Yet as a Beastmaster, his theoretical greatest flaw lay in being extraordinarily vulnerable in close combat. However, with his current stats and skills, even if he were cornered, he would have no reason to fear. It could be said that Lin Han had nearly eliminated all his weaknesses. How liberating, ding. The host has successfully completed the third transfer, triggering the system's third transfer reward. The host may choose one skill from the options below. A. Fusion can merge with a beast to unleash multiple times the base strength. B. Telepathy can communicate with ferocious beasts, enhancing their affinity and increasing the success rate of contract signing. C. Perception shielding can evade the perception of others, including ferocious beasts, without a line of sight, with no cooldown. Perception shielding. Had this been before, Lin Han would have chosen this skill without a moment's hesitation. However, now it felt somewhat lacking. In contrast, the fusion skill, which he had previously dismissed, now held significant weight in his mind that if he could directly inherit the stats of a ferocious beast to double his own, his melee capabilities would be tremendously enhanced, considering his already high stats. If combined with the ferocious beasts, even against primary combat class experts of the same realm, or even those of higher realms, he could hold his own. Furthermore, while ferocious beasts might coordinate and share damage, they would never exceed a certain limit. That if he could integrate the strengths of the ferocious beasts, it would truly be a transformative experience. Lin Han's heart began to race with excitement. The strength of the Heavenly Horn Ant and the agility of the Thunder Emperor. Lin Han pondered that if he could consolidate all these attributes within himself, he would have little to fear. Should he choose this skill, he would no longer be at a disadvantage when facing group-oriented ferocious beasts like the Fire Lizard, that he could awaken them and swiftly escape the battlefield using the lightning wings and the agility of the Thunder Emperor. In that case, his speed would multiply, and he would have no worries about the Fire Lizard catching up. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about cooldown conflicts from replicated skills. Although perception shielding was also commendable, Lin Han ultimately decided to make the sacrifice. Based on his current understanding of the system, when he successfully completed the fourth transfer, these skills would still be available, and if the next set of skills was average, he could always opt for perception shielding then. After selecting his skill, Lin Han opened his profession panel for examination. Name: Lin Han Profession, Beastmaster Elite, Hidden Profession, Level, LV 20 Strength, 3290 Agility, 3000 Spirit, 2470 Constitution, 2270 Equipment. None skills. Spirit Contract Level 3. Beast Space Level 3. Summon Beast Level 3. Malicious Wave Level 2. Lightning Wings Level 2. Skill Replication Level 2. Eagle Eye Level 1. Listening Level 1. Fusion Level 1. Voodoo Sting Level 1. Freely distributable attributes. 0 such exaggerated stats. Regardless of how many times Lin Han gazed at his profession panel, he would always be struck with a sense of awe. This is the so-called rebirth of the Beastmaster. The resurgence of the ancient Ten Fiends truly enhanced his stats without his awareness. Soon, Lin Han began to review the Beastmaster panel. After several previous battles, both the Heavenly Horn Ant and the Thunder Emperor had crossed the level 20 threshold. Heavenly Horn Ant Race. Ancient Ten Fiends Level, 21 Strength, 3640 Agility, 3210 Spirit, 2954 Constitution, 4100 Skills. Frenzy LV2, Level 20. Increases all basic attributes by 50. Titan Strength LV2, Level 20, increases Strength attribute by 60. Iron Bone LV1, Level 10, increases Constitution attribute by 20. Thunder Emperor Race. Ancient Ten Fiends Level, 21 Strength, 2800 Agility, 4280 Spirit, 3420 Constitution, 3100 Skills. Thunderstorm LV1, Level 10. Random lightning strikes within a 1 kilometer radius. Swift Step LV1, Level 10, increases agility by 40. Unfair, absolutely unfair. Comparing his stats to those of these two beasts, Lin Han felt an overwhelming disparity in a comprehensive battle. If these two beasts were to confront him, he currently stood no chance whatsoever. Of course, these two ferocious beasts belonged to him. With this thought, Lin Han's mood improved significantly. The stronger his beasts, the better. Currently, Lin Han possessed 1,000 Beastmaster points. After some contemplation, he upgraded the Iron Bone of the Heavenly Horn Ant and the Thunderstorm and Swift Step of the Thunder Emperor, raising them all to level 2. Iron Bone LV2, level 20, increases Constitution attribute by 40. Thunderstorm LV2, level 20, random lightning strikes within a 2-kilometer radius. Swift Step LV2, level 20, increases agility by 50. With these 3 skills elevated to level 2. He had precisely spent his 1,000 Beastmaster points. Originally, these points could have been used to learn other skills. However, in Lin Han's view, acquiring too many skills would be of little use. If he could effectively utilize these few skills, they would undoubtedly be far superior to learning new ones. It is essential to have a few skills that are well mastered and effective to complement his abilities. Ding! The host has completed the 3rd transfer to Beastmaster Elite. Triggering a task to bind a 3rd beast. Task reward: 1,500 Beastmaster points. 1,500 Beastmaster points. This is indeed substantial. However, with 2 Ancient 10 Fiends now under his command, Lin Han's standards had risen, and he would need to carefully select his next beast. Chapter 40. The Academy's Grand Examination approaches. After encountering the Tianjiao Ant and the Thunder Emperor, Lin Han had finally come to a realization. Binding a formidable beast as a beast master entails far more than merely acquiring a powerful combat force. The most crucial aspect lies in the reciprocal benefits that the beast provides to its master. The magnitude of these benefits is indeed astonishing. Lin Han is already reaping the rewards, which is why he has refrained from binding a 3rd beast. He remains unhurried, knowing he must choose a beast that truly suits him. Once the job transition is completely finalized, Lin Han stretched lazily and sauntered out. Unsurprisingly, the 5-star task he completed once again became the focal point of attention. Yet he maintained a low profile, never seeking the limelight. Subsequently, he made his way to the gold-tier dungeon. Lin Han had never allowed himself to become complacent due to his rapid leveling. After all, he was only at level 20, which hardly constituted anything significant. He needed to hasten his pace in leveling up. For the next few days, Lin Han did not indulge himself until the day of the Great Examination arrived. He had already risen early, having washed up and gotten out of bed. It had been 7 days since his awakening, and the day of the Great Examination had finally arrived. But on this day, individuals from various academies would come to assess and select the finest candidates for their professions. In the Tianlong Empire, the most renowned institutions were Qingxing and Baitian. These 2 academies stood as the mightiest vocational schools in the entire Tianlong Empire, the dream institutions of countless families. Gaining admission to either of these academies would nearly guarantee a bright future. However, their admissions process is exceedingly rigorous. Based on past experiences, only one spot was available for Wuzhou City. These 2 academies were only interested in the most exceptional candidate. Lin Han had yet to contemplate which academy he might attend, but he was not anxious. He would focus on the Great Examination first and think about the rest later. After tidying up, Lin Han headed towards Wuzhou City's first high school. The various academies of the Tianlong Empire had come to Wuzhou City for recruitment. This was indeed a grand event to be by the time Lin Han arrived at the academy's entrance. He was already surrounded by numerous reporters. "Student, do you have confidence in this Great Examination?" Before Lin Han could respond, a black microphone was thrust before him. The reporter had indiscriminately grabbed someone to inquire. But when she caught sight of Lin Han's face, she momentarily froze. "Did I TS him again?" At that moment, Lin Han recognized the female reporter and was about to speak, but she quickly retracted the microphone and turned to leave. Without a hint of hesitation, she executed the maneuver with fluid grace. "Don't run away. I won't advertise this time." Lin Han attempted to detain her, but the female reporter was entirely unconvinced by his words. Retreating to seek out others. "Is it really that serious? Was it just an advertisement last time?" Just as Lin Han was feeling frustrated, he noticed the female reporter had approached someone else, namely, the rotund Long Tianjiao. Once again, the reporter dashed away, leaving the chubby individual standing there in a daze. "Lindsay." The chubby fellow noticed Lin Han and hurried over. "How has your leveling been during this time?" "Not bad." Lin Han replied casually that he still had some lingering thoughts about the female reporter. He genuinely wanted to do an advertisement. Although he was no longer in need of money, a little extra income was always welcome. I've already reached level 15 as an elite berserker. Impressive, right? The chubby boy proclaimed proudly. Point 15? Lin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the chubby boy had leveled up so quickly, given that he had a system. It was reasonable for him to level faster, but the chubby boy had nothing at all. Such a pace was truly remarkable. Moreover, he was a high-level profession that it was highly likely that the chubby boy would secure a spot at a good academy this time. I never would have guessed. You indeed possess some skill. Lin Han chuckled softly. Of course. Rest assured, we'll team up for this competition, and I'll lead you through it. But what about your current strength? You should be stronger than I am by now, right? The chubby boy inquired. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Han had reached level 10 in just a single day. It's all right, Lin Han replied. If your strength isn't up to par, just admit it graciously. What, do you still have some pride left? At that moment, Feng Yong approached from another side, a mocking expression on his face, flanked by a group of new followers. Clearly a new entourage. Feng Yong, why are you everywhere? The chubby boy retorted. What, do you want to challenge me? He immediately stood in front of Lin Han, displeased. Challenge? You think you're worthy? Feng Yong scoffed, then continued. Do you really believe that being a level 15 elite berserker makes you impressive? I'm already a level 16 greatsword elite. You no longer qualify to battle me. Do you truly think I'm afraid of you now? Level 16 greatsword elite. Both Lin Han and the chubby boy were momentarily stunned. He never would have guessed that the other party had leveled up so quickly. Level 16. This practically overshadowed 99% of the people in Wuzhou City. It is worth noting that in previous years, very few professionals reached level 16 by the time the great examination commenced. What's so great about level 16? The chubby boy snorted disdainfully. Chubby, how can you speak like that? Lin Han gently admonished. Then added with a smile, doesn't this just prove that the parchment we sold to young Master Feng has proven its worth? Exactly. The chubby boy instantly caught on, responding with a grin. Young Master Feng. I still have the subsequent version. Do you want it or not? Lin Han said, his eyes twinkling with mirth. That I'll be damned. Feng Yong fumed, recalling the previous incident that had left him humiliated. Thinking of it now still filled him with embarrassment. Young Master Feng, your temper remains as fiery as ever. You lot of followers really lack understanding. Why aren't you singing? This is young Master Feng's critical moment. If he secures a good ranking, wouldn't you all be rewarded? Have you forgotten? Let me give you a cue. You're in sunshine, rainbow, little white horse. Drip, drip, drop, drip, drip, drop. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the other newly recruited followers suddenly became serious. They seemed to have heard that Feng Yong had awakened a high-level main combat profession due to some ancient incantations. If they continued chanting, who knows, perhaps Feng Yong, with their incantations, could enter Qingsheng. They surrounded Feng Yong and began to recite. You can pray here. We're going in first. Lin Han and the chubby boy laughed heartily, quickly waving their hands. Lin Han. Feng Yong's face turned crimson as he watched the two depart. Then he erupted in a tirade. Can't you all possess a shred of intelligence? Can't you see they're just fooling you? Hurry up and get out of my way. Come on, move aside. Stop with the nonsense. That Feng Yong fellow is such a fool. He gathered a bunch of fools as his followers that I was laughing so hard my stomach hurt. The chubby boy remarked, thoroughly enjoying himself. Fools attracting fools is only natural. Let's go. We should gather at the playground. Our teacher is probably waiting for us that we can't be late at such a critical time. With Feng Yong out of the picture, Lin Han felt quite elated. Thus, the two of them strolled into the first high school, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the playground. The designated gathering point. Chapter 41. The strength test begins. Upon arriving at the playground, Lin Han and the chubby boy found it already teeming with hundreds of people. In the center of the playground stood a crystal ball, while on the opposite side sat unfamiliar faces to Lin Han, including Bai Bing and others. Upon seeing Lin Han, Bai Bing felt a twinge of discomfort. A few days prior, she had offered Lin Han a beast, which he had declined, leading her to wonder if he still harbored resentment towards her. In that moment, she felt utterly disheartened. Perhaps beyond her role as a teacher, Lin Han might also prefer to maintain distance from any other relationship with her. Just as Bai Bing was pondering this, she suddenly spotted Lin Han among the student ranks, who then waved at her. Bai Bing was about to raise her hand in return, but hesitated. Reconsidering, she was still unsure of Lin Han's attitude toward her, and thus felt a bit apprehensive. After about half an hour, the old principal, Sikong Chung, stood up to test the microphone. Ahem. Fellow students, today marks the annual entrance examination, and I will now introduce the leaders present. Following this, Sikong Chung gestured to the side, saying, "This is Director Liu Tianyi from Qingsheng Academy." Instantly, applause erupted from the crowd. Qingsheng, as one of the two leading academies in the Tianlong Empire, was naturally the dream of many students. However, both Qingsheng and Baitian had exceedingly strict admissions criteria, resulting in limited spots each year, especially from a small city like Wuzhou. This is Director Li Tuyi from Baitian Academy. More applause followed. And this is Supervisor Yi Taiqing from the Military Academy. Sikong Chung swiftly introduced the heads of several prestigious institutions, as for the ordinary schools. He deemed it unnecessary to provide any introductions. Even if students managed to gain admission there, it would not bring him any glory. Students, he announced, this comprehensive examination consists of two segments. The first is a competency test, and the second involves practical combat skills. He gestured towards the center of the playground, where a crystal ball had been set up to assess your levels. However, do not fret. The strength of your levels does not preclude you from these esteemed institutions. The true measure of your abilities lies in the practical combat segment. The reason for not allowing everyone to display their level panels and opting for the crystal ball is simply due to past instances of cheating, where individuals employed various means to alter their displayed levels. Thus, the entire empire has adopted this method to verify your rankings. This crystal ball can accurately detect levels ranging from 10 to 20. So there is no need for concern regarding falsehoods. According to evaluations from previous years, this range is more than adequate. Next, assessments will be conducted by class. Sikong Chung elaborated thoroughly and, after receiving nods from the heads of several prominent universities, declared the commencement of the test, that he then called forth a class to begin testing. The students approached the crystal ball under the guidance of staff. Class 1, Tian Kuan, Level 7 Chicken Farmer, AS. Each student stepped forward for their assessment. Bai Bing began to feel anxious for Lin Han. Her class boasted many commendable professions. Thus they were assigned to test last, in Bai Bing's eyes, although Lin Han's profession was scorned by others. She held a favorable view of it. However, beast tamers were not particularly sought after in the early stages. Their true prowess would only be revealed at higher levels. Although she had heard that Lin Han had risen to level 10 within a single day, she also knew that without a formidable beast, progressing further or undertaking transfer tasks would be exceedingly difficult. Bai Bing was well aware of Lin Han's financial situation. It was nearly impossible for him to seek assistance in finding a powerful beast. She was acutely aware of the lack of formidable beasts in Wuzhou City, and given Lin Han's current strength, taming one would be a monumental challenge. While she fantasized about Lin Han surprising her, she also recognized the improbability of such an event. After several hours, the competency test reached Bai Bing's class. Class 6, this class featured 2 advanced professions and 1 rare profession, even including a hidden profession, undoubtedly making it the pride of the school. After several ordinary students completed their tests, it was finally Long Tianjiao's turn. "Lindsay, I'll go first," he said cheerfully, striding confidently to the center of the playground. Class 6, Long Tianjiao, Level 15, Elite Berserker. The announcement silenced the crowd, and even some teachers were visibly excited that a Level 15 student, particularly one with the profession of Elite Berserker, though perhaps a bit ambitious for Qingsheng and Baitian, had already surpassed the entry requirements of many prestigious institutions. Bai Bing's Class 6 had indeed proven to be a talent-rich cohort this year. Sikong Chung chuckled, stroking his beard. "The old principal is too modest." Bai Bing calmly replied, her gaze fixed on Lin Han, showing little interest in anyone else, even as other teachers expressed concern over the city's outstanding educators. After Long Tianjiao finished his test, it was Feng Yong's turn. "Lin Han, just you wait. Today, I'll show you what the difference between heaven and earth truly is." Feng Yong stood beside Lin Han, provocatively huffing that he approached the crystal ball and placed his hand on it. Class 6, Feng Yong, Level 16 Giant Sword Elite. The crowd erupted in awe once more that he was the first student from Wuzhou No. 1 High School to reach Level 16 today. Even the representatives from Qingsheng and Baitian nodded in approval. Such talent had surpassed that of many, and the Giant Sword Elite was also a high-level profession that, once cultivated, would prove formidable. Upon returning, Feng Yong looked at Lin Han with pride, mocking, "Did you see that? My talent is something you can never match. Let us see what level your pathetic beast tamer is at." Lin Han remained unfazed, retorting, "Feng Shao, that's all thanks to the sheepskin scroll I sold you. I still have another one coming. Get lost." If that sheepskin scroll was truly effective, you wouldn't be a beast tamer. Feng Yong shot back, glaring at Lin Han, suddenly recalling some unpleasant memories. He even felt a reflexive dread that his lackeys might overhear and surround him again, which would be utterly embarrassing. Chapter 42. Did the instrument malfunction? Lin Han dismissed Feng Yong's desire to see him fail, that in the time since completing his third transfer. He had surged to level 25. Now just 5 levels away from his fourth transfer. Lin Han had already decided that after the exam, he would continue leveling up furiously, aiming to reach the fourth transfer within days, but he still hadn't decided on his third beast. And it was high time he enhanced his beast contract schedule that moment. Lin Han glanced at the distant crystal ball, his expression slightly uneasy. According to Principal Sikong Chung, this crystal ball could only assess levels up to 20. He had already reached 25. Surely it wouldn't malfunction, would it? Next, Cold Ningxue stepped up to test one of the dual geniuses. Her profession was the rare storm mage, and it was widely believed by Sikong Chung and other teachers that she was the most likely candidate for admission to Qing Sheng and Beitian. Over the past 7 days, the academy had provided her with considerable support. All for this day, Class 6, Cold Ningxue, Storm Master level 17. This time, the crowd fell into an astonished silence. Achieving level 16 in just 7 days was already remarkable. But no one expected to see a level 17 professional. At that moment, Sikong Chung felt immense pride, smiling as he addressed the directors Li Tuyi from Beitian and Lu Tianyi from Qingsheng. Leaders, this student is the pride of Wuzhou No. 1 High School. Do you think there is a chance for her to enroll in your esteemed institutions? Having a rare profession is indeed impressive. And her current level is commendable, but that alone does not guarantee everything. That we have encountered many students with great talent who level quickly, yet their combat thinking remains weak. Thus, whether she qualifies will ultimately depend on her performance in the upcoming battles. Li Tuyi responded slowly. Despite the measured tone, Sikong Chung discerned a sense of satisfaction in his words, indicating that Cold Ningxue had a promising chance. Sikong Chung eagerly continued, Leaders, this young lady has consistently excelled academically at our institution, always among the top students, so there is no cause for concern that no need to elaborate further. We will continue to evaluate her performance. Lu Tianyi waved his hand dismissively. All right then, let us proceed. Sikong Chung readily agreed. At that moment, only one student remained to be tested, Lin Han. Hearing his name called, Lin Han paused briefly before stepping forward. Lin Han, it's time for you to embarrass yourself. Though you leveled up quickly, that was merely luck. This time, you're bound to humiliate yourself. Feng Yong couldn't resist taunting him in the face of Feng Yong's provocations. Lin Han chose silence first. He might have responded with a few retorts. But given Feng Yong's shameless temperament, he knew any situation would be met with more insults. Lin Han had almost grown accustomed to it. If Feng Yong didn't boast, he'd find it rather dull. Over the years, Lin Han had indeed played a few tricks on Feng Yong. Reflecting on it, Lin Han felt he had been a bit too harsh on him, which had led Feng Yong to relentlessly pursue him. As Lin Han pondered, he approached the energy ball for the first time. The crystal ball resembled an energy sphere, its core adorned with strands of filaments that moved like serpents. Lin Han found it quite fascinating. Yet he felt a twinge of worry. After all, his level exceeded the limits of what this energy sphere could handle. He had no idea how it might react. He had no prior experience in this regard. Classmate, please place your hand down and do not do anything further, the staff instructed. The staff member beside him spoke enthusiastically, reiterating a phrase he had undoubtedly repeated hundreds of times, yet showing not a hint of discontent. Following the instructions given, Lin Han placed his hand directly upon the device. The moment his hand made contact, the filaments within the energy sphere began to move with increasing velocity, even colliding against the surface of the sphere itself. Indeed, it was a collision. Lin Han found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That he could sense the sphere was highly unstable, trembling incessantly. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he turned to the staff member for assistance, inquiring whether such violent oscillations were normal. The staff member was taken aback. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before and was momentarily at a loss for clarity. Just as she was about to consult her superior, a sharp crack resounded. The energy sphere suddenly emitted a crisp sound, followed by a resounding boom as it shattered into numerous fragments, with tendrils of energy bursting forth, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. It exploded. Lin Han's eyes widened in shock. The energy sphere had actually exploded. What could this possibly signify? Surely, it could not be that the energy sphere was capable of such an event. The staff member, equally bewildered, found herself grappling with the unfamiliar situation. After all, in her many years of experience, she had never witnessed anything like this. Not only the two individuals present, but also a group of students stood agape, soon erupting into derisive laughter. Lin Han, did you see that? Not even the testing device wants to assess your strength. How can you dare to participate in the major examination? It was Feng Yong, mercilessly mocking him. From a distance, Bai Bing frowned, perplexed as to why the testing apparatus would malfunction at such a critical moment. Could it be that its operational lifespan had elapsed? After all, testing devices do have a limited durability. Yet, if that were the case, it seemed far too coincidental. Typically, a city possesses only one testing device. While not particularly rare, it is only utilized during major examinations, and thus, spare units are seldom kept. Remarkably, such incidents had not occurred in years, and thus no preventive measures had been considered. What should we do now that Lin Han has yet to be assessed? Bai Bing urgently inquired of the headmaster. Si Kong Cheng hesitated, but the ever-cynical Chao Cheng interjected with a scoff. What does it matter if Lin Han is tested or not? With his abilities, there was no need for him to be here today. And now he has broken the testing device. He's nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Director Chao, your words are rather unjust. Bai Bing retorted sharply. Chao Cheng snorted dismissively. He had seen through Bai Bing's intentions. She was determined to protect Lin Han. Yet the more she shielded him, the more he would resist her efforts. Why should she harbor such affection for Lin Han? Did it imply that he was superior to her? By Lao Shi, while it is true that Lin Han possesses a hidden class, he is merely a beastmaster. We are all aware of the limitations of such a profession. It would not be an exaggeration to label it a wasteful occupation. The time of esteemed directors and administrators is of utmost value. Let us not squander it on such a person. At that moment, Chao Cheng, with a sycophantic demeanor, addressed the leaders of the various educational institutions. Chapter 43. The second round, Team Formation. It is indeed true that the Beastmaster is a hidden class. However, without substantial resources. Nurturing one is exceedingly challenging. The director's statement holds merit. The Beastmaster is not a particularly commendable profession. Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Continuing, I see no reason to proceed with this student's assessment. Even if we were to continue, it would simply be a waste of time. Furthermore, waiting for a new testing device will take considerable time, and should it explode again, our losses will only increase. It is not worth the risk that I concur, Li Tuyi added, contemplatively noting, given the situation with the Beastmaster class, there is indeed no need to continue. Let us not waste everyone's time. Very well, Lin Han. You need not continue with the assessment. Simply await the next round. The headmaster, Si Kong Cheng, nodded in agreement with the two leaders. Upon hearing this, Lin Han felt indifferent, yet oddly guilty. There was an 80% chance that the device had exploded due to its inability to handle his level. After all, the testing apparatus was only designed to assess levels below 20 yet. Now that it had exploded, and the school showed no inclination to pursue the matter, he was relieved to let it slide. Do not be concerned about your results not being recorded. Lin Han, as our esteemed headmaster mentioned earlier. The first round merely serves to determine your level and profession. IT is not of great significance for joining the academy. Therefore, as long as you perform well in the second round, there is no need for concern. However, just as Lin Han was enduring the ridicule from all sides, the supervisor from the military academy, Yi Taiqing, suddenly rose from the leader's table, his demeanor resolute as he stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude. This gesture instilled in him a sense of goodwill towards the military academy. Soon after, Lin Han returned to his group. Lin Han, you truly are unfortunate. But then again, considering your lackluster profession, what difference would knowing your level make? Feng Yong seized the opportunity to humiliate Lin Han, boasting arrogantly, if you prefer silence, I suggest you seal your lips. At that moment, Lin Han's expression darkened ominously, as if he could tear Feng Yong apart at any moment. It was a terrifying sight. Witnessing this, Feng Yong, who had been so brash moments ago, suddenly faltered. The flames of arrogance that had ignited within him were extinguished in an instant. Lin Han, do you dare? I am a member of the Giant Sword Elite. You cannot possibly defeat me, Feng Yong. Have you no shame? The stout friend of Lin Han could not bear to see him suffer and stepped forward to reprimand that do you truly believe yourself capable. Previously, both of us easily bested you. You too. Oomph. Once you fail the second round of testing, you will regret it. Feng Yong retorted angrily, dismissing them. After a moment, Si Gongqing spoke again. Students, we are about to commence the second round of testing. Unlike the first assessment, your abilities will be different this time. The second test will be a practical evaluation. This testing will take place in the Wild Forbidden Zone outside Wuzhou City, where you will need to hunt fierce beasts. Each beast represents different points. Furthermore, the higher the level of the beast, the more points it contains. This practical test is not merely a showcase of individual combat, but rather a demonstration of teamwork. You must not only exhibit your personal abilities, but also showcase your ability to collaborate effectively. This testing will be broadcast live. All of us teachers and leaders will observe your every move. At the conclusion of the competition, the team with the highest score will be crowned champions and rewarded with substantial prizes. However, should we discover any instances of cheating, your qualification for the competition will be revoked, and the entire team will be affected, potentially resulting in a lifetime ban from examinations. Consider the benefits and drawbacks carefully, students. The maximum team size is 3. No more than that is permitted. You may form your own team, but it cannot exceed 3 members. Is that understood? Understood. The students of the first school responded in unison, their hearts racing with excitement and trepidation as they prepared to form teams. Si Gongqing's words spurred everyone to seek their teammates. Lin Han and his stout friend decisively aligned themselves together. Lin Zi, in this competition, I will ensure we emerge victorious, the stout friend declared with a grin. Then I shall rely on your protection. Lin Han laughed heartily. Among brothers, there was no need for excessive words. However, just as they were about to approach Bai Bing to register, a girl suddenly stepped in front of them. Who are you? Lin Han furrowed his brow, recalling the girl vaguely, but unable to place her identity. Lin Zi, this is the class flower of Class 3, and she has awakened a high-ranking knight class, his stout friend exclaimed excitedly. I am Su Ting, an elite knight from Class 3. The girl extended her hand, introducing herself. Lin Han merely offered a token handshake before withdrawing, replying calmly, I apologize, but we only require 2 members for our team. With your talent, you should seek a team that is superior to ours that no, there is no team superior to yours that Su Ting is exceptionally resolute. Regardless, you are short 1 member, so just take me along. We truly do not require anyone else. Lin Han declined decisively, without any hesitation. Naturally, he would not agree to let someone join their ranks simply because of their good looks. Moreover, it is merely a task for the final examination. He indeed did not need to rely on others. The Thunder Emperor and the Sky Ant could handle these matters effortlessly. Having an extra person would only dilute the distribution of experience. Lin Zi, what are you saying? The chubby one was somewhat anxious. He could hardly believe that Lin Han had outright refused such a beautiful girl. Was there even a hint of humanity in this? What a lovely companion she could make for them. Lin Han rolled his eyes. He did not wish to engage with the chubby one. This fellow was completely captivated by the allure of the girl. Lin Han, I am aware of your performance in the illusory realm. I was present at the time, so there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. Only by following you can I hope to attain the championship. I implore you, grant me a chance, Su Ting asserted with determination. Chapter 44, Golden Level Dungeon, Forbidden Wasteland, Illusory Realm. Lin Han had not previously realized that he had encountered this girl, primarily because there were many people during that time in the illusory realm, and he did not pay attention to everyone. Furthermore, the illusory realm had only revealed his name at that time. Thus, he never anticipated that he would run into a fellow student there. However, he did find this girl to be quite forthright, candidly expressing her thoughts without resorting to any clever tricks. Her approach was characterized by one word: sincerity. Su Ting gazed at Lin Han with a pitiful expression. Noticing his silence, she earnestly pleaded once more. Lin Han, I know I may be somewhat presumptuous, but I hope you can grant me a chance. Lin Zi, look how earnestly she is pleading with you. Just agree already. The chubby one chimed in, fanning the flames. Yet Lin Han could not be oblivious to the fact that this guy was utterly swayed by the girl's beauty. Su Ting was indeed attractive. Lin Han acknowledged that. However, he did not place much importance on that. Ultimately, Lin Han acquiesced, not due to the chubby one's insistence, but because he truly felt that this girl was genuinely straightforward and sincere. Moreover, Su Ting's profession was that of a high-level knight, which would be quite beneficial for teamwork. Having a tank was indeed a commendable choice. Wonderful. I will first go register with our teacher, and then we will meet back here shortly, Su Ting exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She rubbed her hands together, her enthusiasm evident. All right, Lin Han nodded. With Lin Han's affirmation, Su Ting bounced away towards where their teacher was located. Lin Han and the chubby one also proceeded without hesitation to the area where Bai Bing was. Teacher, we have come to register. Bai Bing nodded, then picked up a pen from the table, asking, is it just the two of you? And there's also Su Ting from Class 3, whose profession is knight. Su Ting suddenly recalled the ASA teacher. Bai Bing naturally had some knowledge of students from other classes, albeit only those with notable professions. Given that Su Ting was a high-level profession, she certainly made an impression on her. I had originally considered pairing you with Lung Ningxue to enhance the chances of securing the championship, but Director Chao intervened and placed Lung Ningxue with Feng Yong instead. Nonetheless, Su Ting is also a good choice. Given the structure of your team, you should have a chance to contend for the championship. Bai Bing spoke while writing on the paper, conversing with the two that upon hearing this, Lin Han was taken aback, saying, Sister Bing, rest assured, we are determined to secure the championship this time. Even if Feng Yong is teamed up with Lung Ningxue, they won't pose any threat to us, upon hearing Lin Han's address. Bai Bing stared at him in surprise. All right, if any unforeseen circumstances arise during the competition, just contact me, and be sure to exercise caution. Bai Bing's words were incredibly gentle, resembling more of an elder sister advising her younger brother than a teacher instructing her students. No problem. If there is anything I cannot resolve, I will certainly seek Sister Bing's assistance. Lin Han smiled and continued. Go ahead and prepare well. We will be departing soon. Bai Bing nodded and refrained from saying more. Subsequently, Lin Han and the chubby one, with their arms around each other's shoulders, left the area. Bai Bing watched their departing figures, feeling somewhat nostalgic. For a fleeting moment, she felt a sense of comfort, as if long-buried memories from years ago were being unearthed once more. After bidding farewell to Bai Bing, Lin Han and the chubby one promptly returned to the previously agreed-upon location, where Su Ting had been waiting for quite some time. After a while, the old principal, Sikong Chung, began to speak, officially concluding the team formation phase. At this moment, buses had already parked at the entrance of the academy, that a throng of students boarded the vehicles, heading towards the second round of combat testing. Due to today's major examination, Wuzhou City had already implemented road closures. The route from the first secondary school to the Forbidden Wasteland had been completely sealed off, aimed at safely transporting the students to their destination. The closed streets prohibited all passage, as such a significant examination necessitated measures to prevent any potential cheating. The journey was smooth, and the students quickly arrived at the Forbidden Wasteland. After gathering everyone, Sikong Chung announced, Students, this dungeon will determine your strength based on the points you earn, so please take it seriously. Furthermore, a communication channel has been established for all of you within your profession panels. This channel primarily exists to facilitate mutual assistance among classmates in times of danger. While points are important, I hope you all value camaraderie even more. As the saying goes, friendship comes first, competition second. So I encourage you to treat this matter with due seriousness. Now, students, prepare yourselves. Begin. As the principal's voice fell, all teams surged into the Forbidden Wasteland like a tidal wave. The so-called Forbidden Wasteland is an annual dungeon location for Wuzhou City's major examination. Divided into 3 areas, Bronze Level, Silver Level, and Gold Level. The Bronze Level is where most students congregate, while a few geniuses venture into the Silver Level seeking opportunities. For the Gold Level. Even those who have previously entered have not fared well. After all, for these recently awakened novices, the Gold Level training area is already a no-go zone. Attempting to gain an advantage through the Gold Level is exceedingly challenging. At this moment, as the students entered, various recording devices flew into the Forbidden Wasteland. The teachers from the first secondary school and leaders from various academies stood before a large screen, able to observe the situation within the forbidden area clearly. The entire screen was divided into numerous small panels, allowing simultaneous observation of many locations. Just 10 minutes had passed, and Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue's team had already claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Truly, Lung Ningxue was impressive. If they maintained this pace, first place would undoubtedly be theirs. The old principal beamed with satisfaction. This child has great talent. However, Feng Yong is also quite capable, and in their collaboration, securing first place should not pose a problem. Chao Chong quickly chimed in. However, Lin Han may be in for a tough time. Even though he is a beast master, 10 minutes have elapsed, and while other teams are gradually accumulating points, Lin Han's team has yet to accomplish anything. What a disgrace to our first secondary school. Upon hearing this, the leaders from various academies nodded in agreement. Chapter 45, Confrontation in the Silver-Level Training Area. Upon entering the Forbidden Wasteland, Lin Han's trio ventured slightly deeper. Lindsay, are we being a bit too rash by heading straight to the Silver-Level Training Area? I believe we could easily secure some points in the Bronze area. The chubby one expressed his concerns. There is no need for that. Given our combined strength, hunting ferocious beasts in the Silver-Level Training Area poses no difficulty. Lin Han replied with conviction that TO create a significant lead in points. We must not linger in the Bronze level area, competing with others for beasts. The accumulation of points would be far too slow. Lin Han was resolute. With the Thunder Emperor and Sky and on our side, the Silver-Level Training Area will pose no obstacles for us. However, the Silver-Level Training Area does carry some pressure, Su Ting remarked. She had already reached her second transition, but until now, she had only ventured into the Silver-Level Training Area once. At the Silver level, the ferocious beasts had begun to exhibit pack behavior, often appearing in large groups. Thus, if they encountered them, there was a 70 to 80% chance they would face numerous beasts. And she certainly did not feel capable of handling that. Hence, her previous visit had only skimmed the edges of the Silver area, without delving into the central region. Rest assured with me here. Clearing the Silver-level dungeon will be no problem. Lin Han comforted her, saying, since you have put it that way, I can only follow along. Ultimately, Su Ting chose to trust Lin Han. After all, she had witnessed Lin Han's remarkable performance in the illusory realm firsthand. She herself had attempted the Silver-level trial in the illusory realm, but she barely managed to endure until the second wave before being mercilessly torn apart by the Gale Wolf, failing to reach the final stage. In contrast, Lin Han had completed the Silver-level trial with astonishing speed, finishing in just 9 minutes. This clearly demonstrated his superiority in strength. Given Lin Han's confidence, she naturally chose to believe in him. She was also striving for the championship title. With Lin Han's prowess, the likelihood of securing the championship alongside him was indeed very high. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a hunting quest. Quest details. Hunt golden level ferocious beasts. Current progress. 0. Quest reward. 1,000 beast master points. Upon triggering the quest, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Initially, to avoid being overly extravagant, he hadn't intended to venture into the golden level testing grounds. However, now that the system had activated a quest, he felt compelled to take that journey. After all, it was 1,000 beast master points. At that moment, on the other side of the Forbidden Wilderness dungeon, Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue were each responsible for a direction, effortlessly slaying waves of ferocious beasts in the bronze level training area. Their scores were soaring rapidly. Thanks to the platform built by the school, they could clearly see that their team was currently in first place. This made Feng Yong quite excited. It was certainly worth it to have Director Chao Chong assist him in bringing Lung Ningxue onto his team. As for Lung Ningxue's agreement, it stemmed from the fact that Director Chao Chong had been overseeing the resources during her time at the academy. Therefore, even though she secretly wanted to refuse, she chose not to voice it. For her, being in a team with anyone else had become less significant. She was destined to be the champion. A ferocious beast charged at them, and Feng Yong swung his blade, exhilarated by the rising score. Unfortunately, this channel only displayed their own scores, and he wished he could see other scores as well. Initially disappointed, Feng Yong then smirked wickedly. I wonder how many points Lin Han's team is right now. No matter the score, it surely can't surpass mine. With that thought, Feng Yong opened the entire chat system. Feng Yong, Lin Han, I'm currently the top scorer in the school. Now you know the gap between us. Right. If you're wise, come beg me now. Perhaps I might generously share some of my ferocious beasts with you, Feng Yong. A few seconds later, reply came through. Long Tianjiao. Feng Yong, do you really think of yourself as a major player? If I'm not mistaken, your team's points are all thanks to Lung Ningxue. Feng Yong was furious. Feng Yong, you fat fool, don't be sour just because you can't reach the grapes. If you lack the ability, Stop mocking others. Long Tianjiao. Enough. Those who rely on women should just shut up. Your messages make me nauseous. Su Ting agreed. Lin Han. Who do you think you are? Young Master Feng? Your current success in the dungeon is entirely due to my parchment. Would you like me to sell you the other half? Feng Yong's face turned a mix of red and green. Feng Yong. Lin Han. You don't need to be so sharp-tongued. Once the competition ends, my score will surpass yours, and we'll see if you can still speak then. Lin Han. You were such a Feng Yong at this moment. Su Ting looked at Lin Han with a puzzled expression. Brother Han, what does that mean? And what is this parchment you speak of? Su Ting felt a bit lost, sensing that she was struggling to keep up with the conversation's pace. But that wasn't important. It obviously wasn't anything good. Lin Han cleared his throat twice. He wasn't particularly keen on discussing this topic. By the way, we are almost at the silver level training area. Later, you two will collaborate. I'll confront the ferocious beasts head-on, and after we score some points, we'll proceed to the golden level training area. All right, Su Ting agreed, but then she realized something was off and exclaimed, We're going to the golden level training area? What's going on? I have no objections to going to the silver level training area, but isn't it a bit reckless to head to the golden level training area? Can our team handle those golden level ferocious beasts? Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Han replied firmly. Lindsay, are you serious? Although the fatty usually spoke boldly, he was now trembling at the thought of Lin Han wanting to venture into the golden level training area. He had never even considered the concept of the golden level training area before this. Thus, it was evident how audacious Lin Han's idea was. Fatty, do you still not trust me? Lin Han said earnestly. Lindsay, I trust you, but I just need a moment to process the idea of going to the golden level training area. Rest assured, I won't let you down, since you're following me. I will ensure you achieve the championship. Lin Han was exceedingly confident. After all, he had entered the golden level dungeons multiple times before and had even hunted several golden level ferocious beasts, so he had no concerns regarding danger. As for the fatty and Su Ting's worries, Lin Han considered them entirely reasonable. After all, it was indeed problematic to send two level 15 individuals directly into a dungeon meant for those above level 20. Even if they trusted him, it was only natural for them to feel some trepidation. It was a relief for Lin Han that they were not blindly following him. He didn't particularly like having brainless teammates. Prepare yourselves. We are about to reach the silver level dungeon. If you can't handle it, just stay behind me. Lin Han instructed. Chapter 46. Counterattack, second in points. Meanwhile, outside, observing the scores of Feng Yong's team, Chao Chong was quite elated. Given the current trajectory, there was no doubt that Feng Yong's team would secure first place. However, Lin Han's team had been stuck at 0 points. Old principal, esteemed leaders, this Lin Han is truly useless. It has been quite some time, yet their score remains 0, clearly demonstrating that they are not taking this competition seriously. Chao Chong naturally seized the opportunity to humiliate Lin Han. He began to mock him. The old principal, Si Kong Chung, remained silent. Lin Han had left a good impression on him previously, and he couldn't fathom what was happening now. But Chao Chong was not inclined to let Lin Han off easily. He continued, I've noticed that this kid is utterly worthless to ITSA pity for Long Tianjiao and Su Ting. They are both high-level professionals, yet being led by Lin Han has completely ruined them. It is evident that Lin Han harbors malicious intentions, pulling these two down with him even when he knows he has no chance. Listening to Chao Chong's words, Si Kong Cheng's expression darkened. From the moment he discovered Lin Han was a beastmaster, he had given up on him. Even if a glimmer of hope remained in his heart, he was prepared for Lin Han to end up in a position where he couldn't attend any academy. However, Long Tianjiao and Su Ting were top students at their school, that if their performance suffered because of Lin Han, it would indeed be a great loss to AT that moment. Su Ting's homeroom teacher was equally displeased by this remark and turned to Bai Bing, saying, Bai Laosher, look at your student Lin Han. He is dragging your class's students into this madness. If Su Ting doesn't achieve a good score, you will all be held accountable if you're not cut out for this. Why drag our class's students down with you? I really don't understand how you teach your students. Bai Bing frowned. Her gaze was constantly fixed on the display screen, although Lin Han's team was moving. Their score had not changed at all. Lin Han, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? It's been quite some time, and why aren't you grinding monsters, but instead heading deeper into the dungeon? Could it be? In an instant, a realization struck Bai Bing. At that moment, the spectators saw Lin Han, along with the fatty and Su Ting, crossing the warning sign of the silver level training area. Had this team gone mad? Who did they think they were, attempting to enter the golden level training area? Even if they wanted to catch up in points, this was exceptionally risky. There were no other students around. If something went wrong, it could lead to serious trouble. Chao Cheng looked at the screen with confusion, sneering. This is just desperation. How laughable. Su Ting, are you foolish enough to follow him around recklessly? Su Ting's homeroom teacher was also visibly anxious. Their class had produced only one high-level professional, so her attention was entirely on Su Ting. Even Bai Bing, who trusted Lin Han, was taken aback that it turned out that Lin Han and the others' initial intention was indeed the silver-level training area, which is why they had been running without stopping all along. Wasn't this a bit too reckless? Just as everyone was pondering this, suddenly, two ferocious beasts appeared beside Lin Han. Celestial horn ants. Thunderlord, what was that? Some teachers, upon encountering the two majestic beasts, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They had never before witnessed such formidable creatures, and merely gazing upon them evoked an aura of royalty, reminiscent of ancient bloodlines. Could it be that these were Lin Han's summoned beasts? At this moment, Si Kongcheng was also captivated by the two creatures and hastily inquired of Qing Sheng, the head of the Northern Sky Academy. Do you know what these ferocious beasts are? Li Tui pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, these two beasts appear extraordinarily remarkable. Even though I have encountered many fierce creatures, I cannot discern their nature at this moment. Indeed, I feel the same. He continued, it seems your Lin Han is not as incompetent as your director suggested. Considering he has boldly ventured into the silver-level training zone, undoubtedly possessing his own trump card, the directors of the two academies shared their assessments. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that Lin Han possessed such capabilities, but he was unwilling to concede. Leaders, I sense that Lin Han is merely putting on a facade. Even if he has rare beasts, that does not signify he possesses the strength to dominate the silver zone. I do not hold him in high regard, that I believe he is merely relying on borrowed power. That moment, upon witnessing the heavenly horn ant and the Thunder Emperor, Bai Bing exhaled deeply. As clarity dawned upon her, she finally understood why Lin Han had declined her offer of a beast. Unexpectedly, he had acquired these two formidable creatures as his summoned beasts. Lin Han, you truly surprise me. I did not misjudge you. Suddenly, a teacher shouted, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Look! Lin Han's team score is rapidly ascending. They have already surpassed a significant number of teams. No, they have entered the top 30, the crowd gasped, their attention shifting back to Lin Han, who summoned his two beasts, resembling two harbingers of death as they swept through the silver-level training zone. The ease with which they dispatched foes was astonishing, surpassing even the efforts of the team led by Lung Ning Shui against bronze-level beasts. Is Lin Han truly this powerful? The prowess displayed by Lin Han had drawn the attention of numerous academies. Such strength was rare even beyond the borders of Wuzhou. 10th place, 7th place, 5th place, 3rd place, 2nd place. The speed of their ascent was nothing short of extraordinary. Su Ting's homeroom teacher stared wide-eyed at the data before her, feeling as though her worldview had been shattered. Just moments ago, they had been at 0 points, and now they had surged to 2nd place in a matter of moments. She could scarcely imagine anything more astonishing. So, do you still think Lin Han is dragging your class down, Su Ting? Bai Bing coldly remarked. No, I was just joking with you, Teacher Bai. Please don't take it seriously. Su Ting's teacher instantly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, as if the fierce words she had just spoken had never escaped her lips. Though Bai Bing feigned calmness, her heart brimmed with joy. Lin Han's performance had exceeded her expectations. At this rate, 1st place seemed entirely possible. Why has Lin Han stopped? Why is he allowing those beasts to escape? If he had persisted, he could have surpassed Lung Ning Shui's team. Once Lin Han's team reached 2nd place, their score inexplicably ceased to rise. Instantly, a teacher inquired in confusion, Lin Han, what are you planning to do? Bai Bing's expression also turned uncertain. Chapter 47. Forward to the golden level zone. Meanwhile, the plump boy and Su Ting were dumbfounded. According to prior discussions, Lin Han should have been holding one side back while they collaborated to eliminate beasts on the other side. However, the reality was that Lin Han was single-handedly wreaking havoc. Indeed, the only fitting description for Lin Han's current state was madness. Initially, the plump boy and Su Ting had prepared for a tough battle, but Lin Han's strength had clearly led them to abandon that notion. Since entering the silver level training zone, Lin Han had summoned both of his beasts. The two were immediately taken aback as they witnessed him and his beasts charging into the throngs of beasts. Creating a scene of utter domination, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Even if they wanted to assist, Lin Han offered them no opportunity. Like a whirlwind, he cleaved through the beast horde. To be honest, before entering the silver level training zone, the plump boy and Su Ting had envisioned countless possibilities, but they never expected the situation to unfold in such a farcical manner. It was hard to fathom that someone who had just awakened a week ago could possess such exaggerated combat prowess. Han Ge, did you really awaken alongside us? Su Ting was utterly astonished. Had she not witnessed Lin Han's awakening just a week prior, she would never have believed they were part of the same cohort. Lung Ningxue was already impressive, but Lin Han could completely overpower her. Is it really necessary to be this extraordinary? In truth, Lin Han replied with a smile, it's not that difficult. Once you reach my level, you should be able to achieve similar feats. No, I don't think I could ever reach your level and do something so monstrous that Su Ting was unconvinced, adding, to achieve such combat power at the second transition. I doubt anyone in this cohort could match it. Who told you I was at the second transition? Lin Han responded, somewhat helplessly. Although he could indeed breeze through silver-level dungeons at the second transition, he was not currently at that stage, but you just broke the record for the illusory realm with a second transition level. How could you not be at the second transition? Su Ting, bewildered by Lin Han's words, widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, could it be that you've already broken through to the third transition? Yes, I am currently at the third transition, Lin Han replied truthfully. The third transition? The other two were instantly frozen in place. What kind of leveling speed was this? How long had it been since Lin Han had reached the third transition? Indeed, Lin Han felt there was nothing remarkable about it. In fact, he thought his leveling speed had become somewhat sluggish. Once he reached the third transition, leveling up became slightly more challenging than the previous pace. He should have already reached the fourth transition. However, he was not in a hurry. Once he exited this dungeon, he could reach the fourth transition in no more than 2 days, and no wonder. I was wondering why the crystal ball exploded during the playground test. It turns out, Han Ge, you are already at the third transition. The crystal ball could hardly contain his level. It was no surprise that it shattered as Su Ting suddenly realized. Indeed, it is rather amusing. Lin Han mused. Though he had suspected it earlier, having it confirmed still took him aback. Just think about it. If Feng Yong knew the reason behind your level, he would likely faint from shock. Su Ting found it amusing to recall Feng Yong's previous demeanor. After the competition, if he learned of Lin Han's situation, she could barely contain her excitement at the thought of it. Lindsay, you've been leveling up so quickly without me knowing. I was worried about you, but it turns out you've reached heights I cannot hope to attain. That moment, the plump boy genuinely rejoiced for Lin Han. However, while he accepted this news, he still needed to digest its not as exaggerated as you all say. Lin Han somewhat regretted sharing this with them, that in his view, it was merely a matter of leveling up a bit faster. Not exaggerated? There are hardly a few in the entire Tianlong Empire who achieved the third transition within 7 days. Han Ge, with your talent, the quota for Qing Sheng Northern Sky Academy will surely be yours. What an incredible feat! At this moment, Su Ting was thoroughly convinced by Lin Han. Indeed, this was too extraordinary to dismiss. Let us not dwell on that for now. For which academy to join. We shall see who invites me after the competition concludes. Currently, Lin Han was not anxious about this matter. He still had tasks to accomplish. Our ranking has now reached second place. Soon, others will likely attempt to enter the silver level training zone. I suggest we make a beeline for the golden level training zone. His words were astonishing. The plump boy and Long Tianjiao were still immersed in the news of Lin Han's level, unable to believe that he was already targeting the golden level training zone. Previously, they would have certainly advised against such a move. However, having witnessed Lin Han's strength, they held their tongues. If silver level was so effortless, surely golden level would not pose a challenge either. This time, Lin Han took the lead. His 2 summoned beasts closely following him, with the plump boy and Su Ting trailing beside him. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded before the teachers and leaders. What were they about to do? The teachers outside and the leaders of various colleges were all bewildered by the actions of Lin Han and his companions. Could it be that they intended to venture into the gold level training zone? Su Ting's homeroom teacher exclaimed in astonishment. The gold level training zone? The others, upon hearing Su Ting's teacher's assessment, could not help but be taken aback. The old principal, Sikong Chung, was momentarily stunned, recalling how many years it had been since anyone from their school dared to enter the gold level training zone. Even if they did intend to go there, what difference would it make? Do they truly believe themselves invincible? How dare they venture into the gold level training zone, so full of themselves? Chao Chong expressed his dissatisfaction. Just because one thinks they possess some ability doesn't mean they can handle everything. I see it as a stroke of luck if they don't end up losing their lives in the process. Listening to Chao Chong's tirade, Bai Bing felt quite displeased and retorted. Director Chao, judging by Lin Han's performance in the silver level training zone just now, entering the gold level training zone is not beyond the realm of possibility. They might even slay a gold level beast. You witness the strength of those two beast tamers. It is not impossible. Instead of mocking our students here, why not have faith in them? Chao Chong frowned deeply, feeling uncomfortable after being lectured by Bai Bing. However, just as he was about to speak, he heard old Principal Sikong Chung affirming, "What teacher Bai says makes sense that in such circumstances, trust should indeed take precedence. After all, they are our students from the first high." Chapter 48. A warning. Feng Yong is anxious. Upon hearing this, Chao Chong's expression darkened further, as he did not expect everyone's attitude towards Lin Han to shift so dramatically. This had disrupted his original plans. To be honest, the speed at which Lin Han's team had just leveled up had indeed shocked him. They had swiftly cut through obstacles and ascended to second place in points within a short time. How could he not be astounded? If they continued at this pace, they might indeed surpass Feng Yong. This thought made Chao Chong increasingly anxious. Noticing that everyone's gaze was fixed on the large screen, he quickly took out his phone and hastily composed a text message to send out that this moment. Within the Forbidden Wasteland, Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue, after a series of fierce battles, were approaching the vicinity of the silver-level training zone. Both bore some wounds, evidently wearied by the high-frequency combat. Let us stop here. We shouldn't delve deeper, that if we enter the silver-level training zone now, we won't reap any benefits, Lung Ningxue cautioned. Their ranking had consistently been first, so she felt no urgency to continue accumulating points. Even she was beginning to feel a bit fatigued, and entering the silver-level training zone at this juncture was indeed risky. All right, Feng Yong agreed. But the next moment, he felt a vibration from within his clothes. Before entering, Chao Chong had secretly slipped him a mobile phone while no one was watching. It was prohibited to carry such devices here. But he had planned this for unforeseen circumstances. Feng Yong scanned the area for security cameras and found a blind spot, stealthily retrieving the phone. Chao Chong texted, "Accelerate your combat pace. Lin Han's team has now surged to second place and will soon surpass you. If necessary, hurry and enter the silver-level training zone." What? Feng Yong could hardly believe the message. They were still in first place, yet they could not see the points of others that he never expected that Lin Han. That worthless individual was so close to overtaking him. This made him feel increasingly anxious. Should they enter the silver-level training zone now? Feng Yong pondered, glancing back at the still-fighting Lung Ningxue and then at the silver-level training zone they were about to reach. Falling into deep thought that he absolutely could not allow that worthless Lin Han to surpass him. Absolutely not. With this determination, Feng Yong charged directly into the silver-level training zone. At the entrance they approached, a silver-level boss was currently guarding the area. Feng Yong felt a surge of hope. If he could eliminate this boss-level beast here, Lin Han would have no chance of surpassing him. As he entered the territory of the boss-level beast, it lunged at him like a mad creature. Feng Yong remained calm. He immediately turned and ran towards Lung Ningxue, that a beast of this caliber could not be defeated solely by himself. Lung Ningxue noticed the situation and, seeing Feng Yong being pursued by the boss-level beast, felt a pang of anxiety that "Didn't I just tell you not to provoke silver-level beasts? Why did you bring this beast over here? Forget about my mistakes for now. Let us focus on defeating it together." Feng Yong had already resigned himself to his fate, knowing that Lung Ningxue's cautious nature would prevent her from acting recklessly. Therefore, he had no choice but to attract the boss-level beast's attention himself. This way, Lung Ningxue would have to join him in confronting the boss-level beast. "Why didn't you discuss this with me first?" Lung Ningxue's brows furrowed deeply. The silver-level boss beast had reached level 20, LV-20 arm-mocking demon ape. Their highest levels were merely Lung Ningxue's level 17. Lung Ningxue had no idea what Feng Yong was thinking, provoking the arm-mocking demon ape directly. However, given the current situation, she had no choice but to step in to assist. And this time, they were bound to face a bitter struggle. Outside, why did Feng Yong suddenly provoke a silver-level boss beast? Given their current condition, there was absolutely no necessity for such a risk. Bai Bing frowned and remarked. Chao Chong countered, Teacher Bai, since Lin Han can enter the silver-level training zone, why can't our two top talents, Lung Ningxue and Feng Yong, do the same? Didn't you just say that we should have confidence in our students? Is this the same thing? Bai Bing did not wish to engage with this unreasonable individual. Although she had initially harbored doubts about Lin Han, he had now proven himself with his abilities. However, Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue's battles had not ceased. While Lung Ningxue performed relatively well, Feng Yong's performance was rather mediocre. Beside them, Su Ting's homeroom teacher muttered, since when did Feng Yong become one of the two top talents? Is this self-proclamation? Had this been before, she would have refrained from interjecting. However, with Su Ting now elevated to second place on the points leaderboard, and likely to reach first soon, her spirits were naturally lifted. Moreover, Chao Chong's unilateral rebuttal left her feeling quite irked, which was part of her motivation to support Bai Bing. Alright, enough of this bickering. Old Principal Sikong Chen quickly intervened to halt the verbal conflict among them. Especially since other college leaders were present, he could not allow them to continue their squabble. Look, Lin Han and his team have already entered the gold-level training zone. They really went in. Bai Bing and the others, upon hearing this, quickly shifted their focus back to the screen. They could hardly believe that Lin Han and his companions had truly managed to enter. This situation could hardly be described as bold. At this moment, within the Forbidden Wasteland, Lin Han and his companions had indeed entered the realm of the gold-level training zone. The fatty and Su Ting were both trembling, realizing they had truly been brought in by Lin Han. Although they were aware of Lin Han's formidable strength, the psychological pressure of actually being in the gold-level zone was overwhelming. Lin Han, however, remained utterly unfazed, having visited the gold-level training zone multiple times. He had long since cast aside any previous fears. The Skyhorn Ant and Thunder Emperor were also surveying the surroundings, as combat excited them. Lindsay, are you sure this is all right? The fatty's voice trembled as he spoke, his throat quaking that he had been to the silver-level instance, but this was his first time in a gold-level instance. He never expected to find himself in a gold-level instance during his second transition. Don't worry, Lin Han replied while observing the surrounding situation, ensuring he could manage everything perfectly. Wait, there's a beast approaching us. Suddenly, Lin Han's malevolent aura warned him, and he immediately became alert. Chapter 49. Points Leaderboard. First, upon hearing Lin Han mention that a beast was approaching, both the fatty and Su Ting instinctively edged closer to him. Just because Lin Han had the capability to engage in battle with gold-level beasts did not mean they felt capable of doing the same. Moments later, a massive figure burst forth from the nearby underbrush, baring its fangs and looking ferocious. LV-28 Netherwolf. Hanggu. Upon seeing this beast, Su Ting stuttered nervously. What should we do? Don't worry, just stay behind. Lin Han instructed earnestly, and then a pack of netherwolves emerged from the thicket. Golden species. Indeed, the gold-level zone had satisfied the conditions for forming a complete species system. Moreover, this area was home to wolves. The appearance of one indicated the presence of an entire pack behind it. Tianjiao Ant, unleash your frenzy. Thunder Emperor, initiate your swift movement, and subsequently unleash a tempest of lightning. Lin Han promptly issued the command, then swiftly took refuge alongside Su Ting and the hefty companion. Upon receiving the command, both summoned beasts charged forward without hesitation. As the Tianjiao Ant entered its frenzied state, a faint crimson aura enveloped its entire being, instantly staining the surroundings with its bloodlust. Meanwhile, the Thunder Emperor's speed surged to astonishing heights, propelling it into the sky within the blink of an eye. Dark clouds began to gather ominously overhead, and moments later, bolts of lightning rained down with thunderous ferocity. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. You have successfully slain the Nether Wolf, gaining 2,136 experience points. You have leveled up to LV-26. With a comprehensive increase of 210 attribute points, you have additionally acquired 200 free attribute points. You have successfully slain the Nether Wolf, gaining 2,136 experience points. You have successfully slain the Nether Wolf. Gaining 2,136 experience points. You have successfully slain the Nether Wolf. Gaining 2,136 experience points. You have successfully slain the Nether Wolf, gaining 2,136 experience points. You have leveled up to LV27, with a comprehensive increase of 210 attribute points. You have additionally acquired 200 free attribute points. A flurry of kill notifications appeared on Lin Han's professional panel. Upon reaching the third transition, the experience required for leveling up significantly increased, prompting Lin Han to reflect on the arduous journey of defeating so many ferocious beasts only to rise by 2 levels. He shook his head in resignation, the sole source of his joy being the substantial amount of free attributes granted. Presently, his stats have become exceedingly remarkable. Name: Lin Han Profession, Beast Tamer Elite, 3rd Transition. Hidden Profession, Level, LV27 Strength, 4760 Agility, 4470 Spirit, 3940 Constitution, 3740 Equipment, none skills. Life Contract Level 3, Beast Taming Space, Level 3, Summon Beast Level 3, Malicious Wave, Level 2, Wings of Lightning, Level 2, Skill Replication Level 2, Eagle Eye, Level 1, Listening Level 1, Fusion Level 1, Voodoo Spike, Level 1, Available Free Attributes, 1400 Since reaching the Golden Tier, Lin Han had refrained from allocating any free attribute points. In the next moment, he dedicated all his free attributes to enhancing his strength. 6160 now, Lin Han felt that with this terrifying strength attribute, he had effectively eliminated any rivals within the 3rd transition. Even professions primarily focused on defense would struggle to withstand a single punch from him without preparation. However, what truly astounded Lin Han was not merely his own strength, but rather the Tian Jiao Ant. Tian Jiao Ant Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level, 26 Strength, 6340 Agility, 5120 Spirit, 5130 Constitution, 7000 Skills. Frenzy LV2, Level 10, increases all basic attributes by 50. Colossal Strength LV2, Level 10, increases Strength attribute by 60. Iron Bones LV2, increases Constitution attribute by 40. Despite having utilized a significant amount of free attributes, the Tian Jiao Ant's stats still surpassed his own. This provoked a twinge of envy within Lin Han. The stats of the Ancient 10 Fiends could only be described as grotesquely exaggerated. However, Lin Han remained unperturbed. He had only bound 2 Ancient 10 Fiends thus far, and his stats had already improved remarkably. If he could continue to bind 2 more formidable beasts, his strength would undoubtedly escalate at an even swifter pace. One day, he would surpass these Ancient 10 Fiends, with his own prowess eclipsing theirs. With this thought, Lin Han's excitement mounted as he stepped forward, directly engaging in the fray. Meanwhile, the hefty companion and Su Ting leaned on each other, utterly stunned by the scene before them. Faced with a Golden Tier horde, they possessed no combat capability whatsoever. As Lin Han charged ahead, they felt a sense of reliance diminish. Lin Han, seizing the opportunity within the Nether Wolf horde, unleashed a powerful punch, sending the massive creature flying, its blood splattering in all directions. Long Tian Jiao exclaimed, "Is Brother Han truly a beast tamer? This seems rather different from what I understood about the profession." That Su Ting, witnessing the brutal display, felt a tightening in her chest. The hefty companion chuckled wryly. "Don't ask me. I have no idea what is happening either. Wazti had said that beast tamers are physically weak. The simplest way to defeat a beast tamer would be to confront their physical form directly. Yet judging by Brother Han's exhibited strength, I doubt he has any rivals within the 3rd transition." At that moment, Su Ting felt her worldview shatter. The reality starkly contrasted with what she had learned from textbooks. How could a beast tamer possess such exaggerated strength? In truth, it wasn't just the 2 of them who were astonished. A group of teachers and leaders from various academies outside were equally dumbfounded. They had never heard of a beast tamer who could surpass their own beasts in speed while unleashing such terrifying strength. Could such an anomaly still be deemed a beast tamer? I have never witnessed someone displaying such formidable combat prowess during a major examination. I never expected such a talent to emerge from Wuzhou City. Li Tuyi exclaimed in disbelief that he had participated in numerous major examinations. But this was the first time he encountered such an exaggerated battle. This Lin Han is a must-have for Qing Sheng. Lu Tianyi declared emphatically that Li Tuyi retorted, "Why does Qing Sheng want everything? Do you even have experience in teaching beast tamers? Lin Han must join our Baitian. Old man, have some dignity. Just because Baitian has produced strong beast tamers in the past, doesn't T make you exceptional. Lu Tianyi and Li Tuyi engaged in a heated exchange. The old principal, Si Kong Chung, was elated by this turn of events. It was the first time he had seen Qing Sheng and Baitian vying for a student. And the student they were fighting over was from his own school. This was a moment of great pride. At that moment, Yi Taiqing from the military academy scoffed, "You two should settle down. Can you control your emotions? As for which academy Lin Han wishes to attend, it ultimately depends on his own choice. It's not up to you two to decide." Upon hearing this, the two men fell silent. Chapter 50. Qing Sheng and Baitian compete. Yi Taiqing's words brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Although Qing Sheng and Baitian were recognized as the two strongest institutions in the Tianlong Empire, the military academy was different. It was directly controlled by the military. This meant that the faculty and principal within this academy held military positions. Even top-tier institutions like Qing Sheng and Baitian would not dare to provoke the military academy lightly. In a certain sense, they were not even in the same realm. Old Principal Si Kong Chung was overjoyed. For the sake of Lin Han, the emotions of so many prestigious institutions within the Tianlong Empire had been stirred. This marked the rise of Wuzhou City's first high school. Bai Bing felt immense pride as she witnessed Lin Han's remarkable achievements. Her joy was boundless, and of course, this happiness stemmed not only from her role as Lin Han's class teacher. Yet, as one family rejoiced, another lamented. Chao Cheng's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He could hardly fathom that this young man, Lin Han, would steal the spotlight. Why? How can Lin Han possess such overwhelming strength? This fellow should be a waste. Chao Cheng seethed with frustration that as Lin Han's team's score skyrocketed. Chao Cheng's blood pressure rose in tandem. Before long, Lin Han's team had surpassed Feng Yang's scores, leaving them trailing by a considerable margin. The current gap in points was far more exaggerated than when Feng Yang's team held the leading position. The competition was nearing its conclusion. Old Principal Si Kong Chung was immensely satisfied with this round of competition. Both the team led by Lung Ningxue and that of Lin Han brought him great joy. After all, these were students from their own school, in the Forbidden Wilderness. Lung Ningxue and Feng Yong were currently struggling against the frenzied onslaught of a silver-tier leader. Lung Ningxue's storm magic showed no signs of abating, yet her stamina was quickly depleting. Just as she contemplated her next move, she noticed that her team had inexplicably risen to the second position in the rankings. Who was caught up? Lung Ningxue was bewildered. Despite the time lost battling the silver-tier leader, it seemed implausible that anyone could have closed the gap so swiftly within the entire academic institution. She doubted there were many capable of such rapid pursuit. Could it possibly be Lin Han? At that moment, this bold thought crossed her mind. Since entering the Forbidden Wilderness, she had never considered Lin Han a threat. In fact, even after awakening her hidden profession and triggering such a monumental phenomenon, she had dismissed him. After all, beast tamers were universally recognized as one of the weakest professions, with the resources within Lin Han's reach. It was virtually impossible for her to achieve any remarkable accomplishments, particularly during the initial test of strength today. When it came time to evaluate Lin Han, the testing sphere even exploded. However, this incident rendered her unable to ascertain Lin Han's true capabilities clearly. To be candid, the only aspect of Lin Han that instilled a sense of caution in her was the extraordinary day of awakening, when Lin Han remarkably advanced to level 10 in a single day, leaving her astounded. Yet, she deemed it merely a fleeting shock. She truly did not believe Lin Han could maintain such fortuitous fortune indefinitely. Nevertheless, with a rival team surpassing theirs, the first thought that crossed her mind was solely that of the team to which Lin Han belonged. As one of the top two prodigies of Wuzhou First High School, she harbored a competitive spirit towards Lin Han, unwilling to be outdone by her counterpart. Yet her squad's points were overtaken, and the only person capable of achieving this feat, aside from Lin Han, was no one else. Could it be that during the test, Lung Ningxue's mind conjured a bold notion that the testing sphere did not malfunction but rather exploded due to Lin Han? Might it be that the energy sphere could not withstand Lin Han's prowess, resulting in its detonation? This thought ignited a flicker of trepidation within Lung Ningxue. Why? Why was Lin Han's strength so formidable? Lung Ningxue, what are you thinking? Do you wish to eliminate me? At that moment, Feng Yong gritted his teeth, wielding a heavy sword to fend off the attacks of the arm-length demon ape. The disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast, and Feng Yong's physical condition plummeted, now barely half of its previous state. Snapping back to reality, Lung Ningxue wielded her hands, summoning a fierce storm that swept past Feng Yong, directly aimed at the arm-length demon ape. The creature was driven back by the force of the strike, yet Lung Ningxue did not cease her assault, charging forward with fervor. Feng Yong, look for an opportunity to take it down. As soon as the words left her lips, Lung Ningxue had already reached the side of the arm-length demon ape, twisting her hand upward, unleashing a sharp tempest that struck directly at the creature's jaw from below. Feng Yong was equally decisive. They had squandered far too much time battling the arm-length demon ape and needed to conclude the fight swiftly. In the very instant Lung Ningxue launched her attack, Feng Yong swung his sword with determination. The heavy sword cross-slash, with a mighty swing of his cumbersome sword, he traced a cross in the air, sending forth a cross-shaped wave of sword energy that pierced through the air. Before the arm-length demon ape could stabilize itself, the cross-shaped sword energy struck its head directly. Witnessing this, Lung Ningxue leaped onto the body of the arm-length demon ape, climbing to its shoulder, and then leaping upward. Her hands gathering the storm, the tempest plummeted downwards with the weight of a boulder, coalescing between Lung Ningxue's palms. The arm-length demon ape howled to the heavens, enraged by the relentless onslaught it had endured. But Lung Ningxue remained unfazed. As the beast opened its mouth, the tempest descended upon it, instantly resulting in a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. The storm erupted within the body of the arm-length demon ape, silencing it forever. Lung Ningxue landed on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted from the battle, now lacking the strength to venture deeper into the silver grade training zone. What were you dazed about just now? I nearly perished, Feng Yong remarked, irritated. Although they had slain the arm-length demon ape, the fear lingering in his heart was not so easily dispelled, and he found himself gripped by a sense of foreboding. Turning towards the exit, Lung Ningxue stated, "Let us check our ranking." Feng Yong frowned, realizing he had been oblivious to their channel panel during the recent battle. Upon glancing at it now, he discovered they had secured the second position. Second, could it be that Lin Han truly claimed the first position? This revelation left him incredulous that we just defeated a silver-grade boss beast. How could Lin Han possibly achieve first place? Time is running short. We must hasten to catch up. Feng Yong felt a sense of urgency, unable to accept the humiliation of losing to Lin Han. Catch up? Lung Ningxue scoffed, then added, I'm out of mana. My stamina is nearly depleted, and my health is below half that. If you have the capability, then pursue it yourself. Chapter 51. Proactively offering conditions to join the academy. Though Feng Yong was somewhat aggrieved, he acknowledged the truth in Lung Ningxue's words. Their current state rendered them incapable of pursuing further points. If they pressed on, they might risk their very lives. After their battle with the arm-length demon ape, his physical metrics had already dwindled to less than half, and his endurance had sharply diminished. All right, the competition is nearing its end. Let us return. Although they have caught up to us, given our current score, no one should be able to surpass us. Lung Ningxue had already resolved to concede. As her physical condition could no longer support her continuation in the contest, that moment, outside the Forbidden Wasteland, the coordination between Lung Ningxue and Feng Yong had indeed been commendable, particularly Lung Ningxue's adept maneuvers that seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow to the arm-length demon ape. The old principal, Sikong Chung, expressed his satisfaction. However, both Qing Sheng and Beiqian's directors merely nodded in acknowledgement, their focus still fixated on Lin Han and his companions. When one individual shines too brightly, they inevitably overshadow all others. As time elapsed, various teams emerged from the Forbidden Wasteland, most bearing some injuries. However, as these teams have been engaged primarily within the vicinity of bronze-grade beasts, their wounds were not severe. When Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue stepped out, they dominated the scene with their second-place ranking, eclipsing their fellow students. Moments later, Lin Han and his group emerged as well. Yet this time, Feng Yong lacked the courage to approach. He had once again been bested by Lin Han. However, the latter bore no ill will, approaching with a smile. Feng Yong, how do you fare? Get lost. Feng Yong seethed with resentment, unable to fathom that despite teaming up with Lung Ningxue, they had failed to secure first place. Lin Han, unconcerned by his adversary's demeanor, cheerfully replied, "Had you sought me out earlier for the second half of the parchment, you might have secured the top spot this time, that I did remind you. It was your choice not to purchase it, you." Feng Yong gritted his teeth in frustration that if not for the presence of others, he would have longed to tear Lin Han apart. Lung Ningxue let out a deep breath and inquired, "Did you achieve first place?" "Of course." The stout figure, Long Tianjiao, draped his arm over Lin Han's shoulder, grinning broadly. Lin Han showcased his prowess in the Forbidden Wasteland. "Now you understand the importance of choosing the right companions." "Dan Tiyu, impressive." Lung Ningxue chose not to respond further and stepped aside, her temper evidently flaring. The stout fellow rolled his eyes. Somewhat displeased, Su Ting, at this juncture, was in high spirits. She had never anticipated achieving first place in the grand examination, making it nearly impossible for her to contain her excitement. "Fantastic. This means I can choose from numerous schools now," she exclaimed, dancing with joy. "Lin Han, with this, Qing Sheng and Bai Tian should be secured for you. It is such a pity we can't attend the same school that I haven't decided which academy to attend yet." Lin Han shrugged that he intended to consult Bai Bing for advice on this matter. Although he was aware that Qing Sheng and Bai Tian were preferable, he was uncertain if they suited him. That as his homeroom teacher, Bai Bing would undoubtedly provide sound guidance that if you choose another academy, "Let me know. I'll follow you. That I definitely want to cling to your leg," Su Ting declared resolutely. Sometimes, aligning oneself with the right person is far more effective than sheer effort. This time, it was precisely because she had chosen Lin Han, who was overlooked by many, that he had astonished everyone and propelled their team to the first-place position. "Me too. Lin Han, if you decide to go to another academy, remember to inform me." Lin Han, though somewhat exasperated, nodded in agreement. That moment, the students had gathered and completed their assembly. The old principal, Si Kong Chung, began with the traditional motivational speech, followed by handing the floor to the various academies. Lu Tianyi of Qing Sheng was the first to speak. "Lin Han, our Qing Sheng Academy is eager to invite you to join us. Given your outstanding performance in the Forbidden Wasteland, I can advocate for you to the school for a scholarship and access to special resources." This declaration stunned the entire assembly. An invitation from Qing Sheng, accompanied by terms. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in their experience. Even the seasoned principal, Si Kong Chung, found himself momentarily taken aback. Among the many academies, Qing Sheng stood tall. Yet here it was, extending terms to recruit a single individual. This could only be described as breaking news. Beside him, Bai Tian Li Tuyi spoke up directly. "Lin Han, the scholarships and special resources from Qing Sheng hold little significance for you. That if my guess is correct, you have already surpassed the second transformation. Haven't you? The explosion of the crystal ball must have been due to your extraordinary prowess. You are still missing one fierce beast to capture. I can make that decision. Whatever fierce beast you desire, we at Bai Tian can assist you in capturing it, and all you need to do is join Bai Tian Academy." Hiss. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded, not only due to the astonishing offer made by Bai Tian Li Tuyi, but also because they had just realized that Lin Han had actually reached the third transformation. It had only been a mere 7 days since his awakening. They were utterly bewildered at how he had accomplished this. Feng Yong was left in a daze, muttering to himself, "Third transformation. Third transformation. How could Lin Han achieve the third transformation? There must be some mistake. Why should he be able to reach the third transformation? I refuse to accept this. My family background is superior to his. And yet I've only just reached the second transformation at level 16. Why should he be able to attain the third transformation? He must have cheated. Lin Han has undoubtedly cheated. All academy leaders. Lin Han must have cheated. Do not let him blind you with his facade. Given his family background, he could never become a third transformation." Feng Yong, unable to accept this reality, began shouting from below. Lin Han could only feel exasperated. In front of so many people, Feng Yong had the audacity to make such baseless accusations that he truly had no shame. However, Lin Han did not wish to let him embarrass himself further. "Feng Yong, just because you are incapable of achieving something does not mean others are as well. Then on what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? Spreading rumors comes with consequences. Can you bear that?" As Lin Han spoke, he displayed his level panel. LV-27 Beast Tamer Elite. Chapter 52, Consultation, Silencing Feng Yong. 27 levels? Feng Yong was so startled that he fell to the ground. his eyes filled with confusion and panic. How could Lin Han be at level 27? It wasn't just him. A multitude of students were equally stunned by the scene. They had all awakened together, and even the so-called number one genius, Lung Ningxue, was only at level 17. Lin Han was a full 10 levels ahead of her. This was an astounding achievement even within the entire Tianlong Empire. Are you a monster? Lung Ningxue was momentarily taken aback. Unable to believe Lin Han's current level, it was simply too outrageous at that moment. Even the chubby boy and Su Ting, who had long been aware of Lin Han's strength at the third transformation, gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lin Han's level would be this high. This was an absolute domination. They were not even in the same league. It wasn't just the students. Even the directors and supervisors from various universities were taken aback by the spectacle. While they had suspected Lin Han to be a third transformation powerhouse, they never imagined that his level would be so astonishingly high. In just 7 days, he had reached level 27. If the academy were to commence, wouldn't Lin Han be entering at the fourth transformation? Very few in the entire Tianlong Empire could achieve such an incredible feat. Teacher Bai Bing, did you already know Lin Han's level? Su Ting's homeroom teacher inquired softly. Her mood was exceptionally pleasant. Now that Su Ting had secured the championship, she had long since discarded her previous biases against Lin Han. In fact, he was now essentially her benefactor. Bai Bing nodded, saying little. Did she know? What did she know really? Although she had anticipated this outcome during the battle, she had never imagined that Lin Han's level would be so shockingly high. 27 levels. This was somewhat terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tianyi quickly interjected, the student who just cast out on Lin Han. I respect differing opinions and encourage students to voice their concerns. However, your thinking exhibits extreme flaws. Just because you lost to someone does not justify slandering them as a cheater without any evidence. Furthermore, comparing the two based on family background is misguided. True talent is not influenced by one's family circumstances. In light of this, I, Lu Tianyi, hereby announce that from this day forth, you and your family shall be permanently barred from Qingxing Academy. We will not welcome those of poor character. In contrast, Lin Han remained composed and dignified in the face of scrutiny. Even though his strength had overwhelmed many of his peers, he still maintained a humble demeanor. Such character is indeed rare and commendable. Lin Han, if you have any conditions, please communicate them with the Academy, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate you. That I want to be the principal. Lin Han wanted to make a cheeky remark, but managed to restrain himself. While they had encouraged him to speak freely, he did not wish to overstep. Replying respectfully, he said, I still need to think it over. I cannot give you an answer just yet. Lin Han, they at Qingxing Academy are known for their bluster. Once you join, they will act as if they never made any promises. Li Tuyi chimed in promptly. Just moments ago, Lu Tianyi's praise and criticism had put him under pressure, and he sought to elevate Lin Han's standing to garner his favor for Baitian Academy. Instead, let us consider Baitian Academy. Lin Han, feel free to state your requirements. I will contact Baitian Academy to facilitate them immediately. You need not bear any burdens, even if you decide against joining Baitian Academy. Let us first demonstrate our sincerity, which is far superior to the empty promises of Qingxing Academy. Hearing this, Lin Han felt somewhat conflicted. Was this truly the Academy of Dreams for students throughout the Tianlong Empire? Their demeanor was far from his expectations. Where was their high-mindedness? Where was their resilience? He began to suspect that if there weren't so many people present, these two might even attempt to forcibly recruit him. In this moment, the scene left the old principal, Xikong Chung, utterly flabbergasted that it was the first time in his many years at the first high school that he had witnessed two major academies competing so fiercely for a student. This world seemed increasingly unrecognizable to him. That I truly need to think this over. Lin Han was still reluctant to make an immediate decision. Take your time, Lin Han. By the way, would you like me to give you a ride home? We could chat on the way, Li Tuyi suggested with a smile. Lu Tianyi retorted irritably. What do you mean by giving a ride? I'll take him. The two major academies began to bicker amongst themselves. At that moment, a cough from the side interrupted them. Lin Han, I am Yi Taching, the supervisor of the military academy. First and foremost, the military academy treats all outstanding students equally. We will not entice you with alluring offers. Whether you wish to enroll is entirely up to you. Consider it carefully. Lin Han was momentarily stunned. How dignified. The military academy's acceptance rate was not high. while it was considered a strong institution. Joining it meant a life intertwined with combat. Many students were reluctant to enlist, preferring instead to enjoy the beautiful moments at Qingxing and Baitian. Lin Han responded courteously. Not only the military academy, but many other institutions also extended invitations to Lin Han, fully aware that the odds were slim, yet they still hoped he might choose them. Subsequently, it wasn't just Lin Han. Lung Ningxue, the chubby boy, Su Ting, and many other students received invitations from numerous schools. Only Qingxing and Baitian extended individual invitations to Lin Han. Meanwhile, Feng Yong was nearing a breakdown, as nearly all renowned universities refrained from inviting him after Qingxing's statement. His performance among the students at the first high school had been exceptional. During the joint effort with Lung Ningxue to slay the armored demon ape, many academies had already taken note of him. However, Lu Qianyi's remarks had made it impossible for them to consider recruiting him. The mere mention of moral decay was enough to tarnish any institution that accepted him, though these universities were not particularly in need of any single student. The consequences of Feng Yong's actions fell squarely on his shoulders. Thus, it could be said that Feng Yong had effectively been blacklisted by all the universities. Fellow students, the major examination has now concluded. We will begin the award ceremony. Third place, Du Haonan, Tian Kuan, Yuan Bo. Chapter 53. Reward, a grand villa. Second place, Feng Yong, Lung Ningxue. First place, Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, Su Ting. Subsequently, at the principal's gesture, the student whose name was called stepped forward to receive their award. The rewards for the second and third places were rather modest, merely a few tens of thousands in cash. However, for an average family, this still constituted a significant expense when it came time to present the first prize. Xikong Cheng, with a beaming smile, approached Lin Han, firmly grasping his hand with an expression of great satisfaction. Lin Han, your remarkable achievement truly reflects the school's nurturing of your talents, the old principal, Xikong Cheng, proclaimed with a radiant smile that it's all due to the excellent guidance of the old principal. Lin Han replied somewhat symbolically that if one were to speak of the school's assistance, it would only be the admission of Feng Yong, which had indeed provided him with considerable entertainment and financial support. As for cooperating with the principal, he was merely aiming to secure the rewards the school would bestow upon him later. That was what mattered most to him. Indeed, Xikong Cheng responded, his smile growing even brighter upon hearing Lin Han's remarks. After all, who wouldn't wish to bask in the glory of another success, particularly when Lin Han's praise was directed solely at him and not the school? How could he not feel delighted? Lin Han, what do you think? Xikong Cheng began, but Lin Han quickly interjected, we can't keep this going endlessly. Old principal, look at the prizes for the competition. I'm quite eager to return for dinner. Lin Han chuckled, effectively stifling Xikong Cheng's forthcoming words. Yes, dinner is indeed important. Xikong Cheng hastily concurred. Shortly after, by Bing stepped forward, carrying a wooden platter. Xikong Cheng picked up a key from the tray and said with a smile, Lin Han, this is a villa located in the city center. I will have teacher by Bing provide you with the exact location. A villa. Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment that he had never anticipated such a generous reward. First place awarded a villa. This was simply outrageous. Xikong Cheng was quite pleased with Lin Han's reaction. The school government placed great emphasis on nurturing high-caliber talent, that he then produced a skill book, saying, Lin Han, this is an advanced skill book titled Heavenly Fist. Although it may not align with your profession, if you find it of no use, you may sell it without concern for its value. As he spoke, Xikong Cheng retrieved a golden-grade item. This item is known as the Amplification Necklace. It can enhance the user's abilities by 20% for 3 minutes, but it can only be used 3 times. Gazing at these items, Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. He genuinely did not expect the Academy to be so generous. The total value of these 3 rewards was nearing 10 million. In stark contrast, the combined rewards for second and third place scarcely amounted to even a fraction of that. Today, I have received such bountiful rewards thanks to the nurturing of old Principal Xikong and the school. And I must also express my gratitude to Wuzhou City. Lin Han continuously expressed his thanks, mentioning every department he could think of. After all, receiving such substantial rewards warranted a show of appreciation. It was only fitting. Very well, Xikong Cheng exchanged a few more pleasantries before officially announcing the conclusion of the competition. Immediately thereafter, the students boarded buses to return to the school, with various leaders from the academies following closely behind. Once the students disembarked, These leaders rushed forward, surrounding the students and eagerly introducing their respective institutions. Some prestigious academies congregated around the higher-ranking students, while others, of a more average standing, gravitated toward those with less impressive results. As they too needed to recruit students, Lin Han and his peers found themselves utterly surrounded, and though Qing Sheng, Bai Tian, and the military academy were certainly interested in Lin Han, they refrained from stepping in. They were not concerned about Lin Han being snatched away by other institutions. After all, no matter how reckless Lin Han might be, he would ultimately choose among these three academies that as the foremost academies in the Tianlong Empire. Qing Sheng and Bai Tian had no reason to worry. Lin Han would have to make his choice among them. "Lindsay, we can't get out of here," the chubby boy exclaimed, having never witnessed such a spectacle. "Feeling somewhat dazed that I don't know what to do," he added. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, Bai Bing stepped forward and admonished, "Do not impede our students. Those in need of contact information can request it from the school. If you linger here any longer, do not blame me for calling security." Upon hearing Bai Bing's words, the crowd reluctantly dispersed, and Lin Han and his friends let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Sister Bing, but there's no need for such formality between us," Bai Bing replied nonchalantly. She then inquired, "I heard you mention you were hungry?" "Yes, that is indeed the case," Lin Han admitted, though he wasn't particularly hungry. He had simply wanted to extricate himself from Sikong Cheng's incessant chatter. "Come on, sister will take you to dinner." "What? You don't want to eat with your sister?" Bai Bing raised an eyebrow. "No, let's go." Lin Han nodded, feeling there was no reason to refuse. He then turned to the chubby boy and Su Ting, saying, "I'll head off first. You both should return early to don't worry, Lindsay. Go enjoy dinner with old classmate. And contact me if anything comes up," the chubby boy said with a serious expression. That Su Ting smiled and added, "You go eat. You've worked hard today, that I'll contact you later." "All right," after bidding farewell to the two. Lin Han felt a sense of relief. "Come on, ride with me," Bai Bing said, leading Lin Han to the school's parking lot. Her vehicle was a luxurious SUV, impressively large, creating a striking contrast with her slender figure. Exuding a sense of adventurous spirit. "You can drive?" Lin Han asked, settling into the comfortable passenger seat. The two of them, aside from their years of teacher-student rapport, had not shared much interaction since their childhood. It had been a long time since they had sat together and engaged in conversation that I've long since reached the age to obtain a driver's license. "Unlike you, still a young child," Bai Bing said with a smile, pressing the accelerator as the car roared to life. "What do you want to eat?" "Whatever you suggest." "I haven't dined in a restaurant for years," Lin Han shrugged, having endured hardships simply to sustain the wretched system. As long as he could fill his belly, he cared little for quality. "That I happen to know a pretty good place. It's been a while since I've been there," Bai Bing responded as she drove. From that point on, they exchanged little conversation until they arrived at a secluded alley. Lin Han gazed at the surrounding buildings, feeling a sense of déjà vu. "Isn't this the restaurant we used to visit as children?" He recalled, though the original owner of this body held a clearer memory of it. Allowing Lin Han to remember, "I can't believe you still remember," Bai Bing smiled radiantly, evidently pleased that Lin Han recalled this moment. The two entered the modest restaurant, a place frequented by ordinary folks. Lin Han remembered that Bai Bing would often bring him here to enjoy a meal after receiving some pocket money. It had been their secret hideout. After all, both the Lin and Bai families once belonged to prominent clans, and they were recognized in most upscale establishments, hence they sought refuge in such a quiet venue. They ordered the same dishes they had enjoyed in their youth. Simple, yet sufficient for two. "Do you have any thoughts on which academy to choose next?" Bai Bing inquired, handing Lin Han a piece of meat from her plate. "I'm not quite sure. I was actually hoping to ask you," Lin Han replied, as he began to ravenously devour the food before him. Bai Bing chuckled at his voracious appetite and answered, "If you desire a stable future, Qing Sheng and Bai Tian are indeed your best options. Furthermore, the offers they extend are quite generous. It is a privilege not afforded to the average person." Is Sister Bing suggesting I join Qing Sheng or Bai Tian?" Lin Han asked, swallowing his food. "Ultimately, it depends on your decision. If you find Qing Sheng and Bai Tian appealing, joining either would not be a bad choice," Bai Bing continued. "However, the military academy is an excellent place for personal development. And if you aspire to greater ambitions, it too is a worthy consideration. The military academy is directly governed by the military. The discipline imposed on students is quite rigorous. With your abilities, joining the military academy could maximize your potential. Of course, it is all up to you." All these institutions represent the pinnacle of education in the Tianlong Empire, and regardless of which one you choose, your current qualifications will undoubtedly lead to a promising future. Bai Bing earnestly remarked, while Lin Han pondered seriously for a moment. Had he not previously acquired the system, Qing Shingbei Tian would undoubtedly have been his optimal choice. However, now that he possessed the system, particularly the ancestral return ability, he could ensure that his future fierce beast grade would not be too low. Yet he also required a battleground for honing his skills. Presently, he felt that the military academy was indeed a commendable option for him. Moreover, before his transmigration, he had always harbored a peculiar affection for soldiers that in his past life he lacked the capability, perhaps in this life. He could finally realize his potential. From Bai Bing's tone, she seemed to strongly recommend that he attend the military academy. Then let's not overthink it. I shall go to the military academy, Lin Han declared earnestly. Bai Bing's eyes brightened, and she subsequently inquired, have you thought this through? The military academy is not as comfortable as Qing Shingbei Tian. Both of those institutions receive substantial subsidies from the empire every year. And, given your qualifications, you would have access to ample resources there. The military academy is far from being as comfortable as those two. I have made up my mind. It will be the military academy. Since I have this opportunity, I cannot choose comfort. Lin Han replied with a sense of clarity that I believe the military academy is more suitable for me. You truly are full of surprises, Bai Bing chuckled. Do you realize how many individuals across the empire are vying desperately to join Qing Shingbei Tian? Some are even willing to endure hardships at lesser academies rather than face the trials of the military academy. Ultimately, I am not like others, Lin Han smiled before resuming his meal with gusto. Indeed, you are quite unique, Bai Bing observed, gazing at Lin Han in a daze. Sister Bing, why aren't you eating? Bai Bing snapped back to reality and took a bite of her food. No, you should eat more. If you need assistance at the military academy in the future, just contact your sister and I will do my utmost to help you with anything I can. Lin Han nodded, but did not take her words to heart. He did not believe Bai Bing's influence could extend to the military academy. Although the Bai family did wield some power, they were ultimately just a prominent family in Wuzhou City. Bai Bing's statement might merely be an attempt to alleviate his pressure. However, he truly felt little pressure. With the heavenly horn ant in his left hand and the Thunder Emperor in his right, what pressure could he possibly face? Unmatched at the same realm. On the contrary, Lin Han felt quite confident in himself that if he could not surpass others with the system, then his existence would indeed hold little meaning. You have already reached the third transformation. You should be just one beast tamer away. Do you have any goals? Your sister can assist you in capturing one, Bai Bing inquired. Actually, I do have one. Lin Han replied without hesitation, then asked, Sister Bing, do you know of any places with formidable fire attribute fierce beasts? This time, Lin Han set his sights on fire attribute beasts, with the astonishing power of the heavenly horn ant and the destructive force of the Thunder Emperor. It would be ideal to add the cleansing flames to his arsenal. Currently, he had no other choices, and he could not leave this option vacant for too long. Thus, he resolved to capture a fire attribute fierce beast. Fire attribute beasts, you say? Bai Bing pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. There is indeed one nearby, in a forest known as the Flame Forest located in the neighboring Mountain Chi City. Within it resides a platinum-level fire phoenix that aligns quite well with your current level, that if you join the military academy, it could become one of your combat strengths, that of fire phoenix. Lin Han expressed interest. It was equivalent to a platinum-level beast of the fourth transformation, that if he could tame it through ancestral return, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Given your level, you should be nearing the fourth transformation. Just in time to utilize that dungeon to meet the level requirements, Bai Bing stated seriously. Wonderful. I never expected there to be a suitable fierce beast. Lin Han was pleasantly surprised. Although the platinum level posed some pressure, he did not feel incapable of fighting. Do you have any plans for tonight? Bai Bing suddenly asked. Nothing in particular, Lin Han responded, somewhat perplexed that if you have no plans, once we finish eating, how about I take you to the Flame Forest to help you capture the Fire Phoenix? Chapter 55. Flame Forest Terrifying Control. Is that really appropriate? Lin Han was taken aback, not anticipating that Bai Bing would personally accompany him. Well, since I have nothing to do tonight, and I couldn't assist you when you just awakened, it seems only fair to make it up to you now. Besides, it is only natural for an older sister to accompany her younger brother in capturing fierce beasts, Bai Bing said earnestly. Lin Han found himself at a loss for how to decline. while Bai Bing appeared increasingly enthusiastic. All right then, Lin Han finally acquiesced. After they finished their meal, the two set off in Bai Bing's car toward the neighboring Mountain city. The distance between the two cities was not far. They could reach it in about an hour. Bai Bing's driving skills were quite proficient, and they traveled at the fastest speed possible. Lin Han was also capable of driving, but he had yet to reach the age to obtain a license, so he could not assist even if he knew how. An hour later, they arrived at the Flame Forest. This forest was classified as a platinum-level dungeon, with a high danger rating. Instinctively, Lin Han summoned both the Heavenly Horn Ant and the Thunder Emperor. If you're afraid, just hide behind your sister, Bai Bing said gently. It shouldn't be a major issue. Lin Han was somewhat unaccustomed to such concern. Aside from his previous encounter with Sun Yinwei, he had always ventured into dungeons alone. This sense of teamwork felt somewhat foreign. Sister Bing, what is your level of strength? Lin Han curiously asked, knowing that Bai Bing specialized in ice attributes, which were considered a unique profession. However, he was uncertain of her actual strength. Yet, to hold a teaching position at such a young age in a prestigious academy, her own capabilities must surely be formidable. It's a secret. I'll tell you later, Bai Bing replied with a smile. Lin Han looked at her with curiosity, realizing he knew too little about his sister. The main reason was that after the fall of the Lin family, Bai Bing had gone to school, and their contact had significantly diminished. It wasn't until Bai Bing became his homeroom teacher that they re-established some connection. At that moment, the Heavenly Horn Ant and the Thunder Emperor emitted warning sounds, their instincts alerting Lin Han to the approach of fierce beasts. In the next instant, a pack of golden-level fire tigers surrounded them. Numbering over 10, this is troublesome. Lin Han prepared for battle. Facing more than 10 golden-level fierce beasts, it was impossible to feel no pressure, yet it was not a fight he could not engage in. Brother, prepare to reap the rewards, Bai Bing stated calmly. In the next moment, icy tendrils spread from beneath her feet, enveloping the ground and rapidly extending towards the surrounding fire tigers. The icy surface made contact with the fire tigers. The flames that had originally engulfed them extinguished as though snuffed out by an unseen force. In mere moments, the fire tigers were reduced to mere ice sculptures. Lin Han had not yet grasped the meaning of Bai Bing's reaping when he began to comprehend the situation. Sister Bing is incredibly powerful. She eliminated them in such a short time. Even though the fire tigers were inherently resistant to ice attributes, Bai Bing had annihilated them through sheer strength, rather than simply defeating them. She had employed a terrifying degree of control, reducing the health of each fierce beast to precisely 100. Indeed, each beast's health was capped at 100, rendering them nearly one-hit kills. This level of suppression over flames and mastery of skills was unprecedented among those Lin Han had encountered thus far. He was aware that Bai Bing had always been an exceptional student. However, he was unaware of what had transpired afterward. Nevertheless, he had not expected her to be this formidable. Perhaps no one in the entire academy could rival her. Even Si Kong Chung and the others would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving such feats. Lin Han was certain. What are you waiting for? Go reap the rewards. Aren't you about to reach the fourth transformation? This experience should suffice, Bai Bing urged from the side, her tone nonchalant, as if she were entirely unconcerned. Right. Lin Han snapped back to reality, still feeling somewhat dazed. So strong. Without hesitation, he commanded the Heavenly Horn Ant and Thunder Emperor to charge forward. Swiftly dispatching the surrounding fierce beasts, successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. You have leveled up to LV 28, all attributes increased by 210 points. You have additionally gained 240 free attribute points. Successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. Successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. Successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. Successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. You have leveled up to LV 29. All attributes increased by 210 points. You have additionally gained 250 free attribute points. Successful kill of the Fire Tiger, experience gained 2258. Successfully vanquished the Fiery Tiger, earning 2,258 experience points. You have ascended to level 30. With a total attribute increase of 300 points. Additionally, you have received an extra 300 points to allocate freely. Successfully defeated the Fiery Tiger, earning 0 experience points. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit that can be endured for the third transition. You must undertake the job transfer task. or you will be unable to surpass this limit. Until you reach the fourth transition, you cannot continue to gain experience points. Have you met the level requirement? Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Is this what it feels like to be guided in leveling up? How wonderful it is to have jumped 3 levels in such a short time. How is it? Is your level sufficient? Bai Bing inquired. Yes, I'm already at max level. Lin Han nodded, still feeling that the events unfolding were somewhat dreamlike. This is truly extraordinary. Well then, let us proceed today, Bai Bing spoke. She took Lin Han's hand and continued deeper into the forest. Since Lin Han had reached his level, Bai Bing swiftly dispatched any beast they encountered to avoid wasting time, leaving Lin Han with little to do but observe. The Sky Horn Ant and Thunder Emperor were eager to engage in battle whenever they encountered a ferocious beast, but Bai Bing, as always, was overwhelmingly powerful, eliminating all threats in an instant, leaving no opportunity for them to act. This should be the heart of the Flame Forest, where the fiery bird likely resides. Upon reaching the depths, Bai Bing surveyed the surroundings and declared, "All right," Lin Han replied, soaring into the sky to leverage the height in locating the fiery bird. Bai Bing was taken aback. She had not realized that Lin Han had already mastered the skill of flight, and a wave of pride surged within her. While soaring through the air, Lin Han suddenly felt an intense heat wave rush towards him, as if a sea of flames was about to engulf him. Chapter 56. Capture the Fiery Bird. Level 35 Fiery Bird. Amidst the heat, a magnificent crimson bird soared from the ground, flames swirling around its body. Almost simultaneously, the Thunder Emperor leaped into the air, hissing aggressively at the fiery bird. This scene resembled a territorial dispute among ferocious beasts. However, in comparison to the Thunder Emperor, the fiery bird's presence and aura paled significantly. As the former was one of the 10 ancient fierce beasts, unrivaled in both size and majesty, to be honest, it's a blessing to be with my brother, Bai Bing's voice echoed from below. Yet, the fiery bird paid her no mind. Screeching incessantly, and with each flap of its wings, waves of flames surged towards Lin Han. He did not flinch. With the Thunder Emperor by his side, he was impervious to harm. Almost the instant the fiery bird launched its attack, the Thunder Emperor flapped its wings, summoning bolts of lightning that erupted forth. The moment lightning clashed with flames, it sparked dazzling bursts of thunder. The fiery bird's assault was entirely thwarted by the Thunder Emperor. "I've warned you, be honest." Bai Bing's tone turned icy, clearly displeased by the fiery bird's resistance. Regardless of her admonitions, the fiery bird showed no signs of relenting. The next moment, Bai Bing radiated a brilliant blue light, emanating waves of frigid air from her form. Even from high above, Lin Han felt a piercing chill. He wondered if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he sensed that the flames enveloping the fiery bird appeared to dim. Could it be because of Bai Bing? Before he could ponder further, just as before, frost spread from beneath Bai Bing's feet, freezing everything in its path. When the frost reached the area where Lin Han and the fiery bird were contending, suddenly, an ice pillar shot up from the ground, targeting the fiery bird's position. Sensing imminent danger, the fiery bird attempted to flee, but the ice pillar's speed was astonishing, reaching its side before it could react. The moment it came into contact with the ice pillar, its flames extinguished instantly, transforming it into a frozen statue, much like the fiery tiger. Lin Han stood by, his eyes wide in astonishment. Bai Bing's mastery over ice was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, Lin Han could ascertain that Bai Bing's strength undoubtedly surpassed the 4th transition. She might even have exceeded the 5th transition, terrifying. If he were to battle Bai Bing, the outcome would likely not differ much from that of the fiery bird. He never imagined that his sister possessed such formidable power. With a snap of her fingers, Bai Bing guided the ice pillar, now encasing the fiery bird, gently to the ground. Lin Han and the Thunder Emperor returned to the earth as well. "Brother, tame it." At this point, the fiery bird's icy prison had begun to thaw, with only a few crucial areas still bound by frost to prevent it from suddenly going wild. Lin Han felt as if he were in a dream. The rapidity of these events was astounding. This capture was far easier than his previous encounter with the Thunder Emperor. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Han collected himself. Contract, he thought, and a magical circle began to coalesce beneath him and the beast. The fiery bird, witnessing this, panicked and attempted to resist. The contracting ritual was obstructed. Lin Han furrowed his brow. During his earlier contracts with the Sky Horn Ant and Thunder Emperor, he had never encountered such interference. leading him to believe that the contracting process was relatively simple. Just then, Bai Bing reached out and slapped the fiery bird on the head. Smack. The fiery bird appeared to fear this action. Looking up at Bai Bing in terror, "Be honest. Do you understand?" Bai Bing glared coldly at the fiery bird, which immediately ceased its resistance and complied. Lin Han couldn't help but wince at the display of aggression. How violent. Yet, it was precisely this slap that ensured the contracting ritual proceeded smoothly. Soon, with prior experience, the contract was rapidly completed. However, this time, Lin Han did not hastily return the fiery bird to its ancestral form. After all, Bai Bing was present, and there were matters that needed to remain concealed, that as for the previous encounter with Su Nianwei. She was a peer, with limited exposure and, therefore, unlikely to suspect anything. Although the profession of beast tamer was generally undervalued, it remained a hidden vocation with few awakenings. This meant that very few truly understood what being a beast tamer entailed. Nevertheless, to be safe, Lin Han could not compare Bai Bing to Su Nianwei, as the former could easily discern any discrepancies. Once the contract was completed, the fiery bird settled down considerably. Fiery bird race. Crimson Flame bird level. 35 strength. 2966 agility. 2564 spirit. 2100 constitution. 2350 next. Lin Han glanced at the status panel of the Sky Horn Ant beside him. Sky Horn Ant race. One of the 10 ancient fierce beasts level. 28 strength. 7652 agility. 6872 spirit. 6154 constitution. 8965. Weakling. Lin Han rolled his eyes at the fiery bird. Despite its significantly higher level than the Sky Horn Ant, its attributes were still inferior. It seemed that the fiery bird was merely a golden race. If not returned to its ancestral form, its future growth would likely be limited. Lin Han was certain of this. To rival the Sky Horn Ant without reverting to its ancestral state, only the ancient fierce beasts would suffice. As for whether such ancient beasts still existed in this world, he was unsure. Alternatively, perhaps there were other robust races. However, Lin Han was unconcerned. In his current sphere of influence, he need not worry about encountering such formidable beasts. After recalling all the beasts into his beast space, Bai Bing took Lin Han back to Mist City. Halfway through their journey, Lin Han had already fallen into a deep slumber in the passenger seat. Bai Bing noticed and chose not to wake him, instead smiling softly as she whispered, "You will have an even brighter future. I cannot lag behind." When Lin Han finally awoke, the sky had completely darkened, and he found himself draped in by Bing's coat, with her quietly watching him nearby. Sis. Lin Han sat up straight, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You must be exhausted today. Go upstairs and rest by the time we returned. The job transfer temple had already closed, and if you need a ride tomorrow, just call me, and I'll take you," Bai Bing said gently. Lin Han returned her coat. "Thank you, sis, but the job transfer temple isn't too far from here. There's no need to trouble you. Sis, I'll head back now." With that, Lin Han opened the car door. Chapter 57, The Temple Fourth Transition Task. "Wait," Bai Bing suddenly called out to Lin Han. "What is it?" Sis. Lin Han felt a sense of confusion. "Lin Han, sister, I will be leaving Wuzhou in a few days. The next time we meet is uncertain. When you were at school, I could take care of you. But now, you must walk your own path. That if you are determined to attend the officer academy, then pursue it boldly. That I believe in you. Your future is undoubtedly more promising than what lies before you." Bai Bing's voice was heavy, imbued with countless sentiments of reluctance and nostalgia. "Bing Jie, you are leaving?" Lin Han was taken aback upon hearing this. "Yes," Bai Bing nodded. "Did I ask it because of work? Or?" Lin Han asked. His brow furrowed with uncertainty. 3 years ago, when he first entered No. 1 high school, Bai Bing had joined as a staff member. Now that he was graduating, she was also departing. Could it be that all of Bai Bing's efforts were for him? A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Lin Han. "Yes, my work has changed, and I no longer need to stay in Wuzhou. However, if you need anything, just contact me," Bai Bing said gently. "All right." Lin Han chose not to press further. Bai Bing had her own life to lead, and he would not pry into her affairs. After their farewell, Lin Han headed straight upstairs, while Bai Bing gazed at the floor where he lived, waiting until the lights in his room illuminated before she drove away, leaving in silence. The next morning, Lin Han returned to his usual demeanor, that he had slept exceptionally well the previous night. Picking up his phone, he noticed a new message on his chat app. "Su Ting has requested to add you as a friend." Su Ting. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a recommendation from the chubby guy. After accepting the request, Su Ting sent him a message. Han Ge, I have something I want to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time? What is it? Lin Han replied, puzzled that Su Ting then sent him an address. Han Ge, I will be waiting for you at this restaurant. Should I send a car to pick you up? A car? Is that really necessary? Lin Han smirked, surprised by the extravagance that he had never suspected Su Ting came from such a wealthy background. It felt as if he was the only one among them lacking fortune. Yet he was still unclear about the matter at hand. I'll go by myself. There's no need to trouble you, Lin Han responded. Originally, he intended to complete his fourth-tier mission before the start of the Officer Academy, but this unexpected development disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. Su Ting must have had her reasons for seeking him out. All right, I'll wait for you here, she replied. Lin Han followed Su Ting's directions and arrived at a high-end restaurant, a place he vaguely recalled the original owner of this body had visited before. Upon mentioning Su Ting's name to the receptionist, he was escorted to a private room. Mr. Lin, please. Upon entering, he found Su Ting seated, engaged in conversation with a chubby guy. Chubby, you're here too? Lin Han exclaimed, taken aback. Lindsay, sit down. I was also called here by Su Ting. Let me tell you, her family is incredibly wealthy, among the top in Wuzhou. The chubby guy's excitement was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Although he too was a second-generation rich kid. His miserly father had always insisted on raising him in poverty. Thus, he had never been to such a place before. Lin Han found a seat and inquired directly, Su Ting, what did you want to discuss with me and the chubby guy? After spending time with her yesterday, he understood that Su Ting preferred directness. Han Ge, I have two purposes for today, she stated honestly. Two purposes? Quite a lot, Lin Han remarked, unimpressed that Su Ting continued. The first purpose is to celebrate our team winning first place yesterday. The second matter is rather simple. Han Ge, you have that villa from the first place prize, right? What about it? Lin Han asked, recalling their previous agreement that all rewards would be his, as they could not have achieved first place without his efforts. Su Ting's current approach left him uncertain about her intentions. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ting confessed, I know this request may seem excessive, but I wanted to discuss the possibility of you giving me the villa as the first place reward. Of course, Su Ting quickly added, it won't be for free. I know without you, Han Ge, we wouldn't have achieved first place. That MY family is willing to pay double the market price. Sounds good. Lin Han nodded emphatically. Pulling the key from his waist and placing it on the table. This? Su Ting stared, momentarily dazed. Had he really agreed so readily? What are you waiting for? Take the key. I'll send you the address later. Don't worry, I definitely haven't kept any extra keys. Lin Han smiled, that in truth, the villa held little value for him. However, for other families, it represented a prestigious status, and no matter how they boasted, nothing could compare to the pride of having a child who excelled academically. Perhaps Su Ting's family had a much grander residence, but the title of champion alone was sufficient. Su Ting placed the key in front of her, still in disbelief. Did I really just get this? Han Ge, please send me your bank account number. I'll have my dad transfer the money right away. Given Lin Han's eagerness, Su Ting felt obliged to reciprocate. In her eyes, this was a profitable deal for him. The villa, recognized as a champion's residence, was not something money alone could acquire. Moreover, she was genuinely a member of the champion team. On the other hand, Lin Han's perspective diverged entirely to him. This exchange was a win for him. Who would want to keep a villa if it wasn't beneficial? If Su Ting wanted it, then selling it to her was perfectly reasonable. However, he was unsure of the exact price and felt awkward asking, especially since she had promised to pay him double. That Su Ting, having secured the key, then asked, Han Ge, have you decided which academy you want to attend? Yes, I have. Lin Han nodded. I plan to go to the Officer Academy. I believe it will provide the right environment for my growth and development. Upon hearing this, both Su Ting and the chubby guy were momentarily stunned. Han Ge, are you saying you want to attend the Officer Academy? They exclaimed in unison. Yes, that's right, I'm going to the Officer Academy, Lin Han reiterated. Han Ge, Qingsheng Bei Tian has already invited you, yet you choose the Officer Academy. Su Ting was taken aback. She couldn't fathom giving up the opportunity to attend such a prestigious institution for the Officer Academy. Yet Lin Han had the audacity to do so. I must choose what best suits me, Lin Han replied, undeterred by the allure of Qingsheng Bei Tian. Then I will also choose the Officer Academy, Su Ting declared seriously. The chubby guy chimed in, Lindsay, If you choose Qing Xingbei Tian, I wouldn't be able to attend classes with you. Since you've chosen the Officer Academy, I will join you." Both expressed their intentions, leaving Lin Han feeling a mix of gratitude and surprise. Having grown accustomed to solitude, it touched him that they would choose to accompany him on this journey. After a brief chat, Lin Han took his leave. Shortly thereafter, he received a significant bank transfer, 10 million yuan. Given that property prices in Wuzhou were relatively low, the villa's value was capped at around 5 million. Yet, Su Ting's family generously offered 10 million. Delighted, Lin Han accepted the funds without hesitation. Next, he headed to the Job Transition Temple, as he had reached his level cap and needed to transition swiftly. Within just 8 days, he had visited the temple numerous times and was now quite familiar with the place. Finding the receptionist who had assisted him previously, he stated his purpose that Mr. Lin, "You truly are exceptionally gifted. The last time you were here was only a few days ago," she remarked, impressed. "But first, allow me to congratulate you on becoming Wuzhou's top scholar. Yesterday, the announcement was made, and upon seeing the photo of the top scholar, I was astonished. It was none other than you, Lin Han." Upon reaching this conclusion, she felt no surprise. After all, Lin Han had been observed by her as he progressed step by step in his career transition during this period. With such extraordinary strength, attaining the first position was hardly remarkable. "Thank you," Lin Han, not wishing to conceal his identity, continued, "Please reserve a room for me. Of course, I will assist you with that immediately." The receptionist, unfazed, swiftly typed on her computer and provided Lin Han with an address. That a quick glance was all it took for Lin Han to recognize the location, that he had already familiarized himself with the Transition Temple during his previous visits. Navigating it with ease. Following the same route as before, Lin Han located his room and proceeded to touch the transition stone. Mission title: The Breeding of the Lizard Turtle Mission Level. 5 stars mission content. Eliminate 50 lizard turtles and restore the ecosystem of the Bitawada Marsh. Mission location: Bitawada Marsh. Lin Han instinctively rolled his eyes. 5 stars? Yet again, another 5-star mission. Good heavens, are you toying with me? While it is true that I am exceptionally handsome and unprecedented, must I endure such treatment every time? Should I expect an even more outrageous task next time, perhaps one that requires me to eliminate myself? Is there something wrong with this? After contemplating, Lin Han ultimately decided to retract that statement. A moment of venting was sufficient. There was no need to take it seriously that if the next task truly were to be as outrageous, it would render the game unplayable. The Bitawada Marsh was somewhat distant from his current location, making it impossible to reach today. Given that this was a 4th transition mission, one could surmise that the lizard turtles would be at least level 25, if not nearing 30 or beyond. Thus, the danger level for him was already considerable. Venturing out at night would only amplify the risks. Therefore, caution was warranted. At present, the Transition Temple had already disseminated the news of Lin Han's 5-star mission. Unbeknownst to him, the residents of Wuzhou had grown desensitized to this news, as within a few short days, multiple 5-star missions had emerged, and many had been swiftly completed. The previous fears had significantly diminished. The receptionist could only smile wryly, unable to fathom why Lin Han seemed perpetually unfortunate, consistently receiving 5-star missions. However, with prior experience in completing such tasks, she did not worry for Lin Han. Perhaps for him, a 5-star mission was merely a trivial challenge. Upon returning home, Lin Han did not immediately rest. Instead, he opened the application for the military academy issued by the school. Now that he had decided to enroll in the military academy, it was best to do so promptly. After filling in his personal information, he located the section for the military academy, clicked on Apply, and received a notification indicating it was pending. According to the website, the military academy would respond within 3 hours. Just as Lin Han was preparing to rest, his phone received a text message. "Dear Lin Han, you have successfully been admitted to the Officer Academy. Please report to the Officer Academy 1 week from now. That if you cannot arrive on time, please contact the new student reception at the Officer Academy for a leave of absence certificate." Reading the message, Lin Han could not help but remark, truly impressive efficiency from the military academy. The message arrived just a few minutes later. However, he also felt a sense of surrealism. He had not anticipated becoming a student of the military academy so effortlessly. While a week might seem tight, it posed no significant challenge for him. Others might have commitments, but as he was alone, he had no obligations to attend to. Completing the transition mission just in time to report to the military academy felt quite fortuitous. With that, Lin Han lay back on his bed, drifting into a light slumber. Meanwhile, at Baitian Academy, in the director's office, Li Tuyi was grading documents, massaging his temples to alleviate his fatigue. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," he called, setting down the papers that a young man entered, bowing respectfully before saying, "Director Li, I have news regarding Lin Han. As you instructed, do tell," Li Tuyi responded, intrigued, his previously weary eyes now alert. "Lin Han has chosen the academy he wishes to attend." "Is it not our academy?" "No," the young man nodded. "It seems Qing Sheng has taken him." "What a pity. Not our academy, and not Qing Sheng Academy either," the young man slowly clarified. "Then which academy could he possibly attend?" Li Tuyi was bewildered, unable to foresee such a significant twist. "Lin Han has enrolled in the military academy." "What?" Li Tuyi exclaimed in disbelief, slowly stating, "I had offered such a substantial incentive to Lu Tianyi of Qing Sheng Academy for Lin Han. Yet he has chosen the military academy. Yi Taiqing has promised him nothing at all. Even if he had decided on some lesser academy, I could understand, as they would likely offer him a considerable sum. Perhaps even more than we did. But the military academy? What merits does it possess? That stingy fellow Yi Taiqing offered nothing. Yet Lin Han is so eager to join the military academy. It's simply incomprehensible." Li Tuyi was left utterly baffled by Lin Han's decision, and no matter how he contemplated, he could not fathom Lin Han's motives for joining the military academy. That it was entirely illogical. "Are you certain the information is accurate?" Li Tuyi repeatedly inquired. "Absolutely. The current list released by the military academy includes Lin Han's name, freshly entered. There are also 2 students from Wuzhou named Long Tianjiao and Su Ting," the young man reported. With this confirmation, Li Tuyi felt assured. If those 2 were also included, there could be no mistake. Yet he remained discontent, not expecting Lin Han to abandon Baitian Academy in favor of the military academy. Very well. One cannot force what is not meant to be." Li Tuyi sighed deeply, then added, "Contact a student from Wuzhou First High School named Lung Ningxue. If Lin Han is disinterested, inquire if she would consider joining Baitian Academy." "Director Li, this Lung Ningxue has already been recruited by Qing Sheng Academy. They contacted her immediately upon learning of Lin Han's enrollment in the military academy. Lu Tianyi, that despicable scoundrel, is intent on snatching everything from me." Li Tuyi erupted in frustration, then added quickly, "Ensure we secure top students from other regions, that we cannot allow them to be taken by Qing Sheng." "Understood. By the way, Director Li, the prodigy from Yuzhou has also joined the military academy. What is happening with this year's students? Why is everyone so keen on the military academy?" Li Tuyi mused, perplexed that in his mind, the military academy had always been a fallback for those unable to gain admission to Qing Sheng, Baitian, and other prestigious institutions. Yet in recent days, a plethora of top-tier students had opted for the military academy, an occurrence previously unthinkable. Meanwhile, not only Baitian Academy, but also in Lu Tianyi's office at Qing Sheng Academy, a similar scene unfolded. On the other side, Lin Han had already arrived at the Bitawada forest outside the Bitawada marsh via the teleportation array. Upon entering the forest, he summoned 3 fierce beasts. Thunder Emperor and Skyhorn ants directed their formidable presence towards the flame bird. Despite the latter's higher level, its lineage paled in comparison before the ancient Ten Fiends. Previously, due to Bai Bing's presence, Lin Han had refrained from reverting the flame bird. Now, however, circumstances had changed. "Revert," he commanded. In response, the flame bird began to undergo a transformation. Its feathers began to shed, and its tail sprouted additional strands. Golden patterns spread across its body, bestowing it with an air of nobility. True Phoenix race. Ancient 10 Fiends level. 35 strength. 45860 agility. 78690 spirit. 74520 constitution. 59620 skills. Phoenix Flame, level 10, unleashes a rain of flames over a 1 kilometer radius. Earth Pulse, level 10. Ignites flames from 1 kilometer below ground. The staggering statistics left Lin Han in awe. The True Phoenix. Another of the ancient 10 Fiends. Could it be that the reversion process ultimately aligns with one's attributes to yield a transformation into the ancient 10 Fiends? Lin Han couldn't help but entertain a conjecture in his heart. Whether it was the initial Tianjiao ant or the current Jinhuang, they both belonged to the bloodline of the ancient 10 Fiends. This supreme lineage indeed exhibited a style reminiscent of ancestral traits. Presently, The 35th level Jinhuang had achieved a terrifying threshold, with all physical attributes surpassing 10,000. It was likely that only beasts with exceptionally superior bloodlines could reach such heights at over 30 levels. Such creatures were absolutely non-existent in this forest. The Tianjiao ant was still merely at the 28th level, with its attributes lingering in the 4-digit range. Tianjiao ant species. Ancient 10 Fiends level. 28 strength, 76-52 agility, 68-72 spirit, 61-54 constitution, 89-65 in comparison to the current Jinhuang. They were entirely on different tiers. Thunder Emperor species. Ancient 10 Fiends level. 28 strength, 65-80 agility, 85-85 spirit, 71-52 constitution, 69-20 Thunder Emperor was no different. The combined attributes of these two beasts did not even amount to half of Jinhuang's current prowess. Upon reaching level 30, any beast with a relatively high lineage could attain an astonishing watershed. This was something that was undeniably evident from the current circumstances. Lin Han felt confident that he could effortlessly conquer this fourth transition task. After all, in a dungeon of this level, it was inconceivable for beasts of higher bloodline ranks to appear. He possessed an overwhelming advantage in such environments. Subsequently, Lin Han was in no hurry to hasten his own fourth transition. Rather, he ought to elevate the levels of the Tianjiao ant and Thunder Emperor, ensuring they did not lag too far behind Jinhuang at this moment. Jinhuang gazed defiantly at the other two beasts. Perhaps due to past concerns regarding bloodlines, Jinhuang had previously regarded these two beasts with some trepidation. However, now such considerations were entirely absent as fellow members of the ancient 10 Fiends, who would fear whom? Moreover, with Jinhuang's current high level, it naturally did not regard the other two ancient 10 Fiends with any seriousness. The provocation in its gaze was unmasked. Yet the other two beasts, despite their lower levels, exhibited no fear and gazed at Jinhuang with fierce expressions. This was the confidence bestowed upon them by their lineage. Lin Han would not stand idly by as they antagonized one another. Instead, he directly commanded the Tianjiao ant and Thunder Emperor to commence a slaughter of the surrounding beasts. As for Jinhuang, he intended to refrain from allowing it to engage if it truly went into action. Relying solely on its attributes, then the other beasts would stand no chance. Chapter 60. Target, the Lizard Tortoise Clan. Lin Han dispatched the Tianjiao ant and Thunder Emperor while he continued forward alongside Jinhuang. He harbored no concerns regarding the safety of the Tianjiao ant and Thunder Emperor. Although they had not yet reached level 30, their attributes were not comparable to those of ordinary beasts. In this golden tier dungeon, they faced no pressure. This was a factor that allowed him to feel at ease. Before long, Lin Han and Jinhuang traversed through the Bitawada forest and arrived directly at the edge of the Bitawada marsh. As soon as they entered the fringe area, a snake lunged toward him. LV-30 Blackwater Python. However, before the Blackwater Python could approach Lin Han, Jinhuang unleashed Phoenix Flame, incinerating the Blackwater Python into ashes without expending much effort. Successfully slaying the Blackwater Python, experience point 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum threshold of experience points that can be sustained before your third transition. You must undertake a transition task, or you will be unable to break through this limit. You cannot continue to gain experience points until you reach the fourth transition. This familiar notification was something Lin Han had long since grown accustomed to. Now, they had arrived at the edge of the Bitawada Marsh, and upon entering, they encountered a peak-level gold-tier beast. This clearly indicated the perilous nature of the Bitawada Marsh, truly deserving of being a 5-star mission location. To be honest, Lin Han felt fortunate. He had obtained many formidable beasts at a low level, and their rate of advancement was extraordinarily rapid. It is worth noting that for the average individual, leveling up was a daunting task. In some lower-level dungeons, many ordinary practitioners could still enlist the help of mercenary groups to assist them. However, for high-level practitioners, completing missions was far from simple. The fees charged by many high-level mercenary groups could amount to tens of millions. For those without the assistance of a system, relying solely on their own strength to swiftly ascend to higher levels was no trivial matter. Once matched with a 5-star mission, it could potentially be a lifelong struggle to complete. As his thoughts circled back, Lin Han did not hesitate and continued forward, with Jinhuang by his side providing protection. He could boldly venture into the Blackwater Marsh that he held a significant amount of trust in Jinhuang. For him, in the blue star he previously inhabited, Jinhuang symbolized a harbinger of good fortune, a sign of auspiciousness. Naturally, this brought him a sense of comfort. Thus, he was undaunted. Soaring high above, Lin Han began to search for his target in the Blackwater Marsh. The purpose of this mission was to alter the ecological balance of this dungeon. The ecosystem here was artificially created, yet even artificially constructed ecological dungeons could exhibit signs of ecological imbalance. This was directly related to the practitioners grinding through the dungeons. When the ecological balance of a dungeon becomes severely disrupted, the Empire would dispatch individuals for intervention, primarily through the method of capturing similar beasts from the outside to replenish the population. Currently, as Lin Han hovered above the Blackwater Marsh, he only observed the Python clan. According to the mission description he had received, the rapid proliferation of lizard tortoises had likely encroached upon the pythons, leading to this dungeon's requirement for him to rectify the situation. 50 gold-tier lizard tortoises. This pressure was no small matter. Lin Han was momentarily uncertain about what had transpired to cause such a rapid increase in lizard tortoises at this moment. The edge of the Bitterwater Marsh had been completely claimed as territory by the pythons. Yet their presence was scarcely seen in the central region, indicating that the Python clan had been driven to this area by the lizard tortoises. There existed a fierce competitive instinct among beasts. Their territory was something that absolutely could not be infringed upon by other races. Thus, whenever one faction became excessively powerful and disrupted the original balance, it posed a fatal blow to the other race. This was also the reason why the dungeons created by humans required prolonged maintenance of ecological balance. Artificial dungeons could not maintain the free growth of ecosystems as effectively as wild dungeons in the outside world. Upon reaching the heart of the Bitterwater Marsh, Lin Han quickly discovered his target for this mission. Above the marsh, there were numerous objects resembling stones, yet the patterns on their backs indicated they were not ordinary stones, but rather lizard tortoises. The number exceeded 50 just as Lin Han pondered how to engage them. Thunder Emperor had already flown down from above, evidently having dealt with the surrounding beasts. Thunder Emperor's level had also reached 31. Thunder Emperor species. Ancient 10 Fiends level. 31 strength. 15802 agility. 28566 spirit. 27569 constitution. 18432 indeed, just as Lin Han had previously surmised. Upon reaching level 30, the attributes of the Ancient 10 Fiends had all crossed into the realm of 5-digit figures. Just as Lin Han felt elated, a familiar sound echoed from the river. Hiss! The buzzing of the Tianjiao ants stirred on the river's surface, clearly indicating they had entered a state of combat vigilance. He had forgotten that the Tianjiao ant couldn't fly. At this moment, the Tianjiao ant had already confronted the lizard tortoises, and many of the lizard tortoises began to converge toward the Tianjiao ant's direction. The sudden appearance of these beasts had ignited the instinct of the lizard tortoises to defend their territory, preparing for battle. Lin Han had no time to hesitate. He promptly commanded, Thunder Emperor, unleash Thunderstorm. Jinhuang, release Phoenix Flame. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Han activated Lightning Wings, distancing himself from the two beasts. Following the orders, the two beasts began to circle in the sky to end the next moment. Dark clouds began to gather above. Yet this time, the thunderclouds bore a tinge of blood-red hue. Undoubtedly, this was influenced by Jinhuang's Phoenix Flame, resembling a form of fiery clouds that end the next instant. The heavens rained down thunderbolts. While fireballs coalesced in the sky that moment, it felt as if the area had transformed into a hellish battlefield. Terrifying. The lizard tortoises sensed the threat looming above, but escaping was far from simple. As the thunderbolts descended, connecting with the marsh's water source, even without directly confronting their foes, they would still suffer collateral damage. Meanwhile, when the Phoenix Flame struck the marsh, the entire surface of the marsh immediately dried up. The intense heat was unbearable even for the marsh, showcasing the terrifying prowess of the skills of the Ancient 10 Fiends. In order to shield the Tianjiao ant from being caught in the crossfire, Lin Han amplified the Tianjiao ant's abilities, granting it a 100% evasion rate against both Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm, even without the use of skills. At this moment, the stats of the 31st level Tianjiao ant are truly astonishing. Tianjiao ant race. Ancient 10 Fiends level. 31, strength. 27, 899, agility. 14, 568, spirit. 13, for 72, constitution. 31, 542 with such formidable constitution. Even if it were struck directly by the Thunder Emperor and the True Phoenix, there would be no cause for concern. Chapter 61. Crushing, King of the Lizard Turtles. Observing the stats of these summoned beasts, Lin Han could not help but feel a twinge of envy. These beasts require no specialized job transfer tasks to continue leveling up, a privilege he does not possess. His current level remains stagnant at 30, with no increase whatsoever, and he must complete a job transfer task to progress further. Successful kill of Lizard Turtle, experience point 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit for the third job transfer. You must undertake a job transfer task, or you will not be able to surpass this limit until you reach the fourth job transfer. You cannot gain additional experience points that in an instant. The job panel displayed over a dozen such messages. This left Lin Han feeling somewhat distressed that if only he could absorb all that experience, he could potentially level up several times, perhaps even surpassing the true Phoenix. However, at present, that experience can only be accrued by the summoned beasts. The three summoned beasts continuously engaged in combat amidst the murky marshes, with the true Phoenix and the Thunder Emperor restraining foes in the air, while the Tianjiao ant maintained constant pressure on the ground. From the very beginning of the battle, an overwhelming dominance was established. The astonishing stats of the three summoned beasts kept them from retreating. Task name: Breeding the Lizard Turtles. Task progress: Successfully killed 16 lizard turtles. Tio successfully killed 17. Task completion progress stands at 30%. With the cooperation of the three summoned beasts, it is highly likely that this task will be completed in a short time. Lin Han felt confident about this. After all, aside from the considerable cost of using the Wings of Lightning, he had no other significant exertions to make to in the presence of the three ancient Ten Fiends. There was indeed little need for him to intervene directly. Successful kill of Lizard Turtle, experience point 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit for the third job transfer. You must undertake a job transfer task, or you will not be able to surpass this limit. Until you reach the fourth job transfer, you cannot gain additional experience points. These messages persisted in his mind, causing Lin Han considerable anguish. So much experience, yet none could be credited to him. He could only accept this bitter reality. The three ancient Ten Fiends relentlessly cleared the area, and before long, Lin Han's task progress reached 50%. This meant that if he could kill just 25 more lizard turtles, he would complete the task. Lin Han could only bide his time here. As time passed, the number of lizard turtles dispatched by the three summoned beasts continued to rise, and the Thunder Emperor and the true Phoenix joined the fray, engaging in close combat. While the Tianjiao ant possessed an unparalleled advantage in constitution, both the Thunder Emperor and the true Phoenix harbored immense power within their bloodlines, making them naturally combative. Coupled with their astonishing speed, the battle quickly tilted in their favor. This exemplified the combat prowess of the ancient Ten Fiends. Without a doubt, this level of combat was perceived by Lin Han as high-intensity warfare. The reason he refrained from participating was to conserve his strength. His summoned beasts could still be stored within the beast space. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he needed to conserve energy to escape. As Lin Han pondered, the entire marsh began to tremble. In the center of the murky waters, a massive object resembling a stone rose to its feet. What creature has awakened? Lin Han swallowed hard. Soon he discerned the situation. The King of the Lizard Turtles. LV-49 King of the Lizard Turtles. The sheer level of the creature startled Lin Han, for it was 19 levels higher than him. The lizard turtle species belongs to the Platinum tier races, and this one was indeed a staggering 19 levels above him. Had this been previously, Lin Han would have fled the scene without hesitation, but now, with half of his lizard turtle task still incomplete, he had no choice but to confront this battle head-on. However, Lin Han believed it unnecessary to eliminate the king of the lizard turtles. Instead, he aimed to complete the task amidst the creature's wrath. In the next moment, Lin Han unleashed the voodoo spike. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the king of the lizard turtles. Even at level 49, the king could not withstand this skill and found itself unable to move. Upon witnessing this, the Thunder Emperor and the true Phoenix immediately understood Lin Han's intent and began a frenzied slaughter of the remaining lizard turtles, providing not the slightest opportunity for escape. The Tianjiao ant unleashed its berserk mode, maintaining its speed at the utmost limit, its body coated in the green slime of the lizard turtles. Task name: Breeding the Lizard Turtles. Task progress: Successfully killed 29 lizard turtles. Task completion progress: Task name: Breeding the Lizard Turtles. Task progress: Successfully killed 30 lizard turtles. task completion progress. As messages continued to pop up, Lin Han was soon drenched in sweat. The duration for which his voodoo spike could be sustained was limited. If he could not swiftly complete the task, he would truly be unable to hold on. Just as he contemplated this, the vines around the king of the lizard turtles began to collapse, snapping apart one by one. That even with the paralysis effect of the voodoo spike, it had little impact on the king. Lin Han felt an ominous foreboding. At this moment, the time remaining for his wings of lightning was also running low, and the condition of his 3 summoned beasts was far from optimal. The 49-level king of the lizard turtles possessed stats comparable to the true phoenix. The true phoenix was not in its prime state. And even with the Thunder Emperor and the Tianjiao ant joining forces, defeating the king would not be a simple task. Lin Han acknowledged that he had somewhat miscalculated. The overall defensive capabilities of the lizard turtles were quite high. His initial plan had been to resolve the matter swiftly without alerting the king, but now he found himself forced to confront it directly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han exhaled a cloud of foul air and landed firmly on the ground. "You foolish turtle. You have left me no choice that I had no intention of engaging you. But if you persistently provoke me, then I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Tianjiao ant, Thunder Emperor, True Phoenix, unite." Chapter 62. The Power of the Combined Skill. As Lin Han's voice fell, the 3 summoned beasts transformed into brilliant motes of light, rapidly converging into Lin Han's form. In that moment, Lin Han felt an unparalleled warmth. This surge of energy flooded his being. The gray energy sphere representing the Tianjiao ant fused into Lin Han's body first, manifesting as layers of heavy armor. This sensation ignited within him a desire to withstand any and all attacks. Feeling invincible, layer upon layer of armor enveloped him, and in that instant, he felt as though he could shatter anything obstructing his path with a single punch. Following this, the blue-purple energy sphere representing the Thunder Emperor began to coalesce within him, forming a blue-purple wing behind him, while lightning-like patterns spread across the left arm of his armor. This light and agile sensation was equally delightful. Lastly, the resplendent red energy sphere representing the true phoenix connected to Lin Han's body, manifesting another wing of energy on his opposite side, that in stark contrast to the blue-purple wing of the Thunder Emperor. This wing radiated a vivid crimson, strikingly alluring. The right arm bore faint red patterns. How magnificent! Lin Han reveled in the transformation he was experiencing. This feeling brought him immense comfort, and at that moment his attributes surged dramatically, with the defense of the Tianjiao ant as a foundation and the Thunder Emperor and True Phoenix providing enhancements. His strength, speed, and constitution reached astounding levels. Just at the moment of fusion, some attributes had already surpassed the 5-digit threshold. Even his agility had exceeded 50,000. His strength attribute had also reached 30,000. While these figures were impressive, Lin Han's current fusion was merely at level 1. Thus his exhibited power remained limited. The sole drawback of the fusion was that he could not utilize the skills originally possessed by the summoned beasts, only carrying their stats, and these were not necessarily the maximum values. Presently, Lin Han had yet to comprehend the precise computation of these values. However, if future assessments were based on levels, he believed the calculations should not pose too much difficulty. But now was not the time for such contemplations. Lin Han's gaze sharpened as he leapt into action. The speed boost from the Thunder Emperor and the True Phoenix had propelled him past the 50,000 mark, allowing him to reach the king of the lizard turtles in an instant. The lizard turtle king was profoundly shaken, and it was not alone. Even Lin Han was somewhat stunned by this astonishing speed. What kind of velocity is this? Is 50,000 speed truly so exaggerated? It was only through personal experience that Lin Han came to realize the sheer terror of this power. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long. With a fist charged with energy, he struck heavily upon the shell of the lizard turtle. Boom! As the sound of the sonic explosion echoed, the shell of the lizard turtle king was unexpectedly dented inwards, showcasing the terrifying aspect of inheriting the ultimate strength of the sky horn ant. Although the sky horn ant was not of a high level at this moment, it had bestowed upon Lin Han a power value of 30,000, which was more than sufficient to deal with the lizard turtle. The lizard turtle king let out a piercing wail. It immediately began to howl in agony, and then attempted to retaliate, aiming to bite down on Lin Han's neck. However, Lin Han remained unflustered. He had far more at his disposal than merely fusion. skill replication. Iron bones of the sky horn ant. No sooner had he spoken than the lizard turtle king bit down forcefully on Lin Han's arm. Yet Lin Han appeared utterly unfazed, calmly gazing at his opponent. Humph, how foolish. Lin Han let out a soft snort. With a single punch, he seized the lizard turtle king's neck and yanked forcefully, causing its body to collapse onto the ground. Motionless. However, the lizard turtle king's jaws remained firmly clamped around Lin Han's arm, refusing to release their grip. Successful extermination of the lizard turtle king. Experience points 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit that can be endured for the third transition. You must accept a job transfer quest, or you will be unable to break through this limit. Before reaching the fourth transition, you cannot continue to accumulate experience points. Damn, even in death, you still dare to bite me? Lin Han exerted a strong pull on the lizard turtle king's head, forcibly wrenching it down. Had it not been for the iron bones of the sky horn ant greatly enhancing his physical attributes, his current condition would be far from optimistic. Had he known, he would not have acted so recklessly. The body of the lizard turtle king began to coalesce with streaks of starlight, ultimately forming the shape of a shield. Lizard turtle steel shield. Equipment acquired. Lin Han was overjoyed. His luck in farming dungeons had been rather poor lately, with no equipment drops, which had caused his income to become somewhat imbalanced. Moreover, the quality of this equipment had already reached the golden level. If sold, it would fetch a handsome sum. Lin Han contentedly stowed away the lizard turtle steel shield, with the task already more than halfway completed and a few minutes remaining on his fusion. He could indeed use his current state to finish the remaining job transfer quests. Upon seeing their king defeated, the lizard turtles instantly scattered in disarray. But Lin Han had no intention of letting them escape. With a flap of his purple and red wings, he swiftly soared towards the nearest lizard turtle. One punch was all it took to obliterate it. Lin Han made no pause as he commenced his slaughter throughout the battlefield. Successful extermination of the lizard turtle. Experience points 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit that can be endured for the third transition. You must accept a job transfer quest, or you will be unable to break through this limit. Before reaching the fourth transition, you cannot continue to accumulate experience points. That a series of messages appeared on Lin Han's job transfer panel. Quest name: Proliferation of the lizard turtle. Quest progress: Successfully slain 48 lizard turtles. Quest completion progress. Quest name: Proliferation of the lizard turtle. Quest progress: Successfully slain 49 lizard turtles. Quest completion progress. Lin Han observed his job panel while keeping an eye on the fleeing lizard turtles, pursuing them and repeating his previous actions. The lizard turtles possessed no means to resist. Successful extermination of the lizard turtle. Experience point 0. Attention! You have reached the maximum limit that can be endured for the third transition. You must accept a job transfer quest, or you will be unable to break through this limit. Before reaching the fourth transition, you cannot continue to accumulate experience points. Quest name: Proliferation of the lizard turtle. Quest progress: Successfully slain 50 lizard turtles. Quest completion 100. The fourth transition quest has been completed. Gazing at the blood-soaked lake, a faint smile crept upon Lin Han's lips. Although this task had posed considerable danger, he was ultimately successful in completing it. Now, as long as he returned to the job transfer temple to complete the transfer, he could officially step into the realm of the fourth transition. Lin Han stretched lazily and dispelled the fusion effect. Chapter 63. Fourth transition, Beastmaster General. Once the fusion effect was lifted, the three Beastmasters reappeared nearby him, and at that moment, Lin Han felt a wave of weakness wash over his body. It was evident. This time, the fusion combined with skill replication had taken a toll on him, as it was his first time utilizing this talent. Lin Han could understand this, just as he was reveling in the completion of his task. An ominous surge of malice emitted a violent alert. What was going on? Now that the Lizard Turtle King was dead, there should not be such a strong surge of malice. Lin Han was puzzled. But in the next instant, he realized who said that the Bitterwater Marsh was home to only one race. Upon entering the Bitterwater Marsh, he had encountered another species, the Blackwater Python. Previously, the entire ecosystem of the Bitterwater Marsh was dominated by both the Blackwater Pythons and the Lizard Turtles. And now that the Lizard Turtle King had been vanquished, it was inevitable that the Blackwater Python King would soon launch an attack. The Lizard Turtle race, now bereft of their strongest member, likely had no strength left to resist. Lin Han's heart raced with anxiety. Soon, he caught sight of a massive black shadow stirring beneath the water. Level 49 Blackwater Python King. Another level 49 beast? Lin Han was taken aback. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted the true phoenix and turned to flee, having just dispatched a level 49 ferocious beast, now facing another. He was merely a 30-level beastmaster. Such high-intensity combat was beyond his capacity. Though he had 3 ancient beasts by his side, capable of exerting some suppression through their bloodlines, the actual effect was negligible. Moreover, having just endured a fierce battle, these 3 ancient beasts were now somewhat fatigued, naturally requiring more time to recuperate. Thus, no matter how he looked at it, this battle was one that Lin Han could not withstand at present. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best strategy. Lin Han had no intention of needlessly seeking out danger by continuing to fight. When he could run, why waste time here? After all, he was no longer gaining experience points. However, this battle was not without its drawbacks. Had he not slain the Lizard Turtle King and merely killed the 50 lizard turtles required for his task, the ecosystem would have remained intact. But with the Lizard Turtle King dead, and with no one to stop the Blackwater Python King, it was only natural that the Bitterwater Marsh would soon fall under its dominion. This was an inevitable outcome. Although he had once again disrupted the ecological balance of the Bitterwater Marsh, what did it matter to him? As long as his task was complete, even if the Bitterwater Marsh were to perish thereafter, he would not care. The true phoenix flew swiftly, quickly carrying Lin Han out of the Bitterwater Forest. Lin Han utilized the teleportation array to return to Mist City this time. The sky was still bright, and the job transfer hall had yet to close. He exchanged a few words with the front desk attendant before heading directly to the room. Touching the job transfer divine stone, a warm current linked to his job panel. A series of messages appeared on his panel. Job transfer quest completed. You have successfully attained the 4th transition. 4th transition profession, Beastmaster General. With the successful 4th transition, job talent skills have been unlocked. Stealth, 2 minutes of invisibility. Breath will not be concealed. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Shift, instantaneously move within 10 meters. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Incredible. Lin Han pondered for a long while, ultimately settling on this single term to describe the skills he had just acquired. Stealth needed no further elaboration. It was a coveted ability that many dreamed of possessing, that he had once envisioned that if he could become invisible, he could venture into places he otherwise could not. Yet, he never expected to awaken it upon completing the 4th transition. Shift was even more self-explanatory. At critical moments, it could be a life-saving ability. Terrifying indeed, coupled with the previously acquired eagle eye and listening skills. His combat prowess had reached an astonishing level. Within the same realm, he would have no rivals. However, Lin Han did not grow arrogant. The strength of the skills a Beastmaster could acquire was also related to their beasts. With 3 ancient beasts of exceptional quality, it was a certainty that the awakened skills would not be mediocre. This was an absolute certainty. Yet, Lin Han had never anticipated such an extraordinary outcome. With Malice Perception, Eagle Eye, Listening, and Shift, he was nearly impervious to ambushes. Unless the opponent possessed the ability to obliterate an entire city, he would be able to react and respond accordingly in the realm of defense. He faced no adversaries. Ding. The host has successfully completed the 3rd transition, triggering the system's 3rd transition reward. The host may choose one skill from the options below. A. Borrowing Vision allows shared vision with beasts. Lasting half an hour. Cooldown time 1 hour. B. Telepathy enables communication with ferocious beasts, enhancing their favorability and increasing the success rate of contract signing. C. Perception Shield can evade the perception of others, including ferocious beasts, in the absence of sight. No cooldown, Borrowing Vision. This is the new skill replacing the previous fusion skill. The system never ceases to surprise him. Had the skill Borrowing Vision not appeared prior, Lin Han might have genuinely considered choosing it. If so, in places unseen to him, he can perceive the perspectives of others, which proves to be quite advantageous. For instance, when scouting ahead, both the Thunder Emperor and the True Phoenix possess the ability to fly, allowing him to utilize their vision to discern what lies ahead with clarity. However, there exists a limitation to this ability. The only drawback is that he cannot completely conceal his aura. He can merely obscure his physical form. Yet, with the implementation of aura concealment, his capabilities could achieve a state of true perfection. This is immensely beneficial for Lin Han. I choose aura concealment. After finalizing his skill selection, Lin Han opened his professional panel. Name: Lin Han. Profession: Beast Tamer Battle General, 4th Transition, Hidden Profession, Level, LV 30 Strength, 6880 Agility, 5190 Spirit, 4660 Constitution, 4460 Equipment. Python Turtle Steel Shield, Amplification Necklace Skills, Spirit Pact, Level 4. Beast Taming Space, Level 4. Summon Beast, Level 4. Malicious Wave, Level 3. Wing of Lightning, Level 3. Skill Duplication, Level 3. Eagle Eye, Level 2. Listening, Level 2. Fusion, Level 2. Voodoo Spike, Level 1. Action, Level 1. Swap, Level 1. Aura Concealment, Level 1. Heavenly Fist, Not Learned. Available free attributes. 790. Lin Han allocated all available free attributes into Agility. 5980. This figure is already nearing 6,000. Chapter 64. School begins. Reporting to the military department. Lin Han reviewed his stats several times. Whether it reached 6,000 or not did not particularly concern him, as the true transformation of stats commenced from the 4th transition. Regardless of whether it is the Heavenly Horn Ant, the True Phoenix, or the Thunder Emperor, their current stats are indeed remarkable. Thunder Emperor Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level. 33 Strength. 24869 Agility. 59685 Spirit. 38655 Constitution. 29687 Skills. Thunderstorm, Level 10. Unleashing random lightning strikes within a 2-kilometer radius. Swift Movement, Level 10, boosting agility by 50. Thundercloud, Level 10, attracting thunderclouds around, inflicting paralysis on creatures within. Heavenly Horn Ant Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level. 33 Strength. 45236 Agility. 31875 Spirit. 28697 Constitution. 58967 Skills. Rage LV2, Level 10. Enhancing all basic attributes by 50. Titan Strength LV2, Level 10, increasing strength by 60. Iron Bones LV2, Level 10, raising Constitution by 50%. Instant Burst LV1, Level 10, unleashing a 30% surge in strength. True Phoenix Race. Ancient 10 Fiends Level. 36 Strength. 54860 Agility. 89690 Spirit. 86520 Constitution. 71620 Skills. Phoenix Flame, Level 10. Raining down fierce flames within a kilometer. Earth Pulse, Level 10, erupting flames from underground 1 kilometer deep. In comparison to these 4, Lin Han's stats can hardly be considered significant. This is the astonishing aspect of the Ancient 10 Fiends. It is precisely the moment of accumulating strength before a great surge, and possessing such stats was within Lin Han's expectations. After all, during his time in the Bitterwater Marsh, the stats of the Lizard Turtle King had already exceeded 10,000. Although the Lizard Turtle King's level had reached 49, its lineage was not particularly high. Even so, the opponent's stats had nearly matched those of the True Phoenix. Therefore, the stats of the Ancient 10 Fiends would undoubtedly become increasingly terrifying as time progressed. Lin Han could assert this with absolute certainty. Moreover, Lin Han is their master, and the reciprocation of power remains intact, allowing his stats to surpass those of many professions. This realization greatly thrilled Lin Han. Furthermore, the task rewards issued by the system during the major examination had long since been credited to AT that time. Due to the reward collection, he had not paid much attention, but now it appears to be extraordinarily formidable, especially the instant burst of the Heavenly Horn Ant. If used in conjunction with Titan Strength prior to activation, the power he could unleash now might surpass 100,000, a value of 100,000. This is a figure that many ferocious beasts would find difficult to withstand. This exemplifies the prowess of the Ancient 10 Fiends. Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. Ding! The host has completed the 4th transition as a Beast Tamer Battle General, triggering a task to bind the 4th beast. Task reward: 5,000 beast points. 5,000 beast points? Lin Han gazed at this increase, momentarily at a loss for words. Could this be a tad too extravagant? The last time he bound the True Phoenix, he received 1,500 beast points, and he hadn't even had the chance to utilize them before receiving another 5,000? Although the reward is indeed quite generous, Lin Han is not in a rush to bind another beast this time. After all, the military academy is about to commence, This matter can be postponed for now to see if there are any suitable beasts in the vicinity of the military academy. The reciprocation from beasts is simply too comfortable, so he remains cautious in selecting them. With this thought in mind, Lin Han rose and departed from the place that if all goes as expected, he likely won't return here for a while. Although there remains some time before the school year begins, it is unrealistic to achieve the 5th transition in the short term. While ascending to the 4th transition significantly boosts stats, the experience required grows tremendously as well. Currently, the experience bar for reaching level 31 from level 30 has already reached 100,000. What does 100,000 signify? Just a few days ago, in the Bitawada Marsh, eliminating 50 lizard turtles might have only yielded around 100,000 experience. It is essential to note that those lizard turtles were already at the golden level, or even higher at the platinum level. Such high-level dungeons are not widely available. There are scarcely a few within the entire Celestial Dragon Empire. Once reaching such high-level dungeons, it also indicates that their leaders possess astonishing levels. He would need to engage in continuous combat. If the leader's strength is akin to that of the Lizard Turtle King, it wouldn't be a problem. But what if the lineage is even higher? Confronting them would not be so easy. In other words, if he wishes to achieve the 5th transition before the military academy opens, it can be deemed a mere dream. This is an absolutely impossible feat. Subsequently, Lin Han returned home, where he merely needs to await the start of the school year. A few days later, morning, Lin Han rose from his bed. Tomorrow marks the day for reporting to the military academy, so he needs to prepare in advance to head to the city of Mongqing, where the military academy is located. Mongqing City is somewhat remote, situated near the border of the Xinglong Empire. Rather than being a city, it is more accurate to describe it as the military academy itself. In contrast, prestigious institutions like Qingsheng and Baitian are located in some of the most luxurious areas within the Celestial Dragon Empire. However, the military academy differs significantly. According to online research, the location is genuinely desolate. Because of this, many students are quick to abandon the option of the military academy. Though the conditions may be subpar, Lin Han remains unfazed. His primary goal is to enhance his strength, not to indulge in a life of luxury, so he does not mind a more arduous environment. After a brief wash, Lin Han initially intended to tidy up, but soon realized that he had little to organize. The modest size of his home allowed him to see all his belongings at a glance. During the past few days, Lin Han had found his landlord and paid in full for the house. Although he now possesses the means to acquire a better residence, Lin Han has developed an attachment to this small home. Originally, it was a low-income housing area, so the price was quite reasonable. Lin Han packed his clothes, locked the door, and headed to the teleportation department in Wuzhou. This marks the first time since arriving in this world that he would be relocating to a different city. Although he had previously visited other cities for dungeons, he had never stayed overnight or even entered the downtown areas of those cities. This time, it truly feels like he is venturing out. Upon arriving at the teleportation center, Lin Han suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures, Fatty and Su Ting. What are you two doing here? Chapter 65, Traveling Together to the Military Academy. Hongo. Lindsay. The two greeted in unison. Lin Han, taken aback, asked, "Are you both also reporting to the academy?" Having not been in contact with them for several days, Lin Han was unaware of which academy they had enrolled in. However, he did not expect them to have chosen the military academy, as the institution's strict regulations are not suitable for everyone, especially for someone like Su Ting, who comes from a wealthy family. That it seems unrealistic for her to endure hardships there. Nevertheless, encountering these 2 friends just before departing is indeed a pleasant surprise. School starts tomorrow, so it's wise to arrive a day early, Fatty said with a grin, clearly pleased to see Lin Han. Damn, Fatty. You're leaving without even giving your brother a heads up? What? You don't want to acknowledge me anymore once you leave? Huh. Lin Han was filled with questions, yet his tone lacked seriousness. Given their many years of camaraderie, it was only natural that they would not engage in quarrels over trivial matters. Lindsay, what do you mean by that? Whether we talk or not, we can still be together. What does that imply? Lin Han was perplexed by his words. That aren't you supposed to report to the military academy? The stout fellow inquired. Yes, Lin Han nodded. We're also reporting to the military academy. Lin Han exclaimed in disbelief. You applied to the military academy too? Indeed. I mentioned before that if I could attend the same academy as you, Lindsay, I would definitely enroll, the stout fellow declared, slapping his chest and wrapping an arm around Lin Han's shoulder. The reason we didn't tell you was that we wanted to surprise you when we arrived at the academy. Who would have thought we would run into each other here? At that moment, Lin Han was still somewhat dazed. Turning to Su Ting, he asked, "You also applied to the military academy?" "Yes," Su Ting confirmed with a nod. "I did say I was sticking with you." Lin Han found it hard to believe. "Will your family approve of you joining the military academy?" "Of course not," Su Ting explained. "But I acted first and reported later. They had no choice but to accept it. Even if they don't support me, they can only begrudgingly comply. Then aren't you afraid of the hardships at the military academy, given your background and achievements? Finding a place in a prestigious institution would be a walk in the park. Surely anywhere else would be more comfortable than the military academy." While Lin Han spoke these words, he inwardly admired Su Ting. As a girl from a wealthy family, her ability to make such a decision demonstrated immense courage. She could easily attend a respectable academy, and with her affluent background, she would not have to worry about basic needs in the future. Yet here she was, opting for the military academy. What's the big deal about facing some hardships? I have no intention of returning to inherit their business. Such a comfortable life would be dreadfully dull. Su Ting said nonchalantly. "Lindsay, this way we can be together again in the future." The stout fellow was quite excited, and Lin Han felt the same. Soon after, the three of them boarded the teleportation array, which would take them to the city center of Manching. Upon arriving, they regrouped. Su Ting and the stout fellow had already booked a hotel near the military academy, while Lin Han had not prepared for such arrangements. After some persuasion from the stout fellow, they decided to share a room. By the way, Lindsay, after you turned down the invitation from Qingsheng Baitian, the biggest beneficiary became Lung Ningxue. How so? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Since leaving school, he had not kept up with matters at the academy. The stout fellow explained, "After you joined the military academy, Lung Ningxue was taken in by Qingsheng Academy. That position should have been yours. However, Qingsheng Baitian only recruits one student each year from our Wuzhou, provided the student has exceptional abilities." That ITS said that Lung Ningxue performed admirably during that round. You declined their invitation, and they promptly recruited her. Lindsay, I must say, I admire your audacity. To turn down such a good academy is truly impressive. The stout fellow remarked. ITS nothing. Going there would be pointless. I'd rather attend the military academy with you guys. Lin Han replied nonchalantly. This decision was also influenced by Bing Jie's advice. No matter how one looked at it, the military academy was undeniably the most suitable institution for him. All right, I see you have your loyalties, the stout fellow chuckled. The trio soon arrived at the hotel. After a busy day, they returned to their rooms to rest, eagerly anticipating their report to the military academy the following day. A prospect that filled them with both excitement and nervousness. Lin Han felt the same way. The academy under direct military jurisdiction held significant prestige within the entire Tianlong Empire. Moreover, this was their first foray into university life. How could they not be thrilled? Lindsay, can you believe we're off to university? The stout fellow mused. Lin Han lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, and replied, "Yes, thinking back to high school. I can't help but recall our daily battles of wits with Feng Yong. I almost miss that rascal. Strangely enough, these past few days without his presence have felt a bit off." The stout fellow added. The two exchanged glances and shared a smile. However, it seemed Feng Yong was having a rough time. With his grades, he could have easily gained admission to a good university. But due to incidents during the final exams, no prestigious institution was willing to accept him now that he brought this upon himself. He must face the consequences. Lin Han felt no sympathy for him. Some actions, once taken, carried inevitable repercussions. Before long, the stout fellow's snores filled the room. Lin Han chuckled softly and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the three of them woke in succession. After freshening up, they gathered at the hotel entrance. "Hangu, why do you seem a bit off today?" Su Ting, dressed elegantly for a good first impression at the academy, observed. "It's nothing. Let us go," Lin Han replied with a grimace. Last night, the stout fellow's snoring had escalated to a point where it had become unbearable, only quieting down close to dawn. Without further ado, they opened their navigation app and set off towards the military academy. After a journey of over 2 hours, they finally reached the outskirts of the academy. "Once we pass through this forest, we should be at the military academy," Su Ting remarked, glancing at her navigation device. Chapter 66. The Start of School? An Ambush? Yes, according to the navigation. That seems to be the case. Lin Han nodded. The stout fellow, puzzled, noted, "The military academy is truly unlike any other. I've seen pictures of Qing Sheng and Baitian, and theirs are situated right in the city center, while the military academy is uniquely located in the heart of a forest. Enough pondering. Let us head in," Lin Han said, unfazed by the surroundings. As long as he could strengthen his abilities, the conditions mattered little. He had not come here for comfort. The stout fellow merely liked to chatter. After that, they continued deeper into the military academy with their luggage. Meanwhile, in the distance, a pair of eyes were fixated on them from a sturdy tree, having spotted the 3 new students entering the meteorite forest. "Prepare yourselves, get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice crackled through his earpiece. The Hengdao team was nearby, ready to strike at any moment. Wait for the right moment, then attack. As Lin Han and his companions navigated through the forest, nearing the military academy, they felt a twinge of nervousness. Just when everything seemed calm, suddenly, Lin Han's sense of malice surged, alerting him to the faintest sound that in the next instant. He pushed the stout fellow aside and spun around. Reaching out with a swift motion, "Lindsay, what's wrong?" The stout fellow, caught off guard by the shove, quickly asked that we have an enemy. Lin Han maintained a firm grip, his hands still poised as if grasping something. The stout fellow, taken aback by his words, immediately shifted into a defensive stance, sunlight reflecting off Lin Han's hand, revealing a needle. Indeed, at that moment, Lin Han was holding a thin needle in his other hand. He discarded the needle onto the ground, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Had it not been for the surge of malice, combined with his heightened senses and keen eyesight, this needle could have pierced the stout fellow's neck. This clearly indicated the opponent's despicable nature. However, he could not fathom who would be audacious enough to lay an ambush for freshmen within the military academy's jurisdiction. If the military academy discovered this, the consequences would be dire. But that was a matter for later. At present, he had no means to contact anyone at the academy and could only rely on himself to handle the situation. Su Ting also grew tense. The 3 quickly formed a triangular formation, cautiously scanning their surroundings. None of them had anticipated such an occurrence. Meanwhile, from afar, a man perched on a tree wore an expression of disbelief. Was that sheer luck? How could he possibly catch my hidden weapon? If it wasn't luck, then his strength must be quite extraordinary, that hidden weapons are not easily caught, even by those with exceptional eyesight. Reflexes and strength are equally crucial. But I haven't heard of any particularly formidable combat-oriented students among this year's newcomers. That seems it must have been luck. Fortunately, the other party has not locked onto my position. I can simply wait for another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. He spoke. The man swiftly adjusted to a more advantageous position. Gripping another slender needle, he flicked it with precision, sending it flying like a bullet at incredible speed. However, this time the target was not the overweight individual, but rather the young woman, Su Ting, standing beside him. Lin Han's mind was filled with malicious awareness, and his alertness surged instantly. Where exactly? Lin Han scanned his surroundings, his keen eyes straining to observe. His second-tier eyesight had significantly improved compared to the first tier, yet he required a comprehensive 360-degree observation, which drained his mental energy immensely. Not only that, but he also needed to combine this with his listening abilities. If the speed was still akin to the last time, he could not be 100% certain of locating the fine needle. Whoosh! A faint sound reached his ears. Got it. Lin Han's gaze hardened, and he took 3 swift steps to position himself in front of Su Ting, directly seizing the fine needle. Find cover. Lin Han made a swift decision. If they remained exposed in the public eye, they would undoubtedly continue to be targets. Since the adversary had been hiding, he also could not afford to reveal his position. From the direction the needle had just been shot from, he could roughly discern the opponent's location. This time, Su Ting and the overweight man did not hesitate but swiftly darted into the denser thicket. Lin Han followed closely behind. "Hange, this person has been lurking while we are at a distinct disadvantage. If this continues, we will inevitably falter," Su Ting voiced her concerns. Even though she understood their predicament, she had no means to break the deadlock. This was the most awkward part of their situation. The overweight man grumbled. What on earth is going on at the military academy? Freshmen ambushed right at the entrance, and yet no one has noticed. Stay calm. Lin Han cautiously scrutinized the surroundings, speaking softly. "You two hide here. I will step away for a moment." "Hange, where are you going?" Both of them looked puzzled. You will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, in the trees, the man felt a wave of panic. How could this freshman manage to receive fine needles twice in a row? This was rather terrifying. If the first time was luck, then the second was genuine skill. That no, if a freshman managed to get the better of him, that would be utterly humiliating. Damn it. These three are hiding so well that it's quite difficult to find a direction to attack, which is truly vexing. The man frowned deeply, scanning the surroundings for a new attack point. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. The man's hair stood on end as a large hand firmly grasped his neck from behind. With a shove, his body crashed to the ground. Yet the grip on his neck remained unyielding. Standing behind him was Lin Han. Lin Han's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip, demanding, "Who are you, and why have you set up an ambush here at the military academy? If you do not speak, I would advise against any thoughts of survival. Understood? Junior, don't be impulsive. We are all on the same side here." The man hurriedly exclaimed, completely intimidated by Lin Han's current demeanor. "Who are you?" Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by this address. Things appear to be somewhat different from his expectations. "Junior, I am also a student at the military academy, in my 3rd year. So, I am your senior. My name is Li Yintong." He quickly introduced himself, fearing that Lin Han might rashly end his life here, which would be quite a loss at a senior. Lin Han looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Junior, you see, this position is rather uncomfortable for me as well. Could you please loosen your grip?" Li Yintong quickly submitted, disregarding his own pride. Lin Han gradually loosened his hold, but the next moment he tightened it again, asking, "Since you are from the military academy, why did you attack us here?" "Junior, I was merely playing a prank on you," Li Yintong lamented, feeling wronged at a prank. It certainly didn't seem like one just now. Lin Han was not easily convinced by that statement. "Junior, I truly am innocent. That fine needle was harmless. It was merely a paralyzing needle, meant to give you a brief nap, that I assure you if we were to injure you, the academy would not let us off easily." Li Yintong wore a bitter smile. Though Lin Han remained skeptical, after pondering for a moment, he eventually released Li Yintong, rubbing his neck and gasping for breath. Li Yintong felt considerably relieved, yet he was profoundly shocked by Lin Han. He had watched as Lin Han hid behind a tree, yet he had not seen Lin Han make a single move. Logically, the other party should not have been able to move without being detected. Once Lin Han had pinpointed his location, he had swiftly used his teleportation ability, which was the main reason Li Yintong had failed to notice him. Furthermore, Lin Han could suppress his aura, making it nearly impossible for Li Yintong to discern his position without visual contact. This was the ultimate effect of Lin Han's ability. Currently, he found the results rather satisfactory. Yet he had not anticipated such an outcome. "Senior, what was the meaning of your ambush?" Although Li Yintong might be Lin Han Sr., Lin Han demanded a reasonable explanation. Li Yintong hesitated, failing to respond. "If you do not speak, I cannot guarantee your safety," Lin Han stated as he summoned the Heavenly Horn Ant Thunder Emperor and the True Phoenix, the three beasts encircling Li Yintong menacingly. Especially the Heavenly Horn Ant, whose fierce demeanor suggested it could devour him at any moment. Seeing this, Li Yintong quickly stepped back, stammering, "Junior, you are a beast master." "What? Nothing. Li Yintong quickly forced a smile and continued. "Junior, I truly underestimated you. It seems the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple." "Enough of this. Explain what you meant, Senior." Lin Han was uninterested in his ramblings and redirected the conversation. This time, Li Yintong did not hesitate, explaining, "Junior, you may not be aware, but every year at the military academy, there is a tradition that on the first day of the new student's enrollment, third-year seniors will send a group to intercept the newcomers. If a newcomer is captured within 100 meters of the entrance, they will lose their admission qualification. Regardless of their previous achievements, anyone who fails to enter within that distance will be directly expelled. We seniors can also receive some rewards, and I just happened to encounter you at this entrance that I didn't expect you to be such a formidable young hero." Listening to Li Yintong's explanation, Lin Han nodded thoughtfully and inquired further, "If you aim for rewards with your third-year capabilities, I would assume most newcomers won't make it that far. If that were the case, the military academy would lose a significant number of recruits each year." "Junior, that is not our concern. As long as we surpass 100 meters, we will receive rewards, so we want to be stationed right at that mark." Li Yintong clarified, "As long as we prevent students from safely reaching the academy, we all gain rewards." Therefore, we do not overly target freshmen. There are usually no guards within 100 meters that if a newcomer can make it through to the military academy, they will naturally earn the academy's reward points. Reward points? Lin Han was unclear about the implications. Li Yintong continued. Junior, you may not know, but here at the Officer Academy, expenses differ from those outside. Everything spent within the academy is done using points. Each newcomer receives 100 points for free upon enrollment to ensure they can earn while executing tasks. Meanwhile, we can seize 80% of your points that if you manage to safely enter the academy. You can earn an additional 300 points, which is not a trivial sum within the military academy. Only by seizing our share, Lin Han sought more detailed information, as this was his first experience at the military academy. And understanding more would be beneficial. In theory, newcomers could also hunt seniors, and similarly, if they managed to hunt down a senior, they would receive a reward of 500 points. Certainly, this point allocation was devised by us seniors, and the academy will not provide us any assistance. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and almost no one has succeeded, considering we have awakened several years before you. Failure is nearly inconceivable. Therefore, no one has given this matter much thought. Li Yintong wished to express more, but upon reflecting on her current circumstances, she felt somewhat at a loss. 500 points. Lin Han nodded and subsequently inquired, is the point system in the military academy on a 1-to-1 basis with Tianlong coins? No, it's a 1-to-1,000 ratio, 1 to 1,000. Is it truly that outrageous? Chapter 68. Success, the freshman captive. Indeed, it is a 1-to-1,000 ratio that in the military academy, meals are generally complimentary, unless one frequents specific establishments that require points for payment. Thus, points are primarily exchanged for consumables, equipment, and the like. The military academy offers a comprehensive array of such items, explained Li Yintong. Lin Han nodded thoughtfully and remarked softly, if a freshman equals 100 points, then you must be raking in quite a fortune. 100 points equates to 100,000 Tianlong coins. The academy is rather generous, isn't it? Just this aspect made Lin Han somewhat tempted, as some families struggle to earn even 100,000 Tianlong coins in an entire year. Here, simply intercepting freshmen could effortlessly yield Tianlong coins. Not so easily, though, Li Yintong replied with a wry smile. We generally refrain from approaching within 100 meters of the outer perimeter, as it is no small feat to gain admission to the academy, that if we were to eliminate them, their prospects would diminish even further. Li Yintong continued, in fact, based on distance, each individual can earn only a few points, which is hardly substantial. That a few dozen points would still amount to several thousand. At this juncture, Lin Han became somewhat serious and further inquired, is this activity open to all third-year students? Not exactly. Talented individuals are excluded from participating. Only ordinary students like us are allowed to partake in such events, primarily to help us accumulate points and enhance our abilities. Li Yintong clarified. Lin Han now grasped the situation. Only students of moderate strength could participate in the freshman hunting competition, and those seniors with notable prowess would not be involved in this task. Senior, what level are you? Lin Han inquired tentatively. Level 46. Why do you ask? Li Yintong responded honestly. Are the others around the same level? Pretty much, none exceed level 50. That those who are above 50, or even nearing 60, are absolutely prohibited from joining this hunting competition, Li Yintong stated. Lin Han couldn't help but smile and said cheerfully, Senior, you must have the contact details of the other seniors nearby. Indeed, I do. What do you wish to do? Li Yintong felt an unsettling premonition. Senior, regardless of the circumstances, you are now my captive, which according to the Academy's rules amounts to 300 points. 300 points translates to 300,000 Tianlong coins. Although you may not be financially troubled, this sum should not be considered trivial, right? Lin Han said with a grin. Li Yintong was taken aback. 300,000 was undeniably significant for him, nearly exhausting his savings. He had not anticipated such an event occurring today. Initially, he had approached the hunting competition with excitement, hoping to bolster his finances, but he never imagined it would lead to this predicament. It felt like losing both the wife and the soldiers. Had he known such a scenario would unfold, he would have resolutely avoided participating in this activity. What a loss. Lin Han noticed Li Yintong's discomfort and continued, Senior, I have a plan. You gather the other seniors, and I shall ambush them here. For each capture, I will give you a 50-point commission that if you can bring over 6, you won't be at a loss, right? Li Yintong found himself in a dilemma. Such occurrences had never happened in the academy before, that if he cooperated with Lin Han to ambush his fellow students, how could he maintain his reputation in the academy afterwards? Junior, although this plan seems viable, I cannot possibly turn against my classmates, right? That would render me a target in the academy, and I would lose face. Li Yintong ultimately decided to decline. You need not feel guilty. I don't require you to take any action. Just lure them over here, and you need not even show your face. Leave the rest to me, and you can rest easy as you earn your points. Each capture earns you 50 points. 10 captures would yield 500 points. Isn't that more lucrative than intercepting freshmen? You mean to say I 1T have to intervene? You can handle it? Li Yintong asked incredulously. Lin Han replied with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, you need not worry about that. I have my methods. You simply need to make the connections that I it truly that's simple. Li Yintong found it hard to believe. Yes, quite so, that of course if you wish to take action. I 1T stop you, but I 1T raise the commission, Lin Han said with a beaming smile. Li Yintong hesitated for a moment before solemnly stating, then it's settled. I will call the others over. But I will not intervene. I will merely observe quietly. That I ask for your success. That will be entirely up to you, senior. It's a pleasure. Let us earn money together. Lin Han laughed, then recalled something. Senior, once I've subdued them, what proof should I present? I can't just claim I defeated someone, can I? Will the academy believe that? Each senior possesses a wooden token that serves as proof of identity. Just request this token from them, and it will count as your kill. Li Yintong explained that in the next moment he regretted his decision. Lin Han extended his hand, smiling broadly at him. Li Yintong reluctantly handed over his identity token, originally contemplating fleeing to avoid the penalty. But he hadn't anticipated that he would inadvertently reveal his own identity. This left him feeling quite embarrassed. At this point, there was no escaping. Senior, wait. I have a friend to call. Alternatively, you can start right away and direct them to the forest to find us. Upon hearing Lin Han's suggestion, Li Yintong did not refuse. Since he could not back out now, he resolved to approach the situation earnestly. He couldn't let himself incur a loss. With that, Lin Han swiftly departed the scene. Closely followed by the Thunder Ant and the Phoenix, Li Yintong exhaled deeply, took out his phone, and began composing a message. Chapter 69. Deceiving people. I am being forced. I'm sorry. I am also being compelled. I hope you can understand that Li Yintong contacted someone. Old Wang, I've discovered 3 freshmen in the southeast direction, but I cannot handle them alone. Let us split them. You take 2, and I'll take 1. Who else would I think of first for such an opportunity? Aren't we in this together? Lin Han returned to the other side of the forest and found the plump duo. Brother Han, you're back, Su Ting exclaimed, relieved to see Lin Han safe and sound. Yes, I've clarified the situation. The military academy has an old tradition. During the first few days of the new semester, there's a freshman hunting competition. Lin Han then shared all the information he had just acquired. Su Ting and the others were astonished by the news. Lindsay, are you suggesting we turn the tables and start hunting the seniors? The plump one asked incredulously. Precisely. Why should only the seniors hunt us freshmen while we remain their prey? Lin Han asserted. Hunting a senior yields 30,000 Star Dragon coins in military academy points, which hold great value and can even be exchanged for resources. As far as I know, military academy points cannot be purchased with Tianlong coins, so regardless of how wealthy one's family is, it is of no use within the academy. That if we can accumulate some points right at the start of the semester, we will be significantly ahead of others. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the two were intrigued. After all, no one wished to miss out on this opportunity. All right, Brother Han, I'm in. Su Ting promptly agreed, and the plump one also wholeheartedly supported Lin Han's plan. The 3 reached a unanimous decision with great enthusiasm. Moments later, a shadow unexpectedly appeared among the nearby trees. This must be the location mentioned by Li Yintong, as the positioning indicates it's approximately 30 meters from here. Wang Lichong, while glancing at the location on his phone, scrutinized his surroundings. In the next instant, he spotted a man and a woman resting beneath a tree. Indeed, he had found his targets. A smile crept upon Wang Lichong's lips. Yet according to Li Yintong, there should be 3 individuals. Why were there only 2? Never mind. 2 are still better than none. He would deal with these 2 first, and let Li Yintong handle the remaining 1. With this thought in mind, Wang Lichong leaped down from the tree, striding directly towards Su Ting and her companion. Hello, junior students. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Lichong, a senior in your 3rd year. Wang Lichang twisted his neck. Sporting a beaming smile as he regarded the two, Su Ting and her chubby companion stood up, responding with cheerful greetings. Hello, senior. We are here for our orientation today that I am aware. First and foremost, on behalf of the school, I would like to express my gratitude for your decision to enroll in our military academy. From this day forth, we shall be classmates, so feel free to reach out to me if you require any assistance. Wang Lichang maintained a courteous demeanor, knowing that soon he would need to take action, and given that they would be seeing each other often, it was wise to remain somewhat polite. Thank you. Senior Su Ting replied, her face aglow with delight. Had she not already been aware of his true intentions, she might have genuinely been swayed by this senior's charm. However, there was one matter that required the junior's assistance. Recently, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind, so I would appreciate your support. And no sooner had he spoken than Wang Lichang assumed a stance, ready to take action. Senior, what are you doing? The two instantly appeared flustered that I am not doing anything, merely requesting that you take a nice nap here. When you awaken, everything will be over. Suddenly, Wang Lichang felt a heavy blow to his head, and his vision began to blur. What? When he turned to see, a person with a stone in hand wore a grin as they regarded him. Perhaps it would be best for the senior to take a proper nap. Rest assured, when you awaken, it will all be over. Wang Lichang, in disbelief, succumbed to the ground. Lin Han, feeling elated, began to search his body, ultimately discovering the senior's identification badge. After taking it, he instructed, Fatty, toss this senior aside. Got it. Fatty cheerfully hoisted him up and walked over to a nearby pile of grass, unceremoniously tossing him aside. Lin Han concealed himself once more, and both he and Fatty resumed their previous demeanor. As if nothing had transpired, from a distance, Li Yintong observed this scene. Marveling at Lin Han's efficiency, that it was hard to believe that this was achievable by someone who had only awakened less than half a month ago. Why ponder too much? After all, a genius can emerge within just a few years. And those three beasts in the hands of that beast master, I have never encountered before. Perhaps they are cultivated by some prestigious family. 3. Wait, has this junior already reached the third transition? Achieving such a level in less than half a month is indeed impressive. Moreover, the aura emanating from those three beasts likely exceeds level 30. This talent is truly extraordinary. Regardless, earning points is of utmost importance. Subsequently, Li Yintong located a contact in his directory and began composing a message. Old Tian, I have discovered 3 new students in the southeast. I cannot handle this alone. Let us split the work. 2 for you, 1 for me, that I naturally thought of you first for such a fortunate opportunity. After all, who are we to each other? As Lin Han swiftly executed his plan. Each time he disposed of an individual, he would casually toss them into the grass pile. Unbeknownst to them, they had already discarded a total of 11 individuals that Li Yintong found increasing satisfaction in this endeavor. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt, but gradually, he became desensitized. After all, who could afford to forego points? He had already accumulated 250 points in a short time, far surpassing what he earned during the hunting competition. Most importantly, it required minimal effort. All he needed to do was speak and contact a few people. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a voice reported, Captain, several teams have reported being unable to reach their teammates. Many individuals have suddenly vanished, with one entire team completely uncontactable. What? The man referred to as Captain was taken aback, his expression filled with incredulity. How could it be that they suddenly became unreachable? What on earth transpired? I'm not sure, but it seems that some of the individuals have gone to the location where the Hengdao team is stationed. The Hengdao team's location? Why would they suddenly head there? The captain was perplexed by the situation that I'm uncertain. Should we inquire with the Hengdao team? Ask if they have seen these individuals, and if they do, inform me immediately. The captain rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Just then, Li Yintong's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from one of the organizers of the new student hunting competition. Hengdao team Captain Li Yintong, have you seen any of your teammates? Several individuals disappeared a few hours ago in your area. Have you noticed anything? So quickly they have caught on. Li Yintong hesitated, but after considering the situation, he replied, No, I have not seen anything that if I receive any information, I will report it at the earliest opportunity. Sent. Li Yintong suddenly realized that his ability to fabricate stories was rapidly improving. Not dwelling on it further, he began composing another message. Old Chi. I have discovered 3 new students in the southeast that I cannot manage this alone. Let us split the work. 2 for you, 1 for me, that I naturally thought of you first for such a fortunate opportunity. After all, who are we to each other? Lin Han hurled a stone at the newly arrived senior, expertly retrieving their identification card and tossing it aside. What a breeze! Over time, he had accumulated several thousand points from these seniors. Earning money was remarkably simple. This led Lin Han to contemplate that when he reached his 3rd year, he too would participate in the new student hunting competition. After all, who would complain about having too little money? At worst, he could also take advantage of students at that time. That IT seemed like a splendid plan. Perhaps the expenses incurred during these years of university could be funded by those seniors. As Li Yintong became increasingly addicted to this scheme, he even began to contemplate targeting his own teammates. Yet his rational mind cautioned him that this was a path he must not tread. If he were to pursue such a course, it would lead to significant trouble. However, with everyone around him already eliminated, he struggled to think of any suitable replacements. Perhaps he should consult the overall commander. At that moment, on the other side of the forest, the report continued. Captain, we still have not located their whereabouts, but it is nearly certain that all those who have vanished are in the direction controlled by the Hungdao team. Has the Hungdao team failed to provide any updates? None at all. Their captain, Li Yintong, has not sent any information that I attempted to contact them, but they have remained unresponsive. What on earth is the Hungdao team up to? Why have multiple individuals ventured into their territory? The captain felt a sense of numbness wash over him. The new student hunting competition had just begun, and already many from their side had gone missing. Such occurrences had never happened in previous years. Enough of this for now. Just as the captain was about to end the call, a message suddenly arrived on his phone. This is Li Yintong, captain of the Hungdao team, that I have discovered a trio in my area. According to your previous orders, we should proceed swiftly. However, the situation has grown somewhat complicated. Success is not feasible in the short term. From my observations, several of our comrades have already fallen to the hands of the new students. We require assistance. We need assistance. Upon reading this message, not only the captain but those around him were left in astonishment. Captain, Li Yintong claims the new students have taken down several of our comrades. Isn't that a bit too fantastical? How could the new students possess the capability to eliminate so many of our comrades? The captain, his face clouded with concern, replied, I believe there is a significant possibility that what Li Yintong stated holds truth. With so many individuals unaccounted for, it is indeed reasonable to trust his words. Captain, are you perhaps overestimating these newcomers? Another man interjected, his voice filled with skepticism. The strength of new students typically remains at the 2nd transition. Only a few exceptionally rare individuals reach the 3rd transition. Yet, our team members are all above level 40. Facing these individuals who have barely awakened for half a month is akin to facing demons. What level of strength does this newcomer possess? After a brief moment of hesitation, the captain replied, even though this matter is difficult to believe at present, it is, without a doubt, the most authentic information I have encountered. Captain, are you perhaps overestimating them? The team members struggled to comprehend their captain's perspective. At times, even the most absurd advertisements seemed necessary to scrutinize, and not only to view, but to believe as well. The current circumstances left them feeling somewhat passive. He attempted to counter, saying, Captain, I feel there is no need to worry about being outclassed by the newcomer. Captain, I understand your appreciation for the new recruits, but for us students who have awakened for 2 years, each new cohort represents a unique flavor. If we cannot best him, Wu Ti that render our 2 years of training futile. Upon hearing this, the captain nodded in agreement and stated, however, our principle is to err on the side of caution. It is better to mistakenly eliminate than to let a threat slip through our fingers. If this information proves true, it would be a significant disgrace for our current senior class. Thus, for the sake of prudence, I shall head to the main road and investigate. All right. Since you say so, what can I argue? At that moment, the leader of the Hongdao squad, Li Yintong, received a piece of information. Alarming news from one of the overseers of the upcoming freshman hunting competition. He was genuinely confirmed to be here. But had he truly brought along a small team for mere pride? Could it be that they had been discovered? That seemed implausible. Li Yintong furrowed his brow tightly, incredulously uttering, to attract this team here, this complicates matters for accumulating points. Yet, with that Lin Han, he was quite adept at maintaining appearances. Perhaps Lin Han could indeed succeed, that if he were to truly triumph. It would undoubtedly lead to embarrassment for those involved. Meanwhile, Lin Han, concealed nearby, suddenly sensed more than one presence. What was happening? Why had 5 individuals arrived all at once? What was Li Yintong concocting, and why were so many seniors appearing? This was genuinely troublesome, as these individuals appeared formidable. Chapter 71. The absurdity of team annihilation. This truly complicates matters. Lin Han hid in the shadows, observing the 5 individuals, and merely watching them instilled a sense of foreboding. Judging by their appearances, their strength was likely superior to that of Li Yintong's, that they would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Although he had previously vanquished the level 49 Lizard King, that battle had nearly cost him dearly. Had it not been for his final resort of fusion and replication, he would have been in a dire predicament. What was Li Yintong thinking? Why had he called so many people at once? Lin Han had never considered himself invincible, and now, facing 5 opponents who were likely in their 40s or even 50s, the pressure was overwhelming. Even if he were to abandon the fight, it would not be catastrophic. He had already gained significant insights. However, surrender was not on his agenda. Soon, Lin Han had devised a plan. The portly fellow and Su Ting were equally taken aback. Wasn't he had agreed that only one person would come at a time? How had 5 individuals arrived simultaneously? The plan had not included this. Though both were startled, they steeled themselves to await the approaching individuals. Before long, the 5 had discovered the positions of the portly fellow and Su Ting and made their way toward them. "Hello, classmates," the leader greeted enthusiastically. The portly fellow, feeling somewhat anxious, stood up and hurriedly replied, "Hello, may I ask who you are? I am Jiang Feng, a third-year student from the military academy. You may call me Jiang Gu or Senior. Whichever you prefer." Jiang Feng introduced himself candidly. "Jiang Gu," the portly fellow echoed, then added, "I am a newcomer to the military academy, on my way to report in, and my sister and I are just taking a moment to rest here." "Hello, Senior," Su Ting replied amiably. Jiang Feng nodded and then inquired, "Have you encountered any other seniors here?" "None," the portly fellow declared decisively. Jiang Feng appeared skeptical. He could assertively confirm that his earlier information indicated 3 had entered together. Where was the third? Moreover, these 2 seemed entirely unfazed by his presence. Their demeanor suggested they had encountered others besides himself. "It's nothing that a few of my classmates seem to have gone missing. And we just wanted to check in with you." Jiang Feng maintained his courteous demeanor. "We haven't seen any other seniors," the portly fellow reiterated nervously. His anxiety was palpable. Lin Han had already briefed him on the hunting team's objectives. So he was acutely aware that these individuals could strike at any moment. While he wouldn't suffer severe injuries, losing points to them would be far from pleasant. "Well then, could I trouble you with something?" "Junior," Jiang Feng said with a smile, inching closer to the portly fellow and Su Ting. The portly fellow instinctively positioned himself in front of Su Ting, stepping back slightly. Were they finally going to make a move? "Lindsay, I can't hold on any longer." However, just as Jiang Feng approached, one of his teammates suddenly collapsed. Jiang Feng froze, rushing forward to check. What is wrong? Yet, no matter how he called out, the individual remained eerily silent, as though they had simply fainted. "Senior, what is happening?" The portly fellow was equally perplexed. He had been directly facing these seniors and had just seen the fallen ones seemingly struck by an unseen force. Yet, he could assert with absolute certainty that no one had been present behind that senior. It was as though they had been attacked by a phantom. How could this be possible? "Lindsay, was that you? What is going on?" Jiang Feng examined his teammate's condition, confirming they were merely unconscious, but an ominous premonition gripped him. Why had they suddenly fainted? What in the world was happening? In the next moment, another teammate collapsed at his feet, echoing the previous incident. Now, not only Jiang Feng, but the others began to panic. "Captain, this is too bizarre. One person fainting could be a coincidence, but now 2 have succumbed. There must be an explanation." With many classmates reported missing recently, this was undoubtedly no ordinary occurrence. "Indeed, Captain, should we report this to the academy and let them handle the situation?" The remaining 2 teammates chimed in. They were not afraid of a direct confrontation. What they dreaded was this inexplicable phenomenon. Jiang Feng frowned deeply. "This is indeed peculiar, that I didn't detect any signs of trouble earlier. Even if we were attacked by an unfamiliar method. It doesn't add up that I've never heard of any ferocious beasts lurking near the forest." Seeing the situation escalate, the portly fellow quickly acted. "Senior, Please take us to the academy. This place is too frightening. Su Ting, grasping the cue, took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Is there something unclean lurking around here? What could be going on?" "Please, don't panic," Jiang Feng quickly reassured them. He was equally bewildered, having never encountered such a scenario before. Yet, before he could contemplate further, another individual collapsed behind him. Once again, it was silent, with no one witnessing the occurrence. The portly fellow surmised that this was likely Lin Han's doing. Otherwise, it would have to be the work of ghosts. As Jiang Feng and his remaining teammates distanced themselves from the fallen individual, they cautiously scanned their surroundings, finding no clues. "Captain, look!" Another teammate darted into the nearby bushes, prompting panic within Jiang Feng that he rushed over. And the portly fellow and Su Ting exchanged alarmed glances. That spot was precisely where the fallen seniors had previously been ambushed. Jiang Feng approached the bushes, his heart racing. To his horror, all the previously reported missing individuals were now sprawled there. Unconscious, who could have orchestrated this? Jiang Feng instinctively glanced towards the portly fellow and Su Ting. Could it be that they were behind this? Though that seemed the most plausible explanation, he was reluctant to believe that two newcomers could achieve such extraordinary feats. No, they were not merely two. There were three. Jiang Feng recalled that previous intel indicated this group of newcomers had entered together. Where had the third individual gone? Chapter 72, A Bountiful Harvest, Gigi take action. Jiang Feng shouted immediately, charging towards the portly fellow without a moment's hesitation. Tung Gigi understood Jiang Feng's intent and prepared to strike. But the next moment, he felt a heavy blow to his neck, and his eyelids grew heavy, leading to his collapse on the ground. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, his movements delayed. Seizing the opportunity, the portly fellow dashed away, with Su Ting quickly following suit. At present, the two individuals find themselves devoid of any other options. The only viable choice is to flee. Perhaps Lin Han possesses the ability to contend with this individual, but they are not Lin Han. They do not believe they possess such strength. Upon witnessing the escape of these two, Jiang Feng became even more convinced of the inextricable connection between them and the situation at hand. His four teammates had already been silently incapacitated by someone. The only course of action left for him was to capture these two and interrogate them regarding the unfolding events. However, Lin Han had no intention of granting Jiang Feng any opportunity. Just moments ago, he had employed his ability to become invisible, combined with a method to suppress his presence, allowing him to remain in a state that was exceedingly difficult to detect. This enabled him to eliminate the four without a sound that could be considered a somewhat cunning tactic, as he acted while the adversary was completely unprepared. Had they been on guard, it would have been virtually impossible for him to achieve such a swift victory. After all, the disparity in strength between both sides was substantial. It can only be said that the adversary's focus was not yet fully engaged. It was precisely for this reason that he ultimately succeeded. Now, with only one remaining, Lin Han certainly could not allow this person to escape. Each of them represented a staggering 330 points. The stakes were too high. Lin Han pursued directly, invoking his ability to replicate speed. In that moment, he dispelled his invisibility, reappearing within the sight of the onlookers. Indeed, there was still one person. The instant Lin Han emerged, Jiang Feng discerned his location. Did he possess a skill akin to invisibility? This cohort of newcomers is truly remarkable, managing to master such abilities. Jiang Feng could not ascertain what profession Lin Han belonged to. He promptly turned and charged at Lin Han, yet the latter's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily bewildered. How could someone who had only recently awakened exhibit such peculiar velocity? Jiang Feng was taken aback. From Lin Han's display of speed and capability, he could not detect even the slightest hint of a novice. The invisibility, such an extraordinary skill. It was utterly unbelievable. Lin Han did not hesitate this time, that he understood that to eliminate his opponent, he could not adopt the same posture as he would against a fierce beast in a typical battle. If he could not secure a swift resolution and catch his opponent off guard, achieving victory would become increasingly difficult. Moreover, with the presence of the plump individual and Su Ting by his side, his capabilities were inherently limited, replicating immense strength. Lin Han's ability to replicate had now reached level 3, allowing him to duplicate 3 skills in one go. Upon seeing Lin Han's fist approach, Jiang Feng refused to yield. He had no reason to fear a newcomer who had only awakened half a month ago. How formidable could he truly be? Could he possibly rival someone nearing level 50? Zhang Feng certainly did not regard Lin Han with any seriousness. Their fists collided head-on. Kid, do you truly believe that awakening 2 days ago qualifies you to challenge me? Zhang Feng scoffed, feeling that Lin Han's punch lacked considerable force. Yet the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The power emanating from Lin Han's fist was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Within mere seconds, he found himself retreating repeatedly, eventually collapsing to the ground. What on earth is this power? Zhang Feng exclaimed in shock. The strength exhibited by a newcomer was simply beyond belief. Lin Han chose not to respond, opting instead to take advantage of Zhang Feng's vulnerability. If he were to cease his assault now, complications would undoubtedly arise. Lin Han had already discerned that his opponent was quite formidable. That previous punch had been delivered with utter disregard. If Zhang Feng were to take him seriously from this point forward, he might not stand a chance. If all went as expected, this individual's capabilities would likely surpass those of the Lizard Turtle King he had encountered previously. Senior, my apologies, but I do not wish to squander any more time here. Lin Han pressed forward, delivering another kick while Zhang Feng was still struggling to rise. You despicable scoundrel. Zhang Feng had not anticipated that his junior would strike with such ferocity, offering him no opportunity for reprieve. However, at this juncture, it was too late to retreat. The kick landed squarely. Yet for Zhang Feng, the force of the blow posed no real threat. He swiftly regained his footing. Lin Han's expression was grim. This was precisely the scenario he had hoped to avoid. If he could incapacitate Zhang Feng with a surprise attack, his success rate would be absolute. But if his opponent were to react in time, the situation would become far more complex. After all, the individual he was battling was an upperclassman. These individuals had been awakened for 2 to 3 years, and their levels were naturally far superior to his. Although Li Yintong had mentioned that true powerhouses were not present here, facing someone nearing level 50 was already daunting enough, let alone the other talented seniors. As for Zhang Feng, he was not someone Lin Han could easily deal with. Junior, what makes you think you can ambush us here? Did someone inform you of this rule? Zhang Feng, having steadied himself, was no longer in a hurry to engage in conflict with Lin Han. Should it come to a serious confrontation, he had no fear. Lin Han now felt an increased sense of pressure and replied, Senior, do you wish for me to betray my comrades? It was evident that someone had indeed leaked information. Zhang Feng nodded thoughtfully before continuing. If someone could lure others here and eliminate them one by one, then that person must be nearby. The team station here should be the Hung Dao team, and their captain is likely Li Yintong. Could it be that this fellow has been feeding you information? Hearing Zhang Feng's conjecture, Lin Han retorted, Who is Li Yintong? I do not know him. Do not think you can extract any information from me. Chapter 73. Encountering again, an ambush. Kid, do you truly believe you can protect the one behind you? Zhang Feng scoffed. Even if you remain silent, I can investigate that. I only need to inquire about the circumstances surrounding those who have been incapacitated. In that case, the one hiding behind you will naturally come to light. Do you think you can shield him? What a delusion. Zhang Feng continued to probe. Lin Han remained unfazed, smiling as he replied. If Senior Zhang Feng possesses the ability to uncover the truth, then that is undoubtedly your skill. It is absolutely impossible for you to extract information about my companions from me. However, if Senior Zhang Feng is willing to hand over your identity badge, I might be persuaded to share the identity of that individual, should I be in a generous mood. What do you think, Senior Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng joined in the laughter. You are quite amusing. Kid, once you officially join the military academy, if you have any needs, feel free to seek me out, that I will have your back. Zhang Feng's words seemed to elevate himself to an overly lofty position. Lin Han had heard that upperclassmen in the freshman hunting competition were often individuals who struggled within the academy, that he feared that by the time Zhang Feng found himself in dire straits, he would be too preoccupied with his own survival to worry about protecting Lin Han, which would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Zhang Feng. I think I will just take Senior Zhang Feng's points for myself. That way I might live a bit more comfortably. Lin Han was not easily swayed and had his own plans. The plump individual and Su Ting stood nearby, recognizing their inability to confront Zhang Feng. They naturally intended to flee. However, Lin Han, now in peril, required their support. From the time of the first middle school examination, they had been a team, and abandoning a comrade was simply out of the question. With sharp tongues and wits, Jiang Feng did not take Lin Han's ridicule to heart, continuing, "In that case, we have nothing further to discuss that I shall eliminate you and seize your identity badge. Let us see if you possess the capability to resist." Lin Han assumed a posture of readiness. Just as Jiang Feng was about to strike, a sudden blow to his head sent pain coursing through him, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. "You shameless scoundrels. How dare you ambush me here?" Lin Han chuckled. "Senior, sometimes it is wise to observe your surroundings beforehand. Did your teachers not impart this wisdom during your high school years?" Gazing at the unconscious Jiang Feng, Lin Han swiftly delivered a finishing blow, before turning his attention to the woman standing behind Jiang Feng. "That I never expected to see you here." Lin Han greeted her warmly. "That I am equally surprised. Have you been accepted into the military academy?" Su Nianwei, upon spotting Lin Han, expressed her delight and approached him. "Yes, you too?" Lin Han inquired. The newcomer was none other than Su Nianwei, the master tracker he had encountered while preparing to capture the Thunderbird. He had thought that their last encounter would be the final farewell. Yet unexpectedly, here they were meeting again, evoking an immediate sense of camaraderie akin to that of long-lost friends, that Su Nianwei remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I have been accepted into the military academy. Given your capabilities, it stands to reason that you should have been able to gain admission to either Qing Sheng or Beitian. What brings you to the military academy instead?" Before Lin Han could provide an explanation, the jovial figure beside him interjected. "Lin has already received enthusiastic invitations from both Qing Sheng Academy and Beitian Academy. However, he possesses an indomitable spirit and refuses to attend such institutions. Hence his choice to join the military academy." Su Nianwei soon understood, saying, "Ah, that makes sense. That I thought with your prowess, it would be impossible for you to have fallen short." All right. Lin Han quickly sought to change the subject. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Su Nianwei, the master tracker from Yuzhou City. These two are my friends, the berserker Long Tianjiao, and this is the knight Su Ting. During our major examination, we were part of the same team, and it seems fate has brought us together once more." The remaining three also exchanged polite introductions among themselves. "What brings you here?" Su Nianwei inquired, observing the surroundings. "That I noticed you seemed to be in a scuffle, and I was wondering if I could assist you with a surprise attack. That I must express my gratitude. This fellow possesses formidable strength and is indeed a tough adversary." Lin Han replied gratefully. He then proceeded to share the intelligence he had gathered with Su Nianwei. "To think there was such a narrative." Su Nianwei exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lin Han's words, "That I no wonder as soon as I stepped into the forest, I felt as though numerous eyes were upon me. There were even individuals tailing me. Had it not been for my ability to locate their positions and identify advantageous terrain to escape, I might not have any points left by now." The prowess of a master tracker is truly remarkable, being capable of pinpointing the adversary's location to create an opportunity for escape. After parting for just 3 days, "You have left me in awe," Lin Han mused, reflecting on how the last time he encountered Su Nianwei, she was merely a young girl troubled by a level 10 job transition task. In the brief span of half a month, her growth had been astonishing, particularly in her application of skills, which had already surpassed that of most individuals. What does it matter? No matter how impressive. It pales in comparison to your extraordinary abilities. Su Nianwei, having witnessed Lin Han's strength firsthand, expressed her admiration without hesitation. She did not believe she could ever be compared to him. You have hit the nail on the head. Lin is nothing short of a monster. It is inconceivable for a normal person to possess such strength. The jovial figure chimed in, that if this were a game, I would undoubtedly report you for cheating. Su Ting nodded in agreement. Not at all. Lin Han attempted to clarify, but the trio continued their lively conversation, disregarding his words. You all carry on. I shall retrieve the identity tags to avoid any complications when these individuals regain consciousness. As he spoke, Lin Han located the previously incapacitated individuals and discreetly took their identity tags. After confirming the identities of the 5, he finally felt a sense of relief that IT would indeed be troublesome should he fall victim to a surprise attack. Lin Han, are you planning to return to the academy now? Wouldn't it be better to seize the opportunity to acquire some more points? Su Nianwei, unable to contain her excitement, suggested that if they proceeded in this manner, accumulating points would pose no challenge. Chapter 74, Alliance, All Champions. Wouldn't that be splendid? Su Nianwei had just learned this news. According to the military academy's rules, points could only be consumed, thus making this the optimal method to earn points. As long as they could reach the main gate of the military academy safely and quietly, they would also earn points. However, given the scarcity of points, Lin Han had already managed to secure the identity tags of no less than 16 individuals during this time. How could one not envy such an impressive feat?